Chapter 1: The Godly Rich Instant Kill System. Late at night, Magic City. Today, June 24th, can be said to be the most unforgettable day for Joe Fan. The company where he was interning directly fired him for a bizarre reason, and also notified the school, asking his teacher to come and pick him up, and everyone in the school knew about it. Immediately afterwards, Yang Yun, my girlfriend of 3 years in college, called me and broke up with me directly on the phone. Joe Fan, let's break up. The news that you were fired from your internship company has spread all over the school. I'm sorry, I'm from a small town too. I have to find a way to stay in the Magic City. I don't have the time and energy to start all over again with you. Yang Yun's words seemed to still echo in his ears. For the past 3 years, he not only had to maintain his tuition and living expenses, but also had to find ways to make her happy. At most times, Joe Fan worked 4 part-time jobs at the same time. He was busy until the early morning every day and had to get up before 7 in the morning to prepare for class. Yang Yun works so hard because she wants to buy bags, cosmetics, eat steak, and go shopping. But all I got in return for 2 years of hard work was a simple breakup phone call. Joe Fan was completely heartbroken. He got himself drunk and planned to buy a ticket back home the next day and never come out again. Cough. After lying in bed for a while, Joe Fan's throat felt very dry. He got up, turned on the light, poured himself a glass of water and drank it, and then he felt better. Sitting back on the bed, Joe Fan clearly felt something blocking his way. He took out his mobile phone and the screen lit up, showing a notification message. Huh? After seeing the screen of his mobile phone, Joe Fan rubbed his eyes. The notification showed that the app was successfully bound. Joe Fan curiously clicked on the screen of his mobile phone and entered this app that appeared inexplicably with some confusion. Ding. System binding. System binding successful. The only host for life is Joe Fan. This system is an instant kill system. It cannot be destroyed, cannot be dropped, cannot be stolen, and is unique for life. A string of strange electronic synthesized sounds rang in Joe Fan's mind, and then he felt a slight pain in the palm of his hand holding the phone. Joe Fan hurriedly threw the strange mobile phone onto the bed, put his palm in front of his eyes and looked at it. It seemed as if the palm of his hand was pricked by something. There was a small hole the size of a needle hole, and blood was oozing out of it. After simply wiping it with paper, Joe Fan hesitated for a moment before picking up the phone. However, after checking carefully for a long time, he did not find any bloodstains on the back cover. Shaking his head and not thinking too much about it, Joe Fan turned the phone over, then rubbed his eyes and moved closer. Oh my God! No way? The app has been opened, but what is displayed on it makes Joe Fan curse. Bugatti Veyron convertible, original price 26 million, limited time flash sale price 260 renminbi. Patek Philippe Ref 6002 Star Moon Tourbillon, original price 24.99 million renminbi, limited time flash sale price 249 renminbi. A 288 square meter duplex suite on the top floor of Building 8 in Jing'an Community, Modu. Original price, 16.88 million renminbi. Now on sale for a limited time, 168 renminbi. The simple interface only shows 3 items that look a bit like Taobao product displays, but each item is worth more than 10 million. What a ripoff! Buying a supercar for less than 300? The model is pretty good. Joe Fan curled his lips and smiled, wondering which idiot made this phone and was trying to fool people. Just when Joe Fan wanted to throw away the broken phone, his hand shook unconsciously and he remembered the inexplicable voice that just appeared. What was it? System? Joe Fan blinked his eyes. He was a little confused after drinking, but as a contemporary college student, he still knew the golden fingers of online novels and the standard features of time travelers. How about giving it a try? Joe Fan muttered something, then picked up his phone and started operating it. If you ask how to choose among these 3 things, that's nonsense. Men must have a sports car. The deduction was successful and the goods have been shipped. As soon as he clicked on it, Joe Fan received a notification message from the bank on his mobile phone, saying that the deduction of 299 was successful and the current balance was 2,088. Fuck. Joe Fan cursed and looked at his phone again. The window of the sports car had dimmed. He clearly didn't link his card, but the money was directly deducted? But after waiting for a long time, Joe Fan still didn't get the so-called goods. He was sure that he was cheated. After the alcohol took effect, he fell into a deep sleep and put his mobile phone on the small cabinet beside the bed. He slept until noon the next day. Joe Fan was woken up by the ringing of the phone while he was in a daze. Looking at the caller ID, it was squad leader Lin Hai calling. Joe Fan wanted to not answer the call, but after hesitating for a while, he finally pressed the answer button. Joe Fan, remember not to be late tonight. The graduation party is the highlight. Okay, remember to come. I still need to call and inform others. By the way, it's best to find a female companion, you know. Beep. Before Joe Fan could say anything, squad leader Lin Hai laughed strangely and hung up the phone. Joe Fan put down the phone and sighed. What was coming could not be avoided. As for Lin Hai, their relationship had always been ordinary during their 4 years in college, so he did not think much about hanging up the phone. What made Joe Fan a little melancholy was the graduation party that Lin Hai mentioned on the phone. It was scheduled long ago. If he hadn't broken up and been fired during the internship, Joe Fan would have gone happily, but now he felt a little conflicted. After thinking for a long time, Joe Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't know when a small square box appeared on the bedside table. It had black letters on a red background and an exaggerated B shape. Joe Fan, who had always been a sports car enthusiast, naturally recognized that it was the car key of Bugatti. At the same time, there was a green book and a document bag under the car keys. Joe Fan flipped through them casually and was a little dazed. After a while, I realized that not only did I have to go to the party, but I also had to do it as high profile as possible to give Young Yun a slap in the face. After figuring it out, Joe Fan took a quick shower, put on a set of sportswear, put it on, and then hurriedly picked up his car keys and that magical Nokia and went out. Before reaching the entrance of the alley, Joe Fan saw a group of people pointing and talking not far away. After walking over, he realized that these people were talking about his car. Wow, a Lamborghini. Bullshit, this is a Bugatti Veyron, worth at least several million. What the hell is a Lamborghini? Get lost, you country bumpkin. This is a convertible Bugatti Veyron, worth tens of millions. It's something money can't buy. Hiss. Listening to the sounds of exclamations and gasps coming from his ears, Joe Fan couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Sure enough, in this society, only money can bring happiness. After finally squeezing into the crowd of onlookers, Joe Fan couldn't help scratching his head as he looked at the scene in front of him. A beautiful woman with revealing clothes and a good figure was leaning on the front of the car, ignoring the onlookers and posing for selfies. Ahem, excuse me, please make way. After waiting for a while, seeing that the girl was still taking pictures, Joe Fan couldn't help but walk forward, coughed dryly, and gave her a reminder. Who are you? What's it to you if I take pictures of my boyfriend's car? Get out of the way. Don't block me from taking selfies and posting them on WeChat Moments. The beautiful woman who took the selfie looked at Joe Fan with a look of disgust, waved her hand as if to shoo away a fly and said, Chapter 2 School Beauty Su Qian. After the people around heard this, many women had envy in their eyes, while the men looked at Joe Xian with gloating. Want to bet? This guy will definitely come up and ask for the phone number. Tisk, he's not the first one. To be honest, this beauty has a great figure. Hey, you're focusing on the wrong thing. Aren't we talking about that car? Maybe this guy meant that the car was his? Didn't you hear him ask the beautiful lady to move aside? Ha, if this car was his, I'd do a handstand and shit on it. Everyone around was talking about it, but most of them were laughing at Joe Fan. I have to say that this beauty is still of average appearance. The most outstanding feature is her pair of long legs wrapped in black stockings, which are particularly eye-catching. But Joe Fan was busy attending a party at that time, so how could he have the time to ask people to take a selfie with him? Excuse me, please move aside, I need to leave. This time, while Joe Fan was talking, he took out the key of the Bugatti from his pocket and pressed it. The headlights suddenly flashed. When the people around saw this, they seemed to be strangled by something, and the scene became eerily quiet. The beautiful woman taking the selfie was also stunned. She almost couldn't hold the phone steady and dropped it. She quickly stood up, caught it in a panic, and walked 2 steps to the side. Joe Fan didn't even look at her, he just pulled the car and got in. Wait a minute. Brother, can I have your phone number? Just when Joe Fan wanted to close the door, the beautiful woman who had just walked to the side came over with her waist and hips swaying, and asked with a sweet smile. Sorry, I don't have a cell phone. Joe San raised the corner of his mouth, then he pulled down the car door, fastened his seatbelt, started the engine, and the 8-liter 16-cylinder 4-turbocharged engine started up immediately, with a low roaring sound. The people around came to their senses at this moment and hurriedly made way for them, but the beautiful woman was still unwilling to give up and kept patting the car window and saying something. Zhou Fan was too lazy to pay attention to her. He turned the steering wheel, raised the convertible top, and then gently stepped on the accelerator. The cool Bugatti started up immediately. As the low engine sound faded away, the people present came to their senses. They looked at each other, and then dispersed, each one walking faster than the other. There's nothing I can do about it. It's just embarrassing, especially for the guy who said he wanted to do a handstand and poop. He just wished his parents hadn't given him 2 more legs. Snort! Just wait for me, you can't escape from my grasp. After everyone had left, the beautiful woman who had asked Zhou Fan for his phone number but failed stomped her feet and muttered something. Zhou Fan didn't care about those things at the moment. After coming out of the alley, he was completely immersed in the pleasure brought by the Bugatti Veyron. What does it mean to accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in 2.5 seconds and from 200 km/h in 7.3 seconds? Just press the accelerator lightly and you will feel a huge push on your back. Unfortunately, this is the main road in Shanghai and there is serious traffic jam, so I can't run it at full speed. Even so, Zhou Fan received countless glances. This car was too eye-catching. Moreover, the vehicles around him were almost all more than 10 meters away from Zhou Fan. No car dared to cross the line, not even a Ferrari. Those who can afford a Ferrari are all knowledgeable people. They naturally understand that a Ferrari only costs a few million, which is at most enough to buy a wheel of a Bugatti. The place Zhou Fan rented was a bit far from the party venue, and there were traffic jams from time to time on the road. It took him almost 2 hours to get there. The party was held at the Bund, a place with extremely high land prices in Shanghai. Zhou Xian drove into the parking lot under the gaze of countless people. To be honest, this sportswear was really a bit cheap. Wang Bin. Could you please stop pestering me? Xiao Xiao, I really like you. I've been pursuing you for so long, why don't you understand? What do you like about me? Can I change my career? You must give me an explanation today. What exactly do you dislike about me? Zhou Fan had just parked the car when he heard a particularly melodramatic conversation nearby and couldn't help but turn his head to look. At the edge of the parking lot, a slim girl was standing there holding a book, looking like a lotus flower emerging from water. However, her innocent look was somewhat destroyed by the look on her face as if she was about to cry. Zhou Fan knew her, or rather, almost everyone at Magic City University knew her, Su Qian, who was known as the commoner school beauty. Opposite Su Qian was a young man holding a bunch of roses and wearing Da Vinci casual clothes. He was holding Su Qian's arm and kept saying something. This person is also a celebrity at Shanghai University, Wang Bin. Although he is from another place, it is said that his family is very wealthy. When he came to Shanghai to study, his family actually bought him a house and a car. Just as Zhou Fan looked over, Wang Bin seemed to be angry and grabbed Su Qian and prepared to pull her into his arms. Seeing this, Zhou Fan couldn't help it. He took a few steps forward, pushed Wang Bin directly, and protected Su Qian behind him. Fuck! Who the hell are you? Are you blind? How dare you touch me? Wang Bin staggered after being pushed and stared at Zhou Fan with a bad face, and threw the rose in his hand at him. After working part-time outside for several years, Zhou Fan didn't get anything else, but he got a strong physique. Although he looked thin, he was the kind of person who looked thin when dressed and had muscles when undressed. He just slightly turned his body to avoid it. I don't care what you want to do, get out of here right now. Zhou Fan's eyes narrowed. He was a bit taller than Wang Bin. Wang Bin, who was about to roll up his sleeves and take action, suddenly lost his momentum. I am Wang Bin. Boy, I'm warning you not to meddle in other people's business, or you'll be in big trouble. Wang Bin refused to show weakness and threatened with his neck stiff. Oh? Then you try it. Zhou Fan clenched his fists, shook his head, and had a grim smile on his face. He was bullying Wang Bin because he was alone here and he would definitely not be able to beat him if they fought. Just wait for me, I'll remember you. Seeing that Zhou Fan was really going to take action, Wang Bin said something harsh and rushed into the parking lot. Then an Audi A8 drove out. Boy, leave your name. The Audi A8 stopped beside Zhou Xian and the other man. After the window was rolled down, Wang Bin leaned out and asked a question. Zhou Fan. After casually saying his name, Zhou Fan grabbed Su Qian behind him and turned to leave. For some reason, Su Qian did not struggle to break free. Looking at the two people's backs as they walked away, Wang Bin's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out of it. After a while, he stepped on the accelerator hard, and the A8 immediately rushed out. Zhou Fan raised his eyebrows with some disdain. So what if it was an A8? A car worth $1 million or so was not enough for him to even afford a wheel of his Bugatti. Chapter 3 When did you hook up with her? Thank you. But, can you let me go first? Zhou Fan took Su Qian away for a long time before the girl's weak voice was heard. Oh, sorry. Zhou Fan was startled and quickly let go of Su Qian's hand and scratched his head. Puff. Seeing Zhou Fan like this, Su Qian couldn't help laughing. As if realizing that something was wrong, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Su Qian was at least 1.7 meters tall. She wore a white dress with a strip of cloth of the same color tied around her waist, which made her look even slimmer. She was holding 2 books in front of her chest, which could not hide the bulge in her breasts, making her look particularly proud. In the evening sunshine, Zhou Fan couldn't help but be stunned by Su Qian's giggling look with her hands covering her mouth. She was indeed the common school beauty known for her purity. Hello? Still looking? Su Qian laughed for a while, then felt something was wrong. She realized Zhou Fan looked like a pig, and couldn't help but shake his hand. Zhou Fan came back to his senses and smiled embarrassedly, and the situation suddenly became awkward. Thank you for today. Your name is Zhou Fan, right? In the end, it was Su Qian who spoke first and started to ask a topic. Kindness. By the way, what's going on with Wang Bin? Zhou Fan nodded and asked again. He has been pestering me almost every day since he met me. I've told him many times, but it still happens. I just finished my part-time job and Wang Bin blocked my way. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do. At this point, Su Qian couldn't help but pat her chest in fear. Then, as if she had thought of something, she said anxiously, "It's over. You've offended Wang Bin. You're bound to suffer. What should we do now?" Seeing the worry on Su Qian's face, Zhou Fan couldn't help but smile, then said, "It's okay, I've already graduated anyway, I'm not afraid of him. Even if I haven't graduated yet, I'm not afraid of him now." Zhou Fan added a sentence in his mind, but didn't say it out loud, otherwise he would be suspected of showing off. Then I'll treat you to a meal. Thank you for helping me out. After hearing this, Su Qian's worries subsided. She tilted her head and thought for a moment before speaking. No need to eat, I have a senior year graduation party tonight. Damn it! Zhou Xian waved his hand, but then his expression changed. He had forgotten one very important thing. The squad leader said he needed a female companion for the graduation party, and he was planning to go and slap him in the face, but where could he find a female companion at this time? What's wrong? Su Qian blinked her big eyes and asked in confusion, "What did you say?" After hearing this, Zhou Xian, who was a little annoyed, couldn't help but look at Su Qian. He had an idea in mind and said tentatively, "It's about the party. They said it's best to bring a female companion. We can just skip dinner. If you go with me and be my female companion, we'll be even. How about it?" Su Qian opened her mouth, her pretty face a little confused, but then she thought of Zhou Fan's tall figure blocking her way just now, and nodded slightly. "Well, let's go." Seeing Su Qian agreed, Zhou Fan immediately laughed, and then the two of them walked side by side towards a Western restaurant not far away. After coming in, Zhou Fan curled his lips with a look of disdain. They hadn't even officially entered society yet, but they had to hold a business cocktail party and even booked a Western restaurant to turn it into a banquet hall. Moreover, most people inside were well dressed, with men wearing suits and ties and women all in evening gowns. Zhou Fan and Su Qian's clothes made them stand out from the crowd. However, neither of them cared much about it. They just found a place to sit down and ate the fruits and food in front of them. Zhou Fan was really hungry after not eating for a day. But just after he sat down for a while, 2 figures came in front of him. "Hey, isn't this the guy who got fired from his internship?" "Oh, right, Zhou Fan. TSK, you came here in just sportswear. If you had asked me to wear one earlier, I would have brought you a suit." At this moment, an inappropriate voice sounded. Zhou Fan looked up and was stunned. The person who spoke was Qi Lin, a famous rich second generation in the class. Qi Industrial was owned by his family. Next to Qi Lin was the figure that Zhou Lingfan had been dreaming about for 2 years. She was wearing a black backless dress, holding a glass of red wine in one hand and holding Qi Lin's arm with the other. Who else could it be but Yang Yun? Just when Zhou Fan was looking at Yang Yun in a daze, Su Qian, who was sitting next to him, suddenly came over with a grape in her hand and looked at him with a cunning look. At this moment, Qilin and the others also noticed Su Qian's presence and were a little stunned. TSK, you're lucky. I didn't expect you to find the famous school beauty Su as your female companion. Qilin gritted his teeth, his tone filled with jealousy and a hint of envy. Who wouldn't covet a school beauty? Especially a rich second generation like them. Compared to Su Qian, Yang Yun beside Qilin was far inferior even when she was wearing an evening gown. Zhou Fan, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Before Zhou Fan could say anything, Yang Yun suddenly spoke up, and what she said completely overturned his three views. What the hell did this mean? Explain. When did you hook up with this bitch? Yang Yun's face was full of frost, and she looked like a young wife who caught her husband having an affair. However, in Zhou Fan's eyes, she looked so funny. Zhou Fan didn't get angry but laughed instead. He slowly stood up. Su Qian beside him also stood up and put her arm around his arm, as if to declare her sovereignty. It seems like we have broken up, right? You were the one who brought it up first. We broke up last night, and today you're hooking up with Qilin. What's going on? Are you trying to marry into a wealthy family and fulfill your dream of settling down in the Magic City? Zhou Fan sneered and didn't give Yang Yun any face at all. You. Yang Yun seemed to have been exposed. She pointed at Zhou Fan but was speechless. I'm warning you, watch your words. Don't think I can't deal with you now that you've graduated. As long as you're still in the Magic City, I can crush you to death at any time like a reptile. Qilin's face also darkened. In this situation, slapping Yang Yun in the face would be slapping him, Qilin, in the face, wouldn't it? Oh. You picked up something I've used for 2 or 3 years, and you have the nerve to keep it with you and maintain it so well? Zhou Fan chuckled, but what he said made the two of them furious, especially Yang Yun. If she hadn't been concerned about her face, she would have pounced on him with bared fangs and claws in another situation. You're quite good at talking, but do you know why you were fired during your internship? I'm telling you, it was my fault. The anger on Qilin's face suddenly disappeared. He looked at Zhou Fan and said something with a smile, and then a playful look appeared on his face. Chapter 4 Refreshing Cognition. Say it again. Zhou Fan was completely furious, staring at Qilin intently, his eyes almost spitting fire. Listen carefully then, Qilin laughed and said slowly, actually, this was all her idea. Your girlfriend has wanted to break up with you for a long time, but she couldn't find a good opportunity. Also, we've been together for over half a year, and since we're graduating soon, I'm giving you a big graduation gift. How is it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Ha ha. After Qilin finished speaking, he burst into laughter and looked at Zhou Fan as if he was a clown. Qilin's laughter also attracted many people to look over, and some people who came to watch the fun gradually gathered around. Mr. Qi, why bother with this country bumpkin? He doesn't even have a suit to attend the party. It's not worth it. That's right, Master Qi will inherit Qi's business soon after graduation, so please take good care of him then. Shanxian has a really good eye. She told me long ago that Zhou Fan is just a pauper. It would be great if she kicked him out sooner. Gradually, many people began to point fingers and talk, belittling Zhou Fan and fawning over Qilin in their words and deeds. Graduation is coming soon, and many people choose to stay in Shanghai, so naturally they have to hold on to Qilin. Zhou Fan looked at the classmates around him who were once familiar to him, listening to their sarcasm and ridicule, with almost no emotion in his heart. Hey, what are you all doing here? Zhou Fan, I've been looking for you for a long time. I saw a super cool car in the parking lot. Can you guess what it is? At this moment, an inopportune voice was heard, and then a round figure squeezed into the crowd. The suit on his body looked particularly awkward, and people couldn't help but worry that it would be torn at the next moment. Fatty. Seeing the person coming, Zhou Fan smiled. This fat guy could be said to be his only best friend. He was a native of Shanghai and his family had a house and a car, but in Shanghai, he was at most well off. The fat guy's name is also festive, Lu Daji. He has a carefree personality. During the 4 years of college, Zhou Fan has had the best relationship with him. Let me tell you, I just saw a Bugatti outside. It's a convertible, and I've never seen one even in the Magic City. Holy shit, just thinking about it makes me excited. Lu Daji obviously didn't realize what was going on and kept talking carelessly. Hearing Lu Daji's words, Zhou Fan's smile deepened, and he blinked and said, Fatty, do you want to open it? Ha? Lu Daji was obviously stunned for a moment, and asked uncertainly, "What did you say?" Zhou Fan was too lazy to repeat himself, so he took out the car keys from his pocket and threw them over, saying casually, "Drive it over here for me, there's no point staying in this shabby place." Listen everyone, Zhou Fan doesn't even have a suit, and now he's talking about driving a Bugatti over here. Isn't that funny? Ha ha. The car keys fell into Lu Daji's arms. The fat man was dumbfounded. After checking them over and over again, he made sure that they were not a lighter or anything else, and then he ran out. Bugatti convertible? Zhou Fan, there should be a limit to your bragging, right? Even if he were to rent it, I'm afraid no one would be willing to rent it to him. Shilin watched this farce-like scene and almost laughed to tears. He bent over and almost fell to the ground. Everyone around burst into laughter, while Yang Yun's face was full of disgust, as if she was blaming herself for the past 3 years for falling for such a scumbag. Su Qian was the only one present in the room. However, she walked up to Zhou Fan at this moment, gently took his arm, and said nothing. Feeling the warmth on his arm, Zhou Fan looked around and said softly, "Let's go out and wait." As he spoke, Zhou Fan walked out. Although Qilin and the others were laughing, they still followed out, wanting to see how long Zhou Fan could hold on. Just after arriving at the party and standing outside for a while, a roar suddenly sounded in the distance, and then a black lightning accompanied by a harsh engine sound stopped at the door. After the car door opened, Lu Daji squeezed out with great effort, trotted to Zhou Fan, his face covered in sweat from excitement. Holy crap! That's awesome! This really is your car. Zhou San, I'm telling you in advance, you have to let me enjoy it more in the future. That feeling of pushing my back, TSK. Lu Daji spoke with endless praise and then handed the key back. At this time, the laughter and ridicule around disappeared, and only Lu Daji's excited voice remained at the door. Zhou Fan took the key and turned to look at the classmates who came out to watch the fun. Everyone who looked at him couldn't help but lower their head, with a burning feeling on their face. As for Qilin, Zhou Fan has plenty of ways to deal with him. Now that he has the system, it is only a matter of time. Not wanting to bother with these guys who were destined to be strangers, Zhou Fan took Su Qian to the passenger seat of the Bugatti, opened the door for her, and then walked around the front of the car and back. Zhou Fan, wait. At this moment, a dramatic scene occurred. Yang Yun actually ran down from the steps at the door and blocked Zhou Fan. Have you been lying to me all along? Are you a hidden rich second generation? Did you pretend to be poor before because it was a test from your family? Now that you've graduated, you don't have to keep a low profile anymore? Yes, that must be the case. Zhou Fan, we've been together for 3 years, and I've always loved you. You feel the same way, right? After Yang Yun stopped Zhou Fan, she kept talking and nodding from time to time. Zhou Fan almost believed what she said. It was like he was getting to know his ex-girlfriend again. Leaning against the car door, Zhou Fan just watched Yang Yun perform. After a while, seeing that she didn't say anything and just looked at him pitifully, he finally said, "I'll give you a word of advice. A bitch deserves a dog. It's forever. We're all adults now, and we have to be responsible for our own actions." After saying this with a half smile, Zhou Fan got into the car and drove away with Su Qian, without a trace of nostalgia on his face. Yang Yun chased for a few steps and finally squatted down weakly. The classmates who were dressed in fancy clothes all felt a burning sensation on their faces, and Qilin's face was even uglier. Yes, Qilin, I still have Qilin. Suddenly, Yang Yun seemed to remember something. She stood up and hurriedly wiped her tears. With a smile on her face, she walked towards Qilin at the door. Get lost. You stinky bitch, you're so unlucky. But before Yang Yun could say anything, Qilin waved his sleeves with a look of disgust, turned around and left, not even attending the party. Qilin, what are you doing? Didn't we agree that you would take me to meet your father after graduation? Zhou Fan and I are done, you know that. Yang Yun was stunned and screamed hysterically on the spot. She looked so embarrassed. This scene completely refreshed the cognition of the students attending the party. They all looked at Yang Yun with contempt. Chapter 5 Retribution in this life. Zhou Fan drove his Bugatti to take Su Qian back home, left her contact information, and then returned to his rental house. Although he looked very happy just now, after all, they had been together for 3 years, so Zhou Fan felt a little regretful for a moment. After sitting on the bed for a while, Zhou Fan took out his mobile phone and reopened the app, only to see that the products on it had changed again. 51% of the shares of Cheese Industrial in Modu, originally priced at 4 billion, now at a limited time flash sale price of 400 renminbi. Unit 1, Building A, Thompson 1, original price 75 million, limited time flash sale price 288 renminbi. Purely handmade custom suit, original price 800,000, limited time flash sale price 8 renminbi. Zhou Fan was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding how this system gave discounts. No matter how much the price was, it could be discounted to a few hundred yuan, or even a few yuan, as if it was a complete bargain. Cheese industry? Retribution in this life? After coming back to his senses, Zhou Fan's eyes lit up. Isn't this the company owned by Qi Lin's family? This is definitely karma in this life. After muttering this, Zhou Fan touched his chin and without hesitation spent $400 to buy it. He also bought the other two items at the same time. This time Zhou Fan knew where the things sold by the system came from. After a while, a stack of documents, a large black box, and a red book appeared out of thin air on Zhou Fan's bed. Zhou Fan picked it up and took a look. The red book was the property certificate of Tangshanipin, the box contained a suit, and the pile of documents were contracts for acquiring shares. System, what if these things are discovered? Zhou Fan was a little nervous. So many things appeared out of nowhere. If someone were to investigate, how would he explain it clearly? Who knows, by then Zhou Fan might be captured and taken to some secret place and become a guinea pig. Host, rest assured, the origins of these products are crystal clear, no one can find out. Perhaps sensing Zhou Fan's worry, the system's voice sounded softly, giving him a reassurance. Call. Zhou Fan breathed a sigh of relief, as long as there were no hidden dangers. But then, Zhou Fan became a little worried. He looked at the bank card deduction information and saw that there was more than 1,000 yuan left on it. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. He drives a luxury sports car, wears a custom-made suit, lives in Tangshanipin, but has a bank balance of just over 1,000 yuan. Who the hell would believe this? Shaking his head and not wanting to think too much, Zhou Fan took a quick shower and fell asleep. Tomorrow he planned to go to Cheese Industrial to take over the business and put on a big show. Zhou Fan didn't sleep very well that day. He had a sweet dream. In the dream, he owned countless industries, threw out hundreds of billions of dollars with a wave of his hand, and built a huge business empire. After waking up, Zhou Fan grinned. With the system, this beautiful dream might actually come true? After washing up, Zhou Fan put on the suit he had bought last night. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. His skin was bronzed due to working part-time for a long time, and his resolute facial features made him look like a completely different person. Afterwards, Zhou Fan drove his Bugatti directly and followed the navigation to Cheese Industrial. After parking the car in the building's parking lot, Zhou Fan went directly to the front desk. He smiled at the receptionist at Cheese Industrial and said calmly, "Hello, I'm here to check the share information." When Zhou Fan arrived, the chairman's office in the building was filled with smoke, and Qi Lin and his father Qi Tianhao were sitting opposite each other. "Dad, please smoke less." Seeing Qi Tianhao smoking one cigarette after another, Qi Lin couldn't help but speak out. It would be fine if the old man died of smoking, but the company has not been handed over to him yet. "It's okay, Xiaolin, maybe the Qi family will have to change their name." Qi Tianhao took a deep puff of cigarette inside. "Change your name? What are you talking about, Dad?" Qi Lin stared. What a joke. Qi Industry was founded by their Qi family. How could it still be related to the Qi family after changing the name? I'm not kidding. Last night, someone suddenly took action and bought up most of Cheese Industrial's retail shares overnight. That mysterious person now holds over 51% of the shares. It's my fault for being greedy. I wanted to expand quickly, raise funds, and dilute Cheese Industrial's shares. I wanted to take the opportunity to kick out some small shareholders, but who knew that someone would take advantage of me? Sigh. Qi Tianhao frowned tightly. Originally, his controlling stake had been stable at more than 51%, but he had diluted his shares. Before he had time to increase the capital recovery, someone took action and got there first. Then, what should we do then? Qi Lin was a little confused. Does this mean that the family's nearly 10 billion worth of assets is about to change hands? Let's wait and see. If that mysterious man really wants to take control of Cheese Industry, he should come and take it over and kick me out of the chairman position. I can only hope that he is just investing. Qi Tianhao has no choice now. He can't afford to offend the person who mobilized billions of funds to grab 51% of the shares overnight. Besides, he doesn't have that much money to fight for it. Bite. At this moment, the office phone suddenly rang. After Chi Tianhao picked up the phone, his expression changed drastically. After a long while, he said lightly, "Please ask him to come in." After hanging up the phone, Chi Tianhao straightened his clothes, looked at his son, and said with a forced smile, "Come with me to greet this important person." Then, the father and son stood up and walked to the door of the large office, where they waited quietly. What Zhou Fan was wearing now was not the sportswear from yesterday, but a handmade suit. People working at the front desk usually judge people by their appearance, so they naturally have good eyesight and called to report it immediately. Then the receptionist took Zhou Fan upstairs in a special elevator. She was feeling lucky that she had good eyesight and the chairman actually wanted to meet this young man in person. "Sir, this way please." The elevator stopped on the 28th floor, and the lady at the front desk led the way in front, looking very polite. After turning a corner, Zhou Fan saw two figures standing in the distance. One was a middle-aged man and the other was the familiar Qilin. "Mr. Zhou, right? I've heard a lot about you." Chi Tianhao was an experienced man. He greeted Zhou Fan from a distance and extended his hand. Zhou Fan smiled and also extended his hand to shake hands with him, but his eyes were on Qilin. At this moment, Qilin's face was particularly wonderful, alternating between red and white, and finally his body was shaking slightly, his eyes full of disbelief. "Qilin, long time no see." The smile on Zhou Fan's lips became more and more intense. He felt very happy and comfortable in his heart. Chi Tianhao held Zhou Fan's hand, then looked at his son. After a long pause, he murmured, "Shaolin, do you know Mr. Zhou?" "Yes, why not? We were classmates for 4 years in college. We just met yesterday, and Mr. Qi gave me a huge surprise, didn't he?" Zhou Fan gritted his teeth, and the smile on his lips changed a little. Qilin was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. Chapter 6 Delaying Time. Upon hearing this, Chi Tian grabbed Zhou Fan's hand and shook it, saying with a smile, "I never thought Mr. Zhou and Shaolin were classmates. This is truly fate. Shaolin, you really need to learn from Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou looks young and promising, yet he's already worrying about the family so early." Chi Tian instinctively thought that Zhou Fan must be from a very powerful background, otherwise, at his current age, he would not have mobilized billions of funds to directly acquire so many shares of the Qi Group. Zhou Fan had a half smile on his face and pulled his hand back without leaving a trace. He was about to say something, but Chi Tian grabbed his arm and said as he walked towards the office, "Come on, Mr. Zhou, let's talk inside. As for who, forget it, Xiaotian, go get me the 2 taels of De Hong Pao I have left." Seeing this, Zhou Fan didn't say anything more. Instead, he followed Chi Tian into his luxurious chairman's office. Qilin had come in earlier and opened the inner room. It seemed that he was going in to get some tea. As soon as he entered the inner room, Qilin hammered the wall next to him hard. Fortunately, the sound insulation was good, and Zhou Fan and the other person outside did not hear any noise. After a while, Qilin put down his fist helplessly, resigned himself to his fate and found a small bag of dahongpo. He gritted his teeth, opened the door and walked out. "Really? You always drag your feet when I ask you to do something. You have no sense at all." Chi Tian did not sit behind his desk, but sat on the guest sofa with Zhou Fan. When he saw Qilin coming out, he scolded him. Zhou Fan was sitting on the sofa with a smiling expression on his face, which made Qilin feel a little nervous, but fortunately he shifted his gaze after a while. "Director Qi, let's get down to business first. Take a look at the documents I brought. If there are no problems, call a meeting of the directors." After Zhou Fan withdrew his gaze from Qilin, he placed the file bag he had been holding on the coffee table and pushed it over. "This." Chi Tian's smile froze for a moment, and then he said, "Mr. Zhou, you see, our directors are usually very busy and can't spare the time for a while." "Oh? It's okay, we can also have a video conference via phone." Zhou Fan understood what Chi Tian meant. He just wanted to delay him first and buy some time. As for how to control it, it was very simple for a businessman who had built such a huge business as the Qi Group. At this moment, Chi Tian had already brewed tea and poured it for Zhou Fan and the other two in a very awkward manner. He also sat beside them, but with his head lowered. "Mr. Zhou, there's no problem with the documents, but the board of directors' affairs can't be handled right now. Some of our directors are still abroad, and there's a time difference, so..." Chi Tian spoke again, saying that it was impossible to convene this board meeting, at least not now. "Zhou Fan, tell me, what do I have to do to get you to let our company go? Draw a line." Before Zhou Fan could speak, Lin, who had been keeping his head down and saying nothing, suddenly raised his head. However, what he said stunned Shi Tian. Shaolin, what are you doing? Only then did Shi Tian realize that things were not what he had imagined. Zhou Fan had come prepared, and the fundamental reason was actually his son. Mr. Qi, are you familiar with Yangshan technology? Originally, I was doing an internship there, but your good son had dinner with the boss of Yangshan Technology, and the next day I was fired during my internship. The reason was that I was not dressed properly, hee hee. Zhou Fan spoke lightly, and smiled self-deprecatingly at the end. This bang. Unfilial son, why don't you apologize to Mr. Zhou? Qi Tian's reaction was even more intense than Zhou Fan had imagined. He actually raised his hand and slapped Lin in the face. The angle and strength were so strong that Zhou Fan felt pain just by looking at it. Dad, you actually hit me? Lin covered his face with his hands, his expression showing some doubt about life, and he looked dazed. Chairman, here's a document I need you to sign. Just then, a young girl in a professional hip skirt stood at the door and spoke cautiously. Let's talk later. Can't you see I'm busy? No, beautiful lady, let me see what document is that. Qi Tian turned his head to look at the door and scolded. The girl was about to go out when Zhou Fan spoke immediately. Chairman. The young girl was now a little embarrassed. After looking at Qi Tian, she turned to look at Zhou Fan. For a moment, she couldn't figure out the identity of the young man with a frown on his face. Bring it here. Zhou Fan said that Qi Tian would not offend him at this critical moment because of the trivial matter in front of him. The girl then handed the documents over, then immediately turned around and walked out, as if she was hiding from something. The document came into Zhou Fan's hands. After opening it, he shook his head and laughed. Director Qi, I don't think there's any need to sign this document. Hearing this, Qi Tian's face turned slightly grim. He took the document handed over by Zhou Fan and nodded, saying, since Mr. Zhou doesn't agree, then let's just drop the matter and not sign the document. This document is nothing else but Qi Group's appointment of Lin as the manager of the Public Relations Department. However, now that Zhou Fan is here, it is obviously impossible. Dad, why? Lin also saw the things on the document at this moment, and he exclaimed in surprise when he couldn't recognize it. It was his own company, but now he couldn't even get a manager position. What kind of thing was this? No reason, because I don't agree. Don't forget, I am the actual chairman of the Qi Group now. Zhou Fan sneered, then continued, didn't you kick me out of my internship? Well, now you don't have any chance in the Qi Group. Zhou Fan, don't be so arrogant. Qi Group belongs to us, so what if you hold a lot of shares now? Let me tell you, the board meeting didn't take place, and my dad is still. Lin revealed his true face, stood up and almost pointed his finger at Zhou Fan's nose, shouting hysterically. Sit down. Zhou Fan had a blank expression on his face, but Qi Tianqing pushed him back. He then forced a smile and looked at Zhou Fan and said, don't take Xiaolin's words to heart. Don't worry, he won't join the Qi Group. However, I still need to prepare for the board of directors and try to call all the directors back. Qi Tian had a smile on his face. The most important thing now was to stabilize Zhou Fan first, and then think of a solution. How long will that take? Zhou Fan raised his eyelids and said lightly. 1 month. No. Half a month. The board meeting will be held on time in half a month, and someone will notify you, Mr. Zhou. Seeing Zhou Fan relax, Qi Tian hurriedly made a promise. Chapter 7 Systems Surprise Gift Pack. After hearing this, Zhou Fan slowly stood up, straightened his suit, and nodded, okay, I'll wait for half a month, but... As he spoke, Zhou Fan turned his gaze to Lin and deliberately stopped in the middle of his speech. How could a shrewd person like Qi Tian not see through Zhou Fan's intentions? He immediately slapped Lin on the head and said angrily, asshole, apologize to Mr. Zhou right now. I'll put you in solitary confinement for a month when I get back, so you don't cause trouble for me every day. Lin's face was filled with reluctance, but at this point he could only slowly stand up, lowering his head and whispering, Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry. I was blind to his true potential before. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. Although the apology was spoken hesitantly, Zhou Fan felt very happy after hearing it. After a light chuckle, he bent down to pick up the contract document on the coffee table and walked straight to the door. Qi Tian was a much more mature person. Seeing this, he followed Zhou Fan to the office door, called the girl who had just delivered the documents, and watched Zhou Fan leave. Lin clenched his fists tightly, his face extremely gloomy. He felt that he had lost all his face in half his life today, and the key point was that it happened in front of Zhou Fan, and he was even the instigator. Dad! What do you mean? After Zhou Fan left, Lin finally couldn't help it and started roaring in the office. If you want to achieve great things, the first thing you need to learn is to be flexible. Showing off your talents is not a good thing. After Chi Tian came back, he spoke lightly. I don't care, I'm going to kill this guy, I have to kill him. Lin covered his slightly swollen cheeks, gritted his teeth and uttered these words word by word. Why rush? Let's get back absolute control first. Then we'll have plenty of ways to deal with him. When we first met him today, I thought he was some old fox, but he turned out to be a young boy. He doesn't seem to know anything, and he just has some money at home and is just messing around. Chi Tian lit a cigar, then as if he had thought of something, he continued, we still have to find a way to investigate. If Zhou Fan really has some powerful background, we'll be in trouble. He doesn't have any background whatsoever. He's just a poor kid from the countryside. He's been working part-time for 4 years in college, and even his girlfriend looks down on him. Lin sneered at this time. To be honest, in the 4 years of college, he never discovered that Zhou Fan was a hidden rich second generation. There must be something wrong. Don't worry about it for now. I'll go talk to your uncles. Find someone to investigate Zhou Fan from birth to now. Find out how many times he wet the bed as a child. Chi Tian's eyes flashed, and he already had a plan in mind. On the one hand, he would check Zhou Fan's background, and on the other hand, he would contact some directors. When the Qi group was first established, many of the old men followed Chi Tian to conquer the world. Now he could only borrow their shares. Wait until the shares are concentrated, then invest some money to dilute the stock price. During this period, as long as we keep it secret from Zhou Fan, we can regain the initiative. While the father and son were discussing how to deal with the situation, Yang Cheng had already returned to the Bugatti, took out his mobile phone, and skillfully opened the app, ready to see what goodies he had exchanged for today. Surprise gift package, limited time purchase rebate. Click to start the timer. The host can get a 10-fold rebate on shopping within 1 hour. To Zhou Fan's surprise, the item on the app was not the previous showcase product, but something that looked like a red envelope with an explanatory text below. Zhou Fan was not stupid either. He immediately understood what this thing meant and checked his balance immediately. Dear user, your current balance is 1,389 renminbi. Depend on. After seeing the text message from the bank, Zhou Fan couldn't help but curse, the capital was too little. After a while, Zhou Fan gritted his teeth. It was better to have something than nothing. If he could get a 10-fold return on the 1,000 yuan, he would at least make around 10,000 yuan. If he continued to spend. Thinking of this, Zhou Fan grinned, immediately started the Bugatti, and drove out of the parking lot with the engine roaring. Arriving near Wanda Plaza in Shanghai, Zhou Fan found a place to park his car, and then walked into a tobacco shop nearby that looked pretty good. The first step is to spend the money in the card first, and then after the cashback comes back, go to Wanda and go shopping. Boss, give me a cigarette. After entering the door, Zhou Fan shouted to the boss behind the counter. Hey, bro, what kind of cigarettes do you want? The boss was a middle-aged woman who stood up and asked. This question really stumped Zhou Fan. He didn't smoke on a daily basis and didn't have the spare money to buy something that would smoke. He scratched his head and said, just give me one that's over 1,000 yuan. I'll give it to someone. Then let's take Dao Yu Tai Tai Blue. This cigarette is smooth to smoke and looks classy. It'll make you look very impressive when you take it out. As the boss spoke, he took a pack of blue cigarettes from the shelf behind him and handed it over. Zhou Fan didn't look closely. After taking it, he asked directly, how much? Not expensive, 12,000. The boss grinned. From Zhou Fan's attire, one could tell that he was a wealthy man. Swipe the card. Zhou Fan clicked his tongue in his heart, but he took out his bank card without hesitation. No matter how reluctant he was to spend the money, he had to spend it. Of course, before swiping the card, he made sure to claim the activities in the app first. After paying with a card, Zhou Fan walked out of the store with a cigarette under his arm, feeling a little excited. After a while, a new message came from his mobile phone, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Ding, congratulations to the host, you spent 1,200 renminbi during the event and received a 10-fold cashback. Dear customer, your bank card with the last digit 7347 has received 12,000 renminbi. The current balance is. Call. After seeing the text message and hearing the prompt tone, Zhou Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. This 1,000 yuan was all his fortune. Although the system generally would not have problems, there was always the possibility of something going wrong. Now that the money has arrived, Zhou Fan glanced at the remaining time of the system activity. There were about 53 minutes left, so he didn't delay any longer and walked into the Wanda Plaza diagonally opposite. Ding, congratulations to the host, you spent 3,500 renminbi during the event. Ding, congratulations to the host, you spent 24888 RMB during the event. Zhou Fan started his shopping spree as soon as he entered. He stayed in each store for about 10 minutes, basically buying things according to the upper limit of the balance in his bank card. Soon his hands were full of bags, from clothes to jewelry. As long as the price was right, he would buy everything. When Zhou Fan walked out of the last store at the end of the street, the balance on his bank card had soared to more than 3 million. Chapter 8 Unlocking a $10 million fortune. After all this shopping spree, Zhou Fan looked at the countdown again. There were about 10 minutes left, which meant he could make one more purchase and increase his net worth to tens of millions. Looking around, Zhou Fan's eyes were fixed on the Patek Philippe not far away, and he walked over without hesitation. As a man, besides loving cars, watches are naturally the most important thing. Welcome, sir. As soon as he entered the door, a salesperson came forward, bowed slightly and greeted him, then took the package from Zhou Fan's hand and placed it in a special place for observation. Sir, do you have an appointment? After putting the things away, the sales lady took Zhou Fan into a place that looked like a lounge, brought him a cup of coffee, and then asked. When Zhou Fan entered here, he didn't feel like he was walking into a store, but rather like he was back home. The surrounding decoration was also in European style, with sofas and home decorations everywhere. No, I just want to buy a few watches at the last minute. Just take me to see them. Zhou Fan didn't touch the coffee and spoke directly to the sales lady. Now it is proven that time is money, and it is hundreds of millions of dollars. Well, follow me. The sales lady was polite and took Zhou Fan to another large room. In the middle of the room was a rectangular glass display case, and on the right were several recessed windows. In the display cabinets and windows, there are many Patek Philippe watches of various types, which are exquisite and luxurious under the light. Zhou Fan was not the only one looking at watches here. There was also another salesperson who was introducing watches to a couple. The man looked a bit bald and was at least 40 years old, while the woman was dressed youthfully and beautifully, no more than 25 years old, and spoke in a coquettish voice. It was obvious that the relationship between the two was a bit subtle. However, Zhou Fan didn't have the mind to think about those things. He listened carefully to the sales lady's introduction. Sir, look, this one is the 5167A001, priced at 168,800 yuan, with a luminous display, all stainless steel, and an automatic mechanical watch. Zhou Fan took a look and shook his head. It's cheap. Is there anything more expensive? This watch is only worth over 100,000 yuan, which obviously does not meet Zhou Fan's expectations, and he doesn't have much time left. Then sir, please take a look at this one, 5,981 R, priced at 640,000. Is there anything over 1 million? Preferably over 2 million. The sales lady had just introduced another model when Zhou Fan interrupted her directly. Brother Jun, look, this guy is so arrogant, he actually wants to see more than 2 million. The sales lady was stunned for a moment, and then the young girl in the couple looking at watches next to her spoke and pointed at Zhou Fan. The middle-aged man called Brother Jun frowned, secretly pulled the girl, then looked at Zhou Fan and smiled apologetically. Those who can consume here are either rich or noble, so there is no need to mock or make enemies. Besides, Brother Jun can tell at a glance that the suit Zhou Fan is wearing is of extraordinary value. Zhou Fan didn't take the girl's words to heart. He was in a hurry at the moment. The salesgirl also felt that something was wrong and hurriedly took Zhou Fan to the other side. Excuse me, sir. Take a look at this one, the 5271P, priced at 2.6 million. It's a manual mechanical watch made of 950 platinum and inlaid with 58 elongated diamonds. The sales lady pointed to a watch in the window and introduced it. Zhou Fan immediately fell in love with this one, with its alternating black and white colors and sparkling diamonds. He immediately said, "This is it." Swipe the card. The sales lady was stunned for a moment, obviously surprised by Zhou Fan. This was probably the first person she had met since she started working here who decided to spend more than 2 million to buy a watch without even taking a closer look. What are you standing there for? Swipe your card. Joe Fan waved the bank card in front of the salesgirl, which made her come back to her senses. Excuse me, sir, I'll go get your things and swipe your card. The sales lady first apologized, then took the bank card with both hands and trotted out. This deal was successful, and her commission was almost equal to a month's salary. Brother June, I want this one, it's only 430,000. Shaoli, change it. This one is good. Don't you like white? It will definitely look good with your skin. Just when Joe Fan was bored, he heard the voices of the couple next to him and couldn't help but turn his head to look. The girl named Shelly took a fancy to a white gold diamond watch with a blue strap, but Jungo thought it was too expensive and was only willing to buy another one that cost about 100,000 yuan. At Patek Philippe, a watch that costs more than 100,000 yuan is only considered entry-level. What are you looking at? Aren't you going to buy $1 million watch? Why are you standing there like an idiot? Go buy it. What a country bumpkin. He bought a Patek Philippe worth millions. Ugh. Jun Ji's words obviously made Shirley very unhappy. She turned her head and saw Joe Fan. She became angry and spoke without thinking. As soon as these words came out, Joe Fan's face turned a little ugly. Even Jungo felt embarrassed. This spendthrift woman should not be brought out. Sorry, little brother, this woman is stupid and can't talk, please don't mind it. Brother June was obviously very experienced and quickly tried to smooth things over with a smile. What do you mean? You're actually speaking for an outsider? I just want a watch, right? It's fine if you don't want to buy it, but now you're being mean to me. I've been with you for half a year. Shirley's expression changed drastically when she heard that. She looked like she was about to cry. She acted pitiful to gain sympathy, which really opened Joe Fan's eyes. Bang! Shut up. Don't even think about it. If you keep making trouble, get out of here. Brother June actually waved his hand and slapped Shirley in the face, gritting his teeth and saying angrily that anyone who could afford a handmade suit could very likely buy a watch worth 2 million, and he was unwilling to offend such a person, especially a young person, as who knows, there might be a family behind them that dominated the Magic City. Sir, you need to sign this. Just when Jungo was scolding Shirley, the previous salesperson came back and handed the receipt after swiping the card to Joe Fan. It was obvious that the payment had been completed. Joe Fan picked up the pen, signed his name, and ignored the couple for the time being. Ding, congratulations to the host, you spent 2.6 million within the limited time and received a rebate of 26 million. At the same time, text messages from the bank arrived almost at the same time. With the experience of the previous times, Joe Fan counted them and felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. From now on, he was worth tens of millions. Then the sales lady opened the window, took out the platinum diamond watch worth 2.6 million, and put it on Joe Fan. Xiaoli was slapped hard by Jungu and scolded. In addition, Joe Fan really paid for the watch, so she dared not say a word. Chapter 9 Shinjun. Little brother, it's all my fault for not disciplining you properly. I've really caused you trouble. At this moment, Brother June also came over with a smile on his face. He glanced at the watch on Joe Fan's hand, and became more and more convinced that his previous feeling was correct. Joe Fan had an extraordinary background. Brother, a woman like this is just like you can summon her and dismiss her at will. If you are not satisfied with her, then just change her. Joe Fan was not a pushover, so he spoke calmly. Brother, you're right, do you hear me? Get out of here now. Brother June was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, turned around and directly sentenced the young girl named Shelley to death. Brother June, please don't, you know I can't live without you. Sir, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for being mean. I apologize to you. Please say something good for me. I don't want the 430,000 yuan one anymore. I want. No, I won't buy it, Jun-gu. Can I not buy it? This time Shelley really cried. In fact, she had always been supported by Jun-gu. If she was kicked out, where would she find the next Jun-gu and live the luxurious life she has now? But Jun-gu ignored Shelley's words. He just thought what Joe Fan said, as long as you have money, you can get any kind of girl. Joe Fan even ignored Shelley's request. We are all adults and should learn to be responsible for our own actions. Little brother, let me introduce myself. My name is Shinjun. I own a 5-star hotel in Shanghai. I wonder where you are from. Brother June pushed Shelley away and didn't care that she fell to the ground. He turned to look at Joe Fan. Joe Fan, a homeless man. Joe Fan shrugged and gave his name simply and directly. Ah, Brother Joe is really humorous. Shin Jun laughed, but in his heart he kept thinking about what he had heard of the Zhou family, trying to find out Joe Fan's identity, but he couldn't come up with any result. Well, Brother Zhou, please do me a favor and come to my hotel. Consider it my apology for what happened today. Let's be friends. Shin Jun then spoke again and naturally invited Joe Fan to have lunch together. It was almost time for lunch now. Ding ling ling. Joe Fan was about to speak when the phone in his pocket rang. After saying sorry, he walked to the side and answered it. Hello, Mr. Zhou. This is the Property Management Department of Thompson 1. Are you free this afternoon? Could you please come over? The call was from Thompson Epine. Joe Fan was just thinking of going over to see his house, so he agreed over the phone. Sorry, Brother Shin, I have something to do this afternoon. Let's get together next time. After hanging up the phone and walking back, Joe Fan shook his phone and shrugged. Okay, Magic City Grand Hotel, you can come over anytime, just call me when you're ready. Shin Jun laughed heartily, then exchanged contact information with Joe Fan and told him the address without forcing him. Okay, I'll be leaving first. I'll contact you later. Joe Fan nodded, then turned around and walked out without even looking at Shelly, who was still crying on the ground. The Patek Philippe sales lady even helped Joe Fan carry all the bags to the car. When she saw the Bugatti, the sales lady couldn't help but look shocked. But just when she was hesitating whether to ask for contact information, Joe Fan had already stepped on the accelerator and left. In the end, she could only sigh helplessly on the spot. Tangshan has always been known as a place where wealthy people live. Any property here costs tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of yuan, so ordinary people basically don't have to hope to afford it. This is the kind of thing that if you don't have it when you are born, you can forget about it in this life. When Joe Fan arrived outside Thompson 1, he encountered an embarrassing situation. As a place where wealthy people live, the security and property management here must be strict to the point of being harsh. Therefore, even though he drove a Bugatti worth tens of millions, he still couldn't get in. Sir, I'm really sorry. If you're not the owner of this place, or if you've contacted your friend, I can't let you in. Joe Fan's car was stopped by security. No matter how he explained, it was useless, and the other party's attitude was impeccable. In desperation, Joe Fan could only dial the number that had called him before, which was a local landline number. Hello, Dingsheng Property, who are you? My name is Joe Fan, and now I'm at Thompson first floor, but unfortunately I can't get in. Excuse me, are you the owner? Yeah, didn't you ask me to come here? Sorry, I checked the system and didn't find any property in Thompson first floor under Joe Fan's name. Hello. A sweet female voice answered the phone. At first, she was quite respectful and enthusiastic, but later she became cold and finally hung up Joe Fan's phone. At that moment, inside Dingsheng Property, a stunning woman with a ponytail and black-framed glasses stood up from her workstation, looked at another girl approaching, and said calmly, Xiao-sun, I got a call for you. They say it's from the owner of this place, but there's no information about him in the system. Please check it later. Also, don't use the property management phone for personal purposes. There are always some internet celebrities trying to sneak in. The beautiful woman who was speaking was the manager of Dingsheng Property, named Suya. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also very capable. Even many of the owners of Thompson Epine were envious of her. Okay, Manager Su. Xiao-sun was holding a document in his arms. He nodded hurriedly and took the manager's words to heart. By the way, Manager Su, did the caller mention a name? Just when Suya nodded and wanted to leave, Xiao-sun seemed to remember something and asked in a low voice. I think his name is something like Joe. Yes. Joe Fan. Suya thought for a moment and said a name. Ah. Manager Su, he really is our owner, living in Unit 1, Building A. He just bought it, so I haven't had time to enter it into the system yet. Xiao-sun covered his mouth and suddenly remembered the phone call he had made before. This. Suya suddenly felt a headache. Building A, number 1, this place is not something that ordinary people can buy. Not only do you need to be rich, but you also need to be qualified. But who can be blamed for this? It was just a coincidence. I'm going to the gate now. Please call the duty office immediately. I hope they'll be easy to talk to. Sigh. Suya rubbed her forehead. This was the only remedy she could do now. If she didn't handle it properly, she would lose her job. At this time, Joe Fan was glaring at the two security guards at the gate. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, turned back to the car and took out the red book. Look, I've got the title deed. Now I can finally prove it. Joe Fan thought of the property ownership certificate for Thompson E. Peen. Unfortunately, the two security guards didn't even look at it. One of them said indifferently, "This trick has been used before. It can be bought from telephone poles for a little money." Joe Fan was speechless for a moment. Someone actually forged the property certificate of Thompson E. Peen? Chapter 10 Beautiful Manager. Looking at the two security guards in front of him with expressions that said, "I wonder what tricks you can play," Joe Fan suddenly felt that the property certificate in his hand was not so interesting. This feeling of not being able to return home is really overwhelming. We see people like you several times a day. I advise you to stay where you are. You are just an eyesore to all these owners coming and going. It's really pitiful for someone who rents a luxury car and forges ID just to take a photo with Thompson E. Peen. Joe Fan also didn't understand what was going on. If the real estate certificate was useless, then what could be useful? How about I make another call? I must have forgotten it just now. Who knows, maybe I'll remember it now. Joe Fan believed in the instant kill system. What he had in his hands now proved the existence of this system. The Chi Group could obtain a 51% controlling stake, so there was no possibility of anything going wrong here. Wake up, the system doesn't have your name, which means it doesn't have your house. Look, do you see the opposite side? It's Tang Chen, the second grade one. It's hard to say where your house is. The security guard grabbed Joe Fan and pointed at the commercial housing opposite. There are always some poor people around the places where rich people gather who want to emulate the lives of the rich, just like they are trying to quench their thirst by looking at a plum. Joe Fan was helpless because this security guard was stubborn and wouldn't budge at all. The luxury car was here and the property certificate was here, so he should at least agree to his request, right? Not even a single phone call allowed. Okay, you asked me to go back. I will definitely complain to you when I get back. Joe Fan didn't plan to waste time here. He might have to ask the people here to go back when he got back. The security guard still looked indifferent, ready to watch Joe Fan leave. Suya walked out of the building and saw a man chatting with the security guard from a distance. She unconsciously quickened her pace, and her high heels made a clicking sound. Seeing Joe Fan turning around to leave, he became anxious. The people in Building A, number 1, were not owners who could be easily provoked. "Mr. Zhou, please stay." Joe Fan subconsciously turned around and saw a beautiful woman in high heels running towards him. He had seen many such scenes in his dreams. The woman was wearing a professional suit, and her black wrap skirt outlined her perfect and seductive curves. She might have run too fast, breathing rapidly, and her chest was heaving violently, which made Joe Fan's blood boil. "What's wrong?" Joe Fan spoke lightly, trying hard to make his voice sound normal. Suya was a little surprised and a little pressured to see that the first-class occupant of Building A was such a young man, as it was even harder to talk to a young man. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. I was a little confused just now. Due to a system issue, I didn't enter Mr. Zhou's name in time, which led to this embarrassing situation. I hope you can forgive me." After saying that, Suya bowed solemnly to Joe Fan. The majestic career line made Joe Fan dizzy. Joe Fan didn't say anything, and Suya didn't dare to stand up. The security guard standing by naturally recognized the beauty in front of him. She was the property manager of Thompson E. Peen and a famous beauty in the property company. And the man in front of me turned out to be the owner. Seeing that Joe Fan didn't say anything, Suyaju's waist was really painful, so she straightened up while talking. "I'm Suya, the property manager of Thompson 1. We're very sorry about what happened this time." As the spring scenery in the garden disappeared from his sight, Joe Fan was quickly summoned back to his position by him. "Well, I just said that my property deed is different from the one on the telephone pole. Since you are so sincere, I will let it go." Joe Fan shook the property certificate in his hand, and the two security guards immediately lowered their heads, not even daring to look at each other. Looking at this scene, Suya guessed that the two security guards must have said something to Joe Fan. "Mr. Zhou, I've indeed wasted a lot of your time just now. Shall we go in?" Seeing that Joe Fan didn't seem to want to blame her, Suya immediately introduced Joe Fan to Room 1, Building A. The house Joe Fan originally lived in was a small, dilapidated house, which was almost a dangerous building compared to this villa. Mr. Zhou, Building A, Unit 1 is a detached duplex villa. Not only does it have its own garden, but there's also an artificial lake behind it. It also has a gym, a swimming pool, and a private cinema. They're all top-notch and fully equipped. If I were not satisfied, I would be extremely satisfied. It is completely different from my own rental house. I immediately decided to move in today. Mr. Zhou Fan, I'll go check you in. You can look around and tell me if you're not satisfied with anything. Zhou Fan nodded, and Suya turned to go through the check-in procedures. He also toured the villa leisurely. Not only is the scenery unique, but there is also such a sexy property manager, which is an extra bonus. Afterwards, Zhou Fan added Suya's contact information. Room 1, Building A was a big customer and should be received personally by the property manager. Now that I have a new house, I have to go back to my own place and clean it up. After driving the Bugatti Veyron out of the exclusive underground garage, Zhou Fan arrived at the bustling downtown area and stopped next to an old demolished house. The price of such a house was so low that Zhou Fan doubted his life. However, he was leaving home today and he had nothing to pack. The only valuable thing was the broken laptop he bought when he was a freshman. The things inside cannot be thrown away, so they must be taken away. When Zhou Fan came out with his computer, he heard a quarrel coming from the next door to the next door. Curiosity drove me to turn my head subconsciously, but I unexpectedly saw an acquaintance, the school beauty Su Qian. The second protagonist is the landlord whom he has hated so much for the past 4 years but has had to treat like a grandfather. At this time, he was scolding Su Qian with a belly as big as if he was pregnant, and the fat on his belly was almost hitting Su Qian's face. Counting today's payment, you've already owed 3 months' rent. How long do you want to delay it? The landlord's voice was as loud as a bomb, and Zhou Fan could hear it clearly from a long distance away. Su Qian was so scared that she was almost sweating. She pleaded pitifully, "My salary will be paid the day after tomorrow. Please give me 2 more days. I will pay the overdue rent immediately after I get paid." With both tuition and living expenses to pay, Su Qian had no choice but to default on rent, which led to the current situation. The landlord narrowed his eyes in an obscene manner, his saliva almost dripping onto the ground. Looking at Su Qian's tight figure, he wished he could dig out his eyeballs and stick them on her. Su Qian, these female college students have a lot of capital nowadays. You have to make good use of it. If you make good use of it, you don't have to work so hard. As he said this, his eyes lingered on Su Qian's proud body with a meaningful look. Su Qian was a little confused at first, but when she saw that look, no matter how dumb she was, she knew what the landlord meant. She grabbed the corner of his clothes tightly and wanted to slap him hard in the face. But you won't find such low housing prices anywhere else. Seeing this, Zhou Fan stepped forward decisively and protected Su Qian behind him. "Hey, landlord, you're instigating a girl to commit a crime, aren't you?" The landlord was a little confused when he saw Zhou Fan suddenly come out. When did this kid become so nosy? "Boy, I advise you to stay away from me, otherwise you will get into trouble," he warned Zhou Fan fiercely. "You fat guy still want to bully Su Qian. If I don't stand up, wouldn't that be a bit too bullying?" Zhou Fan shrugged nonchalantly. He was afraid of him before, but not now. "Zhou Fan, you don't want to live like this anymore? Why are you trying to learn from the movie about heroes saving beauties? What's the matter? You're a poor bastard, but you still want to eat swan meat and want to share a piece of the pie with me?" The landlord mocked Zhou Fan in various ways. How dare this brat show up here? Apart from Su Qian, the one who owes him the most rent is Zhou Fan. He was so magnanimous as to take them in, yet they still dare to yell at him here. Zhou Fan couldn't hold back any longer and threw a punch he had been wanting to throw for a long time. Chapter 11, Paying Off the Rent. The landlord turned his head to the side. He didn't expect that Zhou Fan would dare to fight with him. The landlord could smell the blood in his mouth and started cursing at Zhou Fan. When the fat man became fierce, he looked really ferocious. Su Qian unconsciously hid behind Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan threw the punch he had wanted to throw for the past 4 years. This shameless landlord relied on his status to bully these poor tenants, borrowing stuffing from them to make dumplings and coffee from them. He had long wanted to beat up that treacherous landlord, and today he finally got his wish. After throwing a punch, Zhou Fan calmly took out a cigarette from his pocket. When the landlord saw Joe Fan holding out a cigarette, his face darkened and he stiffened his neck and snorted coldly, "You slapped me and you expect me to give you something sweet? Do you think I'll let you go?" Joe Fan, who was halfway through lighting a cigarette, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, saying that the landlord was thinking too much. He just wanted to smoke one to relax. In an instant, Joe Fan began to be surrounded by smoke. You. The landlord was so angry at Joe Fan that he was speechless. "You mess with me. Don't even think about surviving in this downtown area. I'll make you homeless." He was so angry that he shouted this sentence while his bloated body was shaking. Joe Fan slowly blew out a smoke ring, a smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. "Then I really have to thank you. I just can't stay here any longer." The landlord's eyes widened. Wasn't this guy saving money to provide for his girlfriend's food, drink, and entertainment? This was the cheapest house here. Could it be that his girlfriend broke up with him? "You're a jerk, you must have been dumped. You don't have to live here anymore. But you have to pay the 5 months rent you owe. If you can't pay, get down on your knees and apologize." The landlord was sure that Joe Fan couldn't possibly come up with $1,200. He could guess how poor this guy was. Su Qian thought Joe Fan had gotten into this fight with the landlord because of her, but didn't Joe Fan drive a Bugatti Veyron? And he actually rented the same place as her. Su Qian for 3 months, I for 6 months, a total of 1,800. "I'll give you 3 times as much to wake you up, you fat pig." Joe Fan said this, and directly transferred 5,400 yuan via mobile phone, and pulled Su Qian away from the downtown area. The landlord couldn't believe that Joe Fan really took out so much money, but he was unwilling to let Su Qian go like that, so he hurriedly followed him out cursing, intending to make things difficult for the two of them. But I saw a Bugatti Veyron supercar parked outside, which looked out of place in the downtown area. At this time, Joe Fan put the luggage in the car, and Su Qian had already gotten into the sports car. When the landlord wanted to speak, the supercar sped away, and even the taillights could not be seen, leaving behind a group of people who had never seen the world pointing and talking at the location where the supercar had just been. "What kind of car is this? It's so cool. I've never seen a sports car like this in my life. We can't even afford a Santana here, so we can only dream of seeing a car like this. Why does the person driving the car look so much like Joe Fan? You're still dreaming, aren't you? Joe Fan can't even afford a photo of a luxury car like this. It must be the rich man that woman hooked up with who came to pick him up." The people around were talking about it, and only the landlord was left standing there with a sullen face. "Joe Fan, this kid, has turned over a new leaf. I gradually regretted why I didn't see this hidden dark horse when I lived with him." Su Qian was sitting in the supercar, and even though it was her second time, the atmosphere was still a little tense. "This is the second time Joe Fan has stepped forward to help me solve a crisis." Joe Fan felt a little embarrassed. He had brought the girl out like this. It was definitely impossible for him to go back. But he made the girl homeless. "I guess I can't go back to that place. After all, this incident was caused by me. I'll stay in the hotel tonight." Hearing Joe Fan say this, Su Qian looked up suddenly. When a man tells a woman that they will stay in a hotel tonight, it is inevitable that people will think of that kind of scene. Joe Fan realized something was wrong right after he finished speaking, and quickly added, "No, you are staying in the hotel by yourself. I can't let you sleep on the street." Su Qian was just startled just now, and knew that Joe Fan was not that kind of person. "No, this is my own business. How can I bother you again? Thank you very much for what you did today." Joe Fan naturally knew that Su Qian probably didn't even have enough money to stay in a small hotel. She couldn't even afford the 200 yuan rent, so how could she find a place to live? "Don't be so formal. After all, I love helping beautiful women. I'm worried about leaving you out here alone. We'll talk about the future later." Su Qian did not refuse this time. After all, if Joe Fan really left her on the road, she might have to spend the night on the street. The murder case that appeared in the news broadcast had already gone through Su Qian's mind. She was so scared that she had no choice but to accept Joe Fan's kindness. Joe Fan drove the Bugatti to the Imperial Hotel and took Su Qian's luggage to the hotel to check in. When he arrived at the front desk and was about to take out his ID card to book a deluxe room, Su Qian directly refused and only chose a king-size bedroom. She could live in such a poor environment in a rental house, so there was no need for her to stay in a deluxe room. Joe Fan couldn't persuade Su Qian, so he could only do as Su Qian said. Because of Su Qian's beauty and proud figure, she attracted the attention of many men after entering the hotel. The hotel manager was sitting on the sofa playing with his mobile phone, but when he saw Su Qian, his eyes lit up. It's hard to say whether these two people are a couple. After asking the front desk, I found out that the woman was checking in alone. This is a great opportunity. Zhou Fan took the luggage and took Su Qian to the room. When they entered the room, it turned out to be a round bedroom. He remembered it seemed to be a double room, but this was different and a bit strange. Didn't we want a room with a king-size bed? Why are we consummating the marriage now? The hotel manager was stunned for a moment, then said awkwardly, "There are no king-size rooms left. The front desk staff made a mistake, so we changed to this round bedroom. However, this round bed is very large and can also be used as a king-size room." The Dihao Hotel is a big hotel in Shanghai. Could it make such a ridiculous mistake? Okay, you can go now. Zhou Fan did not pursue the matter but drove the hotel manager away. The hotel manager returned to his office with a lewd smile on his face and turned on his computer eagerly. "Thank you for coming today. You should go and get busy too," Su Qian said to Zhou Fan with a blushing face. "No, there's no rush." Zhou Fan looked around as if he was looking for something. This scared Su Qian again. She thought Zhou Fan would show his vicious side as soon as they arrived at the hotel, but when she looked at Zhou Fan, she found that Zhou Fan's eyes were not on her at all. "What are you looking for? Did you lose something?" Su Qian didn't understand what Zhou Fan was looking for, so she blindly followed him. Zhou Fan set his sights on the bathroom and finally found a pinhole camera in a hidden corner where bathrobes were placed. He immediately pulled the thing out. Su Qian waited shyly outside, thinking that Zhou Fan had gone into the bathroom. She walked in only after no sound was heard. When she saw what Zhou Fan was holding in his hand, she was confused at first, then she suddenly realized what was going on and covered her mouth with her hand. If Zhou Fan didn't take out the pinhole camera, then when she took a shower tonight, wouldn't she? Just thinking about it makes me feel a chill. You're really good. So obscene. Zhou Fan didn't expect that such a thing would happen in such a big hotel. Fortunately, he was careful. At this moment, the hotel manager turned on his computer and opened the software expertly, only to find that everything was dark. Could it be that something was blocking it? Or was it broken? Thinking of Su Qian's impressive figure. No, I have to go check it out. Walking from the office to Su Qian's room, the hotel manager fantasized about the plot of a hungry young woman. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace. Chapter 12 Unique Brain Circuits. In the room, two people sat on a large round bed. There should have been an ambiguous atmosphere, but there was an indescribable seriousness. Before Zhou Fan could make the call to the front desk, a man, the hotel manager, appeared at the door of the room. The hotel manager thought Zhou Fan had left long ago and thought he came here to see pictures of beauties emerging from their baths, but seeing a man was really a real eyesore. But the hotel manager came at the right time, and this matter must be related to him. Just because he led them directly to this room, we can conclude that this hotel manager is definitely up to something and is taking advantage of his position to do things worse than beasts. What's the matter? If I didn't invite you, what are you doing here? Zhou Fan spoke calmly and put the pinhole camera behind him. He wanted to see what excuse this idiot could come up with. I remember there was some problem with the bathroom in this room. I came to see if it's fixed. The hotel manager said this and went into the bathroom without caring whether Zhou Fan and the others agreed or not. Are you here to check if there's anything wrong with the bathroom, or to make sure there's something wrong with your camera? Zhou Fan raised his head and his voice was extremely angry. The hotel manager paused as he pushed open the bathroom door and said with an awkward smile, "Sir, what are you talking about? I don't understand a word. I hid the pinhole camera very secretly, how could anyone find it in such a short time? It must not be this matter, I just need to pretend to be deaf and dumb." You really don't know what I'm talking about? It's so obvious, how could they possibly believe it? I really don't understand what you're talking about. Seeing as how you're doing, the bathroom should be fine. I'll be leaving first. The hotel manager suddenly felt that it was not advisable to stay here for long. This was the first time he had failed in all the things he had done, so of course he had to escape. Want to run? You are the hotel manager, where can you run to? Zhou Fan warned the figure who was about to escape. Su Qian was stunned. She had just thought that some other customers had placed it there. A hotel manager with such a high position should not do such a disgusting thing. But, it was true, Zhou Fan guessed it all right. The hotel manager calmed down after being yelled at by Zhou Fan. If he ran away like this, and the two of them used evidence to tell others about him, how could he have a chance to escape? If I put it another way, it would probably be different. The hotel manager stopped shrinking back and straightened his back. What's the matter? What can I do? What can you do to me? The hotel manager's scowling expression made Zhou Fan feel nauseous. You are so arrogant to do such a thing. You are too arrogant. So what? I'm the hotel manager. If I say it wasn't me, but I caught you two installing a hidden camera, will they believe you or me? After saying this, the hotel manager had a proud expression as if he had won the game, but after calming down, he was no longer as panicked as before. Zhou Fan almost vomited blood after hearing this. This guy's ability to put things on people's heads was incredible. But he wasn't a pushover either. Whatever you say is what it is. I'll call the police and arrest you. Then you'll know what it means to get what you deserve. Ha, same logic. Why should they believe you? I called the police first and caught the thief. What can you do to me? Su Qian was so angry at the scoundrel in front of her. It was the first time she had met such a shameless person. The landlord even had the aura of a good person in front of him. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're a hotel manager. Zhou Fan said this very coldly, his phone in his hand recording the audio all the time. You have to use your brain to deal with this kind of scoundrel. Sorry, it's the hotel manager who can really do whatever he wants. The hotel manager is so arrogant that his nose is almost pointing to the sky. He was getting bored after showing off to the hotel staff and bullying them every day, and the appearance of these two people was just the right time to relieve his boredom. I'm the hotel manager. We're different. You two can't even afford a decent room. You can only live in a shabby king-size room. If it weren't for me, how would you be able to live in a room with a round bed? I advise you to just swallow your anger and bear it, or else you'll get yourself into trouble. Don't blame me for not warning you. At this moment, the hotel manager spoke with confidence and threatened Zhou Fan and the other man. Do you think I'll get into trouble? Zhou Fan raised his eyebrows coldly. Just now he seemed to have remembered someone, and a name flashed through his mind. Of course. If I say you installed this pinhole camera, then you installed it. Get out of here tonight. Otherwise, I'll call the police and have you arrested. The hotel manager is getting worse and worse, and now he is even performing a show to kick people out. Call your leader here. I want to talk to him. He remembered that the Emperor Hotel was under Shinjun's name. If he hadn't helped with the move today, he would probably be drinking with Shinjun in the Emperor Hotel. Still thinking of looking for a leader? Don't dream. This whole hotel belongs to us. No need to look for a leader. What I say is what I say. If I tell you to get out, you have to get out. If I find out that you're talking nonsense outside, I'll have to find someone to beat you up. The hotel manager spoke more and more arrogantly, as if he had become the boss of the hotel and his word was final. Su Qian couldn't bear it anymore. Isn't this bullying? How could there be such a hotel manager? He has no manners at all. Zhou Fan raised his hand and signaled Su Qian to calm down. Have you ever heard of retribution in this life? People like him who brag and cheat like that will definitely end up in a miserable situation. Zhou Fan was talking seriously to Su Qian, and Su Qian couldn't help but nodded. The hotel manager may not know that his end is near and is still lost in fantasy. Okay, since you don't want to go to your boss, then I will contact him myself. If I contact you personally, you won't even have a chance to beg for mercy. Zhou Fan shook the phone in his hand and looked at the hotel manager. But, you? And you contacted me personally? Our chairman is so busy that he can't even take care of my cousin. How can he let a fool like you contact her? What are you daydreaming about? The hotel manager didn't believe that Zhou Fan could call Shinjun. He was obviously a small fry who could only afford a double room. How could he know the big boss? Okay, you said it, and you won't regret it. Oh, if you can get the boss here, I'll chew the wires connected to the wall, and I'll even drink urine while standing upside down. The hotel manager spoke arrogantly. Zhou Fan's temperament didn't seem like someone who could get to know a big boss. It's okay to pretend to fool others, but it's impossible to fool him. Zhou Fan made a phone call, and the phone was quickly picked up after just one beep. Mr. Zhou, do you still have time to call me? Well, I'm at your Imperial Hotel now. If you're free, come over. Room number is 338B. Zhou Fan went straight to the point without exchanging pleasantries with Shinjun. Okay, I'm free. I'll be right there. Shinjun was originally going to the Imperial Hotel to check the market situation and was already on his way, but from Zhou Fan's tone, it seemed that things were not going well. After hanging up the phone, Shinjun sped up and drove towards the Dihao Hotel. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Fan thought the hotel manager would be scared for a bit, but he heard him burst out laughing. You're such a jerk. You're bragging and even hiring someone to act out the whole thing. What did our boss say? Did he say, "What the hell are you talking about, you idiot"? Zhou Fan frowned slightly. He was indeed a simpleton with a strange way of thinking. Chapter 13, Dismissal of the Hotel Manager. Just as the hotel manager was mercilessly mocking Zhou Fan, Shinjun's car had already driven into the parking lot. Zhou Fan suddenly became interested when he saw the arrogant hotel manager, and suddenly wanted to experience the pleasure of getting slapped in the face. You don't believe I know your boss? Of course. Our boss isn't even familiar with someone like me. How can you be familiar with him? The hotel manager expressed contempt for Zhou Fan's deliberate questioning. Okay, let's make a bet. If I can really find Shinjun, you kneel down and say, "Dad, I was wrong 10 times. How about that? And you have to apologize to her too." Zhou Fan pointed at Su Qian behind him. Seeing Zhou Fan's gaze, Su Qian was a little moved. The hotel manager thought that Shinjun was very familiar with his cousin and they were very honest with each other. He couldn't even find Shinjun, so how could this kid who hadn't even grown all his hair yet be able to call Shinjun? What a joke. Okay, I promise you, but if you don't call our boss, that woman will have to show me for free. The hotel manager looked past Zhou Fan and looked at Su Qian who was sitting on the bed. Zhou Fan wanted to stretch out his leg to kick him, but he held back. Okay. But, she is my woman after all. Doing this is inhumane. I'll add one more thing. If I win, you strip naked and shout in the hall that you are not a human being. When the hotel manager heard Zhou Fan agreed, he nodded and agreed. He didn't care about what he said, and his whole heart was on the sexy woman in the bed. He had been watching her secretly for so long, and now he could finally watch her openly, and it was such a beautiful woman. How could he not be excited? Although Su Qian knew that Zhou Fan would never betray her, she was still a little scared. However, Zhou Fan quickly leaned over and spoke into her ear. Don't be afraid, I'm very confident. I'm just trying to vent your anger. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any loss. After saying that, he sat leisurely on the bed. All that was left was to wait for Shinjun to come and deal with the hotel manager. After a while, the hotel manager became impatient and agitated. I think you're just stalling for time. I don't care. You lose. Leave this woman to me. Before Zhou Fan could say anything, a familiar voice came from outside the door. What's winning or losing? Why is it so lively? Shinjun wasted some time parking his car, and as soon as he arrived at the door of 338B, he heard voices talking. The hotel manager froze in place as if struck by lightning, not daring to look back. He silently prayed in his heart that the voice was just similar to Shinjun's. As soon as Zhou Fan heard the sound, he knew that the real show was about to begin. He stood up and patted the hotel manager's shoulder sympathetically. Alan? Why are you here too? Shinjun was a little surprised to see Alin when he entered the room. Shouldn't he be busy inspecting the hotel at this time? Why was he here? Inside, Alan was speechless. He didn't expect that Shinjun would just happen to walk here. It must be because the door was not closed and he happened to see him here, so he came in. There was a problem with the bathroom in this room, so I came to take a look. The problem has been fixed now, so please don't worry about it. After saying this, Alan wanted to pull Shinjun away. But Shinjun pushed his hand away without leaving a trace, which made him very embarrassed. Mr. Zhou, you said you had something to do this morning, but you came to my humble home this evening. Why didn't you tell me before you came? I could have received you personally. Shinjia had a flattering smile on his face, and when he saw the beautiful woman behind Zhou Fan, he instantly understood why Zhou Fan was suddenly called away in the morning. With such a beautiful girlfriend, he would be there whenever he called. Well, now is not the time to talk about this. I have a problem here that I want you to deal with. Zhou Fan looked at the hotel manager who was about to escape, and quickly brought the topic to this point, preventing the hotel manager from escaping. You said, as long as I can do it, I can solve any problem for you. Shinjun wanted to make friends with Joe Fan and agreed immediately. It's not a big deal. I just discovered this when I was spending the night with my woman, Joe Fan said as he took out a pinhole camera from his pocket. At first, Shinjun was confused and didn't know what was going on. But when he saw what Joe Fan had in his hand, he looked at Alan, who was standing next to him with his head almost buried in his crotch. The situation has probably never been clearer than it is now. You did this? Shinjia grabbed the camera and threw it at Alin, his voice was so angry. At this time, the hotel manager still had a lucky mentality. No. It wasn't me. I dealt with it as soon as Mr. Joe found out. Maybe it was due to some misunderstanding, which is why Mr. Joe thought so. After saying this, he swallowed hard. This man really knows the boss, and judging from Shinjun's appearance, he is definitely kneeling down to lick his boss. What did I just do? I really hit a wall. Shinjun naturally knew what kind of person Alan was. He had discovered it once before, but Alan knelt down and promised him that it would not happen again. But how could Joe Fan possibly make things difficult for his hotel manager? It must be Alan who caused trouble first, so Joe Fan called him over. Shinjun ignored the trembling Alin and said to Joe Fan, Mr. Joe, look at this. I'm so sorry. It's my fault for not managing you well enough. You encountered this as soon as you came in. I even argued with you to come. This is just a slap in my face. He was smiling at Joe Fan 1 second, but his face turned as black as charcoal the next second when he looked at Alin. You're fired. Get the hell away from me. If I see you again, I'll beat you to death. He had tried so hard to make friends with Joe Fan, but this guy ruined all his efforts with the camera. How could he not be furious? Brother-in-law, please don't, just for my cousin's sake, give me another chance. At this moment, Alan no longer cared about calling the Shin family boss, he also called his cousin-in-law. Joe Fan then realized that the two people had this kind of relationship. No wonder the hotel manager just said that, he is the leader, and the Dihao Hotel is almost like their family. Get lost. Your cousin was kicked out by me a long time ago. You two should get lost too. Both of you are bringing bad luck to me. Shinjun shook his sleeves, feeling that these two siblings might be stumbling blocks in his career. In the morning, Shioli ridiculed Joe Fan without any tact, and in the evening, the cousin did not give up and staged a Mission Impossible drama for him. Ah Lin was stunned. How could he not know that his cousin had been dumped? He was originally a relative of a wealthy family, and if his cousin was dumped, he would definitely not be able to stay in his position as hotel manager. I was about to leave the room in despair. Wait. Joe Fan saw that the man was about to leave, but he couldn't do that because he hadn't fulfilled the bet he made. Although this naughty kid was already miserable, Joe Fan still felt that he could be even more miserable. Shinjun was stunned. Could it be that Joe Fan wanted to investigate this matter further? Then, could he still realize his plan? Alan thought what was going on. Looking at Joe Fan, he saw Joe Fan lifting his collar and revealing a meaningful smile. Although this guy has a strange way of thinking, he is not a fool. After being reminded, he naturally remembered the bet they made just now. He was very reluctant to fulfill his promise, but the person Shinjun was trying to curry favor with must be someone he couldn't afford to offend. He gritted his teeth, said sorry to Su Qian, and started to take off his clothes, leaving only his underwear, which was his last bit of dignity, and then ran out. Shinjun was stunned for a moment. Was this child so shocked that he became stupid? I'm not human. I'm not human. I'm not human. Alan's roaring voice came from outside the door. Seeing Shinjun's confused face, Joe Fan sat down calmly. It's a small problem, don't panic. Chapter 14, killing 100 million bonds in seconds. Shinjun was a little confused. Was Alin hit or something? Now all he could think about was the echo of Alin in the hotel lobby. Sorry, I have to go take care of something now. I'll be back soon. Mr. Zhou, please wait for me. Joe Fan waved his hand and told him to go quickly. At this time, Alan was running wildly in the lobby in a thin pair of boxer shorts, which made Shinjun very upset. Many guests in the hotel heard the noise and walked out of their rooms to watch this exciting scene. What's going on? Is this guy an exhibitionist? Is he sick? What is he yelling about? The people downstairs looked at the hotel manager with disgust. This hotel has a good reputation online, so how could something like this happen? Shinjun suddenly ran up and grabbed Alan. What are you doing? I fired you, and you're causing trouble and ruining the atmosphere of the hotel? Shinjun naturally thought that Alan's behavior was deliberate revenge. Let me go. This is what I should have done. Alan didn't want to do it either, but the man in the room could even order someone like Shinjun around. If he didn't fulfill his promise, he might be taken to court. The hotel staff around were staring at what was happening in front of them in amazement. What are you still waiting for? Throw him out right now. Shinjun was in a dilemma. These two siblings were always causing him trouble. At this time, Zhou Fan was sitting on the bedboard, and Su Qian didn't know what to do. You should take a rest first and wait for Shinjun to come back to deal with it. Zhou Fan saw Su Qian awkwardly sitting and standing, and it looked awkward to him. Su Qian nodded, but she couldn't adapt at all with Zhou Fan here. On the contrary, Zhou Fan sat on the bed contentedly, took out his invincible mobile phone, clicked on the flash sale app, and the flash sale product inside turned out to be a 100 million bond issued by Guangda Bank. Guangda Bank's 100 million renminbi bond, flash sale price 99 renminbi, limited time sale until midnight. No way, a 100 million yuan bond is only 99 renminbi? Buy it. I have to buy it. I have to buy it even if I have to spend money. What else more, I don't have to spend money. This is really the pace of reaching the peak of life. Su Qian looked at Zhou Fan holding his phone and laughing at the screen, feeling a little strange. Could it be that he had a girlfriend? When a man laughs at his phone, he's probably talking to the woman he likes. Zhou Fan, what's so funny? Tell me and share it with me. Ha? Nothing much, just browsing Taobao. Nothing interesting. Shinjun should be back soon. Zhou Fan rubbed his cheeks, which were cramped from laughing, and made up an excuse to get away with it. Su Qian's expression was gloomy, but she soon returned to normal. Zhou Fan is such an outstanding man, so he must have no shortage of beauties like her around him. Speak of Chow Chow, Chow Chow appears. Shinjun walked in from outside with a smile on his face. Oh, sorry to have embarrassed you, Mr. Zhou. I really didn't hire the right person. This guy is Xiuli's cousin, and he does a lot of dirty things every day. I just turned a blind eye. But since you've offended Mr. Zhou, you've committed an unforgivable sin. I've already kicked you out, so you better calm down. Shinjun had a flattering look on his face, but he couldn't let Zhou Fan get so angry. It's okay, I'm not such a stingy person. Rich people should be more generous so that they can show their perfection. How about this, I'll change it for you into a luxury suite. You can stay there as long as you want, and you don't have to pay. Shinjun also noticed that Zhou Fan didn't seem to be very familiar with this girl and was still a little restrained. A man as rich as Zhou Fan must have to stay in a luxurious room. The person who lives in this king-size room must have given it to this beautiful lady. Zhou Fan nodded and did not refuse. It just so happened that Su Qian's placement issue was a bit tricky, and Shinjun's actions undoubtedly solved the problem. Why not? Shinjun was very excited when he saw Zhou Fan agreed. Then I'll take you there and check you in. It's getting late, and I'm sure Mr. Zhou must be hungry. Let me, as your host, treat you to a good meal. Please give me some face, Mr. Zhou. After Shinjun mentioned this, my stomach really started to growl. Okay, that saves me a lot of trouble. Zhou Fan naturally wouldn't be polite to Shinjun. After arranging Su Qian's accommodation, Shinjun led them to a private room. This room is the most luxurious room in the entire Grand Hotel, and it is the only one suitable for inviting Zhou Fan to dinner. Shinjun ordered the waiter outside the door that even if the emperor came, he must be stopped outside and must not disturb Mr. Zhou from eating. Su Qian sat down somewhat embarrassedly. It was obvious that the other person wanted to curry favor with Zhou Fan, and she was just joining in the fun. I didn't want to come at first, but Shinjun said that having one more person wouldn't make any difference, not to mention that he was Zhou Fan's friend, so it was his honor. Su Qian couldn't refuse Shinjun's nice words, and Zhou Fan also said that it was just a meal and not to worry too much, so she followed him. Since it's Big Brother Shin who's treating, I'll just follow the host's wishes. Big Brother Shin, please order the dishes. Zhou Fan didn't know what to eat, but Shinjun was the owner of this hotel, so he must know everything. Okay, I'll do it then. Shinjun was so excited when Zhou Fan called him Brother Shin that he took the menu and ordered all the expensive dishes such as abalone, bird's nest, and other delicacies from land and sea. Shinjun guessed that Zhou Fan was a hidden rich second generation or a low-key big shot in Shanghai. If Zhou Fan treated him as a friend, his career would surely rise sharply. Halfway through eating. Mr. Zhou. Just call me Zhou Fan. Mr. Zhou sounds quite old. Okay, Zhou Fan. Why didn't you tell me you were coming to our hotel? You really treat me like an outsider. Shinjun tried his best to improve his relationship with Zhou Fan. By relying on Zhou Fan, he could enjoy the shade. As they were talking, there was a sudden noise outside the door, and then the door was kicked open with a bang. Under the astonished gaze of Shinjun and Su Qian, a young man walked in. Someone else dares to use my private room. A young man who wanted to wear a shamat hairstyle appeared at the door with a bunch of friends, looking arrogant. When Shinjun saw the person coming, his face was very stiff. Chu Jia only comes out once a month, so why did he come today? He quickly stood up and pulled Chu Jia. Child, there is a big guest in the private room today, why don't you change to another one? Impossible. If anyone wants to leave, he should leave. I, the young master, will never leave. Chu Jia was in a bad mood when he came. I don't know who the hell had a Bugatti parked right in front of the hotel, and my own shabby little Ferrari was parked right next to it. The gap was so big that he was laughed at by his friends. When he entered the hotel, he found that his private room was occupied by someone else. Of course he was not convinced. Sweat was oozing from Shinjun's forehead, and he wiped it vigorously with his sleeve. This situation was really unexpected. Zhou Fan didn't know this young man and didn't know who he was. Chu Jia. Go back first. I'll apologize to you as soon as I'm done greeting my friends. No way. How dare you kick me out? My dad is the president of Guangda Bank. Don't you want to open your hotel anymore? If you do, throw this man out. Chu Jia shook his colorful hair, venting all his anger today on this unlucky guy. Zhou Fan raised his eyebrows. Oh, what a coincidence. There is only one Guangda Bank in Shanghai, and this kid's father happens to be the president of Guangda Bank. The mouse has kicked the iron plate, so today he can only reluctantly teach him a lesson. Is your father the president of Guangda Bank? Zhou Fan spoke calmly, also to confirm it again. Chu Jia's pride was written all over his face, all he needed was a loudspeaker to shout it out. Yes, my dad is the president of Guangda Bank. So, are you scared? If you mess with me, I'll kill you. You'll just have to accept your fate. Chu Jia boasted, and his friends behind him whistled and cheered for Chu Jia. Are you always so arrogant when you brag? What's the matter? You're just arrogant. If you don't get out of here, our family will definitely not lend money to the Grand Hotel again. Let this hotel go bankrupt. Zhou Fan burst out laughing. It's like you own the bank. Yes, it's ours. If it's not mine, could it be yours? After saying that, he pointed at Zhou Fan and laughed. It was just that Shinjun invited him to dinner, but he really thought he was a great guy. What a coincidence. I happen to have 100 million worth of bonds in Guangda Bank. Zhou Fan spoke calmly, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet, followed by the sound of Chu Jia laughing. I'm so scared. It's because you're such a boaster that Shinjun, that idiot, invited you to dinner. If you have 100 million in bonds, then I have 10 billion in savings. After saying that, he and his friends behind him burst into laughter, imitating Zhou Fan's tone and what he had just said, stamping their feet with laughter. You're such a fucking idiot, you little brat. Let me tell you. There's a huge gap between dreams and wishful thinking. This is fucking hilarious. Faced with Chu Jia's ridicule, Zhou Fan did not panic. He shrugged indifferently and took out his mobile phone silently. The phone number of the president of Guangda Bank automatically appeared in the mobile phone. After the call was connected, a flattering voice came from the other side. Boss Zhou, do you have time to call me? The bank sold 100 million worth of bonds this afternoon. We didn't see the buyer's face, and only the name and contact information were left in the record. When he answered the phone and saw the number, he was so scared that he almost spilled the Maojian tea in his hand. I won't buy the 100 million worth of bonds. Zhou Fan said this calmly without any explanation. Ha? Boss Zhou, you can't be drunk, right? Why don't you buy it just because you say you don't want to buy it? Chapter 15 slapped Chu Jia in the face. He hadn't even met the key client, and yet his first words were about returning 100 million in bonds? 100 million in bonds? It took decades to find someone so generous. You even blamed your son for losing the 100 million bond order. Your son told me he wanted to kill me. What? This rebellious son only knows how to cause trouble for me. Boss Joe, give him your phone number and I'll teach him a lesson. Huh, a lecture over the phone? This lecture didn't sound like enough to tickle Chu Jia. Chu Jia, who was listening happily on the side, almost turned purple in the face when he heard Joe Fan talking. Are you acting all the way? Get out of here right now. And you even pretended to call my dad. You've blown all your bullshit. Chu Jia naturally thought that Joe Fan was pretending. Who was his father? How could someone like him have his contact information and even want to fire him? Your father wants to talk to you. Joe Fan handed over the phone. My dad is talking to me on the phone? Ha, are you still kidding yourself? Chu Jia took the phone with a big laugh. He was about to answer it and scold the person on the other end for daring to pretend to be his father, making him feel embarrassed and ashamed. Shin Jun's eyes also fell on the phone. Did Joe Fan really have the contact information of the president of Guangda Bank? And 100 million bonds? You little bastard? I earn money for you to spend, why are you causing me trouble outside? As soon as Chu Jia picked up the phone, he heard an angry voice from the other end. The phone almost slipped out of his hand. He hurriedly grabbed the phone, his face full of disbelief. Dad? Tell me, you could pick on anyone else, but the big boss. Are you afraid that your father's old bones are not enough for you to mess with? Do you know what 100 million bonds mean? Hurry! Apologize to me immediately and make Boss Joe satisfied. Chu Jia was unwilling to accept this. He never expected that this kid who hadn't even grown all his hair could actually have 100 million in bonds at Guangda Bank. He knelt on the ground with a bang and handed the phone to Joe Fan. When Joe Fan took the phone, Chu Yi's attitude immediately changed. Boss, it's all my fault for not raising my son well. I'll definitely deal with him when he comes back. But wasn't the recovery of the 100 million bonds a bit too hasty? Is it hasty? I don't think it's hasty. Whether these 100 million bonds belong to your company depends on your attitude. Chu Yi understood immediately. This kid Chu Jia must be able to understand what people say. He must know what to do with the 100 million bonds. He is not stupid. Chu Jia fell to his knees on the ground with a thud. I'm sorry, I was so short-sighted. Please forgive me. Shame. It's so shameful. He couldn't stand up or get up, and a group of friends behind him were laughing at him. Go away. Next time you act cool, open your eyes. Chu Jia gritted his teeth, stood up and ran out, and his friends naturally followed him out. Shin Jun was stunned. He didn't expect that Joe Fan, at such a young age, actually owned 100 million worth of bonds in Guangda Bank. Joe Fan, you are really young and promising. I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it. Let's eat. Just treat it as a small episode. Shin Jun no longer dared to speak. It was already very good that Joe Fan did not hold him accountable, and this also made him more determined to make friends with him. When Su Qian looked at Joe Fan again, the curiosity in her eyes became even stronger. He used to be a famous bootlicker in the school, working every day to earn money for his girlfriend, but now in the past 3 days, it's as if he won the lottery, and he suddenly became rich, even richer than the rich. If I win the lottery, how many times would it be multiplied? After dinner, Joe Fan returned to his big villa. Although the decoration could be described as luxurious, apart from the basic daily necessities, it did not seem like a house where anyone lived at all. I should buy some furniture tomorrow. Why does my house still feel so dark and gloomy when I get home? I was lying in bed and opened the flash sale app, and the software was promoting an activity that offered 10 times the red envelope cashback when buying furniture. Buy furniture to activate the red envelope. Limited to 24 hours. Even this flash sale app probably can't stand the quietness here. He also asked me to buy furniture, but what does a grown man know about furniture? I'm more likely to buy a roll of toilet paper. I suddenly remembered that when I first moved to Thomson Epine, the beautiful manager kept saying that I could call her if I had any questions. That was perfect. Joe Fan picked up his phone and found the contact information Suya had left for him last time. As for Suya, her phone kept ringing all day long, and she answered every one of them. Clients of Tangchen Epine either invite her to dinner or shopping. I really don't know if she is a property manager or a professional companion. But if it is not a serious matter, I will refuse it. Looking at the four big words building a number one displayed on her phone, Suya naturally thought of the man who could drive a Bugatti and still keep a low profile. Hello, Mr. Joe? Hearing the cold voice coming from the other end of the phone, Joe Fan unconsciously felt that the surroundings seemed to be even colder, and directly invited the person on the other end of the phone. I want to buy some furniture for my house tomorrow, but I'm a grown man and I'm not very good at choosing. If you're not busy, could you help me look at some furniture tomorrow? Suya listened to Joe Fan and wondered if he wanted to go shopping with her. But using the excuse of buying furniture was too silly. However, he was a customer of number one, building a Thompson one, and there were some unpleasantness when he first moved in, so Suya did not refuse. Okay, then I'll wait for you at the entrance of Thompson Epine tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Joe Fan washed up and fell directly onto the bed and fell asleep. The next day, Suya arrived at the Magic City Furniture City and found out that Joe Fan was really just buying furniture and had no other thoughts. Because. Manager Sue, do you think this furniture looks good? Joe Fan was gesturing and pointing at a set of Wanwali tables and chairs. Suya could only laugh dryly on the side. Are all men so bad at matching their looks? Building a Unit 1 is a large duplex villa with a more European style, so Wanwali wood is not really suitable. Ah, that's right. Joe Fan thought about it and felt that it was indeed a bit out of place. Although Wanwali furniture was good, putting it in the villa would be like a country bumpkin coming to the city. Suya remembered the decoration style of Joe Fan's house and picked out some furniture that matched the style. Looking at the furniture Suya selected, the price was neither expensive nor cheap. However, Joe Fan still felt that it was not enough, far from enough. Miss? Do you have any expensive furniture? I don't want anything too cheap. Joe Fan saw the staff member next to him and asked humbly. As soon as these words came out, Suya was stunned. She said yesterday that Joe Fan was a rich and low-key person, so just pretend she didn't say it. The staff were naturally happy. Although he wasn't dressed well, he might be a hidden rich man. Chapter 16, Too Cheap. Okay, sir, this is the Columna Temporis indoor floor clock, priced at 500,000 yuan. Its Chinese translation is Time Memorial. This watch is a masterpiece produced by the century-old German clock company Erwin Sadler, which is ranked number one in the world. It can be said to be the Rolls-Royce of the watch industry. Sadler's precision pendulum clocks can even achieve a deviation of just 1 second per month. After hearing this, Suya's cold and beautiful face was filled with disdain. What kind of watch could be so expensive? Wouldn't it be nice to buy one worth a few thousand? Why spend 500,000 on a clock? Okay. This is it. Do you have anything more expensive? Joe Fan thought the idea sounded good, so he bought the watch without any hesitation, leaving Suya stunned. It seems that Joe Fan is not low-key, he is just stupid. In order to prevent Joe Fan from wasting so much money, Suya randomly picked out a beautiful crystal chandelier. This one, I think it's pretty good. This crystal chandelier can't possibly be more expensive than that 500,000 watch, right? It was rare for Joe Fan to see Suya so liking something, and he was just thinking of buying it no matter how much it cost. Honey, I love this crystal chandelier. Please buy it for me and add a crystal chandelier to our villa. A charming woman, holding a man's arm, pointed at the crystal chandelier that Suya had just pointed out and spoke in a delicate voice. Enemies often meet on a narrow road. The man immediately became interested when he saw Joe Fan. Okay, buy it. Salesperson. I want to buy this. Last time, Joe Fan took Su Qian away in front of him, and today he must embarrass her. However, Joe Fan seemed to have forgotten that the man in front of him was Wang Bin, whom he had met once before. Suya frowned and looked at the man and woman who suddenly appeared. They were the first ones to see the crystal chandelier. Miss, we saw this crystal chandelier first come, first served. You should look at something else. Although Suya's tone was gentle, her words were uncompromising. Humph. So what? I like it, so I'll buy it. You won't have a villa to put it in if you buy it. You might as well let me buy it. The woman sneered and looked at Joe Fan next to Suya with disdain. Who knows where he is moving bricks, so why would he need a crystal chandelier? Please, don't be so unreasonable. Although Suya had seen many people with such low quality, she was still very angry. Who's trying to reason with you? Don't be so naive. What's the point? I'll take whatever you have. These days, money reigns supreme. Wang Bin hugged the woman beside him and sneered at Joe Fan with disdain. The clerk next to me was a little embarrassed. This Swarovski crystal chandelier is our store's newest product. We haven't set a price yet, but the lowest price has been decided at 900,000. After the clerk finished speaking, the three people's eyes almost fell to the ground in shock. Suya was even more surprised. A crystal chandelier in this furniture store costs 900,000? They are really here to rob people. What? 900,000? Wang Bin couldn't believe his ears. This was almost a month's pocket money for him. Yes, sir, this is a crystal chandelier that took 3 years to design by a famous Italian designer, so it's very commemorative. What's wrong? Didn't you tell me you were rich? Can't you buy it? The woman was unhappy. The other party was not surprised that he was moving bricks, so why should he be surprised? Buy it. Buy it. It's only 900,000. Wang Bin gritted his teeth and agreed. Zhou Fan was still here. He had to buy it and embarrass him. Zhou Fan spoke calmly at this time. Didn't you say the price is 900,000? I'll round it up to 1 million. Sell it to me. Suya was stunned. Was this kid really a fool? Everyone else was bargaining, but he was still raising the price? Wang Bin was also stunned. How could a kid wearing cheap street stall clothes offer 1 million? You're crazy about the money, right? 1 million? Just you? As Wang Bin spoke, he walked up to Zhou Fan and tugged at his shirt with disdain, grabbing it with disgust. With your level, you might not even be able to buy a clock worth 9,999 yuan. You shouldn't brag like that. As he spoke, he pulled the woman next to him and laughed until he was out of breath. Suya thought about Zhou Fan's house in Tomsonipine, plus the Bugatti Veyron convertible sports car, and guessed that Zhou Fan said this if he could really come up with 1 million to buy this crystal chandelier. But isn't this such a waste? Zhou Fan, this crystal chandelier isn't very nice either. Since they want to buy it, let them have it. As soon as Suya said this, Wang Bin was filled with contempt and wanted to spit in Zhou Fan's face. Your girlfriend has already found a way out for you. If it were me, I would have just walked out of here with my tail between my legs. People like you don't know how Su Qian fell in love with you. Speaking of Su Qian, Wang Bin felt even more unwilling. Su Qian actually left him and went away with this big talking man. I'm not willing to give in. I'm not willing to give in. Suya didn't care what Wang Bin said, she just hoped Zhou Fan wouldn't be stupid and really spend 1 million. Zhou Fan didn't care. He came here to buy furniture just for the price. He finally came across one that was worth over 100 million yuan. How could he let it go? It's okay, it's only 1 million. Besides, it's something you like, so of course I have to buy it. Zhou Fan patted Suya's shoulder and said comfortingly. Suya was stunned. A man would spend 1 million just because she casually said she liked him. Why are you still pretending? Do you think 1 million is just talk? You can't even earn 1 million in your entire life working. Wang Bin was still chattering and mocking Zhou Fan, and the woman next to him was occasionally echoing him. She didn't even bother to pay attention to such a poor guy, it was such a waste of her precious shopping time. Zhou Fan ignored Wang Bin, it was just a dog barking, just slapping him in the face was enough. Please pay for this with my previous purchases. Pay by card. Zhou Fan directly gave a black card to the clerk who was standing there in a daze. The upper limit of this card should be a bit higher. Wang Bin looked disdainful. Is there really 1 million in the card? If the card balance runs out soon, I'll see how you'll save yourself. He muttered something, but his eyes were still on the card. Yes, sir. The total price of the goods is 2.6 million. Okay, I think you can deliver it to my house. This is my address. And I'll also send that Swarovski crystal chandelier. Zhou Fan thought for a long time but still didn't know where Suya's house was. Then he turned to look at Suya, who was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Where is your home? Room 2345, 23rd floor, Building 13, Tomsonipine F. Suya said it subconsciously. She had worked in Tomsonipine for 6 years. If she couldn't even get a house in Tomsonipine, she would be too incompetent. However, Building F is not even close to Building A, it is almost the worst, but it is still much more expensive than other houses. Okay. Then send the crystal chandelier to me, room 2345, 23rd floor, Building 13, Thompson 1. Chapter 17 Encounter at the jewelry store? Suya was shocked again. Aren't you going to buy some furniture? Why give it to me? To be honest, I already have a chandelier at home. It's pretty good. If you like it, I'll give it to you. I don't need this one either. Joe Fan's words sounded to Suya as if he was saying, I don't need that 1 million. The stunned woman instantly became unhappy, stomped her feet and pulled her arm out of Wang Bin's arms. You can't even come up with 1 million? Why should you give it to them? At this time, Joe Fan had already waved to Wang Bin and left the furniture store with Suya. With new and old grudges added together, Wang Bin felt that his anger was about to reach his throat. The woman next to him was still chattering because another woman had taken away her beloved thing. Get lost. I can't come up with 1 million. I don't want to give you a single cent. Get as far away as you can, you fucking bark. Wang Bin said this while looking at Joe Fan's direction fiercely. Isn't it just a little money? Who doesn't have 1 million? I'll make him pay next time I see him. Suya looked at the extremely luxurious Swarovski crystal chandelier in her home, which instantly decorated her little house with extraordinary nobility. I'm afraid no one would believe her if she told them that she had a chandelier worth 1 million yuan in her house. Is Joe Fan simply rich, or is he willing to spend money on himself? Suya lay in bed thinking for a long time, and became even more curious about this mysterious young rich man. Joe Fan was also very happy when he returned home. He earned more than 20 million just by buying furniture today. Cool. The chief father and son did not live as carefree and happy a life as Joe Fan. The helper who was about to wear out his shoes transferred all the personnel information of the company that held shares. There were still 3 days left before the agreed time for Joe Fan to hold the board meeting, and they only held 31% of the shares, which they had borrowed at a high price from his family members in the company. Shaolin, this company owns 2% of our cheese industrial shares. Although it's not as much as Joe Fan's 51%, every bit counts. He just didn't believe that Joe Fan was so powerful that he couldn't lose any of the 51% in his hands. They knocked on the door and it was Jay Cho they were looking for who opened it. As soon as the door opened, 2 people had flattering smiles on their faces. Jay. As soon as he called a name, the person who opened the door saw that it was Chi Tianhao and was about to close the door, but Chi Tianhao immediately grabbed the door. Mr. Jay, we're here to discuss acquiring the 2% stake you hold. Stop dreaming. I don't have any shares left. Go find someone else. As he said this, he was about to close the door. Chi Lin couldn't bear it any longer. The company hadn't even changed its chairman yet. How dare this old man treat his father like this? I'm here to talk to you today just to give you face. Why are you so proud? It's not like I won't pay you. Chi Lin was young and hot-tempered, and he spoke out before Chi Tianhao could stop him. Zhou Qiang sneered. Although 2% was small, he was still a person of some status in cheese industry. My 2% is not much, but they gave me 40 million. How much can you give me? Then he slammed the door shut. The 2 men stood at the door in a daze, and then Chi Lin started cursing. Joe Fan is crazy. He actually spent 40 million to buy 2% of the shares? They were planning to charge 1.5 million for every 1%, but Joe Fan actually spent 40 million directly. I didn't see him so arrogant when I was in school. Stop talking and go find the minority shareholders. Who knows? Maybe Joe Fan, the minority shareholder, is still unwilling to make a move. It seems that we need to increase our investment in this acquisition. The chief father and son borrowed 100 million yuan from Guangda Bank to acquire shares. They used various means to acquire shares in an attempt to dilute the company's stock price and increase the shares in their hands. But no matter how they acquire, Joe Fan always maintains absolute control of 51%. And all this is naturally thanks to the system. Dad, what should we do? We can't really just give Cheese Industrial away like this, right? Shilin didn't expect that Joe Fan, who looked like a stupid and poor guy, would actually spend such a huge amount of money to acquire Cheese Industrial. Chi Tianhao grabbed his hair and said bitterly, what else can we do? In this state, we can only wait for the shareholders' meeting. Let that brat take advantage of us. It has to be said that Joe Fan's most comfortable moment is when he is lying on the bed and concentrating on browsing his phone. The flash sale app also updates its products frequently. Limited time flash sale of 1 kilogram of diamonds, flash sale price 1 renminbi. Looking at today's flash sale items, Joe Fan was stunned. Diamonds were being sold by the pound? And for only 1 renminbi? Buy. Zhou Fan's fingers tapped the screen nimbly, and he was not far from reaching the peak of his life. The item has been shipped. Villa number 1, Building A, Thompson 1 has everything you need, including an incredibly large safe room that looks like a safe magnified 100 times. I have a pound of diamonds and I don't have anywhere to put them. Whenever I meet a beautiful girl, I will give one to her. This flash sale app is simply a tool for showing off. Zhou Fan's phone rang again. Hello, Mr. Zhou, we're from Magic City Jewelry. The 1 pound of diamonds you purchased is ready to arrive in our warehouse. Do you have time to pick them up tomorrow? Of course, we can also deliver to your door. Although a pound of diamonds is not much, it is considered their annual sales. If they regret it, all the money will be wasted. They have to urge someone to come and pick it up quickly. No, I can pick it up tomorrow. Zhou Fan was thinking of contacting Lu Daji tomorrow. This guy hasn't contacted him once since graduation, so what's with him calling him a good brother? If I weren't buying furniture today, I would have gone to Lu Daji's house no matter what. The next day, Zhou Fan slept until noon before getting up from the comfortable waterbed and picking out a relatively ordinary piece of clothing from the closet. It wasn't a big occasion, so there was no need to wear a suit worth millions, and he really wanted to keep a low profile. Driving the Bugatti at high speed towards the Magic City jewelry store. Unexpectedly, as soon as I entered the jewelry store, I saw Su Qian, whom I hadn't seen for some time. Su Qian was wearing a white dress that made her waist look slender, and her graceful back simply fascinated thousands of boys. Fortunately, Zhou Fan had developed resistance, otherwise he would probably have a nosebleed. Zhou Fan, why are you here? Su Qian was also surprised to see Zhou Fan. She actually met Zhou Fan in a jewelry store. Her little face blushed unconsciously. I ordered something here and came to pick it up. What about you? Buying jewelry? Zhou Fan looked at Su Qian and saw that she seemed to be circling in front of the counter for a long time. He didn't know whether she didn't find anything she liked or thought the price was too expensive. My cousin is getting married soon, and I'm thinking of buying her a gift. But the jewelry here is too expensive. All the money I saved for so long is gone in an instant, not even half of what I had. It's really a dilemma. Looking at Su Qian's eyes, Zhou Fan was sure that she must think the price was too high. It seemed that it was his turn to make an appearance. Just as I was thinking of how to speak without embarrassing Su Qian, a man and a woman came towards me. The man had a big belly and a classic Mediterranean hairstyle. His oily hair was so shiny that even Zhou Fan felt it was a bit dazzling under the light. The woman next to him was more attractive. She had short, delicate hair and wore a red strapless miniskirt. Her cleavage almost reached her pointed chin, but Zhou Fan was afraid that the powder on her face would fall to the ground. Hey, who was it? Isn't this our school beauty? Wu Shui? What a coincidence. Su Qian looked at the woman in front of her and thought carefully for a long time before she remembered who she was. She was wearing revealing clothes and heavy makeup. She thought about it for a long time. The change was too big. Chapter 18, Falling in Love at First Kiss. Why, are you picking out jewelry with your boyfriend? Wu Shui looked at Zhou Fan with disdain. His shoes were from a street stall and his clothes were from Taobao. It was obvious that he was a pauper. Thinking of this, she straightened her chest and pushed the man next to her forward. This is my boyfriend, a successful businessman in Shanghai. He's here to look at jewelry today too. He's determined to buy me something worth over 100,000. Men also proudly hold women on their arms and do not refute what they say. Su Qian swallowed her saliva with a sense of inferiority. Others bought jewelry worth 1 million, but she felt bad about spending just over 10,000. Then you guys pick. I won't bother you anymore. Humph. I thought a beauty like you could find any kind of man. You're really wasting your time as the school beauty. I wonder where your boyfriend got his job selling things on the street. He's wearing all these cheap clothes. Wu Shui snorted coldly. Su Qian was so pure when she was in school that none of them could reach her. God let her meet such a down-and-out Su Qian here, he must want her to severely humiliate her. He isn't my boyfriend, he's just my friend. Su Qian lowered her head and spoke weakly. It didn't matter if she was criticized, but Zhou Fan had nothing to do with her, and she felt really embarrassed to drag him into this. Oh, you feel embarrassed now? And you said this man is not your boyfriend. Do you think you can fool me? Wu Shui naturally didn't believe it. She thought Su Qian must be anxious to distance herself from this man because she thought he was too embarrassing. He's really not my boyfriend, Su Qian explained weakly, but it seemed that no matter how she explained, Wu Shui would think that Zhou Fan was her boyfriend. Zhou Fan gave him an apologetic look, as they had just met by chance and gotten him into this kind of trouble. Honey, look at how big this diamond is. Can you buy me this diamond necklace? Wu Shui coquettishly shook the arm of the man next to her, rubbing her body against his arm and fiddling with her slender waist. The man looked very proud and quickly agreed, okay. I'll buy you whatever you want, baby. Wu Shui looked at Su Qian with her chin raised proudly. This is the gap between people. Just go with your poor bastard. Wu Shui was feeling proud when a staff member hurried out and took away the diamond necklace. Maybe I was in too much of a hurry and didn't even notice the young people surrounding the necklace. Hey! Why are you taking it? My husband wanted to buy it for me. Wu Shui saw that the diamond was about to be taken away and hurriedly stopped it. The staff looked apologetic. Sorry, miss, this diamond has been bought and is not for sale now. What? You're putting it here if you don't want to sell it? Who are you trying to fool? Do you think I don't have money? I'll give you 300,000 and put it down. Wu Shui said arrogantly, her dear had promised her, and such a big diamond. The only person who could match it was herself. Excuse me, Mississippi. This diamond ring costs 1 million. I'm afraid these 300,000. The staff was also a little embarrassed, but anyone who knows about diamonds should be able to see that this diamond necklace is very valuable and is already considered relatively cheap in this series. What? 1 million? Why don't you just go and rob it? When Wu Shui heard this number, she immediately shouted in surprise, saying that he had no manners at all and acted like a country bumpkin. The staff were very embarrassed because they clearly picked this at random, but it seemed like they were forced to buy it. I'm sorry, miss. If you had nothing else to do, I would have taken this necklace away. The customer is in urgent need of it. But the manager said very seriously that the price would be reached only if the necklace was included, and it was exactly 1 pound of diamonds. There can't be any surprises. Wu Shui was unwilling to accept this. This made it seem as if she had no money, and she instantly lost face in front of Su Qian. I'll buy it for 1 million. What do you think? You're putting it here to sell. If you don't sell it to me, I'll complain to you. Wu Shui started to act unreasonably and grabbed the staff to prevent them from leaving the staff in a dilemma. Even the pot-bellied man had sweat on his forehead. He could afford to buy a diamond worth hundreds of thousands, but only a fool would spend 1 million to buy one for his lover. Swear, just let them take it. After all, they bought it first. No, I want it. If you don't buy it for me, you can handle our relationship. Wu Shui pinched her waist and turned her face away so as not to look at the man. When the man was in a dilemma, a fat woman in professional attire came out. What's wrong with you? What took you so long to get the necklace? As soon as the woman came out, she shouted at the clerk who had just arrived. Manager, there's a customer here who insists on spending 1 million to buy it, and I don't know what to do. The clerk felt very aggrieved. She had only been working in this job for a short time when she encountered such a thing. Of course, she didn't know what to do. Zhou Fan heard that the woman was the manager, and thought that the person who called yesterday was also the manager, so he asked, "You must be the manager, right? How is the preparation of the pound of diamonds I bought going?" After Zhou Fan finished speaking, the air around him suddenly became still. Wu Shui burst into laughter, and her tears blurred her eyeliner. You big idiot. Diamonds are sold by carat, but you actually bought them by kilogram? This is ridiculous. If you can buy a kilogram of diamonds, my jewelry store can buy them all, but you are just a boastful loser. How disgusting. After saying that, he started laughing again. Su Chen didn't laugh, but she didn't quite understand why Zhou Fan said that. The manager was a little confused when he heard what Zhou Fan said. The man in front of him was dressed very unkemply. Was he really their big client who bought a pound of diamonds? You called me last night and asked me to pick it up today. This is the call record. The manager took a look and found that it was actually their big customer Zhou Fan. Ah. I'm so sorry, sir. We've already prepared your bricks and stones. Go get the box and make sure nothing goes wrong this time. He ordered the clerk next to him to bring up a pound of diamonds, push it in front of Zhou Fan, and then put the necklace in it. These are a pound of diamonds. The certificates and quality inspection documents are all inside. The quality is guaranteed to be first class. The manager smiled apologetically and said that such a big customer might come to their jewelry store again next time, which would be a real honor for them. Wu Shui's jaw dropped. She had never seen so many diamonds in her life. They were so dazzling that they blinded her eyes. Su Qian was also shocked and stood there. There were so many diamonds. Zhou Fan ignored the looks of others and said calmly, "Are there any rings that are neither too expensive nor too cheap?" Yes, sir, this one is perfect for a wedding ring." The manager took out a box and inside it lay a huge diamond ring. Zhou Fan took it out and handed it to Su Qian. "Isn't your cousin getting married? Give this to her. You can see I have so many diamonds and I don't know who to give them to. Keep it." Su Qian was suddenly moved. She was heartbroken over the diamond worth 10,000 yuan just now, but Zhou Fan actually gave her such a big diamond ring. Zhou Fan wasn't finished yet, so he took the necklace and handed it to Wu Shui. Wu Shui immediately became happy. It seemed that her beauty still outshone all the other beauties. Zhou Fan chuckled, "Sorry, this necklace has become mine." Then he took it back when Wu Shui reached out. Wu Shui's face was full of embarrassment. She stomped her feet and pulled the man away angrily. Zhou Fan and Su Qian were the only ones left in front of the jewelry counter. Zhou Fan looked at Su Qian, his eyes turned, and he smiled and said, "This necklace is most beautiful only when you wear it." As he said this, he put the diamond necklace around her neck with his own hands. Looking at the diamond sparkling on her chest, Su Qian's heart almost melted. She leaned forward slightly and kissed Zhou Fan directly on the face. Chapter 19, Collecting Evidence. "I didn't kiss you because you gave me diamonds, I kissed you because I wanted to thank you." Then her face turned red all the way to her neck, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Zhou Fan. Looking at Su Qian's shy appearance, Zhou Fan's heart was moved. The kiss of a beautiful woman is so fragrant. Zhou Fan returned home and lay on the bed. Thinking of the sweet kiss Su Qian gave him today, he felt his heart beating fast. Suddenly realizing that his current expression was not what a billionaire should show, he immediately stopped it, but he was still excited inside. Who knows, maybe he could get closer to Su Qian in the future. However, Xi's industrial shareholders meeting seems to be about to begin. Although the system has firmly grasped the absolute controlling stake of 51% on his side, the Qi father and son are not freeloaders. Since they have fought for it in the past half-month, they will definitely achieve something. Is there any way to deal with those two people directly? Suddenly the system's voice appeared in Zhou Fan's mind. "We can find the accountant of Qi's industrial and catch Qi and his son." Zhou Fan was delighted and asked, "Can you provide the contact information of the accountant at Qi's industrial? It's a bit too awesome to know whatever you want to know. Second sale app products have been updated." "Oh? With a one-hit kill, who can compete with it?" Zhou Fan immediately opened the flash sale app. Qi's industrial accounting basic information flash sale for 1 cent for a limited time. 1 cent? So cheap. Zhou Fan naturally bought it. This was the key to subduing the Qi father and son, not to mention that it cost only a penny. After knowing the contact information, Zhou Fan called it directly. After all, the Qi father and son were probably trying their best to find a way to deal with him, so he couldn't let them down. "Hello? Who is it?" Zheng Tong was enjoying a massage and bath in his villa, tasting an expensive bottle of 1982 Lafite given to him by someone, when he unexpectedly heard the phone ring. He remembered that his cell phone was turned off, and he was a little grumpy when he picked up the phone. He hated people who called him so late at night. "I'm Zhou Fan." "What? Zhou Fan?" He. Zheng Tong slipped and fell into the bathtub, and the 1982 Lafite splashed directly into the water. Zhou Fan was a little confused on the other end of the phone. Is this a new way of greeting? Zheng Tong struggled to drink a sip of bathwater before sitting up from the tub. Wasn't Zhou Fan the big boss who was going to acquire Qi's industrial? Why was he calling him now? What? What does Boss Zhou mean by calling? He wiped the water droplets from his face, took a deep breath, and spoke in a calm tone. There are still 3 days until the shareholders' meeting. At this time, Accountant Zhang, you should know best what I want to do, right? Zhou Fan didn't say it directly, to see if Zheng Tong was willing to cooperate. So what? I'm just a small accountant in the company. I write whatever I'm asked to write. The rest of the time I just do my job. I don't know anything else. Zhou Fan kept shaking his head on the other end of the phone. This attitude clearly showed that he was unwilling to cooperate. But it's also true that Zhang Tong and Qi Tianhao have been working together for so long, benefiting each other and helping each other. How could they be destroyed by just one word from him? What method can be used to make Zhang Tong cooperate and hand over Qi Tianhao's handle? The four big words coercion and inducement flew past Zhou Fan's eyes. Although Zhou Fan had no money before, he had learned some business tricks from novels. It was a bit too easy to threaten people, especially over the phone. Action. I was able to acquire Cheese Industrial in a short period of time and gain absolute control of 51% of Cheese Industrial. You should be aware of how powerful I am. Zhou Fan instantly retracted his nonchalant tone and replaced it with a deep, low voice that sounded like a warning. Zhang Tong naturally knew that it was him who scared Qi Tianhao so much that he almost lost his formation. But he still gritted his teeth and said nothing. Since I can contact you, I can naturally contact other people in the company. You don't betray Qi Tianhao, which shows that you are very loyal. However, there are still many people in the company lining up to betray Qi Tianhao. Zhang Tong hesitated. Zhou Fan already had absolute control of 51% of the shares. It would be extremely easy for him to secretly manipulate a few small employees and shareholders. When Qi Tianhao falls, don't blame me for not warning you. Don't cry and beg me to let you go. There was still silence in response to him. Besides, the current situation is almost very clear. I just want Qi Tianhao to be completely defeated. If you promise me, you will naturally get the benefits. As for how much benefit he would give, Zhou Fan didn't think about it. The most important thing now was to capture Zhang Tong. It was obvious that Zhang Tong had received a lot of benefits from Qi Tianhao, and he didn't seem interested in Zhou Fan's suggestion of giving him benefits. The plot of the TV series suddenly flashed through Zhou Fan's mind. By the way, I remember you have a daughter who's in kindergarten. Zhou Fan was just imitating what was said in the TV series, but he didn't expect the other party to react so strongly. Don't touch my daughter. I'll give you all the evidence Qi Tianhao has against me. As long as you can successfully trip Qi Tianhao up, you can keep a place for me in the future. He is not stupid. The possibility of Qi Tianhao not falling is too small now. This is the most correct thing to do now. And Zhou Fan was able to acquire Cheese Industrial, which means he must be a man of means. What if he sets his sights on my daughter? I dare not even think about it. Okay, since you've turned back, I won't hold you responsible. You can rest assured. I want to hand the things over to you personally. I usually lock these evidences in a safe. If they are deciphered by some hackers, I will have no chance to stay in this circle. Zhang Tong said in a deep voice. Zhou Fan was a little shocked. This sounded like a lot of stuff. No wonder Qi Tianhao was so rich. Okay, then come to number 1, Building A, Thompson 1. I'll notify the security guard. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Tong quickly packed up his things, carefully wrapped them with documents, sealed them with sealing wax to ensure they would not fall, and then drove to Thompson Epine. When Zhou Fan heard the doorbell, he knew that the evidence that could kill Qi Tianhao had arrived. He opened the door and looked at the bloated man with gold-rimmed glasses standing at the door. Wouldn't you like to come in and sit down? Zhou Fan invited him. After all, it would be inhumane not to invite guests to come in for a drink. No need for that. Please keep your word, Mr. Zhou. I'll give you the things. I won't stay any longer. Zhang Tong was afraid of being seen by others, so he delivered the things and got in the car and left. However, he still sighed in his heart that Zhou Fan must be a rich man to be able to live in Thompson Epine. I hope my decision today is the right one. Chapter 20 General Meeting of Shareholders. Zhou Fan closed the door and felt that the documents in his hand were particularly heavy. The survival of Qi and his son depended on this. I was really curious about what was in the bag. When I opened it, I found that in addition to documents and bills, there were also audio and photos. Zhou Fan was surprised when the voice in his mind sounded again. Their strength is too weak. I suggest contacting the investigation bureau to bring down the Qi father and son. After hearing the system's prompt, Zhou Fan thought that this was indeed the case. What if they got angry and embarrassed when the negotiation failed? Zhou Fan quickly contacted the investigation bureau. The efficiency of the Magic City Bureau has always been very fast and they got a reply within one working day. At this time, the Qi father and son had used up all the loans they could, but it still did not cover the shares held by Zhou Fan. Dad, we're still a long way behind Zhou Fan. We can't really let Cheese Industrial change hands like this, right? Chi Lin has been rich for so many years, he would rather die than become poor. Shut up, there's only one day left until the shareholders' meeting. What else can we do? We owe so much money and can't get Cheese Industrial back. We're all finished. Chi Tianhao sat at home with a worried look on his face, and his wrinkles increased a lot overnight. If you hadn't provoked Zhou Fan, how could we have ended up in this situation today? They thought they could find a solution within 15 days, but they didn't expect Zhou Fan to be so powerful. Not only was he willing to spend a lot of money to buy the company's shares, but he was also unwilling to let go. It is even difficult to dilute shares. Chi Lin slammed his fist on the table. He never thought Zhou Fan would become so powerful. He didn't believe in any melodramatic stories about having to spend $1 billion to inherit the family fortune. But now they not only have no money but also no people, and they are sure to lose tomorrow's shareholders' meeting. Chi Lin rubbed his head and searched for anyone who might be able to help him. At this point, he could probably only look for someone who had a grudge against Zhou Fan. As long as he could survive the shareholders' meeting, he would be successful. Suddenly, I thought of that person. Dad. I know who to look for. Since even the devil can't find anyone to lean on, I have another person in mind. He became a little excited when he thought of this person. That person had said in public that he would not let Zhou Fan have an easy time, so he would definitely agree if he asked him for help. Who? Chi Tianhao didn't expect that Chi Lin could actually think of someone at this time. Wang Bin. Wang Bin was lying leisurely at home. Ever since Zhou Fan had annoyed him at the furniture store last time, he had been thinking about how to fight back. Zhou Fan, who has a little money, is embarrassed in front of women again and again. He can't bear this loss. What's more, even though his family background is from outside the area, it doesn't prove that he is afraid of people from the Magic City. After receiving the call, he was not interested in what was being said at first, but when Zhou Fan was mentioned, he instantly became interested. He just wanted to borrow money. It's difficult to borrow anything from yourself, except money. What's more, it's Cheese Industrial. If Chi Lin can really successfully throw Zhou Fan out of Cheese Industrial, then Zhou Fan will definitely be smashed to pieces, and he will also be able to make friends with a big company like Cheese Industrial. Then wouldn't it be like wanting to be happy if he continued to stay in Shanghai? Okay, I agree to lend you the money, any amount is fine. But I only want one thing, and that is to torture Zhou Fan to death. Chi Lin held the phone, a calculating smile on his face. Don't worry, I know this better than you. After the two reached an agreement, they successfully cooperated. It was on this day that Chi Lin, with the money Wang Bin borrowed from his family, approached Zhou Fan's share, reaching 47%. The next day, the shareholders' meeting was held as scheduled. Zhou Fan came to Cheese Industrial again and entered the meeting room. The information he checked showed that he should be the 10th shareholder of Cheese Industrial, but now there seemed to be only 6. Chi Tianhao, wearing a well-fitting suit, sat directly in the chairman's seat. Zhou Fan didn't care and just picked a seat to sit down. Chi Tianhao sneered. They had made every possible preparation today. If the negotiations failed, Zhou Fan would be like walking into a wolf's den, and there would be no return. Force him to submit. Zhou Fan looked towards the support behind him, sitting at the conference table, relaxed and happy, without any panic. Now Chi Lin behind Chi Tianhao was so angry that his teeth were itching and he wanted to throw a chair at him. Okay, since Mr. Zhou is here, let's get started. Let me be frank. I don't agree with the proposal to change the board members. Zhou Fan said nothing. Chi Tianhao continued to talk to himself. Since Mr. Zhou has no objection, let's make a decision as a board of directors. Please raise your hands if you agree that I will continue to serve as chairman. The other directors looked at each other in bewilderment. The 8 of them together only held 2% of the shares. How should they make this decision now? The final decision was that 5 agreed and 3 disagreed. Mr. Zhou, there are 10 members on the board of directors. 2 abstained, so 5/8 agreed. There should be no objection. Unexpectedly, it went so smoothly. Even though Zhou Fan held an absolute controlling stake of 51%, he could not control the decisions of other shareholders. This guy must be some naive rich second generation who doesn't even understand the significance of holding a 51% controlling stake, yet he still wants to fight with him. Chi Lin looked down at Zhou Fan, determined to see him crying and begging for mercy. Chi Tianhao was about to make the decision when Zhou Fan moved. Who said I don't have any objections? Since everyone agrees on so much, why not take a look at these and then make a decision? Besides, the shares I hold should be able to directly determine whether you stay or go, right? Zhou Fan threw the information he got from Zheng Tong onto the table, and some small shareholders took it out to look at it curiously. Qi Tianhao didn't understand what it was at the time, but when he saw the photo, his face turned completely pale. I immediately understood that Zheng Tong must have betrayed me. Didn't they say that these things would never see the light of day again? Why were they here? The other shareholders were also shocked. These pages actually included irrefutable evidence of Qi Tianhao and his son evading taxes and exploiting workers. Qi Tianhao looked very unhappy. It seemed that he had to use his last resort. Besides, he didn't care about these small shareholders at all. You think you can pull me down like this? You're too naive. I don't see how you can get out of this alone. Qi Tianhao clapped his hands arrogantly. The people he arranged were outside. Once they forced Zhou Fan to surrender, everything would be over. A group of people in uniform pushed the door open and came in. Qi Tianhao was a little confused. These were not the people he had arranged. Looking at Zhou Fan again, he had a bad feeling. Zhou Fan held his chin with both hands, with a confident expression. Do you think I'm so stupid as to confront you with all this evidence without asking for help? The uniformed personnel who came in had a serious face and glanced around. Which of you are Qi Tianhao and Qi Lin? We are from the Investigation Bureau. Someone has provided evidence proving that you are suspected of tax evasion and exploitation of workers. Please come back with us immediately and cooperate with the investigation. Chapter 21 Extraordinary. The Qi family father and son were taken away, and the board of directors fell silent instantly. Looking at Zhou Fan wearing a well-fitting suit, his fingers tapping slowly on the armrest of the chair, he looked like he was planning something, not like a child at all, but rather like a shrewd and calculating person. Among the 5 people who agreed that Qi Tianhao would continue to serve as chairman, 4 were related to the Qi family, and the other one was naturally like-minded with the Qi family. At this time, they were the most panicked people in the board of directors. The father and son of the Qi family were taken away for investigation, and it was possible that they, the close associates of the Qi family, would be dealt with next. Everyone's eyes were darting around, but no one was looking at Zhou Fan. No one dared to speak, for fear of being the first to be shot. Zhou Fan looked at these panicked people calmly. Without Qi Tianhao, even if they were leaderless, they probably wouldn't cause any trouble. Okay, the board of directors has decided what to do today. Since Chairman Qi has stepped down, I, the shareholder who owns 51% of the shares, should become the chairman of Qi's Industrial, right? Do you have any objections? The shareholders looked at each other, no one dared to speak. If they expressed any objections, there was no doubt that they would be the next target. Since you're all silent, I'll take it as your tacit agreement. From today on, I'm the chairman of Qi's Industrial. As for the name of Qi's Industrial, you don't have to leave it. I'll let you know when I've made up my mind. Let's go. Zhou Fan waved his hands while sitting on the chair, but everyone still sat there quietly and didn't dare to move. The 8 of them only held 2% of the shares in total, and if they were told not to breathe, they wouldn't dare to breathe. Zhou Fan didn't care. He just jumped out of his chair, stood up and walked out of the meeting room. Should it be a young man? He immediately brought out the people from the Investigation Bureau. So scary. A man who looked like a boss quickly wiped the sweat that was about to drip from his forehead with the sleeve of his suit. That's right. I thought young people wouldn't be able to withstand such a scene, but I didn't expect it to start so ruthlessly. I don't know how we'll be able to survive in the future. The 5 people immediately gave up their plans for their future. They shouldn't have believed Qi Tianhao's words at that time and said that it was foolproof. They were simply blindly arrogant. As soon as the board meeting ended, the secretary who was taking minutes rushed to the tea room with his notes, as if he had heard some big news. What is the tea room? It is the place with the most gossip and information in the entire company. Do you know? The people from the Investigation Bureau just came. They took Chairman Qi and the young master away. The secretary's facial expression was particularly exaggerated, as if he was frightened by something. What? Chairman Qi has been taken away. What's going on? This is unbelievable. The employees of the company nearby heard the news in disbelief while drinking tea. It's the company's new chairman, someone named Zhou Fan, I think. He's incredibly mysterious and holds a 51% controlling stake in the company. He was the one who called in the investigation bureau. He also produced a lot of evidence of Chairman Xi's crimes during the meeting. The secretary's words sounded so miraculous that it was as if he were reliving what had just happened in the conference room. Oh my God! Things have really changed. Things have really changed at Xi's Industrial. I don't know if it will affect us employees. I've only been in the company for a month and I don't want to be fired. What's Xi's Industrial? I guess they should change their name to Zhou's Industrial now. Let's take it one step at a time. I can't control the affairs of the company's top management. We just need to do our best. The people in the tea room dispersed, but rumors of the company's new chairman being ruthless and killing people without blinking an eye began to spread. However, except for the young secretary, no one had ever seen what this big boss looked like. Because the Xi father and son were unable to repay the bank's debt, the only 47% of shares they held were forced to be auctioned off by the bank at a very low price. Therefore, these 47% shares have become a hot commodity that investors in Shanghai are vying for. After all, if you spend some money to buy a little, you will become a shareholder of Qi Industrial. This matter immediately became a hot topic in Shanghai. Wang Bin, who was lying in the small villa, naturally heard the news and almost spit out a mouthful of red wine. He had spent so much money to lend to the Qi family father and son. The two of them promised that they would definitely trip Zhou Fan and give him a severe lesson. Now not only is Zhou Fan fine, but the Qi father and son have been taken back by the investigation bureau for investigation. Who knows how dark the future will be? Wouldn't it be like my money wasted in vain? Moreover, the share auction has become known to everyone. Even my hometown should have heard about it. How should I explain it? His hands were clenched into fists. This kid Zhou Fan was a little clever. If he hadn't called the investigation bureau, he might be paralyzed in some hospital now. The cell phone suddenly rang, and Wang Bin was startled. When he looked at the caller ID, it turned out to be his father who lived out of town. Dad. Wang Bin said cautiously. Last time you mentioned lending money to people to buy stocks. If it succeeded, it would definitely kill two birds with one stone in terms of power and financial resources. How are things going now? Wang Bin's father's voice was as cold as water. He must have known the news from the Magic City. Dad, I don't know why this happened. I didn't know the Qi father and son had done something illegal. Wang Bin hurriedly explained, trying his best to clear himself of responsibility. I sent you to the Demon City so you could develop well there, but you kept getting me into trouble. Now come home right now. Reflect on your actions. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Wang Bin to speak. Wang Bin has been afraid of his father since he was a child. He did not dare to object to his father's proposal at all. He packed up his things and drove straight home. But the hatred with Zhou Fan is definitely unresolved. Zhou Fan returned to Thompson first class. With the help of the systems channels, he had just taken all the shares of the Qi family and their son into his pocket. He is now the company's largest shareholder, and the entire company will be controlled by him alone, so the company's name must be more domineering. It's called extraordinary. It not only contains one's own name, but also expresses one's ambition. Become an extraordinary entrepreneur. However, when I applied to change the company name, I found out that the name had already been registered. Sure enough, all the good names were taken by pigs. With a try-it attitude, Zhou Fan called out the system. System, can trademarks be killed instantly? Ding. The company name is Fifan, the original price is 10 million renminbi, now it's included in the flash sale mall, special price 1 renminbi. Wow. As expected of a system, if I have money, all the good names belong to me. Brilliant. Chapter 22, Canteen Incident. Zhou Fan officially took over Fifan Industrial, and on the first day he took over, he discovered that the company had a large number of employees' wages in arrears. Such a thing actually happened in such a big company. It seems that the Qi father and son really made a living in the company by using the title of chairman. Even so, there are still surprisingly many employees. Even if the wages are not paid, the company will probably find some high-sounding excuses to retain the employees. However, now that the company is taken over by Zhou Fan, he can't do such a thing. Zhou Fan called the secretary, a female secretary, young and cute, probably the type that Qi Tianhao liked, but she looked at everything stupidly and seemed to have no brains, just a face. Go check the company's payroll and settle the wages of all employees who are owed wages. Zhou Fan said calmly, what's the point of wanting to retain talents by not paying them wages? The female secretary was a little confused. Chairman, do you want to fire them? In the secretary's impression, only those who were fired would be eligible for salary settlement. Of course, those are all junior employees, and the salaries of the company's senior management are still paid regularly every month. Joe Fan frowned. This secretary was indeed too stupid to understand what he was saying. Wasn't what he said clear enough? He would have to change a secretary then. I said they should be paid their wages, and I didn't mention firing them. Don't you understand? Joe Fan had no good impression of people who were just a vase, and suddenly Su Qian's figure appeared in his mind. Su Qian is not only good looking, but also works several part-time jobs to earn money. This is what a good girl should be like. Then there's Thompson's property manager, who is truly beautiful, smart, and capable. And then there's this innocent female secretary. Okay, I understand, Chairman. The female secretary immediately felt a little aggrieved. The previous chairman would never even yell at her, but this chairman now was really too fierce. Joe Fan waved his hand without saying anything, telling her to get back to work. But then he remembered something and took out a folder from the table. Wait, distribute this document. From now on, all employees' salaries will increase. As for the increase amount, it's marked in the folders of each position. Just distribute it. Joe Fan was also afraid that the secretary couldn't even handle such a task, but he didn't have a thorough understanding of the company and didn't know how many departments it had. It would be better to let the secretary issue it for the time being. The secretary went out with the folder in her hand, feeling aggrieved. Joe Fan sat on the chair and shook his head. If he had to face such a secretary all day long, he would be pissed to death sooner or later. The secretary walked out with a folder in her hand, looking aggrieved, and ran into the company's business manager head-on. What's wrong? Are you feeling so aggrieved? The man was dressed neatly in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, looking like a gentleman. Ah, it's okay. The new chairman asked me to send down the salary increase documents. The secretary immediately told Joe Fan what he had told her. What? A pay raise? Zhao Yi was a little surprised. The company had been in arrears with wages and hadn't had a salary increase for several years, and they were actually going to increase wages today? Yes, Manager Zhao, I still need to notify those who haven't received their wages to do so. I won't say more for now. The secretary wiped her tears and was about to leave. Ah, then go and notify those who haven't received their wages to do so. It's almost lunchtime, so I'll help you distribute this document. Is that really possible? Thank you, sir. The young secretary was still thinking about going to the newly opened afternoon tea shop downstairs during her lunch break, but she didn't expect that she would suddenly have a job. Now she has someone to help her, and she is very happy. What's there to thank me for? Go quickly, you'll be late for lunch soon. Zhao Yi gently took the documents from the secretary and watched the secretary walk away. Humph, what about a raise? Those losers are incompetent and eat everything they have. They don't deserve a raise. Zhao Yi took the folder and distributed it, but when it reached the business department, none of it was distributed. These are all his subordinates. They are like trash and he has to deal with everything. They don't deserve a salary increase. Everyone in the company was happy about the salary increase, except for the business department, which was immersed in a depressing atmosphere. But Zhao Yi is the son of the deputy general manager. If you mess with him, not only will you not get your salary, you won't even get the job. So everyone can only swallow the bitter water in their stomachs. Today is the day for salary increase. Zhao Yi looked at the amount of money in his salary card increasing rapidly and couldn't stop smiling. I didn't expect these losers to get such a big raise. Looks like they'll have to spend even more on drinks at the bar. Zhao Yi had a smug look on his face, while the people around him were angry but dared not say a word. They really didn't know why he was assigned to this department in the first place. Joe Fan planned to stay in the company for lunch during his lunch break, so he could get to know the company's facilities and working environment. I had just gotten my meal and sat down in an empty seat when a discordant sound suddenly appeared in the quiet cafeteria. A girl was squatting on the ground, with a fallen dinner plate lying beside her and a man with gold-rimmed glasses standing in front of her. Zhao Yi looked at the voluptuous woman squatting on the ground and said coldly, "Don't you have eyes? You've only been here for a month and you're thinking of rebelling?" Li Rui was startled. When she turned around, she bumped into the business manager of her department and her food spilled all over the floor. "I'm sorry, boss. I really didn't mean it." Zhao Yi faced the exploitation and oppression within the department, and even the fraudulent collection of salary increases, but they chose to remain silent. But he still refused to let them go. Zhou Fan frowned as he watched, walked over to the bystander, and asked with pretended curiosity, "What's going on?" What else could it be? The business manager is bullying people and women again. I heard that Zhao Yi collected all the salary increases this time, and none of them dared to complain. How miserable. The people around him didn't even look at Zhou Fan and talked about gossip. Hearing this, Zhou Fan was shocked. In such a big company, there were actually such villains who deceived their superiors and bullied their subordinates. Even the thickest tree would be crushed by them. Get down on your knees and lick my shoes clean. Otherwise, it's not just about not getting paid, you have to get out of the company. Zhao Yi looked polite, but spoke extremely vulgar words. Li Rui had no choice. Although she was helpless, there were too few people who could earn this salary now. If she missed it, she might never get it again. So no matter how reluctant she was, she could only bow to the evil forces. Don't kneel. Chapter 23 Recruiting people in this way. Everyone's eyes fell on Zhou Fan in surprise, and they were full of admiration for this unfamiliar face. He might be the only one in the company who dares to speak to Zhao Yi like this. I really want to shout, "Young man, you are so brave." Zhao Yi raised his eyebrows in disdain and glanced at Zhou Fan with his chin raised. Who are you? Go back where you came from. No one has ever dared to talk to him like this, especially in front of so many people, so he naturally cannot be timid. Zhou Fan helped up the still dazed Li Rui and pulled her behind him. Why do you bully others? As soon as Zhou Fan finished speaking, Zhao Yi burst into laughter, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were clearly visible. Why? Do you know who I am? I think you just don't want to work in the company anymore. Zhao Yi looked at Zhou Fan's chest. He didn't have a badge and was still a company employee, so he must be new and hadn't been assigned any work yet. It was really great that he provoked him as soon as he entered the company. Li Rui also pulled Zhou Fan. It would be a real sin if she caused this man to lose his job. Don't worry about me. I'll kneel down if I want to. I've suffered this kind of injustice many times. This time won't make a difference. Li Rui gritted her teeth and was about to push Zhou Fan away and continue kneeling. I'm the chairman of the company. I won't let you kneel. Let's see who dares to object. Zhou Fan's aura was somewhat different from before, probably because he had attended a high-level shareholders meeting. With just one sentence, the atmosphere in the room instantly quieted down. Pfft, you? And the chairman? Do you think we can just let you impersonate him since we've never met him? Zhao Yi thought it was ridiculous. Although the chairman was a mysterious rich man who showed up suddenly and he had never seen his true appearance, it was impossible for him to be a stinky boy who hadn't even grown all his hair yet. I don't know if you're pretending or not, but I do know you're the business manager, right? Then you're fired. Zhou Fan didn't care that they doubted his identity. He couldn't hide his identity anyway, and this man would definitely be fired by him. You want to fire me? Go back to sleep. You never know in your dreams. My godfather is the vice chairman. If you dare to mess with me, you'll be finished with this company. Do you understand that? Zhao Yi had a cold and hard face. This new guy probably didn't know his background yet. Zhou Fan sneered. He didn't know who the vice chairman was, but based on the vice chairman's position with a mosaic face and 0 shares, he could easily control him. If the vice chairman dares to abuse his power for personal gain and corrupt you, he will be fired along with you. Zhao Yi felt that the man in front of him was too arrogant. A newcomer actually wanted to fire the vice president. Do you really think you're the chairman? Get him down and throw him out of the company. Zhao Yi randomly pointed at a few people from their department, and the rest did not dare to resist at all, but just moved slowly. They naturally knew who was right and who was wrong in a matter. The young secretary arrived late and ran over with a stack of documents. Chairman, this is the information you requested. What is it? The young secretary looked breathlessly at the group of people gathered around her, but fortunately she had sharp eyes and spotted the chairman in the crowd at a glance. Although he is a newly appointed chairman, he stands out for his height. Zhao Yi was stunned and grabbed her arm in surprise. What are you talking about? Who are you calling the chairman? Open your eyes and look, there is no chairman here. The young secretary was frightened by Zhao Yi and immediately began to feel aggrieved. She shook off Zhao Yi's hand and moved closer to Zhou Fan. He is our new chairman, Chairman Joe Fan. What's wrong? After the secretary finished speaking, the people around her immediately changed their attitude. They had just been like spectators in the front row, but now they had become like professionals accompanying the leader on an inspection tour. Li Rue was also stunned. She had never expected that this young man, even younger than herself, was actually the chairman of the company, not even the vice chairman. Really young and promising. Chairman! The people around immediately shouted respectfully, "This is simply a plot from a TV drama." The chairman specially went incognito for inspection. Chairman! How could this be possible? How could this be the chairman? Zhao Yi's face was filled with disbelief. Someone who knows how many years younger than him was actually the chairman. The company had previously said that the new chairman was ruthless, so how could it be the person in front of him? It's confirmed now, right? You're fired. Go to HR to get your pay and get out. Our company doesn't need people like you. Zhou Fan's words made the people around him excited, especially the people in Zhao Yi's department. No. My godfather is the vice president, how can you open it just like that? Zhao Yi struggled. Yes, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. That vice president has also opened his business. Everyone was petrified. The vice chairman fired him with ease. That was a bit too awesome, class. Zhou Fan took the information from the secretary. I'll notify HR soon. You can leave after receiving your salary. I don't want to see you in the company this afternoon, no? You too. Zhou Fan said that it was not good to hold the information behind Zhao Yi and Li Rue, he still had things to do. What a delay. Li Rue originally wanted to thank Zhou Fan, but he was a young and promising boss after all, so she decided to forget it. The crowd dispersed in a noisy manner, leaving Zhao Yi standing there helplessly and furiously. Zhou Fan took the information back to the office. It turned out that cheese industry was engaged in food processing, mainly producing convenience foods, such as potato chips and instant noodles. After years of accumulation, the company has gained some fame in the industry. However, the food industry has been highly competitive in recent years, and profits have become increasingly slim. If it continues like this, the company will sooner or later go bankrupt. After learning about this situation, Zhou Fan had an idea and came up with a clever idea. He plans to expand his business, establish an internet company, and boost sales of his food products. Zhou Fan acted immediately and soon posted a recruitment advertisement for Fifan Technology on the internet, offering very generous remuneration. The basic annual salary of 200,000 yuan and free accommodation for employees are very attractive to a large number of college students who have difficulty finding jobs. However, there is an additional condition for participating in the interview, which is that you must collect all the cards in the potato chips and instant noodles produced by Fifan. All college students who study in Shanghai want to stay there after graduation. But in Shanghai, where housing prices are prohibitively high, it is hard to find a company that offers free accommodation. Therefore, after the recruitment information was released, the potato chips and instant noodles produced by Fifan Industrial quickly became popular among a wave of graduating college students. Looking at the company's increasing sales performance, Zhou Fan touched his chin, feeling quite proud. Potato chips and instant noodles are cheap and last a long time, so it's worth it. And if I win the lottery, I'll get a good job opportunity. If I can't find a job, I'll probably buy some and give it a try, right? I really am a little business genius. Chapter 24 Recruiting Secretary. Zhou Fan sat in the office, looking at the young secretary, feeling uncomfortable. Of course he had to fire that young secretary. He was going to be the top man in the Magic City in the future, so the secretary beside him had to be someone with great responsibilities and abilities. Besides, he didn't like her type. Zhou Fan called his secretary over, who was very nervous. She had seen the new chairman's methods, firing anyone at will. I know you were the secretary of the previous chairman, and he liked me but not me, so do you understand what I mean? However, I still feel a little reluctant to directly tell this girl to fire her from her position. Therefore, Zhou Fan had already applied for a transfer for her and transferred her to the secretary of the Human Resources Manager. Today's scene was purely a notification. I know, Chairman. I saw the transfer notice. I will do my best as the HR manager and secretary. Although Dong Ning was nervous, it was just a transfer after all, not a dismissal. Chairman Zhou must have done his best for her. Well, I'd appreciate your understanding. But before I transfer, please help me with one thing. Send this document out. I need to find a secretary. The interview starts tomorrow and will last for 3 days. I'll be the only interviewer. Zhou Fan handed over a document and Dong Ning quickly took it. Don't worry, Chairman. I will definitely handle this matter well. With that, she left the office in her high heels. Zhou Fan slumped in the chair. Without anyone around, he didn't need to maintain a serious attitude. After the news got out, everyone in the company started to get excited. With such a young and promising chairman, who wouldn't want to be his secretary? The minds of newbies in the workplace are filled with brainless plots like office romance and the domineering boss falling in love with me. Stop daydreaming. Chairman Zhou is definitely looking for someone who graduated from a prestigious university, and she's definitely a beautiful woman. If he even dislikes a little beauty like Dongning, what chance do you have? Stop daydreaming and pack up and get ready for the meeting. When the marketing director came to have tea, he saw this group of young people gathered in the tea room discussing Jay Cho. The staff were shocked. Got it, director. The interview for the chairman's secretary will begin soon. Such a good position is what all female college students are trying their best to get. Fifan Industrial. That's one of the top companies in Shanghai. After becoming the chairman's secretary, you'll definitely stay in Shanghai. Who knows, you might even become a successful senior white-collar worker in the future. Who wouldn't dream of that? On the first day of the interview, the company's threshold was almost flattened. Zhou Fan sat in the interviewer's seat, with the seat next to him empty. It was enough for him to interview alone. After all, he was the one who was going to choose a secretary. The staff were busy organizing outside and conducting one-on-one interviews. The reception room was almost entirely filled with beauties of all kinds, with all kinds of styles. It was like all the beauties in the world gathered together. A woman wearing a black uniform with only a black base shirt underneath and with a strong cleavage is jaw-dropping. She seemed very confident, standing with her long legs crossed, casually admiring her new manicure. A short-haired beauty next to her was constantly applying powder to touch up her makeup, which was so exquisite that it couldn't be more exquisite. The entire reception room was filled with the scent of a mixture of high-end perfumes, and compared with the scene before him, it was simply bustling. In the corner, a woman wearing a black uniform with a short hip skirt and black stockings wrapped around her slender long legs looked exceptionally calm. She has a neat ponytail and wears thick black framed glasses, giving people an intellectual and quiet feeling. At this moment, she was looking at the information intently, pushing the frame from time to time. She was obviously not of the same kind as the colorful women present and seemed a little out of place. People who stand out will soon be discovered. The woman with big breasts and sexy waist looks at the woman in the corner with disdain. Isn't Fifan Industrial a big company? How come a country bumpkin from the countryside is qualified for an interview? This is simply lowering my status. The woman sneered in a shrill voice. Xu Yan pushed his glasses again, looked at everyone with a confused expression, then lowered his head to continue reading the information, completely ignoring the looks from those around him. How dare you ignore me? The woman bit her red lips angrily, but since this was an interview venue, she would have to teach this clown who polluted her vision a lesson. Luzhen, who is Luzhen? You come first. After receiving the notification that Zhou Fan's interview had begun, the staff immediately shouted towards the reception room according to the list. The woman with a slender waist just now stood up immediately. Me. I'm here. Then she glared at Chu Yan with disdain while wearing high heels, and followed the staff into the chairman's office. As soon as I saw Zhou Fan, I immediately had an idea in my mind. The chairman is not a middle-aged bald greasy uncle. What's going on with this handsome appearance? Sitting in the interview chair, Luzhen began to show her charm, trying to arouse Zhou Fan's interest. The interview list is with Zhou Fan. He has seen the appearance of these people before. Although they are good-looking, after having met Su Qian and Suya, he has become immune to ordinary beauties. Let's get started. Introduce yourself and why you're applying for this position at the company. Zhou Fan placed the materials on the table and spoke in a calm tone. Luzhen immediately began to talk eloquently, bragging about his academic qualifications and work experience. Okay. Go ahead, I'll let you know when the next result comes out. Zhou Fan simply waved his hands. Does this woman have ADHD? She keeps swaying back and forth. Luzhen puffed out her chest proudly and walked out of the office confidently. Everyone in the reception room immediately turned their eyes to her. The chairman is very satisfied with me, the secretary position will definitely be mine. Lu Xun sat aside with great confidence, and had already begun to fantasize about becoming the chairman's wife in the future. Everyone was speculating that although Lu Xun was indeed good-looking, they couldn't just decide on her. Next, Lu Yu. Next, Zhou Ji. Next, Zhao Ruo. Next, Chu Yan. As soon as Chu Yan heard her name, she stood up quickly. This was the third job she had found after graduation, and she had to pass the interview. Zhou Fan was aesthetically fatigued in the office and discussed with the system whether it could directly give him a beautiful secretary with many talents and extraordinary abilities. But the system refused. Zhou Fan could only stare at the door with his big eyes. As a man, he was almost traumatized by women's breasts. The next one to come in would definitely have big breasts. Squeak. When Chu Yin pushed the door open, he saw Zhou Fan sitting in a chair in a very depressed state. Finally, he had a new taste in Zhou Fan and immediately became serious. Please take a seat. Chu Yan sat down awkwardly, wringing his hands nervously. Chapter 25 Secretary Chu Yan. Zhou Fan was stunned. What kind of people were found for him? The first few didn't look like they were applying for secretary positions, but more like they were looking for marriage partners. They were simply disgusting. This time, this character looks timid and shy, so how could she possibly be his secretary? Zhou Fan was so disappointed that he didn't even bother to go through the formalities and handed the list of questions in front of him to Chu Yan. Come on, just answer the questions here. Just answer as many of the 20 questions as you like. This is only the first day of the job application, and it would be a bit too greedy to want to find a secretary today. Chu Yan read the words above honestly, and Zhou Fan listened with one ear and ignored them with the other. Even big bosses have headaches sometimes. Chu Yan had just read question 15 when Zhou Fan's phone suddenly rang. Wait a moment, I'll take a call. When I turned on my phone, it turned out to be Lu Daji, whom I hadn't contacted for a long time. I was shocked at first and then answered the call. It's been so long since you graduated and you only called me. Zhou Fan tried to speak as quietly as possible. After all, this was an interview, and it was not appropriate for him, the interviewer, to answer the phone during the interview. While talking on the phone, Zhou Fan secretly glanced at Chu Yan, who was interviewing. She was looking at the questions in her hand very quietly, without saying a word, and she was not even curious about what he said. Hey, I came home after graduation. My mom took me to the temple to eat vegetarian food and chant Buddhist scriptures for a few days. How are you? How are you doing recently? I'm a little busy right now. I'll come see you in a few days and we can talk in detail. Zhou Fan felt that it was pointless to say more on the phone, as it was definitely impossible to explain it in a few words. Okay. Go ahead and do your thing. I'm going to hang up first. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Fan stretched his shoulders and looked at Chu Yan. Where were we talking about? Through his observation just now, Zhou Fan felt that this girl was actually quite good. At least she was not curious about anything. Okay, stop talking. Tell it again from the beginning. I want to listen. Although Zhou Fan was a bit rude, Chu Yan had no complaints at all. She began to read out the information Zhou Fan had just given her word for word, including what she had just said. After all the questions were asked, Chu Yan blushed and closed his mouth, too embarrassed to say anything else. Zhou Fan was shocked. Chu Yan just spoke without any script. You can't recite all the questions by heart, right? He took great pains to come up with this question, and there is no copy of it on the internet. Chu Yan nodded gently. Seeing Zhou Fan's puzzled expression, he quickly explained, I've had a photographic memory since I was a child, so I can remember almost every punctuation mark in something I've read once. So, after reading this information, I can naturally repeat it. Chu Yan stood up straight and was extremely confident when he spoke, but after he finished speaking, he seemed like a different person, either blushing or looking around. He is such a coward. Zhou Fan then looked at Chu Yan carefully. She seemed to be a great beauty as well, but unlike the glamorous beauties, her beauty was particularly low-key. He also has an amazingly good temper and a photographic memory. Just now, when I heard her introduce herself, it seemed that she was a top student who graduated from Shuangdan University. I can't find it even with a lantern. Okay, it's you. From now on, you'll be my secretary. Go out and tell them that the interviews are over today. The people on the list can be assigned other positions in the company. Zhou Fan waved his sleeves at Chu Yan and asked her to give orders according to his opinion. Not only was he hired immediately, but he also immediately became the secretary to issue notices. Although Chu Yan was surprised, this was definitely a good thing for him. It will never be the same as before. Chu Yan walked out nervously with the documents in his hand. Everyone looked over at him again. This woman had obviously been in the office longer than the others. Only Lu Jin was disdainful. The chairman must have chosen her, not that country bumpkin. Chu Yan mustered up his courage and spoke as calmly as possible. The chairman said that I have been decided to be the secretary today. The people on the list can stay in the company and will be trained as models for the company's publicity in the future. Chu Yan finished it in one breath, and then his face turned red again. Lu Jin heard that she was on the list. She was not the chairman's secretary but a company promotional model. Why? That's fake. You bad woman, you didn't do that on your own? Lu Jin was the first to object. How was her figure and appearance not better than Chu Yan's? Could it be that after being in the office for so long, the chairman had been taking advantage of her? That's not the case. The decision was made by the chairman. It's up to you whether to stay or go. Chu Yan quickly waved his hands to explain. Ha! You've been in this office for so long, who knows if you used some unconventional means to get this position? Lu Jin looked at Chu Yan with disgust, as if she had seen it with her own eyes. The others didn't dare to speak, because Chu Yan was now the chairman's secretary after all. If they offended her now, how would they live in the future? However, their eyes were still curious when they looked at Chu Yan. Chu Yan didn't expect that someone would misunderstand her like this. She was already a little timid, and when she saw everyone's eyes were on her, she became even more nervous and her face blushed. Before he could finish his words, Zhou Fan walked out of the office. He had originally planned to take a day off today, but he heard these words as soon as he walked out the door. Even people who didn't attend the interview could only praise Zhou Fan for being a promising young man when they saw him for the first time. What? You have some ideas? I said Chu Yan is a secretary, so what are the unspoken rules? Do you know them well? Zhou Fan glanced at Chu Yan in front of him. Your work is done. Go home and get ready for work tomorrow. Also, anyone on the list who wants to stay can stay, and those who don't want to stay won't be forced to stay. After Zhou Fan finished speaking, he asked the staff to take those who decided to stay to the studio, and then left the company. The rest of the people naturally all chose to stay. Although Lu Jin was not satisfied with the result, it was something that almost everyone in Magic City now agreed that Fifan Industrial's salary was high. Having a job at Fifan Industrial, even if it's just cleaning lady, you'll never have to worry about food and clothing. Who would be so stupid as to give up this opportunity to be a model? Before leaving, Lu Jin gave Chu Yan a fierce look. As long as she stayed here, there was a possibility that she would become the chairman's secretary. Chu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally he had a job. Zhou Fan randomly found a place to eat. If Thompson Epine didn't forbid takeout, he would have ordered something worth several $100s. When he got home and opened the flash sale app, the activities inside shocked him again. 200x cash back on amusement park activities, limited to 48 hours. This time, you can really make money by eating, drinking, and having fun. Chapter 26, Hotel Entrance. Since you can get 200x cash back on amusement park purchases. Of course, the most expensive amusement park is the best. The most expensive amusement park in Shanghai is, of course, Disneyland. But Zhou Fan used his own little universe to think about it. They were either with friends or lovers. If he was alone at that time, he might end up being fed dog food no matter what he played. When he thought that he might be surrounded by young couples, his heart ached inexplicably and he clenched his fists and slapped his thighs. Who doesn't have a beautiful woman? I'm so pissed. Zhou Fan was really pissed off at himself, so he decided to bring a companion with him, and this companion naturally fell on Su Qian, with whom he had had close contact. He still remembers the taste of that sweet kiss in his mind. With Su Qian involved, he might become the kind of person who feeds others dog food. Thinking of this, he immediately started to act, not caring how tiring his work was on weekdays. The thought of going to the amusement park with Su Qian instantly swept away his fatigue. I found Su Qian's number, cleared my throat and called her. Hello? Su Qian's soft voice came from the other end of the phone, and Zhou Fan immediately controlled his pounding heart. Su Qian, my friend has 2 tickets to Disneyland. He gave them to me for some reason. I thought it would be a bit of a waste, so I wanted to ask if you are free tomorrow? Su Qian was stunned. Does this mean he wants to go on a date with her? The shop where she works happens to be closed for the day tomorrow, and since she no longer has the pressure of rent, her life has been much more relaxed recently. After thinking about it, Jo Fan also helped her a lot. Okay. I have the day off tomorrow, so I have time. Besides, it has been a long time since I went to the amusement park. Okay. I'll pick you up at the Grand Hotel tomorrow. Jo Fan hung up the phone excitedly. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. This system activity was simply a godlike assist. The next morning, Jo Fan drove his cool Bugatti to the door of Holly. I also want to keep a low profile. But he was so poor that he only had a Bugatti. He quickly entered the hotel and called Su Qian when he was almost there. As soon as Jo Fan entered the hotel, he saw Su Qian walking out in a white long dress. Because she was going to have a good time today, she specially found a pair of white shoes. Jo Fan instantly felt the spring breeze blowing on his face. This was probably what it meant to be as beautiful as a fairy. Su Qian trotted over, panting. Have you been here for a long time? I came down as soon as you called me. Unfortunately, the hotel is too high. No, let's go. Jo Fan was smiling and preparing to take Su Qian away when suddenly a teasing voice sounded from behind him. Oh, what a coincidence. Isn't this my good Su Qian? Why are you in this hotel? Are you here to get a room with a man? Jo Fan frowned and turned around, and a man in a white suit walked out of the elevator. Deng Fu? Su Qian looked embarrassed when she saw the person coming. She didn't expect to meet Deng Fu in this place. Deng Fu put his hands in his suit pockets and looked at Jo Fan. Are you being taken care of by this man who's wearing something hard to describe? It seems like the situation is similar. Put. Su Qian, I think you are blind. After having me, how can you still be attracted to a man like this? Deng Fu's eyebrows danced as he spoke, his face full of disbelief. Deng Fu. Watch what you say. I have nothing to do with you. Su Qian said in a low voice with a cold face that before Wang Bin came to disturb her at school, it was Deng Fu who had always been pestering her. It was only later that he seemed to have stopped harassing Su Qian after being called back to the company by his parents. Now, they unexpectedly met in this way. Humph. You think I want anything to do with you? I'm disgusted that you found a man like this. How could I possibly fall for you? I'm blind. Deng Fu showed a very disdainful expression towards Jo Fan. Although the two people are in the same school, one is the top student in the school and the other is the bottom student in the school. The two people had never met before. Jo Fan directly protected Su Qian behind him and spoke in a cold voice. Do you know why Su Qian didn't choose you? Because a toad is destined not to eat swan meat. Pohaha, are you talking about yourself again? You're that big toad, disgusting enough to make me want to vomit. Choice? Are you comparing yourself to me? What the hell are you qualified to do? Thinking that the woman he once pursued was with this man, he was furious. If the girl he once pursued didn't want to be with him, she would deserve to live out her life alone. What qualifications? Just because Su Qian chose me and not you. Jo Fan responded calmly, which made Deng Fu's face look even more vicious. Deng Fu was so angry that he laughed instead, his eyes full of disdain. Heh, I just finished a business deal with the owner of this hotel. Believe it or not, I can kick you two out of the Grand Hotel with just one phone call. The owner of the Grand Hotel? It's been a while. Why are you silent? Are you scared or awakened? Jo Fan listened to Deng Fu's words and curled the corners of his mouth in sarcasm. Are you sure the hotel owner will throw me out? Nonsense, it's just a matter of a word from me. Deng Fu thought that since he had just won the business, Shinjun should probably give him some face, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Shinjun hurried out of the elevator and saw Jo Fan head on, his eyes lit up with joy. He walked towards them with big strides. See? You're coming for me. Now beg me and I'll consider not throwing you out. Deng Fu looked at Shinjun confidently, that person must be coming towards him. Jo Fan. When did you come? You didn't even tell me you were coming. Don't you consider me, Shinjun, as your brother? Shinjun ignored Deng Fu and patted Jo Fan on the shoulder. No, I just picked up Su Qian to go out and play today. If this guy hadn't dragged me here, you probably wouldn't have seen me. Jo Fan intentionally reminded Shinjun that there was someone next to him, and only then did Shinjun notice Deng Fu next to him. What's going on? Boss Deng, what's this? Shin Jun was a little confused. He didn't know what had happened. He looked at Deng Fu and asked him to give him an explanation. Inside. This plain-looking guy turned out to be Shin Jun's brother. Wasn't this a real problem? How could he explain this? He couldn't say it, so I helped him. He said he was going to throw Su Qian and me out of the hotel together, and that you would definitely stand on his side. Zhou Fan repeated Deng Fu's meaning indifferently. What? No way, how could I possibly stand on his side? Shin Jun waved his hands quickly, then said to Deng Fu with a gloomy face, I think we need to reconsider our cooperation. Don't! Deng Fu looked at the situation and couldn't accept it for a moment. The business he had just secured was gone just like that. Chapter 27 interview begins. Deng Fu was still in a daze. This Zhou Fan actually snatched Su Qian away and ruined his business. Doesn't this man know Shin Jun? He thinks he's a big shot? His family has some status in Shanghai. Killing Zhou Fan would be easy. While Deng Fu was stunned, Zhou Fan had already pulled Su Qian into the car. I'm sorry it's so late because of me. Disneyland in Shanghai is very popular. After being delayed for so long, I guess I will have to wait in line for a long time before I can get in. That's fine. This kind of scum deserves a good lesson. Let's go. It's not a bad idea to wait in line for a while. There's nothing else to do anyway. Zhou Fan said as he started the Bugatti and quickly drove towards Disneyland in Shanghai. I don't know if it was because God favored them or if they were just lucky, but they were able to enter the venue without waiting in line for long. You can play the amusement facilities directly without having to queue. Zhou Fan felt a little unsteady after riding the pirate ship, but Su Qian seemed to be in high spirits. Pull Zhou Fan to ride the rotating honey jar. No, isn't this a game for girls to lead children? It's too embarrassing for a grown man like me to sit on it. Zhou Fan walked to the side and refused to go up. He didn't want to accept such a silly and cute project. He didn't want to accept it. Su Qian looked very hurt. I don't have any children, I only brought you along. If you don't play with me, I'll probably be sitting there alone. If that's the case, I'd rather not play. Although Su Qian said this, her eyes were still fixed on the honey jar, as if she had lost her soul. Zhou Fan had no choice, he softened his heart. In front of the beautiful woman, his damn pride as a man should be crushed to ashes. Su Qian happily pulled Zhou Fan onto the honey jar and kept spinning it, while Zhou Fan bought a hat and covered his face so that no one could see it. After finally finishing this entertainment facility, Zhou Fan suddenly stopped being timid. I found a restaurant that looked delicious and walked in. I still had to take care of lunch. Just looking at the menu, although it is expensive, it is not outrageously expensive. Even if it is 200 times more, it is not that much. Su Qian looked at the dazed Zhou Fan, automatically filtering out the brilliance of Zhou Fan owning a Bugatti Veyron and a pound of diamonds. He took out his wallet very considerately. I can treat you this meal. After all, you've made me very happy today. I should thank you very much. Looking at Su Qian's serious face, Zhou Fan just felt funny. He didn't think it was expensive, but rather too cheap. How can I let you pay for dinner with a girl? Zhou Fan called the waiter and pointed to the most expensive dishes on the menu. This, there are more than this price range, I want them all. The calm look seemed to be natural. The waiter immediately took note and walked down with the menu. Su Qian looked at the amount of food they had ordered. Even if she rushed to pay the bill, she estimated that her empty wallet would be of no use. We ordered so much food, can we finish it? Su Qian felt a little sorry for the money. How much would this cost? Zhou Fan waved his hand, it's okay, just take a bite each. You can earn more money this way. Su Qian didn't say anything. She looked at the food being served one after another and her worries disappeared instantly. She was sure she could finish it all because it was so delicious. After the two of them had eaten their fill, they went to play at the entertainment facilities in the afternoon. It's just that the Ferris wheel has not been open to the public, which is a small regret for the two of them today. But we have decided to wait until the Ferris wheel opens and then go ride it again. Zhou Fan only sent Su Qian downstairs of the Grand Hotel. After all, entering a girl's room late at night did not seem like a gentleman's behavior. Although Zhou Fan has never considered himself a gentleman, the habits he has developed over a long period of time still make him choose to be reserved. I had a lot of fun today, thank you. You are tired too, so go back early. Su Qian said with a blushing face. Zhou Fan nodded. This romantic moment was a bit like the feeling of sending his girlfriend back to the dormitory in college. At this time, Su Qian should hold onto his shoulders and kiss him on the face. But seeing Su Qian's feet seem to be standing still, Zhou Fan knew that a kiss was impossible. Okay. Then I'll go back first, you go to bed early. Zhou Fan drove away. Su Qian watched him for a long time until he could no longer see the car before going upstairs. The next morning, when Zhou Fan arrived at the company, he saw his new secretary Chu Yan and was almost unable to react. After thinking about it carefully, he remembered that this was the secretary he appointed yesterday. She had already come to work today and her workstation was in the reception room outside Zhou Fan's office. Hello, Chairman Zhou. This was Chu Yan's first time serving as a secretary in such a high position, so he couldn't help but feel a little nervous, fearing that he would be fired again because of his previous carelessness. Zhou Fan nodded, then realized that the news of the potato chip and instant noodle collection card had been released for a long time, so he ordered, "Go and get me the information on the company's food sales." Well, Chairman Zhou, I saw it this morning when I was handing over my work, and I have memorized it. If you don't mind, can I repeat it to you? Chu Yan blushed slightly and put forward his idea. Zhou Fan raised his eyebrows. This secretary with a photographic memory was really amazing. Sure, then come into the office and report to me. Chu Yan followed Zhou Fan into the chairman's office, and after Zhou Fan sat down, he began to report. Just like reading out the names of dishes, a large amount of text and numerical information was reported smoothly. At first, he was a little surprised at Chu Yan's ability, but soon Zhou Fan calmed down and began to listen to the reported information. That should be all. Do you have any questions? Although he reported the financial information for 10 minutes in one breath, Chu Yan looked very comfortable with it. However, when she saw Zhou Fan's admiring look, her cheeks instantly turned red. Pa. Zhou Fan laughed and clapped his hands. Amazing, awesome. Yesterday, when I heard you say you had a photographic memory, I was a little skeptical, but today I really believe it. Hearing Zhou Fan's praise, Chu Yan's face turned even redder, and he waved his hands repeatedly and said, "They are just some small things, not worthy of your praise." Ha, it's okay. You can be more confident in the future. After all, you are my secretary, Zhou Fan. After teasing the shy beautiful secretary, Zhou Fan began to think about the company's affairs. Sales of the company-branded potato chips are almost done, and it looks like this year's graduating class is really putting in a lot of effort into collecting the cards. In this case, we can start the next stage of the task. Great. Very good. Now we can start recruiting. Tell the HR department to take care of this. Be sure to check their cards during the interviews to make sure no one is trying to take advantage of the situation. There are too many counterfeiting technologies nowadays. Some people may choose to forge directly because they are too lazy to collect information. Such people must not be accepted. The first requirement for the employees he wants to recruit is honesty. Chapter 28 Interview Requirements. Recruitment will start soon, and those holding bags with cards are almost all graduates from major universities in Shanghai. Although the way they got the interview opportunity this time is very unique, having this opportunity is to give them hope. Hey, I heard. This boss is from our school, and he just graduated. Doesn't that mean he's my senior? I wonder if there's a backdoor or something. A sturdy young man with a calculating look on his face. If he can really get along well with the boss, his future will be limitless. When the interview started, a group of newly graduated college students in the reception room immediately sat up straight. Some of them were so nervous that sweat could be seen on their foreheads. This time, Zhou Fan is not the only interviewer. After Zhou Fan finished selecting his secretary last time, he summed up this experience, and having someone next to him can help him share the burden. There were 5 interviewers sitting behind the long conference table. Zhou Fan was naturally the one sitting in the middle. The first one on the left was the Human Resources Director, and the second one was the Marketing Director. The first one on the right is the new Deputy General Manager, a man Zhou Fan felt was suitable for this position after careful observation. The second one is Chu Yan. Although Chu Yan tried to procrastinate but was unable to shirk the interviewer's task, in her own words, she was the one who had just been interviewed, and it was really unfair for her to interview others. Zhou Fan didn't care. As his secretary, Chu Yan should have the responsibility to get to know the employees who were about to enter the company in advance. With her photographic memory, she probably knew what kind of people they were and what their personalities were like. When the time came to hire them, it would naturally be easy for her. Joe Fan sat upright, acting like a chairman. In addition to testing professional skills, this interview naturally has another particularly important item, which Joe Fan specially reminded him of in advance. No matter what else he forgot, he must not forget to ask this. Okay, sir, could you please tell us what your beliefs are? Why are you here for this interview? The HR director, with her neat short hair, was the first to ask a question. These people all had to go through her to enter the company, so naturally she had to consider them carefully. Well, I just want to make a difference. Work hard and bring honor to the company. Joe Fan rolled his eyes. He hadn't even been accepted to work for the company yet, and he was already threatening to work hard to bring honor to the company. This was a bit too unrealistic. It was so fake. After confirming Joe Fan's intention, the HR director told him to go back and wait for news. The man stood up and left without stopping or even bowing. Is this the kind of upbringing he needs to bring honor to the company? Joe Fan shook his head secretly. This was how the first person was. He hoped that the people below would not let him down. Ma'am, may I ask why you are here for this interview? I just want to find a job that allows me to stay in the Magic City. Joe Fan nodded. This little girl must be telling the truth. If he gave her a job opportunity, she would definitely work hard for the company. If you keep asking like this, everyone may understand that Fiefan Industrial will definitely not hire inferior people. Therefore, almost everyone who interviewed in this interview had qualified professional skills, the only difference was between good and better. Although this made Joe Fan very happy, when he examined their beliefs, the endless messy excuses really surprised him. The salary here is high. I'm the only man in my family. I came here to earn money to support my family. Of course I want to work hard, become a white-collar woman, and improve my quality of life. I'm here to support my girlfriend. She's been with me since college, and I can't let her suffer anymore. Of course, these are all standard statements. No matter what their reasons are, they are more sincere than ordinary people, and they all have the obsession to stay here, which will definitely play a good role in the development of the company. Of course, there were also some weird statements that made Joe Fan feel overwhelmed. What about starting from the grassroots and working hard to become a boss? He is the boss now, so what should I do? As for those who have devoted themselves to the company, Taishu really cannot consider these now. The good and the bad are all intertwined together, making Joe Fan unable to take it lightly at all. Finally, it was time for the lunch break. With fewer sounds in his ears, Joe Fan felt that it was particularly wonderful. The worries of a successful person were just like this. Chairman Joe, I have memorized all the people who meet your requirements. If Chairman Joe needs anything, you can ask me and I will quickly find an employee who matches them. Chu Yen did not leave during lunch break. Looking at Joe Fan, who was already slumped in the chair, he reported on his morning work. Well, you did very well. But you don't have to work too hard. Go eat quickly. You have a tough battle to fight in the afternoon. Joe Fan waved his hand and told Chu Yen to hurry up and eat. He had never been as tired as he was today. The last interview for recruiting a secretary was arranged very casually and only lasted for one morning. And after all the candidates were beautiful women. This time we are recruiting grassroots staff of the company, so we naturally cannot be too casual. After a while, Joe Fan heard footsteps again and thought Chu Yen had come again. He was so angry that he wanted to throw the sign with his name on the table at her, but she was a girl. So he patiently asked, "Why are you back again? Didn't I tell you to take a lunch break?" When Joe Fan looked up, he saw the face of a strange man. He was startled and almost jumped up from his chair. "Who are you?" Lu, who was also startled. He originally wanted to see if there was anyone else inside, and thought it would be even better if he could run into the chairman. "Are you Chairman Joe? I'm here for an interview today. I saw they all went out for lunch, and Chairman Joe was here alone, so I thought I'd come and chat with him." He was still thinking about the fact that Joe Fan was his senior. If he could successfully please Joe Fan through this chat, then he would definitely have a good chance of getting the interview in the afternoon. Oh. Fuck you. Can't you see I'm exhausted? But after all, he now represents the entire Fiefan Industrial, so he still understands this etiquette. "Chairman Joe, I heard that you graduated from Magic City University?" Lu Hu asked directly and tentatively. "Oh, yes, it is. I didn't expect that there are people who specialize in researching the university he graduated from." It's really a bit surprising. I wonder if it's intentional. That's such a coincidence, Chairman Zhou. I also graduated from Magic City University. You're a year older than me, right? What a coincidence. I actually got an interview at your company. It's like I have a connection. Lu Hu acted very familiar and took out a cigarette from his pocket. Does the chairman smoke? Zhou Fan frowned and instantly felt that the man in front of him had a bad conscience. This was not caring about him at all, he was trying to get in through the back door. No smoking in the office. Zhou Fan waved his hand, and Lu Hu had to put the cigarette back awkwardly, but he had no intention of giving up at all. How many people want to have this kind of relationship with the chairman but never get the chance? They're alumni. If they're even closer, they're classmates. Chapter 29 Old Classmates. Listening to the other party's various attempts to get close to each other and his self-praise, Zhou Fan almost kicked this muscular man out. Even if his professional skills were pretty good, he was not a decent person if he always tried to get in through the back door. However, because of his identity as the chairman, Zhou Fan could only ask the security guard to throw out Lu Hu, who was talking about the two of them being equals in running the company together. Zhou Fan? What's going on? Weren't we having a nice chat? What do these security guards mean? Lu Hu was just immersed in his own fantasy, but these security guards pulled him out of his fantasy. I'm the chairman of Fifan Industrial now. You should call me Chairman Zhou. Besides, you're such a good talker and have such great ambitions. Our company really can't accommodate you. You should go to another company. Lu Hu smiled embarrassedly. Mr. Zhou, that's nothing. Although I have talent, I'm willing to stay in Fifan Industrial. Just give me a general manager position. Zhou Fan wanted to kick the man out. There were not many people in the world who were so blindly confident. You have such a character that our company can't tolerate you. You two go ask him to leave and take back his card. It's a waste of our company card to give it to someone like him. Zhou Fan couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he just waved his hands and stopped looking at Lu Hu. Calling him by that name sounds quite domineering, but why would he do such a brainless thing? Only then did Lu Hu realize that things did not seem to be developing as he had expected, and he frantically made excuses while being dragged away by the bodyguards. However, no matter how Lu Hu shouted, Zhou Fan ignored him. It was just that his nap was indeed disturbed by Lu Hu. This matter quickly spread among those who came for the interview in the afternoon, so everyone knew that the interviewer, Chairman Zhou, was impartial and fair, and everyone was extremely nervous. The interview in the afternoon went smoothly, but Zhou Fan's eyelids were drooping and he couldn't remember anything the interviewer said. After the recruitment was over, Chu Yan handed the list of candidates to Zhou Fan, and those who were hesitant during the interview and didn't even dare to tell the truth were naturally eliminated. Chairman Zhou, this is the list of people who can successfully join the company. Are there any points that you are dissatisfied with? Zhou Fan shook his head. He only knew the ones from the morning. He was not familiar with any of the names from the afternoon. Naturally, he was not dissatisfied. Xu Yan has already started notifying everyone who has successfully interviewed that they can come to work in the company next Monday. When he got off work, Zhou Fan was extremely energetic, probably because he had slept for a long time in the afternoon. Just when Zhou Fan was thinking about what to eat in the evening, he suddenly received a call. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, he hesitated for a moment, but still answered the call. Hello? Zhou Fan? A calm male voice asked tentatively on the other side of the phone. For a moment, Zhou Fan only felt that the man's voice sounded familiar, but he still couldn't remember it. Asked, "Excuse me, who are you?" "I'm Wu Ziyu." The other party was afraid that Zhou Fan had completely forgotten him in the past few years, so he quickly explained, "Brother, do you still remember me? I'm Wu Ziyu, who joined the army after graduating from high school. Now that I'm discharged from the army, I want to contact you, my best friend from high school." In fact, even if Wu Ziyu didn't explain, Zhou Fan already knew who was on the phone when he heard Wu Ziyu's name. Thinking of their friendship in high school, Zhou Fan felt a little emotional. Everyone in high school had almost forgotten about it. But Wu Ziyu was the one he would never forget. "Of course I remember you. I remembered it immediately when you just said your name." "Humph, you've got some conscience, kid. It's no wonder I've been thinking about you since we were in the army. How about we get together?" Wu Ziyu asked tentatively. After all, he hadn't seen Zhou Fan for many years and didn't know how he was doing now. It would be a bit embarrassing if he was busy. Fortunately, Joe Fan's cell phone number had not been changed since high school, which made it easy for him to contact Joe Fan. Sure. That's inevitable. Just tell me the location and I'll come find you right away. Joe Fan naturally wanted to go. He hadn't seen his brother since he joined the army. He had made him cry when he joined the army. We have to have a good get-together this time. Wu Ziyu arranged to meet at a snack stand not far from the high school. They often liked to eat there back then, but 5 years had passed and the snack stand had become much cleaner. Okay, you go first, I'll be there soon. Joe Fan had no worries and drove his Bugatti straight to the snack stand that Wu Ziyu mentioned. As soon as I parked the car, I saw a strong man sitting at the very edge of the snack stand. Wu Ziyu! Joe Fan shouted, and sure enough, the muscular man turned around. He looked similar to the impression Joe Fan had of him, except that he had a scar on his face, and his skin, tanned by wind and sun, had become a healthier wheat color. Fuck! You look a lot more handsome after not seeing you for a few years. Wu Ziyu was also very excited and quickly stood up to greet him. Don't praise me, I'll get carried away. Aren't you handsome too? You're definitely the type of macho guy that the ladies like. Joe Fan said jokingly that as a grown man, he wanted to pinch the muscles all over the body. Wu Ziyu suddenly caught sight of the BMW 5 Series behind Joe Fan and was stunned. What have you been doing these past few years? How could you drive such a nice car? The BMW 5 Series was parked next to the Bugatti. Wu Ziyu would never have thought that the Bugatti was Joe Fan's, it was the top-notch BMW 5 Series. When they were in high school, the two of them squatted at the school gate and watched the cars passing by. They were so envious that they insisted that they must buy a car when they grew up. I didn't expect Joe Fan to achieve it so quickly, and it was a famous brand BMW. Oh, it's nothing. I just opened a small company and made some money. Let's eat first. I came here on an empty stomach to see you. Joe Fan thought that Wu Ziyu was well informed in the army and didn't think Bugatti was that great, so he didn't care. But he came here on an empty stomach at night, and he hadn't eaten at this kind of roadside stall for a long time, so just smelling the aroma made him drool. Wu Ziyu didn't bother with the BMW 5 Series. He pulled Joe Fan to sit down quickly and ordered all the street barbecue dishes. I also ordered a few bottles of beer and soju. After placing the order, Wu Ziyu felt a little embarrassed and asked, "You're so rich, so I guess you've been drinking red wine all the time?" Joe Fan waved his hands. Hey, don't say that to me. I really haven't had much red wine before. It's so tiring. I still feel better after drinking wine like this. Chapter 30 Military Training Instructor. The old classmates were extremely happy to see each other. After 3 rounds of drinks, although neither of them was drunk, they began to talk about their life insights with the help of the alcohol in their bodies. Before, you liked the class beauty, and I chased her to ask you out. She was so scared that she cried and refused to play with you. Now I think about it, it was really stupid. Joe Fan was thinking back, and suddenly remembered many embarrassing things about Wu Ziyu. He had to bring them out quickly to embarrass him. Ha! Have you forgotten that you went to the bathroom without toilet paper? You squatted there for a long time, and I was the first one to notice you weren't back. I thought you fell into the toilet, so I brought you some toilet paper. You're the more embarrassing one, okay? Joe Fan blushed. Wu Ziyu could actually remember such a small thing. What kind of memory was this? He, a man who was about to reach the pinnacle of his life, would have countless stains from now on. The two of them clinked their glasses passionately again. You have no idea how hard it was for me in the army. I tried my best to excel, and I even wanted to desert several times. But after much thought, I persevered. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today. Wu Ziyu was holding a beer bottle, looking dazed, as if he had flown back to the painful days when he first joined the army. Joe Fan suddenly remembered the days when he was bullied at school, and under the influence of alcohol, he began to sigh. What's that? My girlfriend of 4 years ran away when I graduated from college. I didn't say anything. Even if my ex-girlfriend knelt on the ground and changed her mind now, I wouldn't care. Joe Fan drank another full glass of wine as he spoke. What 4 years of bullshit love? Just let it go away as soon as possible. Money makes the world go round, but without it you can't even move an inch. That's the reality. A poor man is worse than a ghost, and weak tea is worse than water. The world is just like that. I've finally understood this. Joe Fan's expression was gloomy. When he saw that his girlfriend could abandon the relationship of 4 years and turn to the arms of a rich young man, he finally understood that in this society, if you don't have money, you will be hurt by others. Wu Ziyu, however, could not quite understand Joe Fan's pain. When I was in the army, my life wasn't as complicated as yours. I was filled with camaraderie and made friends with many people who were fighting hard for their beliefs. That feeling was truly magical. Joe Fan was lost in thought as he watched Wu Ziyu speak. Wu Ziyu pointed at the scratch on his face, which was neither big nor small, but was very obvious. This scar is from a combat exercise when a comrade accidentally dropped a grenade at my feet. I was holding him and falling into the sandbags to avoid it, and the shell scratched me. But I don't regret it. If I had to go through it again, I would still make the same choice, even if it meant I could lose my life. So stupid, this idiot-like person couldn't be you. After hearing this, Joe Fan burst into laughter. Wu Ziyu also laughed. After all, in today's society, it is difficult for anyone to believe in such sincere feelings. As Joe Fan was laughing, he suddenly had an idea. Wu Ziyu had just been released from the army and had nothing to do. Why don't I invite Wu Ziyu to my company to be a military training instructor? Nowadays, college students can exercise their bodies through military training when they first enter college. During the remaining 4 years of school, many college students will develop bad habits. Among those people he had just recruited, there must be many such people. If Wu Ziyu could eliminate their lazy consciousness, it would definitely be a good idea. Once he had an idea, Joe Fan did not hesitate to propose it directly to Wu Ziyu. Since you, my old classmate, have just been discharged from the army, why don't you come to my company and serve as my military training instructor? Wu Ziyu raised his eyebrows, and when he heard the word instructor, he sobered up instantly. What military training instructor? I've only heard of military training at the beginning of university. How can I also need it when joining a company? Of course, our company must be unique. Otherwise, I'd have to find someone else. Besides, I can't trust anyone else. Only my old classmates are reliable. Joe Fan looked at Wu Ziyu, hoping he would agree quickly, and then said, "Don't worry, as long as you do a good job, I will definitely not treat you unfairly." Wu Ziyu looked at Joe Fan's sincere eyes, and thought of his parents who worked hard at home, and agreed, "Okay, since you were so thoughtful, then I will help you. When you tell me to go to work, I will go." Joe Fan nodded hurriedly. "Monday, let's go on Monday." The two looked at each other and smiled. At this moment, Wu Ziyu suddenly noticed a person acting suspiciously next to Joe Fan's luxury sports car. "Joe Fan, is your car okay? Why did I see someone sneaking around there?" Wu Ziyu quickly reminded Joe Fan, as if he was afraid that something might happen. "Oh, it's okay. He can't steal it even if he wants to without the key. Just let him take a look." Joe Fan didn't care and didn't even look at it. After all, the most important thing now was to have dinner with his brothers. However, Wu Ziyu was obviously too righteous to tolerate it. "That won't do. He's a bad guy, and you can't tell what he might have done. Just wait, I'll be back soon." Wu Ziyu stood up and walked towards the BMW 5 Series. Joe Fan shook his head when he saw this. Wu Ziyu was still the same as before, always willing to help others when he saw injustice. "Hey! What are you doing sneaking around like that?" Wu Ziyu shouted at the man, and the sneaky man was frightened by him and almost ran away. However, looking at what Joe Fan and the other man were wearing, they didn't look like the owners of a BMW 5 Series at all. "I guess he is someone who sees injustice. Why are you yelling? This is my car. Shouldn't I be here?" Joe Fan and the other man were stunned. He was just pretending to be stupid in front of the car owner. He didn't know where he got the courage from. "It's your car, and you're being so sneaky, it's so suspicious." Wu Ziyu crossed his arms and looked at the man in amusement, wondering what else he could come up with. "Me? I can't find my keys, okay? Where can I go to cool off? Get away from me, I don't need you to meddle in my business." The gangster-looking guy started cursing at Wu Ziyu and rolled up his sleeves to reveal his non-mainstream tattoo. "I'm not meddling in other people's business. I'm getting rid of this evil for the people." Wu Ziyu said this and ran straight towards the gangster. Before the gangster could react, he realized that he was so strong and the man in front of him was no better. If they were to fight, he would definitely win. The little thug thought so and immediately rushed forward, but he was wrong. Not only did he fail to win, but he was also quickly thrown onto the car. Don't move, Joe Fan, call the police. This guy must be taken to the police station. Joe Fan shook his head. This kid was as upright as ever. But what was the point of showing off for someone else's car? Little brother, I was wrong, please forgive me, I didn't do anything. The boy felt a little aggrieved, he really didn't do anything. Chapter 31, Awkward Misunderstanding. Wu Ziyu held the gangster tightly. After all, he was a soldier, so he had to protect the safety of his good friend's car. Hey, hey, hey! Who are you? What are you doing next to my car? Get out of the way. A man and a woman walked out of the hotel next to the snack stand. The man with a greasy face was particularly reflective under the streetlight, and he started scolding Joe Fan and the others. Wu Ziyu was stunned. This was already the third owner of a BMW 5 Series after Joe Fan. What was going on? The BMW 5 Series was a good car, but it wasn't so popular, was it? What? Joe Fan, shouldn't this be your car? Wu Ziyu looked at Joe Fan in confusion and innocence. The man who was hugging the woman opposite saw that both of them were wearing shabby cheap clothes, and thought that there would be an opportunity for them to show off. It was also a good opportunity to take a good look at the beautiful woman next to him and make up for the embarrassment and unpleasantness that had just happened in the room and on the bed. What do you mean it's your car? Do you think a good car is yours? With the way you're dressed, forget about a BMW 5 Series. You can't even afford a crappy tricycle. Get away from my car. If you get it dirty, you'll have to wash it. The man waved at the three people in disgust. The gangster got anxious. You're not the fucking owner of the car, why are you holding me hostage? Let me go. Wu Ziyu was stunned and subconsciously let go of the gangster. The little gangster ran away quickly. He didn't steal anything today and still suffered such humiliation. The man proudly showed off his chest in front of the woman next to him, looking like a rich man. Wow, you're so handsome, darling. You really have such a stylish look. Although this man is not good in some aspects, he is still good in terms of money. You can take the money given by this man and give it to other boys, so that other boys can fulfill your regrets. The woman was so happy that she had her own little plans in mind. Joe Fan. What's wrong with you? This car doesn't belong to you. Wu Ziyu was also embarrassed. This kid actually treated him like this as soon as they met. You don't have money, so what? I don't look down on you. I, your brother, have a skill and can definitely support you. We don't even care about this BMW 5 Series. Wu Ziyu said this and retreated to Joe Fan's side, thinking that Joe Fan didn't want him to look down on him. Joe Fan was speechless. What a coincidence! Before he could explain, the greasy-faced man was eager to highlight himself. You two are such an eyesore, don't you know my baby wasn't scratched? If you don't have money, just take the fucking bus. Why are you looking for fun here? After the man finished speaking, he hugged the woman and staggered towards the BMW 5 Series. What's wrong with owning a BMW 5 Series? Are you so awesome? My brother will definitely drive a car more expensive than yours in the future. What are you so proud of? Wu Ziyu stood up to speak up for Joe Fan, but he just blocked Joe Fan's words of explanation. Pfft, more expensive than me? A train? Ha ha ha, you've accomplished nothing yet still dream. If you could drive a car as nice as mine, I'd eat shit. As soon as I walked over, I noticed the Bugatti next to me and my eyes were full of surprise. How is it? Your BMW 5 Series is just like this, right? Joe Fan naturally saw the man's astonished look. Naturally, the man was dissatisfied with Joe Fan. What? My car is not yours anymore? Do you still want the Bugatti next to you to be yours? Are you still dreaming of a bright future? The man sneered at Joe Fan. Then you might be disappointed. I really don't deserve this BMW 5 Series. After Joe Fan finished speaking, Wu Ziyu pushed him. You little brat. Are you stupid? How could you say such spineless words? Wu Ziyu looked disappointed. The man also looked very proud. I haven't finished what I'm saying, but this Bugatti is really mine. The man was about to say something sarcastic when he saw Joe Fan take out a car key and press it lightly. A pleasant voice sounded from beside him. This Bugatti is really yours? The man was stunned. It turned out that there were many masters among the people. What else do you think? Could it be yours? Come on, brother, I'll take you home. Wu Ziyu's home was originally in Shanghai, and Zhou Fan was the poor one who came from outside the city. At this time, Wu Ziyu didn't react. This kid was not driving a BMW 5 Series but a Bugatti Veyron. How could he not be surprised? The kid who hadn't even grown all his hair back then, now he can even drive a Bugatti. Zhou Fan and Wu Ziyu got into the car, leaving the man staring at the back of the Bugatti in a daze. You little bastard. You drove a Bugatti without telling me. You made me so embarrassed. After he realized what was happening, Wu Ziyu wanted to beat Zhou Fan up. You didn't ask, but I have to say, you have great skills. Zhou Fan said jokingly that Wu Ziyu had been in the army for so many years and his skills had really improved a lot. Of course, otherwise why would I join the army? Okay, I'll send it back to you. Don't forget to come on Monday. When Zhou Fan returned home and opened his phone, he found that the flash sale app had launched a long-term promotion for Haolaoban. You can get a 99% return on the benefits you give to your employees. Give them the benefits now. No matter how you look at it, this feels like a kind of cultivation. Moreover, Zhou Fan has worked in many jobs before and knows that a boss who is willing to pay will naturally gain the loyalty of his employees, not to mention that the consumption is almost cheap. However, you can't give too much at once. You have to give it little by little to keep employees hopeful. This is the only way to retain their hearts. So Zhou Fan called Chu Yan and told him to arrange the military training for the new employees as soon as they arrived tomorrow, and those who didn't want to stay could leave. The next morning, Wu Ziyu came to Fifan Industrial according to the address given by Zhou Fan. He was so surprised that there was nothing to be surprised about. Zhou Fan actually opened such a big company. When you start working at our company, you will undergo a month-long military training, and Instructor Wu will be the one to lead you. After Chu Yan finished his introduction, Wu Ziyu bowed politely. Everyone was puzzled. They were all college graduates, so why did they still need military training? Xu Yan continued, during this period, Chairman Zhou will give each of you a subsidy of 200 yuan per day. If anyone can't hold on, they can leave directly. When I heard there was a subsidy of 200 yuan a day, I definitely decided to do it. Everyone cheered immediately. Wu Ziyu was once again amazed. 200 per person per day for so many people, how much would that be, and on top of his high salary? Really rich. Zhou Fan, on his part, was planning to buy an office building in the city center to serve as the office space for Fifan Technology. Where can I find houses for sale? Zhou Fan thought of Shinjun, who ran a hotel and should be familiar with real estate. Just call. Mr. Zhou, it's rare that I have time to think about my brother. Shinjun's phone was picked up not long after it rang. I just have something to ask Brother Shin. Zhou Fan went straight to the point. Just tell me. I'll tell you everything I know. Brother Shin, do you know where there's an office building for sale in the city center? Office building. Shinjun thought for a while. Ah, indeed there is. I remember that there seems to be an office building in the city center that is about to be completed and will be auctioned soon. It should be in the Mingtian Hotel in the city center. Okay, thank you, Brother Shin, I understand. What are you thanking me for? Brother, your business is my business. I'll go with you when the time comes. Chapter 32 Demon City Giant. Thank you so much, brother. Zhou Fan naturally did not refuse. With someone like Shinjun who understood the big shots in Shanghai accompanying him, it would definitely be easy for him to win the bid for the office building. On the day the auction started, Zhou Fan drove a Bugatti to the Grand Hotel to pick up Shinjun, and then the two began to discuss the auction in the car. A newly completed office building in the city center is definitely one that everyone is vying for. So you have to be mentally prepared. Shinjun said, although he knew Zhou Fan should not be short of money, but an entire office building is no joke. Without financial strength, then don't even think about it. Zhou Fan drove the car skillfully. Although he didn't look at Shinjun, he still made a relieved expression. Brother Shin, don't worry about this. Everything is according to my plan. Just watch carefully after we enter the venue. Why is Zhou Fan so confident? Of course, the system has launched a new activity, otherwise he wouldn't be so confident. Auction flash sale, you only need to pay 1% of the funds to obtain the auction items. In other words, if Zhou Fan can control the price to buy this office building at 2 billion, he only needs to pay 20 million. He will definitely be confident about such a cost-effective deal. The location of this auction is quite unique. It is actually the most luxurious underground venue in Shanghai. Looking at the cars in the parking lot, Zhou Fan knew that many important people must have come this time. Although there is no car more luxurious than this one, cars worth tens of millions or hundreds of millions are very common. After entering the venue with Shinjun and receiving the number 55 from the staff, Zhou Fan randomly chose a seat near the back of the midfield and sat down. He still prefers to keep a low profile. After we sat down, the venue was almost full. Although there was only one office building in the city center being auctioned, there were no less than 100 people and the venue was full. This has proven the importance of this office building in the minds of business tycoons. Shinjun looked at a big bald man in a suit sitting diagonally in front of him, who was shining brightly under the lights in the venue. "Zhou Fan, did you see that bald guy?" Shinjun pointed and signaled Zhou Fan to look in that direction. Zhou Fan turned his head and saw a shiny bald head. "I see. Brother Shin, the venue suddenly feels much brighter." Zhou Fan said with great emotion. Could it be that after achieving success in his career, he didn't want to be bald in middle age, so he simply shaved off all his hair? Don't underestimate that bald guy. He's one of the biggest names in the Magic City internet industry, specializing in online games. He's here because he's probably thinking about expanding his company. Zhou Fan nodded. After hearing Shinjun say that this person was a giant in an internet company, he actually took a few more glances at him and memorized his appearance. Who knows, he might meet him at work in the future. "Zhou Fan, are you looking at that cool woman in a professional suit? Don't underestimate her because she's a woman. She's actually the general manager of a famous financial company in Shanghai. She once made a fortune in a single day. I didn't expect she'd be interested in this office building, too." Zhou Fan continued to look over there. She looked really cool. This was probably the demeanor of a strong woman in the workplace. After a while, Shinjun had introduced almost everyone in the venue, except those who arrived later. Zhou Fan also gained some knowledge. It turned out that bringing Shinjun here had many benefits. Having someone who was knowledgeable in business around could really help him understand a lot of people. Zhou Fan sat on the side of the left aisle. After a while, a fat man sat down on the right aisle. He looked so wealthy, as if he was a big shot in Shanghai. Zhou Fan naturally noticed this man at a glance and was immediately attracted to him. Seeing that Shinjun was still looking at the person in front, he hurriedly poked him. "Brother Shen, can you help me take a look at this important person in the aisle next to me? He seems a bit arrogant." When Zhou Fan was talking to Shinjun, the bloated man next to him had already crossed his legs, picked up the red wine prepared next to him and tasted it, looking at the people around him with disdain. After taking a look, Shinjun had some doubts, and after thinking about it carefully, he suddenly remembered. This person is the boss of an internet company, but he's not particularly prominent in Shanghai, so I didn't remember him just now. After Shinjun remembered, he immediately explained to Zhou Fan. "Ah, I thought you were so powerful when you were so arrogant." "All right." Zhou Fan took another look, but he didn't expect to be caught on the spot. The bloated man looked around and unexpectedly made eye contact with Zhou Fan. The man looked at Zhou Fan. He didn't have a single brand name on him, and his wrist was also empty. "What are you looking at? If you look any further, you'll only be able to see the brand name on me." He didn't know how such a poor person got in. Did the staff let anyone in? He looked at Zhou Fan with disdain, wondering where this person came from and sneaked in to gain some experience. However, he came here today just for this office building in the city center, so he didn't have time to care about this person who sneaked in. Zhou Fan raised his eyebrows. "Oh, I don't care whether it's a famous brand or not. I came here today just for the office building." "But, you? You want to buy an office building? You can't even afford a copybook. What kind of ability do you have?" Zhou Fan didn't argue with him. After all, the winner of the office building would be revealed soon, so there was no need to argue with him here. Seeing that Zhou Fan ignored him, the bloated man thought that Zhou Fan was in the wrong and felt embarrassed, so he raised his voice and spoke sarcastically. "I will definitely buy this office building. When my company is successfully established, you can come to my company and I will give you a job as a toilet cleaner. After all, we can just be considered strangers." Everyone around looked at Zhou Fan strangely. Anyone who attended an auction wearing casual clothes was probably just there to join in the fun. Zhou Fan didn't care. No matter how the people around him looked at him, in the end he would be the one to get the office building, which would surprise them all. Let them look forward to it with good wishes. Don't listen to them, they don't understand. We just need to do our best this time. After all, it's not easy to photograph an office building in the city center. If we can't, I know of plenty of office buildings in other places. Shinjun was afraid that Zhou Fan, who was so young, would be too impulsive due to their provocation, but Zhou Fan's expression was surprisingly calm. Of course, what does it matter if others have money? He has the system to help him, so any amount of money is not too expensive for him. He is determined to get the office building. Chapter 33 Auction. With the hostess' announcement, the auction officially begins. So everyone is sitting on edge, afraid of missing out. If you miss this opportunity to buy an office building in the city center, who knows how much more effort you will have to put in to buy another one. The bloated man waved the number 72 on his hand towards Zhou Fan, then looked away with disdain and looked at the host. He couldn't take it lightly either. I believe everyone is aware that this office building has attracted widespread attention from the outside world even when it was under construction. I wonder who will be the owner of such a luxurious office building today. I declare that the auction begins now. The starting price is 100 million renminbi. The minimum bid will increase in increments of 100 renminbi. After the host quickly finished his opening remarks, he began to announce the starting price. After all, these were all business tycoons, and wasting someone's time for their treasure could cost tens of millions for just 1 minute. 150 million. Okay, number 2, 150 million per round. Is there a higher price? Shinjun immediately introduced him to Zhou Fan. This number 2 is the general manager of H Network, one of the internet giants. Don't be fooled by his youth, it took him less than 10 years to become one of these giants. His strength is obvious to all. Zhou Fan didn't plan to start asking for a price up front. After all, with so many awesome people around, even if he asked for a price up front, it would only be to help the venue raise the price of the office building. By the time the introduction was over, the price of the office building had risen from 150 million to 380 million. The bidding was very fierce, but Zhou Fan still held down his number plate and listened calmly to Shinjun's introduction. This CEO worth 380 million shouldn't be underestimated. His position in the Magic City's financial district is incredibly important. The bloated man who looked down on Zhou Fan just now looked at Zhou Fan's behavior of looking around with disdain. It turned out that he just came to join in the fun because he couldn't afford the money. I'll give you 500 million. The man raised the number 72 in his hand, which scared Zhou Fan. Although the man looked fat, he was very confident. Since the man asked for a price, Zhou Fan decided to play with him. Okay. 500 million RMB per round. Any bidders? The host said excitedly that he had seen many people's eager eyes and felt that the price would definitely not stop there. 500 and 100. After Zhou Fan finished shouting, the entire venue fell silent. Although the host said that the minimum increase would be 100 yuan, he didn't expect anyone to actually increase the amount by 100 yuan. The host smiled awkwardly and then shouted. Number 55, 501 million renminbi per round. Is there any increase in price? Zhou Fan didn't think there was anything wrong with it at all. If he could get this office building, wouldn't it be nice to get an extra $100? It wouldn't be a loss. The fat man next to him had a look of disdain on his face. He felt embarrassed for the man who dared to ask for 100 yuan for nothing. 518 million. Okay, number 2, 518 million per time. Zhou Fan looked over and didn't expect that the man had already started the second round of bidding. When Shinjun saw this, he quickly shook his head. I think this boss has a feeling of determination to win. This was also Shinjun's intuition. This man was decisive and ruthless in the business battlefield. It was just an office building. If he wanted to get it, he would definitely get it. Tisk, brother, you don't believe I can get the office building even if I raise the price by 100? Why don't you trust me? Zhou Fan chuckled and asked back. No. Of course I believe you, brother. But the other party is obviously well prepared. Brother, please don't be too impulsive. Shinjun immediately explained to Zhou Fan that although he knew Zhou Fan was rich, this office building was worth at least 700 million yuan, and he was not sure whether Zhou Fan had that much money. Anyway, he didn't. 540 million. 597.2 million. 600 million. The strong woman that Shinjun introduced to him at the beginning finally spoke, and the second half of the auction was filled with the giants among the giants in Magic City. Auctions also require brains. If you blindly bid without thinking, the price of the item will only get higher and higher, even higher than its original price. It's almost time to take action now. 650 million. A man who looked like a CEO shouted quickly. If the secretary next to him hadn't told him to bid later, he would have wanted to bid first. 700 million. Number 2 asked for the price again. It was estimated that the auction was almost over and the price of the goods had reached its ceiling. Only a few people were bidding. 750 million. The bloated man continued to speak, saying that he thought the office building was worth about this price, and raising the price any further would be risky. 750 million and 100. Joe Fan put down the sign in his hand. He was going to suppress this arrogant-looking man and make him do whatever he wanted. The bloated man looked at Joe Fan with disdain. Did this man have no shame, or was he just too thick-skinned? He actually mentioned such a price multiple times. Joe Fan met his gaze and shrugged, not caring at all. 800 million. The boss shouted again. 850 million. As soon as the sign for number 2 fell, the sign for the strong woman was raised again. 900 million. This is the highest price she can afford, and this office building is probably worth this price. No one spoke. Joe Fan glanced at the bloated man and signaled him to continue asking for the price. The bloated man snorted coldly and didn't look at Joe Fan. Okay, if you don't want it, I'll take it. 1 billion. The entire venue was shocked. The first person to increase the number by 100 million was the guy who had said 100 twice before. He clenched the number 2 sign several times and finally stopped raising it. The price of 1 billion for this office building was no longer worth it, and he could not let the company take this risk again. The strong woman also put the sign aside, indicating that she would not continue to ask for money. The boss ignored the secretary's attempts to stop him. 1 billion and 50 million. No one can steal his limelight or his office. 1 billion and 60 million. Joe Fan spoke calmly. He didn't expect that there would still be fools who would raise the price after the price was capped. 1 billion 70 million. The boss once again ignored the secretary's attempts to stop him and raised the sign without thinking. The secretary next to him couldn't bear to watch. Their base price this time was 900 million, but they didn't expect the boss to quote 1.7 billion. A total loss of 170 million. I don't know how long it will take to earn it back. 1.1 billion. Joe Fan really didn't want to waste time on this. Wouldn't it be better to use that time to go back and visit the people in the company? The boss wanted to raise the price, but was immediately pulled down by the secretary next to him. Boss. Our target price is 900 million. Now that we have this person to take it over for us, let's not raise the price. Besides, we don't know what the final outcome will be if we switch to the internet, and we can't guarantee that we can make back our money. Chapter 34 Military training begins. Although the boss is rich and powerful, he is too impulsive. If he had not always been by the boss's side, the boss probably would not be in his current situation. Didn't you persuade me to switch to the internet? Why are you asking me to give up now? The boss was a little unhappy. Why did the secretary do whatever he said? He was even more arrogant than him. No, boss, although the office buildings in the city center are nice, you absolutely can't take pictures of them without adequate preparation. Besides, there are so many other great places. The boss had no choice but to grow increasingly annoyed with Joe Fan. I've never seen this man in Shanghai's celebrity circles. I guess he's just a startup. He relied on his wealth and brainless behavior to take this office building away from me. Okay. 1.1 billion once. 1.1 billion twice. 1.1 billion 3 times. Deal. The host excitedly knocked down the hammer, indicating that the auction was over. Some people's faces were full of regret, while others looked indifferent. Anyway, they were not qualified to bid after the second price was called, and it had nothing to do with them who won the office building. After the show, the company's CEO walked towards Joe Fan. He wanted to warn this young man, who looked like he hadn't even grown all his hair yet, that there would be serious consequences for trying to snatch things from him. Shinjun didn't expect that Joe Fan would be so generous and easily take out 1.1 billion. Although he was shocked, he saw the boss coming over and hurriedly reminded Joe Fan. This guy is the CEO of a major company in Shanghai, one that's transitioned from manufacturing to the internet. He's well known for his wealth and power in the industry. You'd better be careful. I think you've already messed with him. After Shinjun finished speaking, the boss had already walked up to Joe Fan with his secretary, looking him up and down with disdain. People like him can be found in large numbers on the street, yet they could come up with 1.1 billion. Boy, do you know what will happen if you challenge me? The boss looked fierce, thinking that Joe Fan was a child who could not be frightened. Isn't this auction all about the highest bidder? I really don't understand what you're saying, boss. I'm not challenging you. Joe Fan folded his hands to express his disagreement with the boss. Humph. Do you think you'll have an easier time in the Demon City if you provoke me? Whether it's easy or not, we'll talk about it later. We'll just have to wait and see. Joe Fan was fearless. I have a system, who should I be afraid of? He also had the confidence to run his company better than this middle-aged, balding uncle. Snort. Before the boss could say anything, the staff came over. Sir, please follow me to the backstage to complete the subsequent procedures. Boss, I won't accompany you anymore. Joe Fan waved his hand casually and took Shinjun and the staff to the backstage to complete the handover procedures for the office. The boss was furious. He even blamed the secretary beside him. The thing he never lacked the most was money. He didn't expect that he would be pressured by someone else because of money today. That brat. Humph. Next time we meet, I won't let him be as proud as he is today. I have to teach him a lesson. Let's go. When Joe Fan was driving Shinjun back, Shinjun asked the question in his mind. 1.1 billion seems a bit expensive for this office building. Shinjun originally just wanted to remind Joe Fan that he might be at a disadvantage, but Joe Fan didn't mind. That's fine. All I want is that office building in the city center. It's not easy to find one in this location, not to mention the low price. My reserve price is 2 billion. Joe Fan was certainly not bragging, and the low price he mentioned was certainly not referring to 1.1 billion, but the price after the system discount. Buying a top-notch office building in Shanghai for more than 10 million is simply perfect. Shinjun was speechless. This Joe Fan was really rich. Even 1.1 billion could be called a low price by him. He was too narrow-minded. By the way, brother, thank you so much for today. Otherwise, I really wouldn't recognize so many of the big names in Shanghai. It just so happens that the new employees in my company are about to have military training, so let them stay at your hotel for the time being. With so many employees, Shinjun has found a big business. Shinjun was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. But what about military training for employees? I've never heard of any company requiring military training before starting work. Thank you so much, brother. You're really creative in giving your employees military training. Of course. You have to be in good physical condition to work for me. Why does it sound like they're planning to exploit their employees? Ha ha ha. If you say so, then so be it. With all preparations completed, the new employees of Fifan Technology are about to officially begin their military training. Joe Fan had nothing to do these days, so he decided to go and see how the employees who had undergone military training under Wu Ziyu were doing now. Although the sun in Shanghai is not scorching at this time of year, the air is still a bit stuffy. This military training environment is surprisingly similar to the memories of my freshman year. In addition, Wu Ziyu was an outstanding member in the army, so he naturally took things like military training seriously, which made the company's new employees so miserable that they wanted to give up. But I just kept thinking about the 200 yuan subsidy every day, so I had to grit my teeth and persevere. Joe Fan wore sunglasses today, and his bodyguard brought 2 chilled watermelons and a parasol as they arrived at the military training ground for employees. I put down the recliner and ate watermelon while watching the employees standing at attention. Seeing the boss coming, everyone immediately became more serious, but Wu Ziyu ignored Joe Fan and focused on training his employees. Your body is crooked. Your hands are not flat. Hey, look up. Life as a boss is so boring. Joe Fan spat out a mouthful of watermelon seeds and sighed deeply. If looks could become reality, Joe Fan would have been shot into a sieve by dozens of super rays. Stand in horse stance for another 5 minutes, then you can rest for 10 minutes. When everyone heard that they had to do horse stance, they immediately started complaining, but since Joe Fan was there, they didn't feel comfortable complaining too much, so they immediately started doing horse stance according to Wu Ziyu's instructions. Joe Fan chuckled and walked up to Wu Ziyu with a piece of watermelon. Brother, want a piece? Wu Ziyu was quite principled. He waved his hand and said, no need. I'll keep the food warm with them. Go eat over there and don't disturb the morale of the troops here. The employees nodded in agreement and had to do horse stance while watching others eat the juicy watermelon. It really hurt them a lot. Zhou Fan looked at Wu Ziyu with a look that said, "You are a great man." "That's great. I was absolutely right to hire you as our instructor." Then he shouted to the sweaty employees in front of him, "Whoever does the horse stance best, I'll give you watermelon and a day off." Chapter 35, The Boss's Eyes Are Sharp. Zhou Fan is also trying to motivate them. It is not a good idea to always torture them. Only when they have a goal can they be motivated. They are all college graduates, and they would definitely not mind eating watermelon on a normal day. But in this environment, a watermelon is really attractive. Wu Ziyu didn't stop him and said, "Yes. Those who have completed the task well can take a day off." After Wu Ziyu finished speaking, the graduates began to do horse stance even more desperately. Wu Ziyu walked up to a boy and said as softly, "This horse stance is very basic. You're doing a great job. Both the angle and the strength. Report to the instructor, I was an outstanding military training student during the school's military training, so I can do the horse stance." The boy's face also turned red with embarrassment, not sure if it was because of the heat or because he was embarrassed. When Zhou Fan heard this, he immediately walked over and gave his watermelon to the boy. "May I have your name?" Reporting to the chairman, "My name is Peng Xiafeng." Zhou Fan nodded, "Good. You look very energetic. You can go back and have a day off tomorrow." Unexpectedly, the boy did not stand up. "No need. Chairman. Military training is to train us. It's useless for me to take a day off. This piece of watermelon should be given to the instructor. He works harder than us." The boy said with full energy that although the watermelon was delicious, he felt embarrassed to eat it with so many people watching him. "Well, that's great. I'll remember you. Practice well." Zhou Fan really approved of Peng Xiafeng. He looked energetic and positive. Peng Xiafeng was praised, which naturally attracted a lot of envy from people. He didn't expect that he would win the chairman's appreciation after only one day of inspection. He was indeed a scheming man. An equally young boy imitated the movements of Peng Xiafeng, who had just been praised, and took a horse stance. The purpose is naturally to get Wu Ziyu's praise and then stand out in front of the chairman. Wu Ziyu walked up to the boy and frowned. Everyone's horse stance will have some variations in angle, height, and posture due to their height and body shape. However, although the man in front of him did it exactly the same as the previous person, the angle, height, and posture were not quite standard. "You." As soon as Wu Ziyu said a word, the man immediately stood up and took a break while the instructor was praising him. "Instructor, you don't need to give me a holiday. Military training can strengthen our willpower. I am willing to stay and continue the training. The chairman's watermelon doesn't need to be given to me. Just give it to the instructor." The man raised his head proudly, waiting for the chairman's praise. Wu Ziyu's face was full of black lines. It was too obvious that the boy in front of him wanted to get Zhou Fan's attention. "No. I mean, what you're doing is not standard. Don't just imitate others. Didn't I teach you just now?" The boy looked embarrassed. He was clearly doing what that boy was doing, so why was he being criticized? I immediately thought that boy must have gotten in through the back door and was acquainted with the instructor or the chairman. Don't try to imitate others. Just be yourself. Keep doing your horse stance. Wu Ziyu said this and jumped over the person he had just met. Zhou Fan walked up to him and took a look. He was a very energetic young man, but he seemed to be a little serious about what he wanted to show. But he didn't say much, and continued to patrol forward with his hands behind his back. Isn't it just a back door? What's there to be proud of? I can still do well even without the back door. Although the boy's voice was very low, Zhou Fan still heard it and immediately frowned. It's just that I'm having a good time today and I don't want to make the atmosphere too serious. You. Zhou Fan turned back and looked at the boy who had just spoken. The boy's eyes lit up immediately. Could it be that the chairman also thought he was a promising talent? You just wasted time doing horse stance, don't forget to make up for it. After saying that, Zhou Fan followed Wu Ziyu's steps while walking and eating watermelon, which could be regarded as a punishment for the boy. As a boss, you naturally have sharp eyes. The boy stamped his feet in anger. What the hell is going on? When all the employees were going to rest, only this boy was a little late, but no one would leave the company because of such a small matter. Working here is something that outsiders can't get in even if they try their best. It would be stupid to leave so impulsively. After a day of military training, Joe Fan drove back to Thompson 1. When passing by the property, he suddenly discovered that Suya, the property manager of Thompson 1, had not seen her for a long time. He was really confused. When I arrived at the guard's place and asked the guard, I found out that Suya's father was diagnosed with a serious illness a few days ago, and Suya was raising money everywhere. She has already sold her house in Tangchenipin. Although she got a good price, her father's medical expenses are too expensive. She is probably trying to find a solution now. When Zhou Fan heard this, he immediately became interested. After all, Suya usually took care of his house. Now that she needed help, he should lend a helping hand. I found Suya's contact information and called her. The call was picked up after a while, and her voice sounded a little tired. Zhou Fan? Did something happen to your house? Sorry, I'm on leave now. If you have any problems, please contact the other people in the property management team. I've already talked to them. Although her family had suddenly undergone a major change, Suya's professional qualities that she had developed over a long period of time allowed her to cheer up and face the owner's problems in the first place. I asked the guard about your family's situation. I'm really sorry, but regarding your uncle's serious illness, I wanted to say that I could help you. Suya was stunned on the other end of the phone. Although she knew that Zhou Fan was rich, her father's illness was very difficult and would require at least several million in medical expenses. How could she feel comfortable doing that? Zhou Fan smiled gently and continued, "You've helped me a lot, and now that you're in trouble, it's only natural for me to lend a hand." Zhou Fan said it lightly, but he was still worried that Suya was under pressure. Suya was naturally touched. After she sold the house in Tangchenipin, she took the Schroeder crystal chandelier back to her father's home in the countryside, not only because she couldn't sell it, but also because she was reluctant to part with it. But if she asked Zhou Fan to help her again, she would feel that she owed him too much. Besides, their relationship could only be considered that of a property manager and a homeowner. Although they had bought furniture together, they could not be considered friends. Not to mention. Suya glanced at the man opposite and refused Zhou Fan on the other end of the phone. No, I can't trouble you too much, and I've already thought of a solution. Chapter 36, Buying Love with Money. The man sitting opposite me wore gold-rimmed glasses but still didn't give off a gentlemanly vibe. Instead, he looked like a science and engineering guy. As soon as I heard Suya's voice on the other end of the phone, combined with what Suya said, I naturally thought that there was a man on the other end of the phone. Suya, that person on the other end of the phone can't be a man. If you beg me, I will naturally help you. That man is definitely not as capable as me. Can he really invite you to dinner at Michelin restaurant? You have to figure it out. The man pushed his glasses, crossed his arms, and his eyes were still wandering around Suya. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it must not be snatched away by other men. Suya was startled and quickly covered the receiver of her phone, fearing that Wang Xi's words would reach Zhou Fan's ears through the phone. Don't worry, I've already figured out a solution. Just hang up. Then, without waiting for Zhou Fan to speak, Suya hung up the phone. Humph, you're quite sensible. No one else can help you except someone like me who is wealthy, talented, and likes you so much. Wang Xi was very satisfied when he saw Suya hang up the phone directly. Suya clenched her hands tightly under the table, but she had to endure it for her father. I know that. Okay, let's not talk too much. I'll pay for your father's medical treatment. That's absolutely fine. I can pay any amount. The last thing I lack is money. But, the relative condition is that you must marry me. Wang Xi proudly stated his conditions, and Suya was shocked. The man in front of me, named Wang Xi, bought a house in Building C of Thompson 1 in recent years, and got to know the property manager Suya, but later sold the house in Thompson 1 for some reason. After that, he kept pestering Suya and sending her gifts on various holidays. He was definitely an avid pursuer. This time, Suya's father was seriously ill, and Wang Xi didn't know where he got the first-hand information. He said he could give money to help Suya through this difficult time, but he didn't expect the condition was to marry him. Zhou Fan was a little confused when the call was hung up. Finally, he clearly heard the man's voice, although it was very vague, but he still heard the key words. Suya was now begging this man, and the two of them should be having dinner at the Michelin restaurant. Ha, taking advantage of someone's misfortune to threaten a woman is simply not something a man can do. Fortunately, Michelin is not far from Thomson Epine, and with the speed of the Bugatti, it will only take about 10 minutes. The two of them should have just started. Jo Fan picked up the car keys and prepared to smooth things over for Suya, letting that man see what it means that there are always people better than you. Suya was silent. She had worked so hard for so long, wanting to marry someone she could rely on and someone she liked, but now she had to agree to marry the man in front of her like this. Seeing that Suya was still a little hesitant, Wang Si immediately threatened her with her father's illness. I think you should make a decision quickly. After all, you can wait, but your father can't. He's still waiting for me to pay for his medical treatment. You can't let your father's life be put at risk because of your hesitation. Suya was able to sell the house in Tangshaniping, and now he still appears here, so he is a filial son. By saying this, he obviously grasped Suya's weakness. Sure enough, Suya immediately showed an embarrassment on her face when she heard it. Her father's condition really did not allow her to delay it any longer. Okay. I promise you. But you have to save my dad first. We can get married after my dad is out of danger. I can't let my father still be wandering at the gates of hell while I'm having a grand wedding. Okay. We can hold off on the wedding, but we have to get the certificate. Wang Si nodded and rolled his eyes. He thought that Suya would agree to any excessive request he made now. In the past, he always followed Suya like a dog, but now he also wants to experience the feeling of being chased by his beloved woman. Suya's face paled. She hadn't expected Wang Si to be so shameless as to just get the marriage certificate straight away, wanting to save on even the wedding. However, marrying this kind of person for this kind of thing without having a wedding was exactly what she wanted. Okay, I promise. Before Suya uttered the last word, Jo Fan's figure suddenly appeared in her sight. Could it be such a coincidence? This is such obvious taking advantage of someone's misfortune, I can't stand it any longer. Jo Fan walked quickly to Suya's side, but did not choose to sit down. Who the hell are you? Where did you come from? Why are you meddling in other people's business? Looking at the man who suddenly appeared, Wang Si's face suddenly became gloomy. He wondered which one of Suya's admirers he was. Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the man you told me on the phone about not having money to eat at this Michelin restaurant. Just call me Jo Fan. Bah! Who wants to hear your name? Who comes to the Michelin restaurant dressed in such rags? You're almost a waste. Don't bother me. Get out of here right now. Jo Fan shook his head indifferently. I don't know if I'm useless or not, but today I'm going to smash your little plans to pieces. After saying that, he spoke to Suya very calmly. There's no need to waste time with this kind of person. Why make things difficult for yourself? I already said I can help you. As he said this, he took out a card. This was the card with the lowest deposit he currently had, which was 3 million. Here you go. It should help you with your current situation. Wang Si was about to succeed, but unexpectedly, Chang Yaojin suddenly appeared in the middle of the road. How could he let it go? You stinky boy, you want to die. What does our marriage talk have to do with you? Suya doesn't care about your little money. I am the man who can give Suya whatever she wants, the man she can rely on. What's the point of talking about marriage? This is love you bought with money. What's the difference between that and forcibly abducting a woman? Wang Si calmed down and looked at Jo Fan, who was dressed in ordinary clothes and had a face like a gigolo. How could he possibly come up with so much money? Suya, do you think this man is being so arrogant right now because he's doing it for your own good? What if he chases me away? You still won't be able to pay me. When that happens, you'll be desperate. Even if you kneel down and beg me, I won't help you. You better think it over. Don't do anything rash and regret it. Jo Fan listened to Wang Si's words from the side, and his mouth twitched. This was such an obvious threat. He started to get angry as soon as he got anxious. It was really embarrassing for a man. Suya didn't know what to do. She was really moved by Jo Fan's actions. At least she wouldn't be threatened by such a despicable person. However, she had accepted too many benefits from Jo Fan. How should she repay him? Chapter 37: Buying a computer. Jo Fan didn't care, and didn't even think about it in terms of emotions. Even if it was Wu Ziyu or Lu Daji, he would do the same no matter which of his friends got into trouble. He just regards Suya as his friend, so he will naturally lend a helping hand when his friend is in trouble. Brother, do you see that car at the door? Joe Fan calmly pointed through the window at the Bugatti Veyron parked on the side of the road. Don't be so friendly with me. What's the matter? You don't want to say that the car is yours? Wang Si looked in the direction Joe Fan pointed, and saw the Bugatti Veyron, which always attracted a lot of onlookers wherever it went, and asked with a questioning look on his face. That's right. The difference in strength between us is already obvious. Joe Fan didn't feel proud at all, he just wanted the idiot in front of him to realize his mistakes sooner. Ah, you're so fucking funny. How dare you brag about such a thing? If there was a rocket at the door, would you brag and say it's yours? Suya, this idiot, what else can he do besides bragging? I guess there is no money in that card at all, you need to think carefully about it. Wang Si's face was full of pride, while Joe Fan looked like a fool. He didn't even dare to brag about how awesome he was. Can anyone drive a Bugatti? Suya couldn't bear to hear Wang Si talking about her friend like that. Just as she was about to angrily stop Wang Si, Joe Fan took out the key from his pocket and shook it. Put. If it were me, I'd steal the keys to my Ferrari, BMW, or whatever. That's how trustworthy it is. If this fire starter could actually start a car, I'd rip my head off and let you kick it in the face. Wang Si still didn't believe it. Joe Fan shook his head helplessly, waved his hand to call the waiter, and took out a few red banknotes from his wallet. Go move the car at the door forward. This angle is really an eyesore. The waiter's eyes lit up when he saw the red banknotes. He took the car keys and walked out. After a while, Wang Si saw the waiter drive the car forward about a meter and then stopped, and then got out of the car. Sir, that car is a Bugatti, right? It's amazing. Thank you, sir. I'll just take 200. After saying that, he stuffed the remaining money back into Joe Fan's pocket. He wanted to let a waiter like him drive a Bugatti once in his life. He didn't need money anymore. Joe Fan didn't refuse and put the money back into his wallet, looking at the stunned Wang Si. I don't want your head. After all, I'm not that perverted. But I hope you can get out of here as soon as possible. Wang Si suffered a loss, after all, he was the one who said first that he would take off his head and let Joe Fan kick it like a ball. Humph. You really don't know what's good for you. Suya, even if you come back and beg me, I won't help you. As he said this, he stood up, made a clattering sound on the stool, and left angrily. Watching Wang Si leave the house, Joe Fan was in a good mood. He felt like he was teaching the scum a lesson on behalf of the people. Joe Fan, thank you. Suya was very touched. If Joe Fan hadn't come today, she would probably have agreed to Wang Si's unreasonable request. Don't thank me. I'm always so loyal to my friends. Joe Fan scratched his head, feeling quite touched by the beautiful woman's gaze. I will return this money to you later. No rush, just pay me back when you have money. Eat more of this meal, or it will be wasted. I'll go pay the bill. Suya looked at Joe Fan's back, stretched out her hand to keep him and said, let's eat together, but she opened her mouth but still couldn't say anything. The next morning, Joe Fan drove to the computer city in Shanghai. FIFAN technology is about to be held, so naturally we need to purchase various work equipment. Joe Fan looked at the brand logos of various models outside the computer city with great anticipation in his heart. I only had one broken laptop during my 4 years in college and had no money to replace it. Now that I have money, of course I want to buy all of them with top-notch configurations. Joe Fan strode straight in. He was also a young man, and computers had a natural appeal to boys. After entering the computer city, Joe Fan was shocked by the scene inside. There were all kinds of computers, and computers of all prices could be found. It has all the functions of a desktop and laptop. A desktop computer usually consists of two main parts, a host computer and a monitor, as well as other accessories such as speakers, mouse, keyboard, etc. There are also all-in-one computers that integrate the host computer and monitor together. After all, Joe Fan was going to use extraordinary technology, so he had to buy a good computer. It's just that I actually ran into an acquaintance in such a big place like Shanghai. Li Jiqiang, Joe Fan's college classmate, is well known for his computer skills and is extremely passionate about computers. Maybe it was because his family had some money, so even though he was a peaceful person, he had the hateful corner of his mouth of a rich man. When he was in school, he often mocked Joe Fan because of money. Oh my, who was that? Isn't that Joe Fan? Why is he still in Shanghai after graduating from university? Wasn't he fired from his internship company? How is he still doing? Li Jiqiang naturally came to buy a new computer for himself, as the one he was using now was a bit outdated. What else am I supposed to do here? Buy a computer, of course. Zhou Fan didn't care about Li Jiqiang's provocation. After all, if he had to quarrel with everyone he disliked, he would definitely be exhausted both physically and mentally for the whole day. Buy a computer? You can afford to buy a computer here. But it's true, your broken computer really needs to be replaced. This one is perfect for you. At around 5,000 yuan, it's definitely better than your crappy one. Before Zhou Fan could say anything, Li Jiqiang started talking to himself while pointing at a computer. This is also suitable for you. It's easy to use even if you don't have much money. 5,000 yuan. If you don't have that much money, I will take pity on you and give you 1,000 yuan for the sake of our schoolmates. Zhou Fan nodded, as if he was thinking seriously. Okay, although it's a little, but since you insist on giving me $1,000, I can't let you down. Ah? Li Jiqiang's face was full of confusion. He is belittling and mocking Zhou Fan. Doesn't he feel anything? Could it be that after being at the bottom of society for so long, he has become numb to insults from others? 1,000 yuan is not enough? I think you are crazy about money. You should be happy to meet a good person like me. Li Jiqiang held up his nostrils, as if Zhou Fan should kneel down and lick his shoes to thank him for helping him. Well, it's not that I'm crazy about the money, it's just that there's really not enough. As soon as Zhou Fan finished speaking, a staff member in black uniform came up to him in high heels, holding a long list, and interrupted what Li Jiqiang wanted to say. Sir, these are the 500 computers and accessories you purchased from our store. Here's the list. If you have no problem, you can sign. Chapter 38 Looking for Decoration. The woman took the bill and handed it to Zhou Fan. Yeah, okay. Zhou Fan didn't pay much attention to the price. This computer was carefully selected by him, and he would buy it no matter how much it cost. This was the most basic facility he bought, and he would supplement it when FIFA technology grew stronger. What? 500 units? That's fake, right? Li Jiqiang was stunned. When Zhou Fan was in school, he was reluctant to replace his 4,000 or 5,000 yuan computer. Now he was buying 500 computers at once? It was unbelievable. Unable to believe it, Li Jiqiang snatched the order from Zhou Fan's hand, and his eyes immediately widened. So much money? These aren't computers that cost 4,000 or 5,000 yuan, each one costs tens of thousands. 500 computers actually cost tens of millions. Oh, right, this gentleman said he'd pay 1,000 for me. I'm paying 1,000 less, and he'll pay it all later. Here's the card, go ahead and swipe it. Zhou Fan calmly told the waiter about Li Jiqiang's provocative offer to give him 1,000 yuan. The waiter's eyes immediately shifted to Li Jiqiang. Sir? What do you think? Li Jiqiang had no choice but to nod, but the look in the waiter's eyes made him want to curse. He's already spent over 10 million yuan on 500 computers, so what's the difference between him and me? But if I don't agree, I won't even be able to give him the 1,000 yuan. And I'll be looked down upon. Anyway, no matter what, it's embarrassing. When has he ever been insulted like this? Once the goods are ready, just deliver them to the destination. The waiter nodded quickly, this is a big customer. After Zhou Fan walked quite a distance, he turned to Li Jiqiang and asked, Sir, what computer do you want to buy? You need to pay the 1,000 yuan just now. What are you buying? Just spend $1,000. I'm not buying anything. Li Jiqiang held the card tightly in his hand and walked out angrily. Today was so embarrassing that he was shaking with anger and wanted to tear Zhou Fan in half. Before Zhou Fan even walked out of the computer city, he saw the esports equipment in the computer city. One of his few hobbies in college is watching esports games. The competition between the two sides makes his blood boil every time he sees it. I immediately decided to buy some more equipment for esports competitions. After buying the computer, Zhou Fan felt very relieved. The next step was to look for a decoration company to renovate the office building. This can't be like a computer. He must compare prices from different stores. After all, the name of his company is FIFA, so naturally he wants to have a unique decoration style. The commercial street in Shanghai is like this. After you find a store, there are several of the same type. Joe Fan drove for a while before he got out of the computer city. Finally, the decoration company building directly attracted Joe Fan's attention. The style of a decoration company must have certain characteristics to attract customers' attention. This is how Joe Fan was attracted to the decoration company. There was more than one decoration company in this building, one after another. Even though every company was busy, when they saw Joe Fan coming up, people from several companies came out to greet him. No matter what kind of order it is, they want to get it. Sir, come to our company. Our company will design a decoration style that satisfies you according to your requirements. Sir, our company has always been a model company among decoration companies. If you trust us, we will give you a lifetime of surprises. Before Joe Fan had time to speak, a group of employees began to introduce their company very politely. But among those who were trying hard to attract business, there was one person who was different from these excited faces. Don't get too excited, this might not be a big client. Liang Chao immediately recognized the man without a single brand name on him. His university classmate, Joe Fan. Joe Fan was shocked. Meeting two college classmates in one day, could it be that they had made an appointment? Did they both want to cause trouble for him on the same day? And judging by Liang Chao's expression, he didn't look like someone who could say anything nice. I know this guy. He was such a loser in school. His girlfriend of 4 years ran off with a rich second-generation guy. How can someone like him be a big shot? I advise everyone. Get ready for your work, don't let yourself get too disappointed. All the graduating students knew that Chi Lin had dumped Joe Fan's girlfriend, although they didn't know why Chi Lin's family got into trouble in the end. But everyone still used the green grassland that was put on Joe Fan's head as a funny point to discuss with friends. How could this kind of garbage be a big business? Maybe he just wandered around the streets and ended up here. After all, Liang Chao and their company are rivals, so it is not ruled out that he used some trickery to get them away, and then took the client privately. As competitors, they were on high alert and no one was willing to move even a step away. Joe Fan took out the floor plan and interior structure of the office building from his pocket. He even printed out several copies just to compare prices from 3 different stores. Unexpectedly, these 3 stores were all gathered together, saving him an extra trip. Today I'm bringing you a renovation project for an office building in the city center. It covers an area of 12,000 square meters, with a construction area of 52,000 square meters. Who among you thinks your company is up to the task? After Joe Fan finished speaking, everyone was stunned for a moment. Although they all took the structural diagram from Joe Fan's hand politely, the secret rivalry could still be seen on their faces. Joe Fan. Just leave it to our company. After all, we're from the same school. I definitely understand you better than these strangers. Liang Chao was stunned. The much talked about downtown office building had been sold for 1.1 billion yuan a few days prior. He hadn't expected the buyer to be Joe Fan. Although it was unbelievable, the truth was right in front of him. No matter what was said just now, he just went up to him with a thick face. We're not familiar with each other. Joe Fan's cold words immediately froze Liang Chao's hand that was about to take the list, and the expressions of the people around him looked at him as if something was wrong. Just now you were calling him a loser. Now that you hear his project is big, you're begging him for cooperation. How can there be such shameless people? Yeah, no matter what, you can't talk about someone's past in front of so many people. Everyone has a past. You don't know how to respect other people's privacy at all. Humph. He might have made that up just to keep the client for himself. How can there be such uneducated people in our renovation industry? Everyone began to feel dissatisfied with Liang Chao. It would have been fine if you just left, but now you are trying to steal their business. Who wouldn't want to get this big deal of office building decoration in the city center? Not only will they get paid well, but they will also be proud to say in the future that they decorated the building. Chapter 39 Anchor Liu. Liang Chao was too embarrassed to take him down, and when he wanted to turn around and leave, Joe Fan directly put the layout map in his hand. The office decoration matter cannot be messed up. Liang Chao is certainly annoying, but it is unnecessary to miss out on a good design company because of him. This office building in the city center is entirely occupied by internet companies. I hope you can help me design a space that combines high technology with natural scenery. Do you understand? We can definitely do it. Leave it to us, don't worry. The people from several decoration companies nearby also nodded frequently. It was easy to talk about whether it was possible or not. They would always come up with some ideas after going back to study. Now all they had to do was agree not to miss out on this business. Okay, then I'll give you some time to study the plan yourself. Then I'll choose the decoration company I'm most satisfied with to cooperate with. Is that okay? The decoration companies all agreed that for such a big business, they must compete based on their strength, which is fair. Liang Chao was silent and didn't dare to say anything. He had just insulted Zhou Fan, and it was already good enough that he was willing to give him this opportunity again. If he went back and found out that everyone around him had projects but he didn't, he would definitely fire him. After Zhou Fan finished dealing with the decoration company's issues, he felt relieved. He hoped that when he came to pick up the results, these decoration companies could design plans that suited his ideas. Zhou Fan walked downstairs slowly and admired the way these decoration companies were decorating their own company. However, as soon as he went out, he found a female anchor holding a selfie stick and filming next to his car. Zhou Fan was no longer surprised by this kind of thing. Apart from himself, the person who was most familiar with this Bugatti was probably the female internet celebrity and anchor. There are always some images of license plates with mosaics posted online, but Zhou Fan doesn't care much about them. After all, they haven't caused him any unnecessary trouble. But the slender white legs and the white bubble skirt in front of him almost blinded Zhou Fan's eyes under the glaring streetlights. Her curly hair was scattered behind her, and from where Zhou Fan was standing, he could only see her delicate profile, like a porcelain doll. Unlike other vain female anchors, this woman did not sit on the Bugatti to shoot, but kept a certain distance from the car, as if she wanted to distance herself from the car. Zhou Fan was really curious. He wanted to take a picture of the car but also wanted to keep a distance from it. He was so curious that he stood at the door of the decoration company for a while to see what this woman was doing. Because it was evening, there were not many people on the road. The female anchor turned up the volume of the live broadcast room on her mobile phone to the maximum. Zhou Fan could hear the woman's voice when he listened carefully. Don't be too curious about this kind of car. It's only driven by rich people. We can just feast our eyes on it. Oh, this is already pretty close. If I get any closer, they'll probably think I'm the owner of this car. That's really not a good thing. Let's go after feasting our eyes. It was probably something that made things difficult for the female anchor in the live broadcast room, and the woman's face was filled with embarrassment. We're serious female anchors. Why would we want to be with rich men? Besides, don't the cute girls in the live studio know this? Those who drive luxury cars probably rent them for thousands of dollars a day. Even if it's not rented, the owner must be a middle-aged, bald, greasy, Mediterranean uncle. A lovely female anchor like me is definitely not worthy of him. The saliva in Lu Yu's mouth was almost dry, and she wanted to persuade her friends in the live broadcast room to stop making trouble. What about standing there and hanging out with rich people? It's really too much trouble. After Lu Yu finished speaking, she looked at the comments in the live broadcast room. Miss Lu. Look behind you. A middle-aged, bald, greasy, Mediterranean-looking man is coming towards you. Oh my God. Boss. This guy doesn't look like he's Mediterranean. He's so handsome. Why does he look so much like Song Chongji? Hurry up and find a rich guy. However, some people who had just entered the live broadcast room expressed their incomprehension of the situation and tapped their fingers frantically on the keyboard. What a ripoff. They rented a Bugatti, and even the actors were acting so cliched. Then he left the live broadcast room angrily. Lu Yu looked at the comments in the live broadcast room and turned back awkwardly. Sure enough, a middle-aged, bald, greasy Mediterranean uncle who looked like Song Chongji appeared behind her. Lu Yu hiccuped in fright. How could this person walk so quietly? He must be a pervert. Zhou Fan had been standing nearby for quite a while. He didn't expect that the female anchor in front of him was so engrossed in the live broadcast that she didn't even notice his presence while reading the comments. Zhou Fan naturally also saw the various comments from netizens in the live broadcast room and thought that this female anchor was really interesting. Although she didn't want to take photos with the luxury car, netizens forced her to do so. She felt like she was being forced to do the job, so I decided to tease her. A sugar daddy? Too bad I'm not Mediterranean. I actually imagined him as the Mediterranean Sea. I'm so sick. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was just trying to comfort the little cuties in my livestream room during the broadcast. I didn't mean to cause you any harm. Lu Yu was very embarrassed. Being called a bald Mediterranean by a woman, no man could accept it. Host, quickly increase your WeChat ID. You might become a young mistress in the future. Host, a rich man has taken a fancy to you. Go to the hotel tonight and continue broadcasting to us. Luyu looked at the various noises in the live broadcast room and quickly said, "Sorry, darlings, today's live broadcast ends here. I have some personal matters to attend to." Click. Live broadcast closed. "Sir, I'm sorry." Luyu bowed directly. Someone who can drive a Bugatti must be very ruthless. She was definitely provoked. Fan almost laughed out loud. It was really interesting that this guy was so serious when he came out to be a host. Please add me on WeChat. If I suffer mental damage from this in the future, I will contact you. Huh? Why does it feel like this is a scam? The military training for new employees in the company has also ended, and next Monday will be the time for employees to officially start work. Fan has asked Xu Yan to give orders to all employees to have a day off, and it will be a paid holiday. Afterwards, there will be a dinner for everyone to put a perfect end to the military training. The new employees naturally shouted Chairman Zhou's great slogans. They completely forgot that the suffering they had endured these days was inflicted on them by Fan in disguise. The hotel Fan booked was naturally his brother Shinjun's hotel. After all, the staff had given it 100% positive reviews after they had dined there last time. It could also bring in some business for Shinjun. Fan, Wu Ziyu and Shinjun were chatting in a private room, while the employees in the next room started talking. Wow, this chairman is not only capable. He doesn't do anything by the rules. The owner of such a great hotel knows our chairman. I feel like he's the real boss of this company. That's right. Even during our military training, we're still getting 200 yuan a day in benefits. I don't think there are many bosses this good in this huge city. I'm sure the benefits in the future will be amazing. Yeah. Following the chairman is like getting the best deal. And I heard he recently won an office building downtown at an auction. I guess that will be our headquarters from now on. Oh my god, is this true? Just thinking about working in such a luxurious place in the future, I'd be happy even if I didn't get paid. The employees were talking one after another, and each of them was expressing their admiration for Fan and their happiness at having a good boss. The door of their private room was open, and even with the air conditioner on, it was still a bit hot, so they simply opened the door to get some fresh air. They came together to start a new company, but not everyone in the world is so lucky. The door of the private room opposite was also wide open, but the situation inside was a little different from theirs. Everyone had a mournful look on their face, with the word sadness written all over their faces. Not a single sound could be heard around the table. Chapter 40 Company Party. They are also a company in Shanghai, but now they don't deserve a name because they are gathered here today to have a farewell dinner. The people from Fan's company across the street were so happy, which directly caused their dissatisfaction. However, they all endured it secretly because they still had to finish the farewell dinner properly. Fan and Shinjun were having a great chat. "Brother, you really brought me a lot of business." Shinjun was naturally very happy to see Fan again. "We're brothers, and your hotel is great. My employees want to come back for another meal, too." Wu Ziyu nodded on the side. He had eaten it once and it was indeed delicious. "Hey! I'm giving you 20% off this time, and the drinks are free." "Thank you, brother. I'm going back with Wu Ziyu first. My employees are waiting for me." "Okay. Just wait a minute, I'll have the staff bring your food up right away. Then I'll trouble you, brother." Fan brought Wu Ziyu out of the private room. "Sure, Fan. I didn't know you and the boss were so close the last time we came for dinner." Wu Ziyu said to Fan with great admiration. "Of course. Just eat it without worry." "Okay, I won't be polite with you. The drinks will be free later and I need to drink more." Wu Ziyu said with a smile, looking forward to the meal soon. The employees who were talking about it all stopped talking when Fan arrived. Although the boss was nice, he also used violence when punishing them during military training. "Everyone, don't be too formal. From now on, you'll be comrades working together. Remember, you've all stood out among the elite of Shanghai. You'll all be part of the world's largest internet company in the future." After Wu Ziyu sat down, Fan expressed his attitude. After all, if the employees were on the right track, the company would develop smoothly. Okay. We all listened to the boss. Pang Xiefeng took the lead in supporting them. He was the one who respected the boss and instructor the most here. Although Lu Yuan, who was punished, still had some barriers in his heart, he also shouted a few words under the influence of this atmosphere. After the dishes were served, the employees were as eager as wolves. After all, the military training these days was so hard, and it had been a long time since they had a chance to eat and drink so casually like this. After drinking too much, the newly graduated college employees who were more fun-loving at school started to drunkenly clamor for playing games. Games like Truth or Dare instantly brought people closer together. Zhou Fan's happiness in the private room greatly stimulated the people in the room opposite. They were sitting quietly in the room but could hear everything clearly. It was a newly opened company. They were celebrating before coming to the company, and they had a lot of drinks. After working hard in Shanghai for so many years, they finally had to pack up and go back home. It was even more uncomfortable to hear the laughter in Zhou Fan's private room. One of the men stood up with a bottle of wine and walked into Zhou Fan's private room. It was just that Zhou Fan and his group were having so much fun that they didn't notice him at all. The man threw the bottle down. The bustling private room suddenly became quiet. Could you guys keep your voices down? You're not the only ones having dinner here. What's wrong with starting a company? What's so exciting about it? It'll all fail sooner or later. Zhou Fan's passion stimulated him to a great extent, and coupled with the wine he had drunk, he wanted to teach these people who had just started out to start a company a little lesson. This action made all the men on both sides stand up, and the women were also mostly awake. It felt like a fight between people in society. Wu Ziyu didn't react at all and just continued drinking. He thought Zhou Fan would definitely find a way to deal with it. Zhou Fan was sitting on the side, next to the man who came to cause trouble. Seeing that people on both sides were so excited, he immediately stood up. This is a celebration before the company's opening, and he can't let others spoil the fun. If a fight breaks out, he always feels that Wu Ziyu alone will be enough. He was stunned by Wu Ziyu's skill when he showed his willingness to help others in front of him last time. Brother! There's no need to make such a fuss. Let's just keep our voices down. Calm down. I don't want to cause any trouble for our company. After all, it was in Shinjun's hotel, and Zhou Fan didn't want to make a big deal out of it. But the man thought Zhou Fan was afraid of him, and immediately said arrogantly, "If you make any more noise, I will teach you a lesson." The man's arrogant look undoubtedly aroused the young men present who had drunk a little and were still full of passion. They naturally understood their boss's decision to take a step back, but they really couldn't stand the man's arrogant attitude. Zhang Shang stood up immediately, picked up a wine bottle and threw it at the doorframe. In school, he was a man of the final say, so how could he be bullied after entering society? Who the hell are you calling a naughty kid? Your company is failing and going bankrupt, so why are you taking it out on me, your dad? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Zhang Shang's decision to step forward was actually what most of the male employees present thought. Of course, they couldn't swallow their anger when being bullied by others. A bloody murder caused by a wine bottle broke out immediately. Zhou Fan also felt that these hot-blooded kids were being bullied like this, and there was almost no possibility of them taking a step back. Seeing everyone in the opposite room standing up, Zhou Fan was not afraid at all. Okay. Let's just treat it as a good start for them. Just be careful not to get hurt. Before Zhou Fan could finish his words, he was stopped by Wu Ziyu. You guys should eat and drink. As their instructor, I'm naturally responsible for any mistakes they make. You guys play first, and I'll take care of it. Wu Ziyu walked out very confidently. Coach! Everyone shouted, their eyes red, because the other party was holding a bottle of wine. But after a while, they found that their worries were completely unnecessary. Wu Ziyu easily knocked these drunken middle-aged uncles to the ground. There were no injuries on his face, but he was lying on the ground groaning in pain. Oh my god, the instructor is so cool. No wonder the boss hired him to teach us. He's so ruthless. He's really handsome, but my idol is still the chairman. Money is the most important thing. Zhou Fan hadn't intended to let Wu Ziyu fight alone, but he had only knocked down 2 people, and the remaining dozen or so were easily defeated by him. He has the demeanor of a god of war. You hit people, I'm going to call the police to arrest you. The man who started the trouble first sat on the ground in pain, completely forgetting that he was the one who started it first. However, Zhou Fan had sent a message to Shinjun as soon as the man entered the door. When Shinjun got the news and rushed over, he was shocked to see such a grand scene. This kid Zhou Fan was not only powerful, but also had a strong ability to cause trouble. "Brother, what's going on?" Looking at this scene, no one on Zhou Fan's side fell down, but all the people on the opposite side fell down, and the women in the box were holding their mobile phones, ready to call the police. "Brother, we were just a little louder over here, and this man, yes, it was him." Chapter 41 Brainstorming. Zhou Fan pointed at the leading man and said, "He took a bottle and smashed it right in front of us, saying he was going to teach us a lesson. My employees were all hot-blooded and energetic, and you know what happened next, but they were just too inexperienced and got beaten up by Wu Ziyu." After hearing this, Shinjun looked at the man seriously. "Sir, you guys are causing trouble in this hotel. Do you want to just settle it privately, or do you want me to ask the Bureau of Investigation to handle it? Are you blind? We were the ones who got beaten more. Call the police. We have to call the police. There are surveillance cameras here and I want them to go to jail and pay us for our losses." The man roared angrily, looking at Zhou Fan and Wu Ziyu with a murderous look as if he wanted to tear them apart. "Sorry, unfortunately, the 2 private rooms in our hotel are no longer working. I guess all the surveillance data is gone. I think they're pretty badly injured." The man was stunned. "Are you kidding me? I see the monitors are all flashing red, which means they're all working properly. And they're not the ones getting hurt. It's clearly us who are getting hurt. If I say it's broken, it's broken." The man had no choice. The 2 of them were clearly in cahoots, and he could only suffer in silence. Didn't they just say they could settle it privately? It should just be a small compensation. Then we won't call the police. Let's settle it privately. How do we do that? The men who were beaten stood up from the ground, but kept a distance from Zhou Fan and Wu Ziyu, fearing that they would be beaten again. "Privately, that's easy. Just pack up your things, pay the bill and leave." Shinjun expressed his idea of settling the matter privately without any embarrassment. Zhou Fan was about to give Shinjun a 666. This series of amazing moves really stunned him. "Fuck, you want us to just leave like this? Are you planning to compensate us for something? Our people have also suffered quite a few injuries, such as brain hemorrhages, concussions, and stress reactions. We're definitely going to have to pay a lot of money." Zhou Fan naturally understood what Shinjun meant, and then Shinjun said, "Isn't it just a scam? Haven't you seen pigs run before?" The man hesitated. Although he was unwilling, he could not explain this matter clearly, and it was they who took the initiative to find it. Okay, that's it. It's so damn unlucky. Let's go." Not only did the company go bankrupt, but I also got beaten up. I definitely didn't check the almanac before going out today. The annoying people finally left, and the employees once again admired Zhou Fan and Wu Ziyu. Such a boss is really great. Okay, enjoy yourselves. This kind of thing shouldn't happen again. Eat as much as you want. I'm the boss of our hotel." Shinjun patted Zhou Fan on the shoulder and said very generously, "Thank you very much, brother." Zhou Fan also laughed. "Don't be polite, eat quickly, or the food will get cold and taste bad." Shinjun nodded and continued to busy himself with his own things. He originally thought that after this incident, his mood for eating would definitely not be as good as before. But they forgot that they were all young people. After the passionate scene just now, they were even more excited. They ordered more wine to toast Zhou Fan and the others. Zhou Fan has been drinking since he was a kid, so he has a good alcohol tolerance. These young people were almost drunk, but they still couldn't get him drunk. Before the banquet ended, Zhou Fan reminded them that no one was allowed to be late for work tomorrow, and anyone who was late would have their salary deducted. Then he called a car to send them home one by one. The next day, Zhou Fan got up very early. Today was his first official day at work at Fifan Technology, and he had to set a good example. When I arrived at the company and asked Xu Yan, I found out that none of his employees were late. Everyone was so drunk yesterday, but they were still able to go to work on time today. Zhou Fan was very satisfied. I guess they are as excited as he is now. Xu Yan, go and give the order. Go to the conference room for a meeting in half an hour. Xu Yan pushed her glasses, and the thick glasses blocked half of the light in her eyes. Okay, Chairman. Xu Yan came to the office of the new employee and called softly, "The chairman said the meeting will be in half an hour, so get ready." Hearing Xu Yan's voice, dozens of pairs of eyes from the employees looked at her, which made her face turn red. "Secretary, do we need to prepare anything? We're both new to work and have never attended a meeting like this before." Jiang Shang had seen this woman with thick glasses during an interview. She was among the interviewers, and because she was dressed rather tacky, he took a second look at her. Xu Yan felt even more embarrassed. He glanced at Jiang Shang in panic and remembered that this person was the boy who had said that he would earn money to support his girlfriend. "Just prepare a notebook and pen. The conference room is equipped with computers." After she finished speaking, she was about to leave. Xu Yan already felt her face burning. She had just graduated, and it was really embarrassing to be called sister. Another person wanted to call the secretary, but was stopped by others. "The secretary is busy. Besides, we only have half an hour, so get ready and don't delay her work." Everyone then let Xu Yan out. When she got outside, she was breathing heavily. When would she be able to change her habit of getting nervous when there were so many people around? When everyone arrived at the meeting room, they arrived 10 minutes early because they wanted to adapt to the studio environment in advance. Unexpectedly, the chairman was already sitting there. When Zhou Fan came to the conference room and sat down, he was filled with emotion. The last time he sat here, the company was still in the hands of the Qi family, but today it is called Fifan Industrial. Looking at the employees who came, Zhou Fan was very satisfied with the desire for the future in their eyes. It seemed that he had indeed recruited a group of people who were unwilling to be ordinary. "But since I said the meeting would start in half an hour, even if everyone is present, the meeting must start on time. The concept of punctuality must be implemented. It is not okay to start early, and it is even worse to start late." The time finally came. Zhou Fan sat up straight and cleared his throat. This action made all the employees serious. "Today is our first meeting for Fifan Technology. Since we are transitioning from manufacturing to internet companies, the purpose of this meeting is to listen to everyone's suggestions and work together to discuss the business direction of Fifan Technology." Zhou Fan got straight to the point. He wasn't used to painting a rosy picture and giving people some inspirational speeches before a meeting. All the employees were very excited. Shouldn't these things be discussed with the company's top management? Calling them to this meeting would make them feel that they were valued. Naturally, everyone racked their brains to come up with some good suggestions for the company. Someone immediately stood up and spoke. "Chairman, I think the gaming platform is great. Nowadays, people of all ages love playing games. They're not only educational but also relaxing. I think it will definitely be a hit." Before Zhou Fan could refute, someone else stood up and refuted it first. While the gaming platform in Shanghai is large and many companies are developing games on it, the users are controlled by certain businesses. The market is already controlled by Wangzhe Rongyao and Ping Jingying. I think there is still very little scope for development. This is exactly what Zhou Fan was thinking. Although the gaming platform is wide, it may not necessarily achieve the desired effect. What about e-commerce platforms? People are now using their mobile phones to shop, and they are not restricted by time or space. The prospects are very bright. A girl took the initiative to speak up and said that many of her classmates had already entered this e-commerce platform and seemed to be making a lot of money. Zhou Fan nodded. "That's a good idea. Does anyone have any different ideas? If you think about the company's future development and have more than one, it will be easier to implement more suggestions." Chapter 42 Market Research. Zhou Fan naturally kept the idea of the e-commerce platform in mind, and Xu Yan sat next to Zhou Fan and was responsible for taking notes of the meeting. Some search engines should be widely popular in the market now, and they are very easy for us who major in computer science, software, and big data. Jiang Sheng suggested that he had also made one or two low-quality engines in school, but the quality was really not up to standard, but it was already pretty good for a college student. "Now that I am with so many outstanding people, it will definitely be more perfect." Zhou Fan continued to nod, thinking that these college graduates from prestigious universities were smart and had many ideas. Xu Yan looked at Zhou Fan, and Zhou Fan only needed to nod to record all his ideas in the meeting minutes. People keep raising opinions, including some video platforms, entertainment, security software, etc. Zhou Fan felt that these were all good reminders, but since the company was just starting out, it was natural to take things slowly and could only choose the more perfect suggestions from these good ones. Let's put it this way. I want to create a video platform specifically for young people, and our major is more suitable for this platform. All the employees nodded in agreement. The video platform specifically targeting young people has not yet been fully developed in Shanghai. This is definitely a big nut to crack. Okay, then our company will develop a video platform. The platform will be called Extraordinary Video. Good. What a great video. You're such a flatterer. What a simple name. But the boss's idea is really good. Yes, I believe I can achieve good results. The employees in the meeting were all filled with anticipation for this extraordinary video. Their first time working was to witness the rise of a platform, so how could they not be excited? Okay, since everyone has decided, let's use this meeting to divide the work. The computer science majors will start writing the application and perfect this video platform as soon as possible. Once it's completed and I'm satisfied with it, we can release it to the market. Zhou Fan whispered with Chu Yan beside him for a while and nodded slightly. Pang Xiefeng, this is your major, right? Then you'll be the head of the programming team. You'll lead the team on this matter. Pang Xiefeng immediately stood up as if he had been given a mission in danger. Chairman, I will definitely do my best. Well, and Zhang Sheng, you will be the leader of the marketing team in the future, responsible for market research. Zhang Sheng immediately became serious. Okay, Chairman. I promise to complete the task. Okay, then the meeting is over. Zhang Sheng, please submit the action report on the market research in Shanghai in 3 days. After the meeting, everyone was led to the studio and started working under Chu Yan's arrangement. Zhang Sheng was also very motivated. He must complete the tasks assigned to him by the chairman seriously. Zhou Fan called Su Qian after get off work. Su Qian worked so many jobs and always had excellent grades in school. She must have some unique insights into the direction of video platforms compared to others. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Su Qian's gentle and clear voice immediately came from the other end of the phone, and Zhou Fan felt so comfortable listening to it. I'm planning to create a video platform for young people soon, and I'd like to ask for your opinion. My opinion? Su Qian was a little confused. She didn't study this major when she was in school, so why should she listen to her opinion? But since Zhou Fan asked, she naturally had to think carefully before answering. Well, I usually like to look at cute pets, beautiful clothes, and various job search tutorials. Su Qian expressed her views based on her status as an urban woman and a recent college graduate, and suddenly she felt like she was giving a speech at school. So I talked a lot without realizing it, and when I realized it, the call had already lasted half an hour. Zhou Fan was the big boss of the company. The other party might just want to listen to his opinion during a few minutes of break, but he talked for half an hour and his face turned red immediately. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought of a lot all at once and said too much. Did I take up too much of your time? Zhou Fan was listening to Su Qian's thoughts very seriously and nodding frequently on the other end of the phone. Suddenly, Su Qian stopped and looked a little surprised. That's okay, I'll spend the rest of the day listening to your opinions. After all, I need to listen to a wide range of opinions to be effective for the company's development. Zhou Fan scratched his head embarrassedly, thinking that he might have disturbed Su Qian's normal life. Ah. But after I understood your idea, I really benefited a lot. You go ahead and do your work. Sorry for the trouble. Zhou Fan felt embarrassed and added sorry for the trouble at the end, making the relationship between the two people seem like strangers who were still a little familiar. Fine. Zhou Fan hung up the phone and didn't think about Su Qian anymore. Instead, he thought about what Su Qian had told him. The number of female users on the video platform is indeed greater than that of male users. This can indeed be used as a direction for development. After a good sleep at home, Zhang Shang lived up to everyone's expectations the next day and presented the plan he had revised repeatedly after staying up late. Zhou Fan nodded with the plan in his hand. As Chu Yan said, he was right to believe in Zhang Shang. Zhang Shang was an elite student in the school. Although Chu Yan spoke incoherently, he still fully expressed one of Zhang Shang's excellence. It seems that it is true. The plan is to follow Zhang Shang's plan, to separate a group from the market team to conduct market research, while the other group will enter the university town to conduct random spot checks and surveys. University towns are the fresh blood of Shanghai's future. They have so many fantastic ideas, more than anywhere else in Shanghai. Zhang Shang obviously grasped this characteristic and made this proposal. Zhou Fan had nothing to do with the company, so naturally he joined the random inspection and survey of the university town. He had been away from the campus for a long time, so it would be nice to go back and feel the atmosphere of the university town again. And when his employees walked in, it was like fish returning to the sea, just like students. After walking for a while, Zhou Fan suddenly saw a girl with a ponytail, delicate makeup, and red sportswear sitting on the side of the road. She seemed to be sitting on the side of the road because she was tired. Her appearance was not clear, but Zhou Fan felt that girls like her might have some strange and imaginative ideas. Zhou Fan walked straight over. "Classmate, I'm doing market research for our company and I'd like to ask for your opinion." As soon as the girl looked up, Zhou Fan felt amazed. Her clear eyes were very smart, and she wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her straight nose. Her thin lips were smeared with a bean paste-colored lipstick of an unknown brand, and her lip beads sparkled in the sunlight shining through the leaves. The girl brushed away her 2 sideburns with her hands, looking puzzled. However, this kind of thing seemed to be very common in university towns. "What do you want to research?" "I'm a kind-hearted person, so I'll tell you everything I know." Lin Yan looked at the man in front of her. She thought he was a college student who came to chat with her and asked for her contact information, but it seemed that was not the case, because the man's eyes were full of seriousness. It seemed like she was just working hard and the selection was made unintentionally. "I just want to know your opinion on the current video platform in Shanghai, or your own insights." "Don't worry too much, just say whatever you want to say." Chapter 43, Research Results. Zhou Fan was a little nervous about being asked this question by a stranger, so he comforted Lin Yan not to worry too much. "I'm not nervous. If you ask me that, I do have some ideas." I accidentally clicked on a video, and then I kept getting the same video that I didn't want to watch. Some videos have very few views but are of high quality. It's a shame that they can't be recommended so more people can see them." Zhou Fan didn't expect that the girl in front of him had such great insights into the video platform. She almost told him all the various problems she had encountered on the video platform. After talking about the shortcomings, she also seriously talked about the advantages of the video platform. She spoke so eloquently that Zhou Fan thought she was an expert in video platform operations. He sat down and had a good chat with Lin Yan for a long time. It was indeed very beneficial for Zhou Fan. It made him realize that there are some problems on the video platform that are not noticed but do exist. Although solving these problems is troublesome, they will definitely be popular among young people once they are solved. They chatted like this for most of the day without realizing it. Zhou Fan also bought 2 bottles of water from a roadside store and handed them to Lin Yan. Lin Yan took it without hesitation. She was indeed a little thirsty after talking too much. Zhou Fan saw that it was getting late and thought he should go back to the company for a meeting to summarize the results of this random survey, but Lin Yan did get along well with him. "Let's add each other on WeChat. I can chat about this matter casually." "Okay." Lin Yan did not refuse. She smiled sweetly, took out her mobile phone and showed her QR code. After the employees of Fifan Technology returned to the company, although it was already very late, Zhou Fan still felt that they should hold a meeting while it was still hot, so that it would be more effective. Naturally, the programming team could leave work normally, and only the marketing team led by Jiang Sheng needed to stay for a meeting. However, because it was the first day at work, everyone was excited and no one complained. Perhaps it was because they had received military training before going to work, they did not feel tired at all. Zhou Fan sat in the middle of the conference room. Xu Yan naturally still sat next to Zhou Fan to take notes of the meeting, but just like usual, he didn't say a word and just kept taking notes. "Please present the results of your random research today. They will be incorporated into the meeting minutes tomorrow and sent to the programming team." After Zhou Fan finished speaking, the entire conference room became lively, so Zhou Fan adopted the method of raising his hand before speaking. Jiang Sheng was the first to raise his hand to answer. After all, he really got a lot of suggestions that would help the company's development in the university town today. Video platforms actually have the potential to leverage increasingly mature AI technologies to better address both the non-personalized and personalized recommendation issues. This is the conclusion I reached after my research today. Zhou Fan nodded. Judging from the current level of development in Shanghai, artificial intelligence is no longer a novelty. There is definitely room for development when combining artificial intelligence with video platforms. "That's great, Xu Yan, write down everything team leader Jiang Sheng said." Xu Yan nodded hurriedly and pushed his black-framed glasses. He seemed to have thought that the people attending the meeting had their eyes on his face. Even without looking up, his face immediately turned red. After Jiang Shang finished his speech, someone else quickly raised their hand. During my research, I discovered that video platforms' copyright protection is somewhat inadequate, a common complaint among many video creators. I thought, since I studied this area in college, blockchain technology could be used to achieve more convenient and low-cost content copyright protection. I think this is very useful. Zhou Fan looked over and saw a tall boy. The person who seemed to be competing to drink with him last time seemed to be called Gu Feng. After confirming this with Chu Yan, he immediately agreed. Indeed, I have also investigated this point. Chu Yan, please remember it. Chu Yan kept taking notes with his ballpoint pen because all the suggestions from these employees were very good and they were obviously the result of hard work and dedication. I also found some opinions from college students. By connecting a large number of smart devices, the application scenarios of short videos can be greatly enriched, and the industry will have more room for imagination. After listening to the whole thing, Zhou Fan suddenly realized that these views were almost completely different from Lin Yan's, except that Lin Yan expressed them in plain words. Lin Yan is a girl with her own ideas. Fortunately, I got WeChat today. I might be able to give him some good suggestions when I investigate something in the future. As for the remaining points that Lin Yan did not cover, Su Qian cleverly complimented them. These two women are really. The meeting was over, and they all left with reluctance to leave. They felt that they had recruited a group of great employees, and their hard work over the past few days was well worth it. Xu Yan followed Zhou Fan with a notebook in her arms, waiting for the chairman to give her any more instructions before leaving get off work. Xu Yan, have you noticed the current operating conditions of FIFA Industrial recently? When thinking about the interview, Zhou Fan realized that he had used this good opportunity to give FIFA Industrial a big boost in its operations. Xu Yan pushed his glasses again and thought for a while. Chairman, I did notice the marketing situation of our FIFA Industrial today, but it seems a little pessimistic. Xu Yan's voice was very soft, as if he was talking to himself, but Zhou Fan was close enough to hear it clearly. What do you mean by not optimistic? Summarize for me everything you saw. I have indeed put all my thoughts on FIFA technology in the past few days. After all, this company was built by me. FIFA Industrial was taken over by the chief father and son. Based on the operations at the time of my interview, I was unable to solve any major problems. Xu Yan rubbed his hair gently and slowly told Zhou Fan the data he had seen in a disjointed manner. Because FIFA Industrial's main products now are fast food and convenience foods such as potato chips and instant noodles, and the last interview caused a short-term increase in sales volume. But since the company interviews were over, no one was collecting cards anymore, so sales naturally declined. Xu Yan's voice gradually became lower as she spoke. She had seen on TV dramas that when company CEOs heard that their company's performance had declined, they would throw their hands in anger and then yell at their secretaries. She was afraid that Zhou Fan would treat her the same way as in the TV series. Oh, is that so? Fine then. You can go home now and I'll be leaving too. I'll figure out a way to handle this. Speak louder next time, or I'll have to consider buying you a loudspeaker. In that case, you'll have to pay for it yourself. Zhou Fan nodded and said with a smile. When Xu Yan heard Zhou Fan's words, his heart beat like thunder and his ears turned red. Although people always tell her that she speaks in a soft voice, there is really nothing that can be done about it. That's just her personality, and no matter how hard she tried, it's still difficult to change. Zhou Fan drove back to Thomson Epine and saw that the flowers in the flower bed in the front garden seemed to have been replaced. I once casually mentioned to Suya that I really didn't like the flowers at the door and it would be more economical to plant grapevines instead. Zhou Fan just said it casually at the time, because Thomson Epine is a duplex villa with a European style, and it is really inappropriate to plant some grapevines at the door. Now Suya should have asked someone to make the grapevines into a plant that can be appreciated like a work of art, and it also makes it look high-end. Zhou Fan scratched his head. She could remember anything he said casually. But Zhou Fan immediately shook his head, thinking that he was thinking too much, probably because he hadn't been busy in the past few days. Also because of work, he almost goes to bed as soon as he gets home recently, gets up, tidies up, and goes to the company. Today, he saw the pleasing grapevines and was in a good mood. He lay on the luxurious waterbed and opened the flash sale app. Chapter 44 Lottery Marketing. Although the system still appeared in his mind from time to time and said something like that. The system instant kill function had not been opened for a long time. When Zhou Fan realized this problem, he beat his chest and stamped his feet in regret. It feels like I have lost tens of billions. Sure enough, the products on the flash sale app have been refurbished. A 250 square meter luxury apartment on the top floor of Building D, Thomson Epine, originally priced at 45 million renminbi, now available for a flash sale price of 45 renminbi. A 7-day trip to a small Hawaiian island is originally priced at 40 renminbi, but now it's priced at 40 cents. The original price of the affordable Ferrari Portofino is 2.43 million renminbi, and the flash sale price is 24.3 million renminbi. It seems that all the products updated this time are useless to Joe Fan, but it would be a pity not to buy them immediately. Thomson Epine Building D. I live in Building A, so I probably don't have the chance to live in Building D. My company is currently in operation, so how can I possibly go on a luxurious 7-day tour to the Hawaiian island? This Ferrari is pretty good and can be driven interchangeably with the Bugatti, but the price difference is indeed too big. However, Joe Fan still took pictures of them all without hesitation. It's not a big deal to have too many things, because they will come in handy eventually. Looking at the big red house deed, travel ticket, and key with a horse logo that suddenly appeared on his desk. Suddenly, an idea came to Joe Fan's mind. Since these things are redundant for him, why not give them to others? Thinking of this, Joe Fan put the things into the safe. He had already thought of the meaning of them appearing in his hands. The next day, Joe Fan got up early again because he seemed to have thought of a way to improve FIFA Industrial's performance in a sustainable way. Xu Yan was already sitting outside the chairman's office, dealing with issues that a secretary should handle. "Come to my office." Joe Fan spoke directly to Xu Yan, then walked quickly into the office. A plan had already clearly emerged in his mind. Xu Yan was starting to get a little nervous. Every time she was fired, her boss would tap her desk and say, "Come to my office." How could she not be nervous when the same scene happened again? Honestly, her legs felt a little weak. She pushed her glasses, adjusted her professional attire and hip skirt, then pushed the door open and followed Joe Fan in. She also wanted to say that she could work harder and try her best to correct all the things that the chairman was not satisfied with. However, before Xu Yan made up his mind to speak, Joe Fan knocked on the table. "Come here and stand there so you can hear me, or do I have to get a megaphone?" Joe Fan looked at Xu Yan, who was leaning against the door, his face full of black lines, as if he was going to eat her. Xu Yan moved over slowly, but was still too embarrassed to say anything. "I asked you to come here to tell you something." Xu Yan breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Joe Fan say this. "Please make a report about what I've said and send it to the marketing department. I've already figured out how to deal with the decline in illegal business performance. We can do a lottery marketing campaign. That is, put a scratch card inside the potato chips, and the winner can get a prize of varying sizes." Joe Fan remembered that when he was a child he liked to get another pack of instant noodles. It felt so good to buy one pack and get 2 packs. It's just that the products made by their company are now targeted at teenagers, adults, and middle-aged people, so tricks like giving children another pack, probably 1 have much effect. Although Xu Yan spoke softly and stammered for a while and couldn't make sense, Joe Fan still recognized his action. After talking for a while, Xu Yan took out a notebook and wrote down everything Joe Fan said. In Xu Yan's opinion, what Joe Fan naturally had to do was to write something like "another pack" or "thank you for your patronage" on the scratch card. But we need to give the winning prizes something a little fancy. After all, many products on the market now use this method. In order to stand out among the dazzling array of products, we must come up with some novel prizes. Joe Fan crossed his legs unconsciously. He was now telling Xu Yan his thoughts bit by bit. Xu Yan pushed her glasses up on her nose again. This was what she was worried about just now, but the chairman looked so confident, as if he had already thought of a solution. "What I want is to reduce the probability of winning, or in other words, the prizes for each potato chip launched on the market will be gradually increased from small to large. This will firstly ensure the sales of our products, and secondly, it will not require too much investment." Xu Yan nodded hurriedly, having turned into an emotionless nodding machine. Joe Fan didn't say anything, as if he was thinking about what to say next. Xu Yan tried to speak. "Boss, then what is our prize?" Xu Yan finally managed to express what he had been holding back by saying these words, and he immediately felt much better. "The ultimate grand prize is a luxury apartment at Thomson 1, the second prize is a Ferrari, and the third prize is a luxurious 7-day trip to Hawaii. 99% of the products are set up as a thank you for your patronage, and the 4th to 10th prizes are divided into cash prizes of varying values. Just tell the marketing department that these rewards can only be released in batches from large to small. This way, sales will last longer." Xu Yan stopped waving the pen. He had some questions and couldn't help but ask. Boss, are Thompson Epine and Ferrari luxury models? The worst house in Tangshan Epine, especially in Building F, costs nearly 10 million. Ferrari is a luxury car, not to mention how expensive it is. How can you possibly make back all the investment? You will lose everything. Ah, of course not a model. I don't even have any use for the penthouse apartment in Building D of Thompson 1, or the Ferrari Portofino. It's just right to donate them to the company. Those were all flash sales on flash sale apps. They didn't cost much money, so you definitely won't lose money. Moreover, Joe Fan is confident that such prizes will definitely receive a good response when put into the market. You can even earn back the actual value of the prize. Chu Yen was stunned and completely dumbfounded. Thompson Epine is useless. Ferrari is no use. She had never seen such a generous person in her life. As soon as this thought came to her mind, she was almost moved to tears. The boss actually donated such a luxurious house and car for the company. What a good boss. Okay, that's all. When you have an idea, I'll call you in. Go organize it into a document and distribute it. Also, have the marketing manager write me a 5,000-word self-criticism. If he can't, he'll be fired. I don't know what to do about the declining product sales. Xu Yan nodded immediately, went out to compile it into a document and sent it out, and told the marketing manager exactly what Joe Fan had said, but his tone naturally changed from tough to timid. But how could the marketing manager be afraid? He'd witnessed Chairman Joe fire the former vice chairman. Besides, it was indeed his fault, so even if it was 5,000 words, he wouldn't complain. While writing, I was sighing that the boss was both generous and smart. Such a big investment will definitely have a huge response as long as it is launched on the market. Chapter 45 Making an Advertisement. After receiving the review from the marketing department, Joe Fan held a meeting with the marketing department to decide whether to use video or advertising for the promotion. After all, if an award like this is too good to be true, he won't believe it's real. Only by increasing exposure and making the public believe that it is true will people actually buy it. Chairman, I think we should focus on the video platform. After all, didn't our company switch to the internet and establish FIFIN technology? If the two are combined, it will definitely work out very well. The people in the marketing department were meeting with the chairman for the first time, so naturally they wanted to show off in front of Joe Fan. Joe Fan thought that this was indeed something that could be considered, but FIFIN technology was still in its infancy, while FIFIN Industrial's potato chip products were already active in the public eye. I'm afraid it won't achieve the desired effect. Marketing manager Uxian thought about it and replied, Chairman, I think we can find some celebrities and internet celebrities to do the advertising. After all, they are public figures and the public will accept them quickly. As soon as Uxian finished speaking, he immediately changed his words as if he had thought of something. No, we should find some internet celebrities to do the advertising. After all, celebrities are high up in the world and can't be reached by the public, so the expected effect may not be achieved. Internet celebrities often do live broadcasts and interact with netizens. As long as we find a blogger with a large fan base, it will definitely be effective. Joe Fan couldn't help but nod after hearing this. Anyone who could become the marketing manager must be a person with ideas. However, when it comes to finding someone who does live streaming to shoot commercials, he couldn't help but think of Luyu. When he first met Luyu, she was doing a live broadcast, and she was very loving and nice when interacting with her fans. In this aspect, fans should be able to meet the requirements. Okay, then let's use this method. Find an anchor or internet celebrity to promote the event. As for the guy, I think we should just use a random person. After all, it's easy to get out of character when it comes to lottery tickets even if we use a big star or anchor. So, I happen to know a female anchor. I'll help you guys find someone who's passable. After the meeting, Joe Fan returned to the office, took out his mobile phone and found Luyu's WeChat number. It feels too abrupt to get straight to the point. Suddenly I remembered that when I asked for her WeChat, I told her that if I suffered any mental damage, I should contact her immediately. So I sent a message like this, I'm the car owner who asked you for your WeChat the other day. I have something I want to discuss with you. Luyu had just finished her live broadcast. She was wearing a bathrobe and taking a milk bath. She had a cartoon headband on her head. Her little face was slightly red because of the bath. Holding the phone in my hand, I suddenly saw a message from my contact who was marked as the owner of the Bugatti. Seeing Joe Fan say this, he was immediately shocked. He had been worried for many days, but he didn't expect that a message would actually be sent on WeChat. I still remember what Joe Fan said: if you feel mentally distressed, go to her. Is he here to ask her for money? Sir? What do you mean? I've already solemnly apologized to you for what happened last time, why are you still? After seeing this reply, Joe Fan knew that this girl must be overthinking it. Ms. Lu Yu, you misunderstood. I really want to discuss cooperation with you. I am the chairman of Fifan Industrial. I contacted you this time to discuss having you shoot a commercial. Looking for me? To shoot a commercial? Fifan Industry? Lu Yu was a little confused by these key words. She had heard of Fifan Industrial before. It was a large industrial company. I'm just an anchor, why don't you find a celebrity to shoot a commercial? Lu Yu suddenly wondered if she was being targeted by a bad guy. If she was deceived, the consequences would be unimaginable. Because we want to make this advertisement more down to earth, and you seem to have a lot of fans when we met last time, so we thought of you. Don't worry, you can come directly to Fifan Industrial for an interview. Joe Fan explained, fearing that the other party might have some concerns. Lu Yu thought about it and felt that there should be no danger in going to Fifan Industrial. After all, it was a big company, and this advertising opportunity was also a good opportunity for her. Okay. Then I'll go tomorrow and we'll discuss it. I'll agree if the conditions are right. Joe Fan felt relieved when he saw Lu Yu giving in. Now that the actors have been confirmed, the next step is to find a media company with a good reputation in the industry to produce the film. As for the script for the commercial, Joe Fan came up with it based on his own emotional experiences. The commercial tells the story of a couple who aren't doing very well financially. They don't have a car or an apartment, and their mother-in-law keeps them at bay. Then, feeling incredibly sad, they buy a bag of our company's potato chips, only to find a penthouse apartment in Thompson Heights hidden in the chips, leading to their successful marriage. The male passerby found by the marketing department was not chosen casually. He was a handsome and tall student majoring in film and television. Lu Yu nodded. This was indeed very realistic and similar to the content of her usual live broadcasts. They were also down-to-earth things. Her fans will probably be very happy to see this. The two of them were ready and got straight to the point. Perhaps because both of them were extremely good-looking, the shooting of the advertisement went smoothly. While Joe Fan was taking a break, he walked to Lu Yu's side. Don't feel too much pressure, just be yourself, just like doing a live broadcast. The commercial was a success, with the key message at the end being people who truly love each other shouldn't be separated by reality. Extraordinary potato chips. Then there are the scratch card rewards. First prize Thompson EP luxury apartment. The second prize is a BMW. Third prize, round the world trip tickets for 2. It can be said that everyone's efforts were not in vain. As soon as the advertisement came out, the sales of Fifan potato chips skyrocketed because the huge rewards were so tempting, and the male and female protagonists were very close to life. Joe Fan breathed a sigh of relief after finally improving Fifan Industrial's performance. The decoration design of Fifan Technology Company is still under design. Now that such a long time has passed, the design should have been finalized. If there is no design result, people probably won't take this project seriously, so it's better not to use it. I drove to the decoration company again, full of expectations, hoping to get the design I wanted today. Walked into a decoration company I visited a few days ago. I was a client for the renovation design of an office building downtown a few days ago. The design drawing should be out by now, right? Joe Fan knocked on the door and immediately a company staff came out to introduce Joe Fan. However, the person who first took over the project recognized Joe Fan immediately. Sir, here. The man dragged Joe Fan into the interior of the company, which seemed to be a meeting room. Decoration companies are generally not very large, and it is quite an idea to have a meeting room inside. Sir, we've already completed the design project you requested. Our chief designer designed the interior design for you, a minimalist European and American high-tech style. Chapter 46 Finalize the plan. After entering the conference room, Joe Fan saw a man wearing sunglasses and a well-tailored suit, sitting upright at the end of the table. Wearing sunglasses indoors, what does it look like? It doesn't matter what the person is like, what matters most is whether the design is good or not. I spent a long time working on this design overnight. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Zhao Chang said with confidence. Okay, then show it to me first. If I like it, we can naturally cooperate. Zhou Fan politely extended his hand and motioned Zhao Chang to take out the composition and decoration design drawings. Zhao Chang took out the design drawing, handed it to Zhou Fan proudly, and then explained it. The high-tech style is so noble that it is natural to match it with the simple European and American style. The European and American style focuses on the three-dimensional sense and sense of space of the entire decoration, which will not make the whole style appear heavy. When combined with the high-tech style, all shortcomings will be reduced or even disappear. Zhao Chang proudly introduced his design drawings. He was the backbone of the company. Everyone would be interested in his designs. Zhou Fan frowned and looked at the drawings again and again. The design was indeed good, but it obviously went against the technological style he had mentioned at the beginning. This design you made doesn't seem to meet my requirements. I meant to use other styles to match the technological style, rather than using the technological style to match other styles. Zhao Chang looked at Zhou Fan as if he was an outsider. Mr. Zhou, right? You're not a designer, so you don't understand. Only in this way can the technological style be brought to its fullest potential. You have to trust the aesthetic taste of me, an international design master. International design master? Zhou Fan had indeed never heard of the name Zhao Chang, and he didn't want to delve into it. Then my aesthetics may differ from your company's, so let's forget about the cooperation. Sorry. Zhou Fan said this and stood up and left. Mr. Zhou, think about it. I'm a well-known designer. The decoration will definitely be unique. Zhao Chang stood up angrily and tried to persuade Zhou Fan to stay. The company really needed this order. He thought he would definitely get it. Zhou Fan waved and went to the second house. Zhou Fan liked the overall decoration style of the second company and suddenly had great hopes for this company. The only difference from the previous company is that this company doesn't have too many people, only about 20 or so. When they saw Zhou Fan coming in, someone recognized him without him introducing him. Mr. Zhou. We've already designed your design. Please move over. The female employee politely took Zhou Fan into the company. There was a man dressed very casually and wearing thick glasses, who seemed to be marking something on a notebook. This is our company's designer, Zhang Yang. You can talk to him directly. Mr. Zhou Fan, here are our designs. We considered your desire to create a smart, cool, and technological style, but if it were all just that, it would be too rigid, so we went with a pastoral style. The pastoral style is our strongest point in interior design, and it will definitely flow naturally into the technological style. Take a look first. Zhang Yang took out a thick stack of design drawings, and the top one was clearly Zhou Fan's office decoration. When it first came into Zhou Fan's hands, although there was not much color, the composition alone gave Zhou Fan a strong visual impact. Our interior design uses high-tech technology to present pastoral scenery, giving you a sense of the warmth of nature amidst the cold and hard feeling of technology. It is a contradictory interweaving of high-end and down-to-earth styles. Zhou Fan listened to what Zhang Yang said and integrated the design drawings in his hand. It seemed that the decoration looked like it had already appeared before his eyes. I immediately decided to choose this company. Okay, then let's sign the contract. I'm very satisfied with your design. I'll have my secretary deliver the contract later. Your company will be responsible for the renovation of one floor. It'd be best if it's done quickly, preferably within 10 days. Zhou Fan said that Fifan Technology needed to quickly enter the operational stage and could not let the office location lag behind. Zhang Yang was a little confused. After all, they were just trying out the concept of mixing the pastoral style with the high-tech style decoration. Unexpectedly, the boss really liked it at first sight. Okay. There will definitely be no problem within 10 days. Zhang Yang can be very sure that because the people in their company are absolutely united, they will only advance the completion time of the project and will never delay it. Okay, then it's settled. Just use the latest pollution-free materials for the renovations. Don't worry about the money. Zhang Yang nodded heavily. They valued the absolute trust of their customers the most and would definitely produce good results. Fifan Technology was about to start operations. Zhou Fan originally wanted to hold a meeting to discuss how to run the place where Fifan Technology started well, but suddenly he thought of the girl he met last time in the university town. Thinking that Lin Yan seems to be very good at giving suggestions, I might as well ask her on WeChat now, and then go to the meeting after considering her opinions. It might be of great help. After finding Lin Yan's number, think of the question and send it directly. If you want to build a new video platform, how should you attract people in the beginning? Joe Fan didn't hesitate and directly threw out the issue that was bothering him and asked him to prepare for the meeting. Thinking of how she spoke so eloquently last time, he guessed that the answer this time would not disappoint him. Lin Yan was watching a TV series when she saw the message from Joe Fan on her phone. She rested her chin on her fingertips, thought for a moment, and replied, "I should make some original videos of my own to attract more traffic." Click and send. I thought that the man I met in the university town that day should be quite smart, so he shouldn't need to explain this sentence myself, right? After all, there are too many imitation videos now, and the public is somewhat aesthetically fatigued. Only innovation and originality can easily catch people's attention. Joe Fan thought this was a really good idea. It seemed that Lin Yan could always give him different surprises. She was a smart girl. It's a good idea indeed. I'll find someone to discuss it with later, and I should be able to come up with some good ideas. Then I wish you success. Lin Yan smiled lightly and continued watching the plot. The programming team and marketing team of Fifan Technology are all present. This is an important meeting concerning the development of Fifan Technology. Do you have any good ideas for making our new platform more attractive and able to capture traffic? Joe Fan threw out the question. They were all young men and women, so they would definitely have some brilliant ideas. Chairman, I think we should make some short videos about current events. In these short videos, the video publisher is often at the scene, showing the scene of the sudden hot event from a first-person perspective while dubbing the introduction. This type of short video can directly show the news scene, is very simple to produce and publish, and has the effect of viral spread. I think it is relatively attractive to people's attention, but this type of video is not likely to attract the attention of young people. When a person expresses his opinion, he also points out the disadvantages. It can also be a life story video that shows the daily work and life of people in different professions, such as farmers picking fruit, power workers climbing power grids, and chefs teaching cooking. We can also design some plot points, such as a sudden marriage proposal, to resonate with the audience. Joe Fan nodded in agreement with what they said. They had indeed grown a lot since they first joined the company. So, what's the most important thing for any type of video? What's essential for the long-term development of the video platform industry? Chapter 47 The most important thing is originality. Chairman? Could it be that the content you want to emphasize is originality? Peng Xiefeng rubbed his chin with his hand. He thought about it for a long time before coming up with this word. Originality is indeed a critical factor on the video platform. That's right. It's originality. Only by sticking to originality can we create our own unique characteristics. Moreover, we not only protect the original works of creators, but also launch our own original videos. Naturally, no one could raise any objection. The chairman's idea was indeed good and could ensure the normal development of the video platform. Chairman, just us? We're all science and engineering guys, so we can handle any kind of technological or innovation, but asking us to write a script is really too much of a stretch. When I was in school, the most painful thing was writing an 800-word essay. Zhang Shang was the first to point out the difficulty. They were all science and engineering majors, so how could they write a story full of blood and tears? Joe Fan naturally didn't count on them. It was enough for them to strictly control the technology of the video platform and actively invest in it. As for those who needed to write scripts, he naturally had a way to do it. Of course I know your shortcomings, and I won't lock you up in a small darkroom and ask you to write a script. I already have an idea about the script. Now that the original video department has been officially established, we absolutely cannot be without anyone. You are not suitable, so the only option is to recruit. Yeah. Isn't it enough to just hire someone who can write scripts? The chairman is truly amazing. He solved this problem in one go, and he didn't have to embarrass us at all. It's the best of both worlds. That's right. We're looking for some screenwriters, directors, and video editors to fill the staff shortage in the original video department. Of course, we'll listen to the chairman. And this method is a good one. We have no objection. Zhang Shang was the first to agree. Of course, he had to agree to such a good suggestion, especially since it was the chairman's suggestion. This suggestion was immediately implemented. Xu Yan posted a job advertisement, widely recruiting talented people in the fields of screenwriters, directors, and video editors. Food and accommodation are provided, and the salary is generous. Please print your resume and fill out the form within the company before entering the interview venue. On the day of the formal interview, the number of interviewers increased from 5 to 7, which naturally included the leaders of the two groups, so that all the company employees participated. The staff were receiving people who came for interviews in the company's internal reception room. The staff were almost overwhelmed by these people. There were even unkempt people appearing in the reception room. Literati probably all have some personality. But there is no way. The chairman has issued an order that no matter who the person is, as long as they have an application form and resume, they will be allowed to interview. This is a world of difference in treatment from the last interview. This time it's really a bit eye-catching. After the preparation process, the interview started at 10 a.m. The first person who came in was a little fat boy. The reason he was a little fat boy was that he was not yet as fat as a ball. Hello everyone, my name is Ma Wei. I'm a webtoon artist, and my works are serialized on various websites. My drawing style is hilarious and cheerful. Joe Fan suddenly had some doubts. His comics were serialized on all major websites, so why did he come to their company for an interview? As if he knew what Joe Fan was thinking, Ma Wei told him the reason for coming for the interview. I want to walk in the sunshine and stop being a parasite at home, otherwise I will gain more than 10 pounds. So, I came to their company just to lose weight. What a humble existence. But he is a comics master, and he is in the direction of hilarious comedy, so he must stay. Even if such a person is useless in the original video department, he can probably be a happy pill. Okay, that's enough. You can go down first and have a rest. Joe Fan waved to Ma Wei, and Ma Wei bounced out of the meeting room. The second person looked more normal, but she seemed frail. She was a woman, but she turned out to be a man. My name is Hu Liao, and I'm a screenwriter. I just haven't made my debut for a TV series yet. My writing style tends to be flowery, and I always feel that those beautiful words can also be used to describe men. It seems that she is not convinced by the words that surround men, such as careless, rude, and violent. Joe Fan was stunned. He didn't look down on this effeminate man. What's wrong with being effeminate? He was also a person with his own ideas. No one was worthy of blaming him. But this name, Hu Liao, can't be unlucky. Never mind. What superstition is this? Joe Fan's tone unconsciously softened when facing Hu Liao. Go to the reception room and wait. You'll be notified of the results by the end of the afternoon. Joe Fan was still confident that he could definitely keep him. After all, with such a unique perspective, who knows, he might become a refreshing figure in the original video department. During this period, there was naturally a person who had just graduated from college and wanted to seize the opportunity of this low interview threshold. Joe Fan did not reject him all at once, but just selected people with excellent professional skills and correct values. My name is Nye Yuan. My father's last name is Nye and my mother's last name is Yuan, so my name is Nye Yuan. Joe Fan's eyebrows jumped, and he wanted to ask whether this child was his parents' biological child. He was afraid that he was picked up from the trash can. Although the name is bad, the child is actually excellent. I've won first place in various photography competitions, video editing competitions, and other competitions. Nye Yuan was extremely confident when he spoke, and he even felt as if the spotlight of the whole world was on him. But as soon as he finished speaking, his tone became soft. I came here for an interview because I want to turn my hobby into a job. I want to constantly improve and change myself through work. Although the child spoke in a very official manner, it was obvious that he was very serious and there was no sense of showing off when he mentioned those awards. Joe Fan was very satisfied with this child. Apart from his personality, he actually had similarities with Chu Yen. My name is Yin Xiao Xiao. As one of the vast majority of female compatriots, I dream for them, dreams they dare not dream of. I prefer writing about love. CEOs, lawyers, writers, psychologists, engineers. Any elite person can become the male protagonist in my novel. As for the female protagonist, I can only say frankly that it's always me. This is one of the few girls who has the loudest voice and is the most suitable for daydreaming. However, it is very suitable for making original videos that little girls like, so I naturally have to keep it. It is indeed a surprise at the moment. My name is Han Feiyu. I feel like I have always been a combination of Han Fei and Hanyu, so I always like to pay attention to history. I feel like I live for history. I have many historical articles posted on various forums in Shanghai. The reason I come here is to let more people understand history. Normally, people who study history should be old ladies and old men wearing reading glasses. But this 1.8-meter tall young man with a fair complexion, Zhou Fan didn't think that this guy had any relationship with the two brothers Han Fei and Han Yu. However, such a unique skill must be recruited. My name is Zhou Qi, I. Hey, we don't allow minors to interview here, how did you sneak in? When Zhou Qi showed up, Jiang Sheng was immediately shocked. How dare he confess to a minor? Mainly because his father had been punished for this matter, so when he encountered such a minor, he would be the first to object. Come on. Just because I'm shorter makes me a minor? I'm 19. I'm an adult. You're so insulting. From Zhou Fan's perspective, the child was only about 1.65 meters tall, and looked almost the same as a high school student. Moreover, his dressing style, especially the blue windbreaker, looked like he had walked out of a movie. Sorry, this kid's eyesight might not be very good. Please continue with the introduction. Zhou Fan quickly apologized. He really wanted to know what other special abilities this kid had. As for me, I prefer to write high-tech articles about science fiction and the future. I'm like a person who traveled from the future. I've published many books. And they're all bestsellers. I came here naturally to express my ideas in a different way. Zhou Fan is so proud of this little brother. Don't look at his small appearance, he will definitely achieve great things. It fits perfectly with their high-tech theme of extraordinary technology, and they can definitely grow in height. My name is Liang Jun. I'm a rising star in Shanghai. Because I don't have any supporters, I can't show what I want to show. I want to use this platform to show myself. There were a lot of weirdos who came for the interview, and Zhou Fan kept them all, except for those with really outrageous and outdated ideas. The original video department recruited a total of 24 people, covering almost every field. Zhou Fan has already instructed that no matter what happens in the outside world or to others, just create freely, write your own things, and shoot your own things. Chapter 48, Borrowing Money Late at Night. Zhou Fan returned to the Thompson Epine community alone and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been very busy for the company these days. Lying on the bed, fiddling with my phone and browsing various short video apps, 2 hours had passed before I realized it, and it was almost early morning. I can't help but sigh that the short video industry is indeed very attractive to people of my age group, but all major platforms have already established a firm foothold in this market, and it is not so easy to knock them off the throne. My stomach couldn't help but growl. Damn it! This mansion is great in every way except that it's too big, and they don't even allow takeout. As a result, Zhou Fan could only prepare some Fifen instant noodles from his company at home. Pour hot water into the bucket, and the aroma will fill the air within 3 or 4 minutes. Homemade instant noodles are so delicious. It's funny to say, before I had the system, I also ate instant noodles for a living. At that time, I felt that eating too much of this stuff was like chewing wax. However, in recent days, I have been eating it in big restaurants. Now, occasionally having a bowl of instant noodles does feel special. As expected, with more money and more choices, life will become richer, which further strengthened Zhou Fan's determination to make money. Slurp. Why doesn't this smell good? Zhou Fan was obviously a little disappointed with the taste of the instant noodles, but while he was cooking the noodles, his phone vibrated twice. Another day passed and the system was refreshed. Zhou Fan quickly reached for his phone to check it. Limited time sale. 16% stake in Douyin, market capitalization 80 billion renminbi, flash sale price 22 million. Limited time offer for 1 hour. Wow! This is the most expensive thing Zhou Fan has seen in a while, but even if you convert it into cash, it's still a steal. However, he only has about 18 million yuan in liquid funds now, most of which has to be put into the company's operations. He can't short the entire company and enjoy it by himself. By then, everyone in the company will be drowning in saliva. I never thought that even with cheats, there would be times when I didn't have enough money. Who should I borrow from? The first person I thought of was the old toolman Shinjun. Hey, it's so late, what instructions does Mr. Zhou have? Shinjun had obviously just woken up and got up. If it wasn't Zhou Fan on the other end of the phone, he would have started cursing. After all, I'm not young anymore, I really can't endure it. I'm sorry to say this, Mr. Shin, but I'm suddenly short of liquidity, so I wanted to borrow some money from you. It's a small matter. As long as you ask me, I will do my best to help you. Zhou Fan was very happy. It was easier to get things done with friends. Well, it'll probably be around 4 or 5 million. Not only will I pay it back in full, I'll also give you 1 point of momentum shares. But hurry up. If you can't get it together within an hour, I won't need it. Shinjun had a headache for a moment. He didn't know much about shares and didn't know how much they were worth. But the key point was that he only had 5 or 6 million in liquid funds. He owned a 5-star hotel and it was the off-season, so his income was really not much. But think about it, Joe Fan drives a Bugatti Veyron and lives in the Tangchenipin community. He can come to borrow money from me. If I miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to make Joe Fan owe me a favor. Finally, Shinjun gritted his teeth and said, "It's no big deal. Send me your card number and I'll transfer 5 million yuan to you right away." Shinjun hung up the phone as soon as he finished speaking and called his finance department. "Xiao Lu. Don't talk nonsense to me. I'll give you a card number. No matter what method you use, transfer the current 5 million, no, 5.5 million to this account within half an hour." But. Poor Xiao Lu was hung up before he could say a word, leaving him no room to speak. Xiao Lu then made several calls to several accountants who managed the accounts. After all, it is quite troublesome for ordinary people to handle large cash flows, not to mention that it is early in the morning. Joe Fan was eating his instant noodles and potato chips alone, happily browsing his phone, as if nothing had happened, completely unaware of how many sleeping families his phone call had woken up. 20 minutes later, small amounts of cash were transferred into Joe Fan's account one after another. Only then did he realize how convenient it was to use the system's card recently. Here we come. Click to buy. With just a click, the 22 million renminbi in his account evaporated. It didn't feel real at all, which made Joe Fan a little dazed. He had never used 10,000 as a unit in his life, and just now he lost more than 20 million with just a little effort. Looking at the extra stack of contracts on the bed, I don't know how much profit this thing can bring. He just threw the contract aside and fell into a deep sleep. Joe Fan is sleeping well. Zhang Daming on the other end was so upset that his head was about to explode. All 4 of his cell phones were almost blown up overnight. Boss. Fei Entertainment sold 5% of its shares to a man named Joe Fan. Cine Consortium also unconditionally transferred 9% of its shares to Joe Fan. Even the 1% of the scattered shares on the market. Did it flow into the hands of Joe Fan? There was silence for a while on the other end of the phone before someone said, "My goodness, my own board of directors changed completely overnight, and someone suddenly became the second largest shareholder. If it was a small company, it would be okay, but my company is a popular short video entertainment company with a market value of nearly 80 billion renminbi. Who on earth could have done this?" Joe Fan seemed to have popped out of nowhere. The entire company had never seen Joe Fan. Even the Cine Consortium, whose shares were acquired, was confused. They claimed that they had never seen this mysterious rich man and did not even have his contact information. Their shares were acquired by someone else. There are a lot more insomniacs this night. After transferring the money, Shinjun couldn't sleep and started searching the internet for details about Douyin shares. After all, it was created by Joe Fan, so it must be something extraordinary. But even though I was mentally prepared, I still took out the quick-acting heart pills from the bedside and took 2 in a row before I felt better. I almost died. Market value of 80 billion renminbi. What a joke. Doesn't the 1% stake that Joe Fan just promised me be worth 800 million? This is not the most exciting thing. The mysterious person who appeared all over the search screen is making a crazy move to acquire shares of Douyin. Wow, thank goodness I didn't sleep, I ate such a big melon. Who is this mysterious person in the front row? I was woken up by a phone call. It seems the acquisition was made in the name of an individual named Zhou. However, this comment was deleted by the administrator just a few seconds after it was posted. Dian, farewell, comrade. Goodbye. Shinjun also saw the comment clearly. The surname was Zhou. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out on his back. Who else could this be but Joe Fan? How could this be such a coincidence? Chapter 49 Everyone here is garbage. Joe Fan woke up feeling refreshed. He had dreamed of Su Qian. The sight of Su Qian's pure figure running in the sea of flowers was so beautiful. With a slight morning reaction, I went straight to wash up. While I was brushing my teeth, I heard my phone beeping non-stop, which was very annoying. Joe Fan took the phone and looked at it. Wow. I've never seen this before. 158 missed calls. I must have slept so soundly. This didn't even wake me up, which is really awesome. While I was scratching my head, another phone call came in. Hey, Mr. Zhou, a group of people came to the company and said they want to see you. They have blocked the door to the company. Please come over quickly. After hearing this, Zhou Fan also remembered the shares he bought last night. He picked up the contract that was thrown on the ground and stepped on twice by him, and drove over there quickly. The Bugatti Veyron is really fast. It can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in 2.5 seconds. Although it is fast, you still need to obey traffic rules and drive as fast as possible within the regulations. If the people waiting at the company's door knew about this, they would be shocked. Nearly 12.8 billion yuan in transactions in one night, and you didn't take the time to come and take a look? The Bugatti Veyron also slowly stopped in front of the gate of Thief & Company within half an hour. The people coming in are considered upper-class people. When you see this car, how can you not guess who is sitting in it? They quickly lined up one by one, as if they were welcoming a big star. He skillfully handed the key to the parking attendant at the front desk and led a large group of people to the meeting room. Hey, you guys aren't all trying to get in here, are you? Our place is small and can't hold so many people. Zhou Fan meant that Thief & Company's conference hall was not big enough to accommodate so many people, so some people had to wait outside. But it sounded quite different to these people's ears. Could it be that they think some of us are not qualified? That's true. The other party is a mysterious person who spent tens of billions of dollars to acquire the company overnight. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can get in. That's right, Secretary Xiao, you won't come in with me. For a while, the boss advised the secretary not to go in. The secretary told the boss some things to pay attention to. After some selection, only 7 of the 20 or so people who were supposed to squeeze in came in. You must be Mr. Zhou, right? We're from Fei Entertainment. Last night you acquired 5% of Dongnin's shares from us. I wonder if you still remember. To be honest, no, I haven't had a dream that left a lasting impression on me. Zhou Fan thought so in his heart, but he said something else. Well, there's still a little bit. What's wrong? Zhou Fan pushed the problem back to the other party, saying that he had acquired the business through the app system and was not clear about many details. Talking more would only expose the truth. Then can you give us a reasonable explanation for this acquisition? The acquisition of a large number of shares is a huge blow to Fei Entertainment. After all, the market value of Dongnin is still steadily increasing, and breaking 100 billion is just around the corner. And I hope you can give a reasonable explanation for the 9% of my Cine consortium. Both big companies were counting on Motion, the golden goose, to make more money. But overnight, not only were the golden eggs gone, but the goose was also killed and made into soup. How could they not be anxious? Although Zhou Fan looked indifferent, he was also very confused. How could I have known that there would be so many things? When he accidentally saw Chu Yan glancing into the conference room again, a plan immediately came to his mind. Ignoring other people's gazes, he pulled Chu Yan, who was standing innocently at the door, in. Chu Yan, a graduate, had never seen such a scene before. Everyone in charge seemed like a big boss, with a powerful and majestic aura. Don't worry, everyone here is trash, don't be afraid. Zhou Fan whispered a few words in Chu Yan's ear, which immediately boosted Chu Yan's confidence. What? It turned out that they were all low-quality people who came to ask the boss for an explanation. Chu Yan picked up a thick stack of contracts and read them while muttering to himself. There are no loopholes in this acquisition contract. We don't need to provide any evidence. Fei Entertainment voluntarily gave up its shares. Why should our boss give a reason? And there's a complete set of agreements between the two companies, including the industrial and commercial changes, the signatures of the legal representative, and the signatures and seals of the company. I wonder what brings you here. This is true. The two companies are also confused. Their shares were bought by others overnight. They are always dissatisfied, but all the documents are complete, which really gives everyone a headache. But after legal procedures, according to the law, all 16% of Dongyin Short Video's shares will be transferred to our boss Zhou Fan. If you don't have any other excuses, please go back. Chu Yan had already started to ask the guests to leave, but there was still a representative of individual shareholders who burst into tears on the spot. Mr. Zhou, no, Grandpa Zhou. I, Liang, beg you to give me back my 0.21% stake. I'm counting on this for my retirement. Buying another new star business is incredibly difficult. This guy surnamed Liang has good vision. He invested in Douyin before it developed. He has lived comfortably for most of his life relying on this piece of delicious steamed bun. He doesn't want to give up this piece of meat at all. It's not that Joe Fan doesn't want to return it to him, but if this precedent is set, everyone will think that he is a soft persimmon, and it will be too difficult to deal with various threats at that time. It was only then that Joe Fan realized that his company's security was too poor. If he had an elite security guard, this group of people would not have gathered together to make fun of him. Alright. I'm sure you all understand what my secretary said. The shares are now in my name. You all should be more sensible and stop causing me trouble. I hope you won't try to block my small company a second time. Otherwise, I won't let you leave so easily. The company has no water supply today, so we won't have tea. Please go back. How could such a large company cut off the water supply? This was a lie. They were clearly trying to get us out, but it was difficult not to leave. If they called the police, we'd be detained for making a scene on their property. Most people began to walk towards the gate with their secretaries and followers. Only one person walked slowly towards Joe Fan. She is a graceful and elegant lady with a sexy and pure face. I didn't realize there was such a beautiful lady when I was hiding behind the crowd. Hello, you can just call me Abby. I'm the personal assistant to Zhang Daming, the CEO of Douyin. This is our CEO's personal business card with his personal phone number on it. Joe Fan casually took the business card and looked at Abby with a smile. Do you have your personal business card, beautiful lady? Chapter 50 Extraordinary Entertainment. Boss Joe, you're such a joke. How could a big shot like you, with all your connections, need someone like me? But it is true that although Abby has a slender figure and attractive long legs, her face can only be described as about 8.56. If compared with the pure school beauty like Su Qian, she is still a little bit inferior. Despite saying that, Abby still pulled out a black and gold personal business card from her chest and handed it over. Abby said that she had everything, but she was very happy in her heart. Others didn't know how terrifying it was to acquire 16% of Motion shares overnight, but how could she not know? How many department members had to be woken up overnight, and how many legal teams had to fight for him to accomplish this feat in an instant? Being teased by such a powerful figure is in itself a recognition of one's own charm. Being in the top social circle, most women will pursue their own charm. Ah, Mr. Wang must be a big shot to have a personal assistant as beautiful as Abby. I must meet her later. Joe Fan was actually still a little elated. He hadn't done anything, everything was done for him by the manhwa app, so he didn't quite understand why Abby wanted to get close to him. In fact, it's not just Abby now. If Joe Fan hadn't driven out the large group of people outside, they would probably have surrounded him and handed him their business cards. Since the other party is so powerful, why not make friends instead of enemies? Then I'll go down first. I look forward to hearing from Mr. Zhou. The last sentence was whispered in Joe Fan's ear, and the fragrance of orchids made Joe Fan's hair stand on end. What a witch! Xu Yan, let's go. Seeing that most people had left, Joe Fan led Xu Yan out. The two people passing by the hall also stopped for a while. There were still quite a few people in the group standing sparsely at the door, and they refused to leave no matter how the two security guards tried to drive them away. A hint of displeasure flashed across Joe Fan's face. Xu Yan, do you have any thoughts after seeing this scene? Joe Fan did not express his thoughts directly, but pushed them to Xu Yan. This is a skill that a big boss should have. Something cannot be said directly, and it must be said to the point. Whether the subordinates can do it well depends on the wisdom of the subordinates. Otherwise, if a major decision goes wrong, you can only blame yourself in the end. On the contrary, if you say that it is your subordinates' lack of understanding, you will not be blamed. Xu Yan looked at the crowd below who were still somewhat agitated. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, selecting security guards should have been my job. I shouldn't have asked you to give me the advice personally. Xu Yan came up and admitted her mistake, regardless of whether it was her job or not. Since Joe Fan took the initiative to say it, it was not a big deal. If she took the initiative to admit her mistake, there was still room for correction. If she shamelessly tried to shift the blame now, it would not be good to leave a bad impression on Joe Fan. Well, we'll start with a public audition. The selection will be based on punching power. Only those who can reach 90% of Wu Ziyu's punching power will be considered qualified. There are only 100 candidates for the audition, and it's first come, first served. Salary is not a problem. Wow, I've seen all kinds of strength from Wu Ziyu before. One punch can hit an adult. It's 90% of his. However, Xu Yan didn't dare to say much. He agreed repeatedly and started to get busy. Of course, Zhou Fan was not idle either. He contacted a luxury business bus to take his short video creation department staff to the new work area. This marked the official start of FIFA Entertainment. The creative team members are either fat otakus or recent graduates. How could they have ever seen the market like this? Wow! This computer specs. It's going to be amazing. The fat otaku roared loudly, and many computer enthusiasts rushed over and started playing with the computer. A computer that costs 20,000 yuan, how can it be bad? Zhou Fan muttered in his heart, if it weren't for these 500 computers, he wouldn't have to borrow money last night. When I thought of this, I remembered that I hadn't thanked Shinjun yet. Zhou Fan raised his hand and signaled everyone to be quiet. Everyone around was as well behaved as a group of babies, eagerly waiting for Zhou Fan to speak. Ahem, there are only a few of you here, only about a dozen, but we're looking for technical editors. All of this is left too. Everyone is looking forward to it, as recruiting is an important position that affects how far the team can develop in the future. Lu Yuan, who was originally feeling very disappointed, suddenly raised his head in surprise. He originally thought that he was called here just to do odd jobs, but he didn't expect that Mr. Zhou actually valued him so much. The difference in height caused Lu Yuan to stagger and almost fall to the ground. Although Lu Yuan is a bit pretentious, he knows when to act and when to retreat. Most importantly, he knows how to judge people. Therefore, the responsibility of recruiting for FIFA Entertainment is now handed over to you. Zhou Fan had a smile on his face, but he didn't know how much of it was true. But Lu Yuan was deeply moved by what he heard. He felt that he had finally met his mentor. He secretly swore in his heart, I, Lu Yuan, will follow Mr. Zhou all my life, even if it means being his dog. Of course Zhou Fan didn't know what was going on in Lu Yuan's mind, but he only knew a few of the many people there were, so in the end he could only hand it over to Lu Yuan, who he had some impression of. Several more positions were arranged, and it was stipulated that after 1 month, all positions would be abolished and the results would be decided by voting by everyone. This shocked everyone. How could there be such a transparent promotion system? Or was this society just that beautiful? Everyone admired Zhou Fan, and Zhou Fan also felt that it was really easy to be a hands-off boss. The previous interviews almost made him faint. As a person with a system, do I have to be a high-ranking corporate slave every day? By the way, I'll be checking your results in 3 months. You need to have at least 10 accounts with over 1 million followers. Yes. Yes. We at FIFA Entertainment will definitely complete the mission. Yes. The members of FIFA Entertainment will definitely not embarrass President Zhou. After eating so many sweet dates, the little mouths naturally became rounder and they kept saying yes, but $10 million accounts are no joke. Can they really be completed in 3 months? In fact, these dozen people were also unsure. Zhou Fan drove the Bugatti with one hand, slowly strolling on the street. His destination was naturally Shinjun's 5-star hotel. Shinjun should first thank the person who borrowed 5.5 million yesterday. Although he cannot pay the money back now, as a friend, he should thank him in person. Carrying all the gazes along the way, Zhou Fan finally staggered to the gate of Shinjun Hotel. As soon as I got out of the car, I noticed something was not quite right inside. A tall woman, with a decent appearance, about 70 centimeters or above, but she was wearing extremely revealing clothes, the kind that made her legs look like they were about to pop out. The tall woman pointed at Shinjun's nose and started scolding him. This made Zhou Fan frown. His good mood for the day was really ruined by this woman. Chapter 51 What about internet celebrities? He pushed open the door and coughed twice, attracting everyone's attention. When the tall woman saw the handsome Zhou Fan in a suit, her expression changed drastically. She put on a flattering smile, as if she was seducing him. Zhou Fan shivered from head to toe, and then from toe to head. It was really disgusting. The tall woman's expression changed when she saw the disgust on Zhou Fan's face. Who are you? You're staring at me like that. Do you know who I am? Zhou Fan ignored the woman and slapped her in the face. The tall woman was stunned. Was he really unaware or was he pretending not to know? She was Shangwan Nana, an internet celebrity with 5 million followers on Douyin. The two sturdy security guards around Shangwan Nana stood in front of Zhou Fan. You kid, do you really want to die? How dare you hit my Shangwan Nana? I think this kid deserves a beating. Beat him. The two of them sang in unison and were about to attack Zhou Fan. But at this moment, a pair of dark and powerful hands directly grabbed the fists of the two men. Wu Ziyu. Wu Ziyu was naturally called by Zhou Fan on the road to have a meal together. How could one have a meal and drink without his brothers? Although the two bodyguards were strong, compared with Wu Ziyu, they were just fat pigs that had eaten 2 more pounds of meat. Wu Ziyu threw him and he knocked over 2 tables before falling to the ground. This frightened Shangwan Nana so much that her face turned pale. I'm telling you. I'm a huge internet celebrity with 5 million followers. If you hit me again, I'll expose you online. I'll expose you online. Wow, he revealed his identity right away. How did this country boy become an internet celebrity? Brother Shen, are you okay? What happened? Tell me. Zhou Fan ignored Shangwan Nana and asked Shenjun directly what happened. Shenjun had just come back to his senses from the heroic sight of Wu Ziyu knocking down 2 big men. Oh. This lady wants to dine here, but doesn't want to pay. She even wants to take pictures of our kitchen, saying it's some kind of promotion for us. Zhou Fan was really excited now. He just thought that the waiter in Shenjun's hotel had done something wrong, but it turned out that he was eating and drinking for free. Seeing that her affair was exposed, Shangwan Nana not only did not feel embarrassed, but also became arrogant. I'm a big internet celebrity with 5 million followers, so I'm eating here to give you a favor. Do you know how much traffic my 5 million followers bring? How much revenue it can bring to your crappy hotel? Don't be ignorant of your own limitations. I just ate for free, so what? Will the traffic I bring to you in the future be worth less than the cost of this meal? After all these speeches, it seemed as if Shenjun owed her something. Are internet celebrities so arrogant nowadays? Hey, which platform are you from? Don't tell me your traffic is fake. Country bumpkin, I'm from Douyin. Buying followers on Douyin will get you banned. I earned this through my own hard work. There was a pause in the middle of his speech, and I don't know why. But Zhou Fan didn't care about him. He really couldn't control other platforms, but when it came to dynamic music, Wait for me to call your boss. As soon as Zhou Fan finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone and started dialing numbers on Zhang Daming's business card. Why are you acting so arrogant? Can't you be more practical? If you kneel down now and compensate me with hundreds of thousands of dollars, I'll consider. Shangwan Nana said a lot, but seeing that no one was listening, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhou Fan. Who is this Zhou Fan? Could he really know Mr. Zhang? I even shook hands with him when I was awarded Rookie of the Year. If that matter were to be discovered. Zhang Daming was still sorting out the share transfer contract documents with several secretaries when suddenly the inner pocket of his suit vibrated. The 4 secretaries around him were also perceptive and quickly left the room and closed the door. Hello? Hey, let me guess, you are the mysterious Mr. Zhou. I guess so, but this time I'm not here to get to know you. We can meet privately later when we have time. This confused Zhang Daming. The person who called was not someone he knew, but I am the biggest boss in our company. Zhang Daming is a man who has seen the world and his mind works very quickly. If he is not here to get to know him, then something must be wrong. If he comes to see a boss like him, then he must have been humiliated by his subordinates and is here to ask for an explanation. The short video industry is rising too fast now, and there are a lot of internet celebrities with millions of followers. Some arrogant people will inevitably offend people they shouldn't. What's the matter, Mr. Zhou? Zhang Daming also lowered his posture. The other party had considerable power, so he had better be careful. Nothing much, just asking if Shangwan Nana is from your area. When Zhang Daming heard Zhou Fan calling out names, he quickly waved his hand, called all the secretaries in, and covered the receivers. Hurry up and find out who Shangwan Nana is, quick. Turning around, another gentle voice said, Shangwan Nana, right? Give me some time to take a look. Shangwan Nana was very happy during this period. I thought he was so cool, but it turns out he's just a loser pretending to make a phone call to scare himself away. Hey, I'm not leaving today. I want to see how long this crappy phone call of yours will last. I thought so in my heart, and pulled out a chair and crossed my legs arrogantly, ready to see how long Zhou Fan's phone call could last. Everyone in the dynamic audio company started to panic. Although there weren't that many internet celebrities with millions of fans, it would still be extremely troublesome to find them. But it is a big company with a market value of hundreds of billions, and its efficiency is extremely fast. Immediately, a stack of information and a USB flash drive were handed to Zhang Daming. Oh. You mean the Shangwan Nana who got 5 million? Her real name is Li Tsuehua, right? There are quite a lot of people with that name here, so it's a bit difficult to find her. Zhou Fan hung up the phone. Your name is Li Tsuehua, right? Looking at Shangwan Nana's stunned face, Zhou Fan knew he was right. Yes, this person was making a scene at my friend's restaurant, trying to eat and freeload, and even attack me. Mr. Zhang, you decide what to do with me. After that, he didn't even give Zhang Daming a chance to explain and just hung up. Zhang Daming was so shocked. This bitch could have offended anyone else, but she chose to offend the second largest shareholder of her company. You must be an old man who eats arsenic and thinks his life is too long. The more I look at Shangwan Nana's information, the more wrong it seems. She gained 2 million followers in just 2 or 3 days. It is definitely impossible that she increased her followers by cheating. I guess there must be a technical team that modified her data for her. After Zhang Daming made a phone call, the entire company started running for Shangwan Nana alone. Shangwan Nana, who was sitting there with a smug look on her face, suddenly had her cell phone ring. Shangwan Nana knew that something bad was going to happen. Chapter 52 Ambiguity. Shangwan Nana took the phone tremblingly. Shangwan Nana, right? Because you are suspected of tampering with the company's fan data, please return to the nearest Donyin branch immediately to cooperate with the investigation. If you admit your mistake sincerely, we will settle the matter privately with you. Shangwan Nana felt so miserable. She thought it was just because of her high profile, and at worst she would just be scolded by her superiors, but she didn't expect that her fan data would be directly checked. I met the technical team leader by chance at the Rookie Carnival. Under the temptation of his millions of fans, I let him play with me a few times. I didn't expect that the person in front of me would reveal my true identity with just one phone call. Suddenly, my whole body went limp, my vision went dark, and I passed out. The 2 bodyguards just got up and didn't know what had happened. They hurriedly helped Shangwan Nana up and rushed to the hospital. These days, the forest is so big that you can find all kinds of birds. Right, Brother Shen? Shen Jun had not yet recovered from Shangwan Nana's reaction, and his body trembled slightly when Zhou Fan slapped him. Mr. Zhou, who are you? She's a real internet celebrity with 5 million followers. You crushed her with just one phone call. Zhou Fan scratched his head, not knowing how to explain. He couldn't just say that I had a flash sale app, and I borrowed money from you to buy shares last night, and I knew nothing about it. If you don't know how to answer, then just keep quiet, pretend to be profound, let him guess for himself, and we pretend to be experts. Without saying a word, he pulled the 2 of them into a small private room. By the way, Su Qian is still in the penthouse suite today. Do you want to call her down for a drink? Zhou Fan became more energetic when Su Qian was mentioned. He still remembered clearly the dream he had early in the morning. You can yell, but you're not allowed to persuade her to drink. Okay. In a blink of an eye, several people gathered at a table, forgetting the bad luck that had just happened. Su Qian, you didn't see it just now, but Zhou Fan just picked up the phone like that. Wow, you're so handsome. Yeah, one phone call scared that stupid internet celebrity to death. Ha ha ha. It really made me die of laughter. Zhou Fan scratched his head. In fact, he did nothing. He should thank Wu Ziyu. If he hadn't intervened in time to help him block those 2 punches, his face would have been bruised. Hey! What are you talking about, Ziyu? Brother, I want to thank you for blocking that punch for me. It's a small matter, come and go. I also want to thank Brother Shen for lending me 5.5 million last night, no, early this morning. It's a small matter. But I did check, and I really can't accept that 1 point of shares. Mr. Zhou, you are so kind, I will be very satisfied if you return 6 million. They drank a lot during lunch. Zhou Fan felt like the world was spinning. It was rare to feel so happy. Before he knew it, he was in Su Qian's soft arms. The last thing he saw was the gentle figure of Su Qian. Zhou Fan was mumbling something, but not only did Su Qian not hear it clearly, even Zhou Fan didn't know what he said. After calling 2 male waiters, we finally settled these people in different rooms. I don't know what he was thinking, but he just had someone drag Joe Fan into his room. The big soft bed on the top floor was so comfortable that I tossed and turned for nearly 3 hours before I woke up slowly. Where's my suit? Oh my god, my shirt is gone too, no way. Fortunately, Nene is still here. Looking at Joe Fan's panicked expression, Su Qian couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you panicking? I won't eat you. Looking at the smiling Su Qian, Joe Fan knew that he had been fooled by Su Qian. Someone must have helped him take off his clothes, and Su Qian was waiting for this moment to laugh at him. Wow! I'm so angry, little lady, watch out. Joe Fan also disregarded his gentlemanly manners and rushed towards Su Qian naked. Su Qian didn't stand firmly and fell down with Joe Fan. Fortunately, there was a valuable wool blanket on the ground, so Su Qian didn't bump into anything. But they are too close. Joe Fan could already feel Su Qian's rising body temperature, and waves of soft fragrance filled his heart. No! Joe Fan, you are a grown man, you can't think about those dirty things. Joe Fan just supported himself on the floor, only a finger's distance away from Su Qian, and slowly calmed down the restlessness in his body. Ding dong! A voice that Joe Fan was extremely familiar with broke the ambiguity. Read a text message. Su Qian's pretty face also turned red. Joe Fan touched the phone on the bedside. It was the first time that he was so annoyed by this flash sale app. Why didn't you come earlier or later? I'm having an affair with a beautiful woman, and you come to bother me. Limited time sale. Magic City Sea Amusement Park, market price 320 million renminbi, limited time flash sale price 32,000 renminbi, limited time 8 hours. The Magic City Sea Amusement Park Hotel, market price 68 million renminbi, limited time flash sale price 6,800 renminbi, limited time 8 hours. Ultrasonic Nanomolecular Structure Synthesis Method 1, market price, limited time flash sale price 0 renminbi and 10 cents, limited to 8 hours. The first two are acceptable, but what the hell is the third one? Or infinity? Is this thing really that valuable? Never mind, it's only worth a dime in front of me, just treat it as something I picked up on the street. Buy all three. Qianqian, let's go to the Magic City Sea Amusement Park tonight. It's already past 3 in the afternoon, let's go tomorrow. Hey! It's okay. I have a hotel. We can stay there for one night and then have fun tomorrow. Su Qian was so shy. She had to wear a swimsuit at the sea amusement park. I remember that I wore it once before and was almost scolded to death by my best friends. She said that her thing was so big, why did she wear such revealing clothes? In the end, she could only put on her coat and watch them play. Since then, Su Qian has been wearing loose clothes to hide her figure to avoid being criticized again. When Su Qian thought that Joe Fan might dislike her figure, she was a little reluctant to go. But since others have invited me, it would be difficult for me to refuse. Of course Joe Fan didn't know what Su Qian was thinking, so he said goodbye and said he would go back to pack up first. Of course, he couldn't just pack up. The proof of his assets was probably at his bedside, especially that ultra-nanosynthesis technology, which made him a little interested and he wanted to see what it was. Of course, you can't drive after drinking, so you find a designated driver. Joe Fan enjoyed the driver's high-quality service and also came up with the idea of finding a full-time driver. The designated driver took Joe Fan from the passenger seat to the door, and Joe Fan generously gave him 100 yuan as a tip on the app. Joe Fan was still a little shaky, but finally he slowly walked to the head of his bed. Sure enough, there were 2 stacks of contracts, but what caught Joe Fan's attention more was a black box. Chapter 53 Come over here. He went forward to play with it for a while, and found out it was a 5 terabytes mobile hard drive. Wow, it was the first time Joe Fan had seen such a big hard drive. Driven by curiosity, Joe Fan carefully unplugged the network cable before connecting the mobile hard drive to his newly bought computer. It is safer to keep this priceless treasure away from the internet. Who knows if there is anyone who can discover this information in such a vast internet? It is also better to take precautions before it happens. This 20,000 yuan computer can be said to have the best configuration on the market, but it still seems a bit difficult to open a hard drive. Data loading, 1%. It was stuck there for a long time. It took several minutes before he finally moved. Data loading, 1.01%. Joe Fan directly pulled the hard drive out of the computer. What the hell is this? Is he making fun of himself? It will take forever for you to open it. Zhou Fan grabbed his 2 acquisition contracts, a change of clothes, and a pair of very simple swimming trunks and called a designated driver again. Hey, it's you again. The person who came was the designated driver who took him home. I didn't pay much attention to him just now, but now it seems that this man looks very upright, with a professional smile on his face. He looks quite handsome in a small suit. He is a middle-aged man. Yes, sir. I didn't walk far when I received your order. I was also very surprised. The middle-aged man talked more along the way, probably because of the 100 yuan tip. The middle-aged man spoke very politely. After chatting along the way, I learned that the middle-aged man was called He Xiao Yuan. He had 2 children at home and their life was barely enough to make ends meet. His children were also preparing to take the college entrance examination. Every family has its own problems. Finally, Zhou Fan tentatively asked him if he was willing to be a full-time driver, but it seemed that the other party was very short of money. He said that in addition to driving, he also had to sort express deliveries at night and deliver express deliveries at lunch and dinner time, so he declined. But Zhou Fan still added his contact information. He could just hire him back with a high salary. What was the big deal? He paid double the money and asked He Xiao Yuan to wait for him a little longer, saying that he was going to the Magic City Sea amusement park again, and then he went to pick up Su Qian. As soon as he went upstairs, Zhou Fan was dumbfounded. Why did Su Qian bring so many things? We'll just be gone for a day or two. No. We can stay as long as you want. You're the best. He. Su Qian used her hands to act coquettishly towards Zhou Fan. Set off. As soon as the two got in the car, Zhou Fan gave an order and the car was like a cannonball, with the tail wings stretching into a long line and heading straight for the sea amusement park. Uncle He, please keep this 1,000. I'm sorry that running so far will disrupt your part-time job tonight. This made He Xiao Yuan very embarrassed. He felt extremely ashamed. He had earned more than 2,000 yuan from Zhou Fan in that day, which was more than he had earned in 3 days, and it was easy. He couldn't help but have some ideas. Wow, are we staying in this hotel? It looks so luxurious. That's all. I don't feel that great. You're the only one who knows how to pretend, huh? Could it be that this is also under your name? You're so disgusted with it. Hey, that is true, but Zhou Fan didn't explain anything. Some things will only reduce the sense of surprise if you say too much. It's better not to say anything and wait for others to discover it themselves. That's a surprise. The luggage was taken by a handsome waiter, and the two walked to the front desk side by side. Please show your ID and reservation receipt. Reserve? Zhou Fan then remembered that these commercial hotels near the scenic area must be booked in advance. Well, how about this, see if there's any room available, and I'll triple the price. Just be flexible. The receptionist's face instantly drooped. She had seen this kind of person many times, at least 8 times a day. Sir, if you don't have a reservation, please go back and make one before visiting. Thank you for your cooperation. The lady at the front desk looked annoyed and was ready to chase away Zhou Fan, the rich second generation. It was obvious that he was a rich second generation who used his parents' money to show off. I want to see how you save face in front of your girlfriend today. This kind of thing is also a kind of fun in the boring front desk job. Watching others lose face is really a very enjoyable thing. Su Qian was also very sensible. She walked up and held Zhou Fan's wrist. Let's come back in a few days. I'm free anyway. The more sensible Su Qian was, the more Zhou Fan couldn't bring himself to leave like that. I excitedly pulled the beautiful girl over here, and you want me to go back in shame? Zhou Fan said amiably for the last time, how about this? I'll reserve your luxury box on the top floor for a week. What do you think? The receptionist shook her head and didn't listen to Zhou Fan's words at all. Hey, I can't hear you. What can you do to me? If you want to make an appointment, go back and call yourself. You all come to bother me with everything, but I'm not your babysitter. Seeing the receptionist shaking her head and sorting out the receipts like a goose, Zhou Fan became indifferent. What's your manager's phone number? The receptionist's expression changed, but she still told him that even if he complained, the manager would at most scold her. Given her relationship with him, the worst that could happen would be another night of trouble. Hello? Who are you? An impatient voice came from the other end of the phone. I'll give you 5 minutes. Come over here to the hotel lobby. My last name is Shou, by the way. Then he hung up the phone. The manager was also confused. What business do you have with me, Joe? You are not the owner of this land. But who is the owner? The slightly overweight manager was flipping through the new documents on the table. Owner of Magic City Sea Amusement Park and surrounding resort hotels, Joe Fan. FCK me. The fat manager glanced at the time and saw that 3 minutes had passed. He ran like crazy all the way, at what could be described as the fastest speed in his life. Just when the 5 minutes were about to end, a ball of flesh actually rolled to Joe Fan's feet and had to struggle to stand up. Seeing that the manager still had a smile on his face despite having fallen hard, the receptionist couldn't help but feel nervous. Who was this Joe and why did the manager rush over in such a hurry? Mr. Zhou, no, Mr. Zhou, why did you come to inspect in person? You should have told me in advance. Looking at the face covered with red marks, Joe Fan also smiled. Ah, didn't I just acquire this? I brought my girlfriend over to take a look. Is this the hotel owner? The receptionist almost turned her back and said, why didn't you say it earlier? Why are you keeping it to yourself? But even if Joe Fan had said it before, with her personality, she would probably just sneer at him and call him a daydreamer. However, the receptionist still puffed out her chest, thinking that she was doing her job according to the rules and had done nothing wrong. Even if he was the boss, she was not afraid of him. Boss Joe, if you're dissatisfied with anything, please tell me and I'll criticize them later. The fat manager rubbed his hands together, looking very righteous, as if the whole hotel was in good order because of him. Everything was pretty good, but your front desk service is not that good. Chapter 54, Clear Rewards and Punishments. The fat manager quickly glared at the girl at the front desk, his eyes seemed to say, this is over, wait and see how I deal with you. Then he turned around and rubbed his hands and smiled. Mr. Zhou, you've always lived in a mansion, so you don't know about hotels. It's really hard for us to give you a room at a commercial hotel without a reservation. They're also following the rules. How about you just let them go and treat them like a fart? Joe Fan chuckled as if he had expected the manager to say that. Of course I know you have to make a reservation to stay, but this penthouse suite doesn't seem to be included. I remember it being a same-day reservation, but it only takes a week. Am I right? The manager was stunned for a moment, it seemed that there really was such a rule. The rooms on the top floor were priced extremely high and were specially designed for family gatherings of some big bosses. They were afraid that the group would be unhappy because they didn't book a room when they came here, so they designed the room specifically to extort money from them. The top floor costs 30,000 renminbi a day, and the minimum stay is 7 days, which is 210,000 renminbi. Even for those rich kids, it would be a bit painful to live there. The receptionist was shaking her head and didn't take what I said into consideration. Now when she thinks about it, she really wants to slap herself. Why was she shaking her head for no reason? This. The fat manager was now speechless and his face drooped. However, Joe Fan patted his shoulder with a warm look on his face. It's just a small matter. Why are you all so nervous? Come on. Smile. The fat manager also showed a professional fake smile, which was really uglier than crying. The boss called him over, how could he really be fine? Okay, I've noticed. You're the manager, you and that woman, get out now. Joe Fan pointed at the handsome young man carrying his large amount of luggage. The waiter who carried my bag was also shocked. How could I become the manager when I was just standing there as a bystander? Everything seems so hazy and unreal. Alright, the front desk will change shifts, and the overtime pay will be doubled. Everyone, hurry up, hurry up. When she heard that the overtime pay would be doubled, the receptionist who was taking a break in the back immediately pushed the woman away and ignored her as if she didn't know her. The manager reluctantly took off his coat, which symbolized his managerial status, and handed it to the handsome young man. Joe Fan put it on him personally. Oh, it fits you well. You look like a good manager. What's your name? Joe Fan took the newly promoted manager in Su Qian, who looked incredulous, and walked towards the elevator. My name is Shin Tian Ming. The answer was very concise. Although he was carrying several pieces of luggage, he was not slow at all. This made Joe Fan admire it greatly. It was indeed a good material. It was rare to be so calm and composed after such an overnight success. Okay, just send it here. You just took office and there are many things to deal with. Go ahead and get busy. Okay, Mr. Zhou. Shen Tianming bowed slightly, then slowly took the special elevator down. Wow! This hotel really belongs to you. Why does it feel like you have so many businesses, while I, for one, have nothing? As soon as the outsiders left, Su Qian finally took Zhou Fan's hand and started acting coquettishly. Oh? Then if you marry me, won't all this be yours? Zhou Fan looked at Su Qian, whose eyes were full of admiration, and teased her. Humph, who wants to marry you? This made Su Qian very embarrassed. She gently hit Zhou Fan's forearm a few times, looking so shy. If you don't marry me, I have so many suitors, I'm not sure how long I can hold out. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Qian quickly threw herself into Zhou Fan's arms and hugged him tightly. By the way, why did you fire that fat manager and make that waiter the manager? Su Qian, who left Zhou Fan's strong arms, changed the subject intentionally or unintentionally. If you want to know, come here. Although Su Qian snorted, she still pecked Zhou Fan on the face obediently. It's very simple. He came in without asking any questions and just came to help us carry our luggage. That's what seriousness means. We were arguing with the front desk clerk, but he remained calm, carrying his luggage without any impatience. This was his state of mind. I think it's hard for a kid with such a mindset and who works so hard to be a good manager. Then I think the fat manager is okay. Zhou Fan scratched Su Qian's little pink nose. Do you think you can speak up for a subordinate like me if he's scolded? Even if he's not at all wrong, he can only apologize first and not let the boss lose face. That's what a subordinate should do, understand? After Zhou Fan's nonsense, Su Qian really felt that she understood something, and there were even more stars of admiration in her eyes. The two of them started to pack up. This was a large suite that took up an entire floor. Although it is neat and clean, it is too big. Wow, Zhou Fan, there's a swimming pool here. It's so high up, how does the water get up here? Su Qian scratched her little head and thought seriously. You're so stupid, where do you think your bath water comes from? He patted Su Qian's silly head lightly, and then buried Su Qian in Zhou Fan's arms with grievance. I was busy drinking at noon and didn't eat much. If you want something to eat, I'll ask the hotel to bring it up. Su Qian fell into Zhou Fan's arms and whispered that anything was fine. Zhou Fan couldn't hear what she said after that because it was too soft. Hello, receptionist? 2 fillets for the penthouse suite, medium rare, 1 with rose salt, please. Thank you. 2 more, 2 cokes, please. Just as he was about to order some champagne or something, Su Qian pinched the soft flesh on his waist 180 degrees, and Zhou Fan's face was almost deformed. That's about right. I can't drink at noon, so I can't touch it at night. Okay, I'll do as you say. Let's drink some fat otaku happy water. The 2 steaks were served quickly, and were brought to Zhou Fan's door with a sizzling sound. The 2 of them leaned against the 270-degree fully open floor-to-ceiling window and ate steak. Just when Zhou Fan felt that something was missing, the fireworks from the sea amusement park outside shot straight into the sky and bloomed before their eyes, as if they were within reach. Zhou Fan hugged Su Qian, who looked very satisfied, and glanced at the new text message on his mobile phone. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for your promotion. I have no way to repay you, so I offer you fireworks. Just a few words showed that Shen Tianming had put a lot of thought into it. The fireworks lasted for more than 10 minutes, and Su Qian fell softly into Zhou Fan's arms. Su Qian slept soundly, smelling Zhou Fan's masculine scent all night long. He would smile foolishly from time to time, and I don't know what he was dreaming about. Lazy pig, it's already 9 o'clock. If you don't get up, you're going to get spanked. Su Qian turned over, glared at Zhou Fan fiercely, stuck out her tongue, and got back into bed. Zhou Fan smiled helplessly and went to wash up first. A deep shower early in the morning makes people feel relaxed. It was almost 9:30, and I felt even more helpless looking at Su Qian, who was still in bed. Such a large private room has an open kitchen, and there are simple ingredients in the small freezer, which is more than enough to make breakfast. In less than 10 minutes, a simple breakfast of delicious bacon and eggs is ready. Su Qian moved in the quilt and finally showed her head again. Hurry up, eat first. I still have to go to the next door to hand over the paperwork. I'll wait for you downstairs. After saying that, Zhou Fan put on his casual sportswear and went out. Su Qian looked at the breakfast on the bedside table, and her confused mind finally reacted. Next door? Could it be that this sea amusement park is also his? Chapter 55, Undercurrent. Su Qian used to think that she had already thought highly of Zhou Fan, thinking that he was a self-reliant rich second-generation type, but now it seems that his every move and gesture shows that of a super rich man. I leaned against the window and ate my meal slowly. I was so focused on the fireworks in Jiufan last night that I didn't really take a look at the scenery of the Sea amusement park. Although it was not much different from the last time I visited Disneyland, the giant Ferris wheel there was even bigger than the one at Disneyland. I don't know if I'll have the chance to sit here this time. Su Qian also began to pack her luggage. She was wearing a plain dress and didn't need much embellishment to stand out from the crowd. After Zhou Fan went out, he went to explain the matters concerning the acquisition of the Sea amusement park. While waiting for Su Qian, he took a look at today's flash sale products. Bertram Yacht, market value, 4.5 million renminbi, limited time flash sale price 45 renminbi, limited to 3 hours. A box of oxygen lozenges, market value, limited time flash sale price 8 renminbi, limited to 3 hours. 1 cubic system space 1, market value, limited time flash sale price 30 million renminbi, limited time 12 minutes. Wow, ever since that nano thing came out yesterday, there are more and more things whose market value cannot be seen. However, it is probably not a system problem. It is probably just that it has not been invented in today's society, so the market value cannot be shown. It should be shown in the future. However, the system space really made Zhou Fan itchy and curious, so he clicked to buy it first. Ding, the system space binding is successful. This made Zhou Fan completely confused. What was that noise? Why did it feel like everything was making noises? Was he having tinnitus? Ding, please meditate quietly and the space will open. Zhou Fan just did as he was told, and he saw a large illusory space, which was empty and contained nothing. Zhou Fan clicked to buy the yacht and oxygen lozenges, and only then did the difference become apparent. A box of white packaged medicine, a stack of documents and a bunch of keys suddenly appeared in my mind, as if I could just reach out and get them. He stretched out his hand and the stack of documents appeared in his hand. After a closer look, he found it was at the Shanghai Haihe shipyard. He put the document back, called the contact number on it, and told him to deliver it to the dock of Shanghai Sea amusement park at noon. The person on the other end of the phone nodded repeatedly, fearing that the big boss who paid for the yacht in full would be unhappy. Who should I call? Su Qian only wore light makeup, a white dress and white high heels, exuding a pure and intellectual beauty. Zhou Fan swallowed his saliva to lubricate his dry throat before speaking. Nothing, I bought a yacht and will be there at noon. You're spending money again. I have a feeling you'd rather buy the whole lot than play with me. Su Qian's pouting little mouth is so adorable. If there wasn't someone watching, I would want to hug her and kiss her. Let us go. The boss naturally has his advantages. There is no need to queue up to use the employee passage. Seeing that it was just 10 o'clock and there was already a long queue at the entrance of the amusement park, I couldn't help but laugh. Just when Zhou Fan and Su Qian were being affectionate with each other, Wang Chusher, the representative of the Wang Group, approached Zhang Daming, the president of Dongyin. Can you give me a reasonable explanation for why someone bypassed me and became the second largest shareholder of your company? The teacup in Zhang Daming's hand was also shaking slightly as he was brewing what to say. The person sitting opposite is the representative of Wang Group. The Wang Group is one of the few large conglomerates in the whole of China. This kind of conglomerate has money. They can be found in almost all of the top companies on the market. You really have to think twice before speaking to them. Well, that mysterious Zhou Fan is truly beyond our company's expectations. Who knew he could complete such a massive operation overnight, and then the next day, he could be working at a third-rate company like nothing happened? It's truly bizarre. Oh? So you're just going to let the Wang Group suffer this loss? We agreed to give them 90 million in startup capital in exchange for 15% of the shares, which would have allowed us to secure our position as the second largest shareholder. Now you can't even give us an explanation? Zhang Daming was really about to cry. Who knew that the two families would voluntarily give up their shares and transfer them to others? He would not transfer his thriving industry to anyone. Now you ask me, what explanation can I give you? The solution is easy. How about you give us 2 more points to the Wang Group and we'll put this matter to rest? In fact, Zhang Daming only had 20 points of shares in his hands, most of which were distributed to his brothers and colleagues who started the business with him. Originally, he, together with the Wang Group, the two companies that had previously given up their shares, and a representative of individual shareholders, held exactly 51% of the shares and constituted the board of directors. But now it has been messed up by Zhou Fan, who suddenly appeared. If Zhang Daming gives up his 2 points, and if the Wang Group uses its financial resources to buy up scattered shares, it is really possible that I will be eliminated. By then, it may not be me who is sitting here. Boss Wang, this is serious. It has nothing to do with my company. You're asking me for 2 percentage points for nothing. Do you think that's appropriate? When he thought that half of his life's work might be in vain, Zhang Daming finally stood up. Alright, you're getting cocky now. Wait until I'm done with that Zhou guy, and then you'll see how I'm going to destroy your Dongyin. Knowing that the negotiation had failed, Wang Chusher seemed to have not taken Zhang Daming seriously at all. In front of the boss of the other company, he said that he would destroy an emerging industry company. How rampant! Zhou Fan. Come quickly, there's a breath-holding competition here. Su Qian waved her hand and called Zhou Fan over. Is the breath-holding competition really that fun? Let's give our warmest applause to our world champion breath-holding champion, Su Jiayue. He broke the Guinness World Record last year with an amazing time of 25 minutes and 12 seconds. The crowd applauded loudly, and Su Qian also clapped her hands. Zhou Fan felt uncomfortable. Any man would feel jealous when seeing the girl he liked clapping for others. Zhou Fan, let's go sign up and have some fun too, hee. Zhou Fan was dragged by Su Qian and signed up without knowing what was going on. Registered contestants, please go to the locker room and change into your swimsuits. This competition will determine how long you can hold your breath in the ocean. Zhou Fan changed really quickly. In no time, he was left with only his swimming trunks. His muscular and somewhat healthy wheat-colored body attracted the attention of many girls. Tisk, what's so great about that? I'll definitely be better than him after 2 or 3 months of training. Just blow hard. Look at your fat body. It would take you 3 to 5 years to scrape off a pound of oil a day. Naturally, there are some sour people who would say some sour words, but they were also refuted by their female companions. Zhou Fan accidentally glanced in the direction of the simple changing shed that Su Qian had just entered, and his eyes instantly turned cold. In just a few steps, he came behind a wretched man holding a camera. Is it beautiful? Chapter 56 The Wretched Villain. Fuck. This scared the man, as he was an event photographer who came with Su Jiayue. He said he was an event photographer, but in fact he was helping Su Jiayue find prey for tonight. He accidentally saw Su Qian, such a top pure beauty, so he took a high-powered camera and wanted to aim at the gap to see what was going on. He was doing something wrong, and after being frightened by Zhou Fan, he lost his balance and fell flat on his face. Who the hell are you? Can't you see I'm working? Seeing that he was still being stubborn, Zhou Fan snatched the camera from his chest. He opened the camera history, and sure enough, all the pictures were of key parts, which made Zhou Fan's veins pop out. The right fist hit the wretched man in the face, breaking the camera strap and attracting everyone's attention. Everyone, look! Someone is beating someone up here. I'm just a photographer. There's nothing wrong with taking pictures of beautiful women for publicity, but this guy came up and hit me. The wretched man lying on the ground with blood foaming at his mouth didn't give up and wanted to drown this bad boy who came out of nowhere with the crowd's saliva. The wretched man bet that Zhou Fan wouldn't show the contents to others. If the girls' private photos were made public, it would only hurt the girls who were accidentally photographed. Zhou Fan really didn't dare to do that. The things in the camera were really shameful. Besides, as long as he was a man, he couldn't make a girl's private photos public. The two of them were in a stalemate, and more people gathered around them, surrounding them in 3 layers. Isn't the person on the ground the personal photographer who came here with Su Jiayue? How come he was beaten so badly? Ah. Maybe he got mad because he took a picture of his goddess. Ha ha ha. It's really funny to be a dog licker. That's right, he's just a country bumpkin with well-developed limbs. He licks a goddess and treats her like a treasure. Many times people really do subconsciously speak up for some vulnerable groups, just like now, no one asked what happened before they started criticizing Zhou Fan. Hey little brother, let's talk it over. Why don't you just return the camera to him and ask him to delete the photos? The person who spoke was a handsome guy who was slightly shorter than Zhou Fan, but more robust, with handsome eyebrows, straight nose and sunny face. Wow! Look! Su Jiayue, it's that handsome breath-holding champion. Really? He's really handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. As soon as this handsome guy stood out, all the girls in the crowd became excited and started gossiping. Zhou Fan directly took out the memory card from the camera, which made the wretched man feel distressed. It contained his 3 years of private collection. He threw the camera on the sand, returned it to the wretched man, and walked away. Passing by Su Jiayue, Zhou Fan simply whispered, "Keep your dog under control. If I catch it again, I'll beat up the owner too." Although Su Jiayue still had that sunny and warm smile on her face, her teeth were clenched and she just stared at Zhou Fan as he left. When the people around saw that there were no more melons to eat, they all dispersed. "I told you to be more low-key, but you took my words as bullshit. Brother Su, I was really careful. I picked all the beauties to suit your taste. Who knew that guy would be so aggressive and hit me right away? Useless piece of shit, if there's no new chick in my bed tonight, I'm going to castrate you." The wretched man nodded repeatedly and went back to his work. Zhou Fan stood in front of Su Qian's locker room. He didn't know what Su Qian was doing in there and why she hadn't come out for so long. "Oh, why can't I wear it?" Zhou Fan took a look inside, stepped forward, hugged Su Qian and closed the door. "Hey, what are you doing? There are people outside." Su Qian was very embarrassed, but her voice was as soft as a mosquito. "How can you show this to others? You think it's ugly too." Su Qian looked lost, remembering how she had been laughed at before. Today she mustered up the courage to take out her old swimsuit and put it on, but she didn't expect that the size was too small, and it took her a long time to put it on. "What's ugly? If you go out wearing this, everyone will look at you. Do you want to see me jealous?" Zhou Fan said this very seriously. "Okay, baby, put on your coat. If you want to show me, let's go back to the penthouse suite and let me enjoy it." Who wants to show you?" Having said that, she still put on a loose coat obediently, revealing only her snow-white and smooth calves, which was another kind of cuteness. This beauty is the type that attracts people's attention no matter what she wears. Zhou Fan was frantically trying to calm his breath. He didn't want to walk out standing, otherwise he would be embarrassed. All players are in place. During the time when the two were flirting, the competition was about to begin. Zhou Fan had almost calmed down, so he pulled Su Qian towards the competition waters. "Now, let me explain the rules. Everyone, stay in this safe area and keep your heads underwater. The last one to emerge will get to reserve the entire Ferris wheel for tonight." Zhou Fan became excited when he heard about the reward. If you talk about money, will he be short of it? Even if you drop some luxury goods on the ground, Zhou Fan may not even lift his eyelids to take a look. But the exclusive use of the Ferris wheel is something he must get. If you ask why, Zhou Fan looked at the box of medicine in the system space with his own eyes. "Because I have a plug-in. If you can't hold on any longer, please get out as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll choke on the water and it won't be very comfortable. Relatives nearby, please rest assured. We have professional lifeguards here, and even medical equipment is on the shore. We will ensure the safety of all participants." The host on the stage repeated these words over and over again, comforting the families on shore and inspiring the contestants underwater. Su Qian went down to get some water and came up in about 10 or 20 seconds. Most people only lasted less than a minute, and some who performed better lasted 3 or 4 minutes. But soon, there were only 2 people left in the middle of the water. One is Su Jiayue, and the other one is only known to Su Qian, and that is Zhou Fan, because he has not come out of the water yet. Wow, contestant number 8 doesn't have to hold on any longer. Our professional breath-holding contestant is just here to warm up the crowd. You're already in first place. Our contestant number 8 is very determined and seems to be planning to challenge our Guinness World Record breaker Su Jiayue. Both of them look like they still have plenty of energy left. Contestant Su Jiayue even said hello to us underwater. You know, performing exercises underwater consumes a lot of oxygen. Oh? Our contestant number 8 is here, is he swimming? Chapter 57 Sweet Honey. Underwater photographers were chasing after him one after another to take pictures. Boy, were you an oxygen tube in your previous life? Not only is there no breathing, but it's also so fast? Su Jiayue opened her eyes underwater and looked at this horrifying scene. About 8 minutes had passed. Although she still had strength left, she could not hold on for much longer. You have to know that to break the Guinness World Record, he had to breathe pure oxygen for half an hour. His lungs were full of pure oxygen so he could last that long. Now he can only last 4 or 5 minutes. The person in front of me can actually swim? Are you a mermaid? Thinking underwater also consumes a lot of oxygen. This shock made Su Jiayue breathless, and a mouthful of bitter and salty seawater entered his nose and mouth. Ah! Our contestant Su Jiayue seems to have choked on water. Don't worry, our lifeguard. There's also a lifeguard. Just now, the lifeguard went to chase Zhou Fan with a camera, and now he has no strength left and is lying on the shore to recover. The more Su Jiayue struggled, the more seawater he choked into his trachea. Due to holding his breath for a long time, his desire for oxygen made him forget how to save himself and he just focused on slapping the water. Oh! Our contestant number 8 is very competitive and swam over. Su Jiayue has been rescued. Medical staff, come quickly, don't just stand there. People don't want to just stand there. It's really ironic that a person who holds the Guinness World Record choked on water and had to rely on a little brother to rescue him. Zhou Fan, how are you so amazing? I didn't know you could hold your breath for so long. You have a great lung capacity. He, it's nothing. I used to be a lifeguard at a swimming pool, so I'm a bit awesome. The people around all sighed that there are many masters among the people. This time, the Guinness contestant was in trouble. He wanted to show off, but was slapped in the face by a young man who used to be a lifeguard. Su Jiayue had also received professional training. He only choked a few times. He had choked a lot during training before, and he recovered quickly. He just looked very embarrassed, with some bloodshot eyes from struggling. He glanced at Zhou Fan who had rescued him, but instead of showing any gratitude, he was filled with anger. Isn't this the same guy who beat up his men earlier? And now he's ruining his plans. And that's his girlfriend? How can she still be so innocent? The more Su Jiayue looked at Zhou Fan, the angrier he became. He had come here originally to show off and have some fun with 2 pretty girls for a few days, but now everything was disrupted by Zhou Fan. She pushed away the medical staff who was measuring her heart rate, dragged the obscene man who had just taken the photo, and disappeared into the crowd. What? Su Jiayue is quite handsome, how can he not afford to lose? That's right, that guy just now seemed to have caught the voyeur photographer. I think he's so handsome. Look at that girl, she's so beautiful. If you didn't have a head, people would think you were Nez's unhatched fleshball. The crowd around started talking again. The direction of public opinion changed so quickly. Amidst everyone's envious gazes, Zhou Fan received the ticket for the Ferris wheel, which made some young couples extremely envious. The little girl kept saying, "Look at others," and the boy could only feel helpless and wished he was the reincarnation of a carp spirit. More young couples were upset. They had come to the sea amusement park to see the giant Ferris wheel, and many of them had prepared rings and were waiting to propose on it. It seemed that all this would be ruined. Su Qian stood on the stage, pulled Zhou Fan's hand and whispered a few words. Zhou Fan gave Su Qian a doting look and said loudly, "Tonight, my dear and I will only take one Ferris wheel ride. Anyone who wants to go should get in line early." Suddenly there was a buzz of excitement below. What are you waiting for? Go and line up for your little baby. It's only 10 p.m. now, and many boys have already started to flock to the Ferris wheel to line up. The original ticket price for the Ferris wheel is over 1,000 yuan, and you may not even get a seat. Now that someone has reserved the whole place, why don't you line up early? Wow, who's so grand and ostentatious, bringing in a yacht? He's so arrogant, he really thinks this place is his home. The man said this, but his eyes were full of envy. If you want to drive in, you must have it first. Can you afford it? Zhou Fan pushed through the crowded crowd and pulled Su Qian towards the yacht. You really bought it. Well, what else? Don't you think the beach is too crowded? It's so spacious in here. This yacht is not an ordinary small yacht. The large platform on it can be used to hold a party. It does seem a bit empty for the 2 of them. It would be great if there were a few more beauties to have a party together, but Zhou Fan only dared to complain in his heart. If he really said it out loud, Su Qian would skin him alive. Now that there was no one around, Su Qian finally took off her coat. It was sunny and her whole body was stuffy. She was covered in sweet sweat. Her already snow-white skin and the crystal sweat beads made her really unable to stop. Pervert, don't smell it. Damn it, you big pervert. When Su Qian saw Zhou Fan taking a deep breath with that ecstatic expression on his face, she was so angry that she went up and twisted the soft flesh. Oh, Aunt. I can't help it, I can't help it. Please forgive me. Su Qian looked at Zhou Fan's distorted face, then let go of her hand with heartache. Good opportunity. Watch out, little lady. Zhou Fan turned over and pushed Su Qian into the small room of the yacht. The atmosphere was very ambiguous. Can't. Su Qian's voice was as thin as a mosquito's hum, her face was red all the way to her neck, and bloodshot was faintly visible on her pale pink cheeks. She really looked like a peach waiting to be picked, so tempting that it made one's throat dry. Zhou Fan looked at the shy Su Qian and nodded silently. As soon as Su Qian relaxed her heartstrings, his hot lips attacked her. After a long kiss, Su Qian almost suffocated. She pushed Zhou Fan away in shame and walked onto the deck, fanning herself with the sea breeze to cool her burning face. Zhou Fan held his coat in front of Su Qian. "Didn't I tell you to put it on? I don't want anyone to see. Is it really that beautiful?" Zhou Fan scratched his head and nodded slightly. Su Qian squeezed her hands together, and a white color whiter than snow suddenly expanded, as if it was about to burst out, but was instantly covered by a coat. Su Qian made a face. Zhou Fan finally reacted. "How dare you tease me, your brother, you little girl?" But he also gently held Su Qian and leaned against the railing, feeling the gentle sea breeze and her soft breathing. Time passed so quickly, and the giant Ferris wheel began to turn. There were only Zhou Fan and Su Qian on the entire Ferris wheel. The two of them snuggled together and kissed passionately. Zhou Fan also felt the sweetness of love for the first time. After playing with Su Qian for 7 days, Zhou Fan was ready to clean up his mind and get down to business. During this period, most of the items on the flash sale app system were luxury goods that were not worth mentioning and were no longer of much value to Zhou Fan, except for a mysterious lottery ticket. However, he still bought a pink Ferrari 488 for Su Qian, which has a reasonable market value, about 5 million, as well as some skirts and other items. Su Qian repeatedly refused to accept it, but after Zhou Fan's constant persuasion and threats over the past few days, she finally accepted it. Chapter 58 Another order. There is also Yi Xiaoyuan, who was finally poached by Zhou Fan with a high salary of 50,000 yuan per month. Unexpectedly, he used to be a rally car driver, but he made a mistake in his early years and became a father too early, so he had to give up due to family reasons. "Let's go, have you had fun these days? Happy? Here's the key to your room. You all know Uncle He's location, right? Send Su Qian back to clean up first. I have something else to do." Su Qian felt like she was dreaming. Zhou Fan stuffed a stack of property transfer certificates and a key into her hand. It was obviously a villa, otherwise why would she need a key? Looking at the speeding pink Ferrari, Zhou Fan breathed a sigh of relief and made a phone call. "Oh wow, Mr. Zhou, you finally showed up. I'm almost annoyed to death by the people from the wine group. Please come over here, I'm begging you on my knees." Alright, got it. It's just a small matter, why rush? What's the big deal? One of China's top 10 financial groups is looking for trouble now. I've been dealing with him for 7 days and he's already drained everything. If Zhou Fan doesn't come back, the Wang Group might really eat me up. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Fan did not delay and drove the Bugatti Veyron that Uncle He brought back to Qinghai City. Qinghai City is more than 100 kilometers away from Shanghai, but with the speed of Bugatti Veyron, Zhou Fan arrived at the headquarters of Dongyin Company in less than an hour. Qinghai City, Shanghai and Binzhou City form China's economic golden triangle. They are all major commercial cities with numerous high-rise buildings, and the Dongyin building does not stand out among them. As soon as I got off the bus, I saw a middle-aged man with a graying haircut leading a group of people in suits coming towards me. Anyone who can drive a Bugatti Veyron is not an ordinary person. Even if Zhang Daming didn't know him, he knew with his businessman's intuition that this person was Zhou Fan. "We are truly honored to have Mr. Zhou here." Okay, stop being so polite. I don't like this." Zhang Daming sighed inwardly. Rich people nowadays really have different personalities and are very difficult to please. But he is now your second largest shareholder, so you can only indulge him. "Mr. Zhou, please. Please." A team of men in suits and tall beauties, their movements were so coordinated, much better than those unruly young people in his company. Surrounded by a group of people, he did not go to the conference room or the reception room, but went straight to the chairman's office of Zhang Daming. After driving away the welcoming team, Zhang Daming's face finally fell. "Mr. Zhou, you don't know that last time you grabbed 16% of our company's shares, directly becoming our second largest shareholder. This made the Wang Group, which originally had ample say, very angry." "Oh? But I bought it with my own ability. What does it have to do with me if he's angry?" Joe Fan, a recent college graduate, naturally didn't understand how deep the quagmire of the business world was, but he pretended to be indifferent, as if he didn't care about the Wang Group at all. It's true that I can't say I'm to blame for this, but the Wang Group was squeezed out by you, and its position on the board of directors has plummeted. Now, they're frantically trying to expand their own shares. It turns out that he has tracked down all the brothers who started the business with me, using both threats and inducements. He now holds a 6 percentage point stake. If the Wine Group really buys it out, I don't know what will happen to this emerging industry. Zhang Daming felt a pang of heartache. Dong was the result of half his life's hard work. If someone else took the chairman's position and gave random orders, his company would be in jeopardy. You called me all the way here just to buy my shares? Joe Fan is not a fool. If others try to persuade you with emotion and reason, and play the victim, they must be after something from you. Zhang Daming's eyes lit up instantly, and he nodded frantically like a child seeing candy. You're dreaming. Whatever comes into my hands is mine. It doesn't matter to me who becomes the chairman of your company. As long as I make money, that's all I need. Goodbye. After saying that, he stood up from the leather sofa in Zhang Daming's office and prepared to go out. Mr. Zhou, please slow down. The Wang Group has always been narrow-minded. If I hadn't been unable to borrow the initial capital, I wouldn't have turned to them. You forced them to mobilize a large amount of manpower and resources to consolidate their position in our company. Do you really think they'll let you go like this? So what do you think about me being your chairman? Joe Fan turned around and asked this question. Zhang Daming didn't know what to say for a moment. You can't buy shares of such a big company just because you want to. Moreover, the later you go, the harder it is to buy. The Wang Group spent a huge amount of money this time, but only managed to control 6% of the shares, and it is only in the negotiation stage, so it is still some distance away from actually getting them. But this unruly young man in front of him had previously acquired 16% of the shares overnight. Could he really do it again? As for me, I'm quite lazy and don't like to be busy. Even if I become the largest shareholder, I still don't like your position as chairman. This sentence shocked Zhang Daming. If you say Zhang Daming doesn't believe it, then the previous miracle makes him a little nervous. If you say he believes it, then the stock price of Dongyin has been driven up so high by the Wang Group, and he feels it is uncertain. Just be at peace with your job as chairman. With me here, your position won't fall. Zhou Fan patted Zhang Daming on the shoulder, like a father who was giving a lecture to a father who had done something wrong and didn't know what to do. Zhou Fan opened the office door and suddenly turned around and asked a question. Is there any place in Shanghai City hiring a personal assistant? Just walk 500 meters north along this road. It's Yudelton International Headhunting Company. Shanghai is the only branch in the Golden Delta, but the fees are not cheap. Okay, wait and get busy, I won't bother you anymore. Zhang Daming kept sighing, wondering what his position couldn't be shaken. If the Wine Group's shares were signed, he really wouldn't know where to cry. Joe Fan walked out of the office door and finally took out his mobile phone. He opened the flash sale app, and there was only one coupon in it. Second order coupon. Anyone who purchases this coupon can select non-unique items from historical shopping records to purchase again. Warehouse remaining, 1. I didn't expect to use it so soon. I found the record of my previous share purchase and clicked to use it. Joe Fan's net worth has doubled recently, and he already has 200 million in liquid funds. He just took away this small amount of money without any hesitation. However, it was only then that he remembered that he had not yet repaid Shinjun the 5.5 million, so he transferred another 10 million to Shinjun's account. Since he had helped him in the past, of course he had to pay him back double. What's more, he had also shirked the shares he had promised him, so he couldn't let others suffer. Chapter 59 Home-cooked taste. Then he didn't care what was going to happen here anymore and drove the Bugatti Veyron to the Yudelton International Headhunting Company. It is worthy of being a top international headhunting company. The interior decoration is so luxurious. My previous decoration was just like a child's mud painting. Shaking his head, he walked into the lobby, where the service was very attentive. A saleswoman there also walked towards Zhou Fan with a professional smile. Hello, sir, what's your name? Oh, no need to be so polite, my last name is Zhou. The young lady's slender hands quickly recorded something on the tablet in her hands, and she kept talking. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Do you have your International Finance Black Card with you? I'll be happy to arrange for a receptionist to assist you. International Financial Black Card? Joe Fan was confused. There were many black credit cards used for domestic shopping. He also had a few, but they were definitely not his. The young lady still had a smile on her face. Many bosses were like this. They just came to take a look because they heard of U.S. reputation. In fact, not many of them really wanted to hire people. But occasionally there are some rich people who are not short of money and come here to find a capable secretary. Those who can come here are all confident and cannot show any dissatisfaction on the surface. Look, Mr. Zhou, we're an international headhunting company. Our cash flow is international, and every penny you pay must be recorded in our headquarters accounts. So, I suggest you follow me and apply for an entry-level black card with red stripes. What do you think? As the young lady spoke, she took out the tablet in her hand and took out the detailed instructions of the International Financial Black Card and handed it to Joe Fan. Okay, let's do as you say. Joe Fan himself didn't quite understand, so naturally he had to do what the young lady said and followed the saleswoman to a closed counter. Shaolin, there's a gentleman here who wants to apply for a black card with red stripes. Could you please help him receive him? Mr. Zhou, this is the temporary application point for the International Finance Black Card. If you have any questions, the standard salesperson on the road will answer them for you. If there's nothing else, I'll go down first. Joe Fan was so confused by all the official rhetoric. A pretty head appeared from behind the closed counter, wearing the standard light makeup here, and looked very friendly. Hello, this is Mr. Zhou, right? Please show me your relevant documents and the account opening amount of 50 million. Although Joe Fan's face showed no emotion, his heart was in turmoil. 50 million to open an account? What kind of card is this? I heard it's only the entry level, right? If it goes up, how much will it cost? Excuse me, how much does it cost to upgrade this card to the next level? Mr. Zhou, to move up, you need to have proof of clean cash flow from a multinational company and a sufficient balance on your card. We can't handle this service right now, so please forgive me. I also need all your fingerprints, irises, blood type, and DNA samples. Please go to the data room to my right to collect them. My goodness, I just came here to find a personal secretary, and I spent 50 million, but I still have to run around everywhere. But what can I do? This is their rule. After a series of tedious procedures, Joe Fa finally got a black card with red stripes. Joe Fan actually didn't know what this meant. It meant that he had actually surpassed 99% of the people on the entire earth. Many people had never even heard of the existence of a global financial black card, let alone owning one. He showed his black card with red stripes to a salesperson, and he was assigned a young man with blonde hair and white skin. He was finally a little more lively and no longer spoke those clichés. Mr. Zhou, just call me William. What kind of talent do you want to pick? Although he doesn't seem to be of Chinese descent, his fluent Chinese is indeed very standard. I just want to find a personal secretary who knows a lot about finance. As soon as he finished speaking, William pushed the tablet in front of Joe Fan. You can pick anyone you like. Anyone you see here is guaranteed to have a PhD in finance, and their monthly salary ranges from 30,000 to 100,000 or 200,000 yuan. Joe Fan took a deep breath. The lowest offer was 30,000. It was indeed an international headhunting company. They were really bold in asking such a price. However, anyone who graduated from a finance department and could be noticed by this headhunting company must be an extraordinary person. Then you should screen them again. Look for candidates with 2 years of work experience and a monthly salary of 50,000. Preferably, they should be native Chinese speakers. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to communicate with them. From a quick look, I can see that there are people of all races. It's not that Joe Fan is discriminatory against skin color, it's just that his foreign language skills are really not good. It would be funny to spend money to hire someone who can't speak Chinese. After such a selection, there are only about 20 people left. This Jiang Tan, well, she has a double PhD in finance and sociology, and worked as a travel secretary for a Fortune 100 company for 2.5 years. That's her. After another complicated procedure, we finally learned that Jiang Tan would arrive in Shanghai in 3 days and was now in the United States. Is there housekeeping here? Joe Fan seemed to remember something and asked. Yes, but there's no selection space. You can only fill in your address, and then a housekeeper will come to your home. You will also need to pay for the housekeeper's food, clothing, and accommodation yourself. Joe Fan waved his hand and signed another housekeeping contract with a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon when Zhou Fan arrived at the Thompson Epine community. Not long after he lay down, a phone call came in. It was a gentle female voice. "Mr. Zhou, right? I'm your housekeeper, Aunt Zhang. Please notify the security guard." Zhou Fan hurried to the door and saw an elderly lady with a warm smile standing at the entrance of the community carrying a few bags of food. "Aunt Zhang, why did you spend your own money to bring the ingredients here? Isn't this a waste of money for you?" "It's okay, I'll carry it. I still have plenty of energy. I'll do it. After a lot of trouble, Zhou Fan finally had some hot food other than instant noodles in this mansion. Add to that the rice cooked by Aunt Zhang, it was so fragrant. There were 3 home-cooked dishes in total, and Zhou Fan didn't even let go of the oil on the plate, pouring the rice on it and eating it cleanly. Eat slowly, there will be plenty of opportunities to eat later. That being said, Zhou Fan really missed the taste of home-cooked food. He hadn't eaten home-cooked meals for a long time since he came to the Magic City. While Zhou Fan was having dinner, everyone in Dongyin Company and Wang Group was in an uproar. Zhang Daming didn't really believe what Zhou Fan said at first, until his secretary handed him several notices of change of share ownership. Then he suddenly realized that President Zhou was really a man with great connections. Chapter 60 Making Trouble. According to the current situation, 13 billion was enough to take it before, but now it is estimated that nearly 20 billion in cash flow and a terrifyingly large legal department are needed to take a 16% stake so quickly. Even if someone from the Wine Group wanted to do this, they would have to think carefully about it. It seemed like Zhou Fan was just doing this because he was impatient and felt sorry for himself because of his few complaints. Zhou Fan's handsome figure instantly rose to an incomparable level in Zhang Daming's heart. According to what Zhou Fan said, he would not compete with him for the position of chairman. Then this man was the savior of his company. If he hadn't taken lightning action, he would really become a pawn of the Wang Group. Inside a simple and elegant tea house, Wang Chushi, the representative of the Wang Group, looked at the documents in his hand and the apology messages on his mobile phone, and the veins on his forehead bulged. It was this Zhou Fan again. I hadn't seen him in front of his company these past few days. I thought he had sensed that I was going to take action against him and had gone back to his hometown to hide. Unexpectedly, he popped up again and acquired 16% of Dongyin's shares. Moreover, all the shares that he had worked so hard to set up and were going to acquire in a few days were taken away by Zhou Fan. How could Wang Chushi not be angry? After all, he was the representative of the Wine Group, but he was repeatedly defeated by a little-known young man. This really frustrated his extremely strong self-confidence. No, I must see Zhou Fan today no matter what. I'll surround your crappy company and see if you show up. Old Lu. Find 20 good men. Go to Fifen Instant Noodle Company now and block its front and back doors. It's best if this doesn't lead to the Wang Group being the cause of this. If that Zhou Fan shows up, bring him to my tea house immediately. After one phone call, Wang Chushi's face finally looked much better. Old Lu had been his employee for more than 10 years. He knew what he was going to say just by looking at his butt. Wang Chushi was very confident in having Old Lu do the job. Now all we have to do is wait for Zhou Fan to be brought here. In just over 10 minutes, more than 20 little hooligans had gathered in a dark alley in the Magic City. All of them were strong and looked like they were not someone to be trifled with. Listen carefully. Just surround them. Don't start vandalism. If they try to drive you away, you can't start vandalism. Don't worry, Mr. Lu. We're all familiar with this matter. Just wait and see, this shabby company's reputation will be reduced to ashes in no time. Brothers, let's go. A group of hooligans also dispersed and moved towards the Fifen Company. Seeing that the main gate had been almost blocked, there was finally a look of joy in Lao Lu's eyes. He was very familiar with the current situation. Wang Chushi would only use this trick when he was extremely angry. If I couldn't handle this matter well and ran into Wang Chushi's gun, my little head would be doomed. Old Lu didn't think that just because he had followed Wang Chushi for so many years, that man would let him go out of his mind out of friendship. On the contrary, based on his understanding of Wang Chushi, he was being very kind by not pinning some charges on himself and sending himself to jail for a few years. 20 thugs, all with unfriendly faces, surrounded the Fifen Company, causing many passers-by to stay away. Even some people who were going to the Fifen Company to discuss cooperation had to bypass it and leave directly. Xu Yan, who was staying in the company, was dragged directly to the company lobby. Looking at the thugs with unfriendly faces outside, his face turned ashen. But then he remembered something and made a phone call, not to Zhou Fan, but to the newly appointed security captain, Wu Ziyu. After auditions over the past few days and selection by Wu Ziyu, we finally have a security team of 23 people. However, Feith & Company has always been calm. This afternoon, only 2 people were left standing guard at the door, and the others were engaged in training. After receiving Chuyan's call, Wu Ziyu led a team of security guards to the company. In just a few minutes, the situation changed again. 20 or so standard security guards surrounded the gangsters. Now they had nowhere to run and dared not go in. The security guards had also received proper training and knew not to hit people. Instead, they linked elbows with each other to form a human wall, trapping the troublemakers inside. I'm telling you. Don't mess around. No one is messing around, just mind your own business. Some of the gangsters could no longer bear this powerful aura and began to say some harsh words to give themselves courage, but their legs were still trembling. But the towering wall of people in front of them was very oppressive. Their dark skin and strong muscles made the throats of these gangsters feel slightly dry. Ah! Finally, a small gangster couldn't stand this tense atmosphere anymore. He usually pretended to be tough by relying on the power of others, but now he was surrounded by real strong men. He was really scared and ruthless. He forgot what he had said before and started to fight first. The shrill roar of this little gangster also ignited the timid hearts of most gangsters. They roared together and rushed towards the security team to give themselves courage. It would be difficult to deal with you if you didn't take action, but now you are the one taking the initiative. The security guards caught the hooligans one by one like catching chickens. No matter how much nonsense the hooligans said, they did not let go. In a blink of an eye, all the hooligans were subdued, regardless of whether they had just appeared or not. You better be careful. We have a powerful backer. If you dare, we'll be sent to jail. The gang leader hadn't said a few words when Wu Ziyu covered his mouth. Wu Ziyu's unintentional action did prevent Wang Chusher and Zhou Fan from falling out. If he had allowed the gangster to shout out on the spot that he was sent by the Wang group, not only would everyone be in trouble, but the Wang group might also have directly fallen out with Zhou Fan. Soon, more than 20 thugs who were causing trouble were detained by the police who arrived, and Wu Ziyu followed the police to recount what had happened. Zhou Fan only found out about this incident after the farce ended. His good mood after having a full meal was completely shattered by this incident. But he didn't take it to heart. He really didn't have the ability to confront the Wang group head-on. He only relied on the instant kill app system. His strength and power were not enough to fight against the Wang group. So the best solution now is to continue doing your own thing and act as if nothing happened. Let the people of Wang group guess for themselves. They can't find anything on them anyway. But the more they can't find out, the more they dare not take action. They will only think that you have a terrifying background and have hidden your background so deeply. Old Lu was naturally not caught, so he had to go back and report in person. Boss Wang, this time it was my fault. I will definitely repent. I've already found out who Zhou Fan's parents are, and they're in Qilian County. I'll gather some men and kidnap them right now. Let's see if he shows up. Chapter 61 New Arrivals. Old Lu was sweating profusely. In fact, he was not very sure about the matter of Zhou Fan's parents. How could such a mysterious person allow his family to be found so easily by him? But if he didn't say something nice now, his life would probably be over. Kidnap? Are you tired of living? We're a legitimate group. If you come up with any more stupid ideas, get out. Besides, Zhou Fan is quite capable. Do you think the 2 you found are definitely the ones? Even if it is, I don't think now is the time to break off relations with the other side. This method is truly frightening. Even if the entire consortium was put into operation, I don't know if it could achieve the level he has now. But you should plant spies near that old man now, just in case. When old Lu heard that he still had work to do, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He felt like he had saved his life. When old Lu left the tea house, the teacup in Wang Chushi's hand made a series of unbearable noises. He was obviously extremely angry. He had been slapped in the face by Zhou Fan time and time again, and now he had never even seen the other party. He was really angry. Dad! Why didn't you come see me first when you came back? Another young man came in, and it turned out to be Wang Bin, who had met Zhou Fan a few times. Binner, I'm really busy. I have a few meetings at headquarters and need to go back. I'm leaving soon, so I wanted to see you. When Wang Chusher saw his son, a long-lost warmth finally showed on his face. Wang Chusher guessed that he could only dote on his own son in such a doting way. After all, his mother passed away early, and Wang Chusher always felt that he owed him something. He gave in to him in everything, even cleaning up his mess a lot for him. Wang Bin looked unhappy when he heard that his father was leaving again after just seeing him. All right, my dear Binner, I don't need this little money anymore. Just use it to start a small company in Shanghai and hone your skills. In 2 years, I'll bring you to Sinew City. What's so good about that place? It's just a bunch of old guys, very boring. What old man? Every one of them is a CEO worth hundreds of millions. Although the economy of Shanghai is developing well, it is still the economic and financial heart of China. If you follow Dad there for a few years, you can compete for the position of representative of Wine Group in the future. Wang Bin knew that his father was doing this for his own good, so he took the bank card and nodded silently. Zhou Fan had just finished talking to Chu Yen on the phone when his doorbell rang. Zhou Fan was not a big shot with a wide circle of friends, and he didn't know many people. He guessed that it was Suya. As soon as I opened the door, as expected, Suya, who looked haggard, was standing at the door, holding a bank card in her hand and a bag of gift boxes with unknown contents. Come in and sit down. Why do you look so haggard? Zhou Fan invited Suya to the living room, and Aunt Zhang also brought over a cup of glucose water. Suya took a sip, smiled kindly at Aunt Zhang, and then spoke. My father was recently found to have been secretly poisoned. It was a chronic poison that had penetrated deep into his bone marrow. Now his blood-forming function has declined, and he can only rely on a blood exchange machine to prolong his life. He only has a few months left. As soon as she said this, Suya burst into tears. She was really fragile now. She was the only daughter in the family and her mother was a wealthy woman. Everything that could be sold in the family had been sold. If it weren't for Zhou Fan's 3 million, her family would have been broken up long ago. Only in front of Zhou Fan did she dare to cry loudly. She didn't dare to cry in front of her mother. Her mother was weak and now she had to support the family by herself. She cried in Zhou Fan's arms for a long time, her eyes were slightly swollen, and then she stopped and looked at Zhou Fan with embarrassment. Zhou Fan had a gentle expression on his face. How could he possibly push away a wounded woman crying in his arms? Even though his handmade suit was covered in tear stains, he didn't show any sign of blaming her. This is 500,000 yuan. I will definitely pay back the rest later. Zhou Fan pushed the bank card back and shook his head slightly. No need. I know you're strong-willed and don't want to owe anyone anything, but I don't need to be that anyone. If you really want to pay me back, then you should take good care of your father first and wait until everything is settled. If you need money, just tell me. I don't need money right now, and I'm not sure I can give you anything else. That's not right. We just met by chance, and you're lending me so much. Zhou Fan patted Suya's head and ignored her words. Don't worry. I'm not the kind of person who thinks I'm doing you a favor just because I lend you money. Don't get hung up on this. Oh, and do you want to stay for dinner? My new Aunt Zhang cooks delicious meals. Seeing the sincerity in Zhou Fan's eyes, Suya felt embarrassed to insist any longer. In fact, the 500,000 yuan was just a loan she had scraped together. 3 million yuan was already an unattainable figure for her. Aunt Zhang, please buy some delicious food tonight, preferably an old hen. Look at Suyaxu's, let's take advantage of her and have a good meal together. Suya felt that Zhou Fan was more and more gentle. After dinner, Zhou Fan learned that the poison Suya's father was infected with could not be cured with current medical capabilities. The doctor said that there was another radical treatment method, but as an experimental subject, the risk of failure was very high. Suya could no longer bear the pressure, so she refused. Zhou Fan asked Uncle He to send Suya back to her temporary residence. He lay alone in the room, chatting with Su Qian on the phone. Su Qian had been busy all day and had only finished cleaning a small part of the house. Su Qian also revealed to Zhou Fan her idea of taking the postgraduate entrance examination. It's good to take the postgraduate entrance examination. You can never have too high an academic qualification. With Zhou Fan's encouragement, Su Qian plans to prepare for postgraduate studies this year. Zhou Fan felt a little disappointed. Su Qian had her own goal of taking the postgraduate entrance examination, but he himself had no goals since he got the system. Although he had money and a longer-term vision, he also became more blind. The phone dinged. New products are available on the flash sale app. North Ice Research Institute and its research team, market value, 6,000 billion renminbi, limited time flash sale price, 600 million renminbi, limited to 24 hours. Ultra Nano Resonance Research Instrument Blueprint 1, market value, limited time flash sale price, 700 million renminbi, limited time, 24 hours. One set of Ultra Micro Nanoscale Protein Analyzer, market value, limited time flash sale price 300 million renminbi, limited to 24 hours. Joe Fan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This price was still a fucking instant sell? Chapter 62, Busy Zhang Daming. But if you think about it carefully, just for one member of the research institute, if you want to train an elite research institute staff member, the initial investment will be around 500 million yuan. A group has at least 7 or 8 people, and a research institute has at least a dozen different groups. This does not include regular salary and benefits, and it will cost 4 billion yuan. With his 600 million yuan, not only can all team members be classified as his employees, but he can also build a research institute. If this is considered expensive, if the world's richest people knew about it, they would probably laugh at Joe Fan to death. This is almost given away for free. However, the second blueprint was a bit too much. It wasn't even a complete machine, but it was actually 100 million more expensive than the entire research institute and the research team. Joe Fan couldn't help but doubt whether it was worth the price. However, what troubled Joe Fan more was not whether it was worth the price, but that he did not have so much money now. He could not ask Shinjun for it again this time. Even if the other party sold his underwear, he probably could not come up with 100 million. After a moment of silence, he thought of Zhang Daming. That guy was thinking about the shares. If we ask him for some, he will probably thank us in return. Take action when you think of it. Joe Fan called Zhang Daming's private phone. Zhang Daming was still cleaning up the mess of the 16 percentage points of shares Joe Fan had acquired today, but as soon as he received Joe Fan's call, he immediately stopped all the busy employees. Hey, Mr. Zhou, it's so late, what do you want to talk to me about? After all, he has helped me maintain my position in the company, and now he is the largest shareholder of the company. Of course, I have to be more humble when speaking. If you want to be arrogant, you can only be arrogant to your subordinates. Now his status is much higher than mine. Nothing, just wanted to tell you about the shares. When Zhang Daming heard Joe Fan mention the shares again, his heart sank to the bottom. This guy wouldn't go back on his word, would he? If this guy wanted to convene a board meeting and then use his own outrageous means to kick him out of the chairman's position, Zhang Daming felt that it was not impossible. Hey, are you listening? Zhang Daming didn't respond, so Joe Fan said something casually. This scared Zhang Daming, who was distracted. He thought he was going to be criticized, so he nodded repeatedly. Nothing. It's just that now I think about it, I already have 32% of the shares. Good man, he is really taking advantage of his large shares to make fun of me. The temperament of this rich man is really hard to figure out. He said before that I can rest assured, but now he wants to kick me out. I was wondering if it was too much. I'll give you 6 percentage points, so we both get the same. You can still handle all the company's affairs, and I'll be a hands-off manager. What do you say? What? What does it mean to give yourself 6 points? It was clearly the literal meaning, but Zhang Daming took him more than 10 seconds to think about it before he finally understood it. This rich man wants to give me shares. Shares are something that the more people have, the less likely they are to let go. Many people would love to own 51% of a company's shares so that no matter how turbulent the company is, they will definitely be theirs. Others who want to snatch them can only pray that they live longer than them. Is there such a good thing in the world? And is there such a fool? Okay. Just name a price and we'll get it done for you within 3 days. Impossible. 16 hours and 5 billion. I can't wait any longer. I should be asleep too. You should go to bed early. After that, there was the sound of the phone being hung up. 16 hours, 5 billion yuan. This is indeed a little lower than the current market price of 6 percentage points, but where the hell can you expect me to get so much money in these 16 hours? Going to bed early? If you hadn't called, you might have finished your little things and gone to bed by yourself, but now you call me like this. Well, there are more people suffering from insomnia tonight. Hey! Mr. Li, I'm the CEO of Donyin, Zhang Daming. I just want to know if I can get the 90 million yuan advertising fee paid in advance. Yes, the company's cash flow is a bit difficult now. Mr. Pan, right? I'm Zhang Daming. I've been thinking about the cooperation we discussed before, and I think I have a feasible plan. It's about the money. Yes, I need to deposit it into the account first. Zhou Fan was sleeping soundly with his arms and legs spread out. Zhang Daming and several of his close associates were busy from evening until after 10 in the morning, and everyone was almost exhausted. A group of people with messy hair gathered around the conference table, making phone calls one after another. Now Zhang Daming wished he had a few more mouths so that he could talk business with several partners at the same time. Zhang Daming collected all the accounts that needed to be collected and all the advertising agencies that could and could not accept them. In addition to all the current cash flow of Dongyin, he also took out his own pocket and sold his own precious car to a friend who had been coveting him. Only then did he manage to scrape together 5 billion yuan. Zhang Daming, the CEO of a company with a market value of nearly 100 billion yuan, never thought that there would be a day when he would have to worry about money. Mr. Zhou, you're awake. No, I was woken by you. Zhou Fan's lazy voice was heard, and it was obvious that he was still sunk in the soft big bed. He, young people have good sleep quality. I've collected the money, and look at these shares. Oh, no rush. If you trust me, just send it to my International Finance Black Card. The procedure is simpler there, and I'll send you the card number later. Regarding the share transfer, I'll discuss it with you guys when my personal secretary arrives in the next couple of days. What do you think? You fucking. Zhang Daming cursed Zhou Fan in his heart. You're not even ready yet. Why do you want me to prepare 5 billion in these 10 hours? Oh, is that so? Then I won't disturb your rest. Then Zhang Daming hung up the phone angrily. Zhou Fan was woken up by Zhang Daming's call and he was no longer sleepy. After washing up, Aunt Zhang had already prepared hot rice porridge and simple meals. Since you didn't have breakfast, just eat more rice porridge. Don't get a stomachache. My old man suffered a lot from stomachache. Zhou Fan nodded and drank the porridge with a pout. It tastes delicious. It tastes like home. Zhou Fan drank 3 bowls straight away. The annoyance of being woken up by Zhang Daming was also swept away. I just picked up my phone to send a message to Su Qian, but when I thought about her preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination, I put it down again. She has to work hard now, and not everyone is like me, who can get paid every day without doing anything. Although Zhang Daming cursed Zhou Fan in his heart, he still obediently transferred the 5 billion yuan. You see, just sleep and eat, and the money will come to you. Chapter 63, The Long Road to Money. I happily placed 3 purchase orders, but only 3 items appeared in the system space. A 16G USB flash drive, a work tag with blue stripes, and a small instrument. The USB flash drive is probably a blueprint, the small instrument is an ultra-micro nanoscale protein analyzer, and the work tag is the proof of ownership of the entire institute? I had to go through all sorts of paperwork to buy an apartment before, but they didn't even bother to provide a contract for this expensive one? Finally, let us take a look at the introduction of the North Ice Research Institute. It turned out to be a research institute that has cooperated with various countries. It is located in the permafrost of the far north and is dedicated to the research and development of ultra-fine nanomaterials. The previous nanoceramics and nano-tempered films were first developed there. Moreover, it is located in an area without any national territorial jurisdiction, which is why it can cooperate with various countries. The person who founded this research institute has always been a mystery. The people working there are scientific research elites from all over the world. They only know that the person who transfers money into their own account every year and who has the blue-striped authority card in the office on the second floor is the temporary boss here. Seeing this, Zhou Fan's scalp went numb. He was just impulsive last night and never thought that this research institute was so cruel. If he had known earlier, he would have thought twice before buying it. Otherwise, who knows whether he would be targeted by some terrorist organizations because he became the boss of this research institute. But horror is only a small part of it, what's more is curiosity. What exactly is this research institute like? It's so mysterious and built on the permafrost. Do you want to buy a private jet and go over there to take a look? We did it right away. We went back to the bedroom and put the previous mobile hard drive into the system space, then drove to the International Financial Black Card Service Point in Shanghai. This is what I heard from Qinghai City before. It is said that there will be international financial black card service points in every place, where card patterns can be upgraded, and high-value items can be purchased and sold. Let's buy a private jet. When I arrived at the International Financial Black Card Service Point, it was indeed deserted, but it still had that luxurious decoration. Every time I saw the golden card on the wall of the hall, I always felt that it was made of real gold. Hello, please show me your International Financial Black Card so I can arrange for the corresponding receptionist for you. It was the same old rhetoric again. Joe Fan's ears were almost calloused. He showed his black card in fingerprint and iris. This time it was a dark-skinned girl with blue eyes. Hello, do you want to upgrade your card pattern or purchase items? I'm going to buy a private jet. Okay, we have a single pilot plane here. You need to show your pilot's license. Or, for your safety, a long-distance private plane must be equipped with a corresponding pilot. May talked a lot, recommending models and stating precautions. Joe Fan's little brain was almost listening to it, and he wished his personal secretary would come earlier. Speaking of personal secretaries. By the way, can the personal secretary I hired earlier arrive at the Magic City Airport on the plane this afternoon? Okay, I'll help you find out where your assistant is now in the corresponding private jet. After some more operations on the tablet, I finally got the news. You're in luck. Your personal assistant is waiting for your connecting flight in Japan. There's a Legacy 650 private jet at the Japanese airport with a range of approximately 7,200 kilometers. It costs $190 million, and including the private jet company's maintenance, it'll cost around $200 million. Joe Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he had it, money would still be a problem, right? Okay, that's it. Tell the assistant to get on the plane and fly here immediately. In just the time it takes for others to have afternoon tea, Joe Fan has already spent 1.9 billion yuan. Who would dare to believe this? Since your spending has reached 1 billion yuan, and the balance on your card is over 2 billion yuan, we have upgraded your card to a black card with yellow stripes. Please keep it safe. When the black card came into Joe Fan's hand, the red lines on it had turned into yellow lines. According to the order of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, he had already upgraded 2 levels. What is your upgrade mechanism? Only cardholders who spend 100 million, 1 billion, 10 billion, and so on, and whose balance on the card is more than twice the amount of their spending, can upgrade to the next color. Cardholders are advised not to be competitive and spend rationally. 100 million, 1 billion, 1 billion? So, what about Z1? What's the cost of 10 trillion? If you want me to spend like crazy, I need that much money. Joe Fan put away the sullen look on his face and left this place of trouble. This is a quagmire. I don't know if there is anyone in the world who holds the purple pattern. Joe Fan feels horrified just thinking about it. He spent 10 trillion and there are still 20 trillion in the card. Even if all of it were divided equally among all Chinese people, each person would still get more than 10,000. What kind of concept is this? Joe Fan thought about it and felt like he was still a scumbag. I drove a Bugatti Veyron to the largest airport in Shanghai, showed my identity, and finally sat down in the VIP lounge. Browsing the hot news. Hashtag a mysterious Chinese person / Dongyin shares by 32 percentage points in his personal name. Hashtag. I originally thought that things in this circle would not be on the hot searches of entertainment hotspots. After all, most people neither understand nor care about this kind of thing. Only those who are in this circle would care more. But this time the response was huge. Not only did it make it into the top 3 trending searches, but the number of reposts and comments also exceeded 3 million. Wow, 32 percentage points, how much did that buy them for? Not many, just a few hundred small goals. I just dreamed about them. Wow, who is this mysterious person? Is there really no one who can tell me? I want to find him to support me. I wish Shanglo's business will be prosperous. I hope you can achieve your small goal soon. Looking at the comments from this group of stupid netizens, Joe Fan realized that he seemed to be one of them before, but why was he getting further and further on the road to becoming a rich man? Time flies when I check my phone. It is already past 5 o'clock. Looking through the glass window in the hall, I see an airplane with a particularly eye-catching shape landing. Wow! In this day and age, there are still rich people buying private jets. These things are really expensive. I remember Brother Wang bought one before, and the private maintenance almost made him lose his pants. Ha ha ha. You still remember this kind of shit. Joe Fan was not the only one in the VIP lounge. There were also a few middle-aged men who looked more calm, and a few rich second-generation boys who talked a lot. Chapter 64 Jiang Tan. Before, Joe Fan didn't pay much attention to the voices of these three young people because he was wearing headphones, but seeing the impatience on the faces of several middle-aged men, it seemed that they were annoyed by the noise of these young people. What the hell are you looking at? He's dressed like a migrant worker. VIP room regulations are really getting lax these days. They let people like him in. Joe Fan's suit was covered with tear stains from Suya's crying yesterday, so Aunt Zhang took it to be dry cleaned. He just put on a sweatshirt casually, which was indeed very simple. Okay, stop bothering with that piece of crap, it's you. The young man who was originally sitting in the seat was wearing a baseball cap, which covered most of his face. He was also playing with his mobile phone with his head down. Neither of them recognized each other, but now they looked at each other and recognized each other at a glance. Oh, what bad luck! I even ran into you here. Your name is Wang Bin, right? Joe Fan really didn't think of Wang Bin's name at the first moment. He was really busy recently and almost forgot about such an insignificant person. If he hadn't harassed Su Qian before, Joe Fan wouldn't have remembered this person. You bastard! Don't act so high and mighty in front of me. I'm telling you, my dad's gone now, and I'm going out with my friends for a few days. Don't try to make things difficult for me now. Joe Fan looked at him as if he was stupid. He didn't do anything, but he was just barking like a dog. It was really bad luck. Oh, your name is Joe Fan. I remember now. It's a familiar name. But when I come back, I'd better find out that you and Su Qian have broken up, otherwise I will skin you alive. Wang Bin's words really touched Joe Fan's anger. If he had just kept biting the air, Joe Fan would have ignored him. Now that he mentioned Su Qian again, Joe Fan clenched his fists. If you dare to say Su Qian's name again, I will not let you leave this VIP room. TSK TSK TSK. If I remember correctly, you're Yan Yan's bootlicker, why the hell do you care if I call her by her name or not? Wang Bin was really looking for death, repeatedly touching Joe Fan's reverse scale. Seeing that there were already people waiting at the VIP boarding area, Joe Fan didn't care and punched Wang Bin directly in the face. Joe Fan did not neglect his physical exercise. This punch directly bent Wang Bin's nose. Blood gushed out of Wang Bin's nose and could not be stopped. Looking at Wang Bin twisted on the ground, Joe Fan felt so happy. Although it was cheap to yell back when a dog barked at you, it felt really good to kill the dog with one punch. Without paying any attention to Wang Bin twisting on the ground, he walked straight towards the private jet assistant. Brother Wang, that guy is on a private jet, why are you picking a fight with him? A man saw the direction Joe Fan was going and said helplessly. When the other person saw Joe Fan boarding the private plane, he unconsciously moved a little further away from Wang Bin. Although Wang Bin was a rich second generation, he could not afford a private plane. Joe Fan's status immediately surpassed Wang Bin. If he comes back in the future, will he beat me and Wang Bin together because of this incident? Seeing the two followers seeming to distance themselves, Wang Bin pushed them away, covered his nose, and walked out of the airport without caring about the blood dripping. Wang Bin was also furious, but he was more surprised. During the few days that his father came, he heard Uncle Lu keep saying that his father was busy with Joe Fan's affairs. At first, he thought they had the same name, but he didn't expect that this kid now had a private jet. Well, I really can't afford to offend him openly now, but if I can't offend him openly, can't I do it in private? When it comes to playing dirty, Wang Bin has never been afraid of anyone. Joe Fan washed the blood off his hands. A simple meal had been prepared on the Legacy 650, and a dignified beauty was sitting under the gentle light. She could really be called a beauty. Joe Fan had seen her old photos on his tablet before, which were considered pretty good. But he didn't expect her to be so stunning in person, with waterfall-like black hair and big eyes that seemed to hide a mysterious starry sky. The other person's pink lips moved slightly, and a pleasant voice sounded. You must be Mr. Zhou. Nice to meet you. I'm Jiang Tan. Please take care of me in the future. Unexpectedly, Jiang Tan was so tall when he stood up that he almost reached Joe Fan's nose. He was probably about 1.74 meters tall. Why do you say that? I'm the one who's causing you so much trouble. I'm a lazy person, so you'll have to do a lot of things for me from now on. Joe Fan gently squeezed Jiang Tan's outstretched right hand as a handshake, and gestured for her to sit down and not be restrained. The two chatted while eating a simple meal. Mr. Zhou, where are you going this time? Do you need me to follow you? We're heading to the frozen tundra of the far north. I've already sent the coordinates to the pilot. You'll stay in Shanghai for now. I'll take care of my companies and the Dongyin shares. Have you prepared your down jacket or something? Zhang Tan mentioned this very considerately. Because Zhou Fan was only wearing a thin sports shirt, Zhou Fan was stunned, and the chicken in his hand instantly lost its flavor. What the hell is wrong with me? I'm going to the tundra and wearing a small sweatshirt. Do I think I've lived too long? I heard that even in summer there the temperature is still below 10 degrees Celsius, and at night it can drop to minus 30 degrees Celsius. If the cabin door were to open, it would probably become a popsicle. It's okay, I prepared it, but it's more feminine. If you don't mind, you can wear mine first. Zhang Tan's smile is really beautiful, like the brightest star in the distant night sky, which makes people intoxicated. Zhou Fan swallowed his saliva foolishly, muttering to himself, "We are colleagues, we are colleagues, we are colleagues." He drank a few gulps of ice water to break away from some bad illusions. What kind of company is Mr. Zhou running? I need to make some preparations. This made Zhou Fan speechless again. His original intention of finding an accompanying assistant was to push all the trivial matters out of his way, but he only had an amusement park, a hotel, a research institute and 2 small companies under his name. My responsibilities are quite complex, and they will get even more complicated in the future. There will be a lot of trivial matters, so just be mentally prepared for this. This time it was Zhang Tan's turn to be surprised. In her opinion, people who could buy such a private jet were usually leaders in a certain industry. If they were to dabble in many industries, they would lack the energy and would not be able to do anything well. Even if they could do it well, it would be impossible for them to achieve such success at such a young age. After this analysis, Zhou Fan has been labeled as the only son of the big group in Zhang Tan's mind. If Zhou Fan knew that Zhang Tan thought of him this way, he would kill himself with a piece of tofu. After all, these assets were earned by his own hard work. After finishing the simple meal and giving a brief account of all his company matters, Zhang Tan took his luggage and left the airport. She's been busy these days. Zhou Fan actually felt a little guilty. Is it really a good thing to keep such a stunningly beautiful woman so busy? Chapter 65 Falcon Team. However, when he saw the elegant pink down jacket in his hand, 3 black lines appeared on Zhou Fan's forehead. What? The work I assigned to her wasn't that much. Zhang Tan, such an intellectual beauty, actually only had a pink down jacket. Zhou Fan had no choice but to accept it. He couldn't just go there and freeze. Fortunately, Zhang Tan was considerate and prepared a few hot packs, which were enough to keep Zhou Fan going until he got to the research institute. The plane took off, from slightly bumpy to stable. This was the first time Zhou Fan had been on a plane since he was born. My eardrums were still a little swollen, but after a few sips of champagne I quickly got used to it. Zhou Fan gradually closed his eyes and fell asleep on the chair in the cabin. But the more Zhou Fan slept, the colder he felt. Finally, he was woken up by the cold. He looked outside the plane and saw that there was already icy fog curling up. Zhou Fan shivered with cold. What else can I do? Put on that pink down jacket. Put on the hot pack too. As soon as I put on the thermal 2-piece suit, my body finally stopped shivering and my body temperature began to rise. Mr. Zhou, we've received a warning from the front. We need to land in front and cannot fly any further. If we fly any further, we will be attacked by anti-aircraft weapons. Didn't I tell them I was the owner of that land? I told them, but they didn't seem to believe me. Let's land now. Alright, let's land first. Don't let us get shot down from the sky. That would be a disaster. Zhou Fan's face looked unhappy. He didn't expect that this mission would fail. He even reported that he had an experiment card, but he was still warned. According to the pilot, this place is still more than 10 kilometers away from the coordinates, and walking there in this cold weather would be fatal. As soon as the plane landed, Zhou Fan felt his body temperature drop again, and his calves below the neck began to feel numb. Looking out of the plane window, several black jeeps drove over quickly and completely surrounded Zhou Fan's plane. A small group of armed men in white ghillie uniforms got off the jeep. Zhou Fan then remembered that the flash sale app system seemed to include only the scientific research team. Then who was in charge of this security? Zhou Fan's heart began to beat fast, wondering if he had ended up in a den of thieves. But even though he was scared, his face was frozen and he couldn't show any fear. He might as well go out and find out what was going on. As soon as the cabin door was opened, a freezing wind rushed in, making Zhou Fan's legs tremble. But with the enemy at the gate, he, as the commander-in-chief, could not be so unmannerly. I stood outside the cabin door in the cold wind. Outside, a group of Special Forces soldiers in white ghillie suits looked at each other, and I don't know what they were communicating on the radio. At this time, a person took off the mask on his mouth, and it turned out to be a woman with big blue eyes, white skin, red lips, and eyelashes that were just the right length. Who are you? Flying any further is a restricted area. The female Special Forces soldier walked towards Joe Fan while shouting. That's my territory. I'm sure you've all heard the pilot say it. Joe Fan had just finished speaking when the female Special Forces soldier walked in front of him. The female Special Forces soldier's face was not so delicate, but slightly weathered. Her eyes were as blue as the sea but full of murderous intent. Joe Fan couldn't help but sigh that she was such a dangerous toy. Ever since I was recruited here, I've never heard of there being a boss there. Now you know. Jenny. Stop wasting time with this jerk. Just kill him right here. A blizzard is coming soon, so we can disguise it as a natural disaster. That way we can leave him with an intact body. A big white man with a long beard shouted loudly from the back, and his voice even drowned out the whistling wind. It seems that this person is not simple. Just as Jenny raised the white-painted standard M4, Joe Fan spoke again. Who recruited you? I don't think I recruited a guard for the institute. You know that's the research institute? Jenny put down her gun again. Everything here was confidential. Even the guards only knew that it was a research institute, but they had no idea what was being researched. Didn't I tell you I'm the boss? How many times do you want me to say it? Joe Fan finally lost his patience. He was almost pointed at with a gun. No one would be so polite if they were in his place. Jenny was talking on the radio again in another language. Fuck, Jenny, you're crazy. Didn't Dr. Sean Crick say that no one should get close to the institute? And you still want to bring him in? You want to interfere with my decision? How long has that brat not paid us? You're just being affectionate. A few people chattered for a long time, and finally stopped arguing as if they had reached a written agreement. Then Joe Fan was pushed into a jeep. Jenny was among them. You'd better be responsible for what you said. If you're not the head of the research institute and can't even open the base gate, I'll shoot you in the head. No, were you invited by a doctor there? We're the Falcon team. 3 months ago, we agreed to a monthly salary of $30 million for 3 years. But we only received 1 month's salary, and then there was no news from the research institute. Now you better pray you can open that door, otherwise you might end up staying here forever. Joe Fan analyzed from Jenny's words that he had just been invited here 3 months ago, and there had been no news from the entire base since then. There is probably only one result, that is, some scientific research results have reached a critical moment, or some scientific research reagents have leaked and caused everyone to die. If Joe Fan buys a lifeless research institute, he will be at a loss. He can't let him do the research himself, right? Now we can only pray that he is busy researching something and forgets to communicate with the guards. About half an hour later, the jeep Joe Fan was riding in finally entered a research institute surrounded by high walls, and the entire jeep was tilting downward, obviously going downhill. When the car stopped, it was pitch black outside. Joe Fan was now in a very deep pit. There was only a little light in the distance, and it was obvious that he was very far underground. Jenny and her group snapped handfuls of glow sticks and scattered them on the ground. Only then could Joe Fan see the situation inside the pit clearly. A titanium alloy door blocked his way, with a weathered letter N and some warning characters on it. Open it. We swear we only want money and won't hurt anyone. Joe Fan frowned slightly. Everyone here was considered his own. Even if she said so, a hot weapons and murderous look on their faces made it hard to believe. Miss Jenny, how about this? I'll pay you and you work for me now. Do you think our Falcon group can be bought off with money? So what were the orders you received? Protect this institute. So what task do you think I, the head of the research institute, will give you? Jenny was stunned for a moment. Chapter 66, Dangerous Research Institute. If this guy is really the boss of the research institute, isn't it reasonable to accept his job? Have you thought about it, Captain Jenny? Of course you can, but you must pay off all the debts owed to this institute now. Joe Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had only seen these mysterious mercenaries in some movies before, and he felt a little nervous when communicating with them face to face for the first time. When it comes to money, everything is easy. He pretended to rummage in his pocket, but actually took out a checkbook and a pen from the system space. He blew the warm air from his mouth onto his frozen right hand, and with a stroke of his brush, he wrote the word 3 in front of the word billion. Captain Jenny, are you satisfied now? Jenny's face was full of surprise. She took out 300 million without blinking an eye. Instead, she felt relieved. The whole team couldn't help but wonder if this man was really the boss of this land? So young? Joe Fan took out the blue-patterned experimental card again and swiped it on the sensing area next to the titanium alloy door. Beep. Warning. Warning. The hidden light sources on the entire underground rock wall lit up, illuminating the entire underground like daylight. Now everyone realized how sci-fi this underground road was, just like a trip inside the rifling of a railgun in Star Wars, full of sci-fi feeling. A red alert has been issued in the Institute. Please get away from the Institute as soon as possible. Get away from the Institute as soon as possible. The mechanically synthesized female voice that followed made everyone's heart sink to the bottom. Red alert? This can't be a biochemical research base, there must be some biochemical virus inside. Even the fearless members of the Falcon team couldn't help but take a step back. What are you doing? Can't you see it's a red alert? A member saw Joe Fan come forward again and press something on the screen. But it was too late, the alarm had stopped, the dazzling red alarm had stopped and turned into a deep blue. Then the heavy titanium alloy door made a loud rumbling sound. The door is about to open. Fuck. Damn madman. Quiet. V formation, protect the main target. Compared to some of the panicked team members, Jenny was very calm and it was obvious that she had seen big scenes before. When the other team members heard the target, they didn't dare to say anything. They all gathered around Joe Fan, forming a V shape and protecting him inside. Jenny stood at the front, and all the team members held their guns tightly, aiming closely at the gradually opening door of the research institute, fearing that some horrible monster would suddenly rush out. But there seemed to be nothing inside except the dazzling red alert all the way. Let's go. There are nano-level masks ahead. Everyone, put them on. I just checked the cause of the alarm. It's ultra-micro nanomachines going berserk. Wear a mask just in case. Joe Fan has already opened this door, and now he has become everyone's boss. Even if they are reluctant to follow the rules, they have to do what he says. Jenny made a forward gesture, and the whole team was moving forward slowly, calling other team members as they walked, but it seemed that the underground could block the signal, and there was no response after calling several times. This made Jenny so angry that she threw the communication device in her ear to the ground and cursed inwardly. Circular defensive formation. Advance. The team surrounded Joe Fan and advanced towards another big door in front. Joe Fan looked normal, but the effect of the hot pack was almost gone, making him feel a little cold. I just looked at the control panel and saw that there were still life activities inside, and what was being carried out there was nanotechnology research. It was not life-threatening but biochemical technology, so there was really nothing to be afraid of. Finally, they arrived at the second door, and everyone put on the protective masks and protective clothing hanging on the wall. The second hydraulic door opened quickly, revealing a laboratory full of flashing red alarms. There were documents scattered all over the floor, but the other equipment was still as clean as new, with no obvious signs of a fight. Just follow me inside, upstairs. To that office. Joe Fan stretched out his hand and pointed, and all the team members saw the blue office hanging on the second floor. Team A, follow me up to the second floor. Team B, on the first floor, will guard the gate and wait for the rest of the team. The 12-person team then split into two, with 6 people staying in place and the others escorting Joe Fan to the office on the second floor. Ding! The highest authority authentication has been activated. The door has been opened. Pay attention to the people behind you. The team behind him was also very tactful and just stood guard at the door and did not go in. Joe Fan was a little disappointed when he entered. He had expected a cool-looking computer to be inside, but all he found was a card slot and a pair of gloves. Apart from these 2 items, the entire office was empty. With a try-it attitude, I inserted the blue striped card in the tag into the card slot. In an instant, light projections came from all around, and in just a moment, a 3-dimensional projection appeared in front of Joe Fan. Put on white gloves, open your hands, and the entire map will expand rapidly, even the words on the papers scattered on the ground can be seen clearly. With a quick glance, Joe Fan discovered that he was only in the office area at the front of the entire institute. There was a large experimental area behind it, and there was life activity in the dormant area next to the experimental area. However, Zhou Fan showed many dormant chambers. Li Qingwei, nanomachine infection serious, forced awakening is not recommended. But there is still the option of forced awakening, which makes Zhou Fan sigh that it is worthy of being the highest authority. The life and death of these people are in his hands. After another round of searching, I finally saw a familiar name, Sean Creek. Sean Crick, nanomechanical infection minor. Finally, there is a minor one. It 1T died just because I opened it carelessly. Wake. He then turned off the alarms along the way, noted the location of Sean Creek's hibernation chamber, and led the 6 members of the Falcon team to the hibernation chamber in the Institute's experimental area. With his blue-striped card, Zhou Fan could open almost any door with a swipe, but once a door was opened, it would close quickly, so he was very cautious. I had just opened the dormancy room number 91 and saw a white-haired old man lying on the ground, retching and mumbling something in pain. Jenny, I don't speak his language very well. Please communicate with him about what happened here. When Sean Creek saw the blue-striped laboratory card in Zhou Fan's hand, he was stunned at first, and then he realized why he was forcibly awakened. Jenny and Sean were chattering a lot, and Jenny's face became uglier and uglier. When she stood up, her face was ashen. They started the nanomachine project 3 months ago. A month later, the nanomachines in the test area suddenly went berserk, breaking through the observation area. Now the entire test area is filled with runaway nanomachines. Zhou Fan knew that Jenny was blaming herself. She was too reckless. Who would be a good person in a research institute built in a dangerous place? Chapter 67 Harvest Super Research Institute. Nanomechanical infection is when some nanoscale mechanical bio-imitations enter the body. At first, nothing will happen, it will only make your senses become more acute. However, once the body finds that there is a foreign object in its body and begins to resist, the nanomechanical bio-imitations will also resist. During the first 24 hours, your entire body will become extremely sensitive, and every sensor will be twice as sensitive as usual. What follows is fever and pain caused by the confrontation between the body and the nanomechanical biomimetic. The pain is doubled, and the pain will increase day by day. The infected person will die within 3 to 7 days due to painful spasms and disordered blood supply in the heart arteries, and hemorrhage throughout the body. The death is very miserable. Listening to Sean's explanation relayed by Jenny, Zhou Fan became more and more frightened. Could this thing really kill people, or would it just be painful? Ask him what kind of machinery is needed to treat him. Ultra-micro nanoscale protein analyzer. Sean Creek stood up tremblingly. It turned out that he could speak Chinese. We need this to remove the nanomachines from the blood. Do you think you can come up with something like this? Zhou Fan really wanted to take out the small machine in the system space in front of everyone, but this was not a tag or check. You couldn't take out such a big machine from your arms, right? By the way, I just went to the main office, and there seemed to be a small machine there. I wonder if it is. Make it up. Make it up as much as you want. Zhou Fan actually didn't believe what he said, but Sean was more familiar with this place than he was, and that office was the only place Sean had definitely never been to. As expected, the name of the main office scared Sean. He had studied that place before. Even the walls of the room were beyond his comprehension. They were extremely hard. He even used a molecular rangefinder to try to measure the molecular structure of the wall, but he was stunned by the result. Afterwards, no one dared to go to that place to ask about it. Anyway, they just studied their own things and were not too curious. If there was a machine in the world that could save everyone present, it could only be in that mysterious place. Seeing Sean's face full of doubt and surprise, Zhou Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally he had fooled him. In fact, many smart people are often frightened by what they don't know. As the saying goes, the more you know, the more you don't know. Zhou Fan ordered the Falcon team to stay where they were, and reminded everyone present who had entered the test area not to leave. If the nanomachine infection spread to China, and there were no hibernation chambers from the Institute on the market, everyone who was infected would die. Zhou Fan shuddered at the thought that the world might be in danger because of his recklessness. But I think I am also a hero who saves the world. If the Falcon squad can't wait for me and breaks in, they won't know anything and will just wander around there and bring nanomachines to all parts of the world. It's scary to think about it. He came to the main office, took out the ultra-micro nanoscale protein analyzer from the system space, and then ran back. Sean Creek looked at the instruction manual in disbelief, then looked at the small machine. So small? The theoretical size in our research is about the size of an adult. It actually exists. If we really follow what is said in the instruction manual, our research team will be alive. Joe Fan nodded and said, as long as he's alive. Hurry up and save him. Jenny, go comfort your brothers. They probably won't believe what I just said, so you should go. Everyone around had left, leaving only Joe Fan and Sean. Sean knelt down in front of Joe Fan with a thud. Sir, this is all my fault. I was the one who insisted on conducting the experiment. I was blinded by my desire for fame and my desire to control the entire institute. Please punish me, sir. Sean did all this not for anything but fame. He had been working silently in this research institute for more than 10 years. Nanoceramics, nanofibers, each technology was painstakingly researched by himself and his subordinates, but in the end they were sold to profitable enterprises. Although Sean can get the money, no one in the world knows his name, Sean Creek. No one. This annoyed him a lot, until another major breakthrough in scientific research was made and the feasibility of nanomechanical biomimicry was discovered. Sean then hired the entire Falcon team in his personal capacity, wanting to mobilize the efforts of everyone in the laboratory to quickly complete this epoch-making work. He wanted to spread his name around the world. But the opposite happened, the nanomachines went out of control and invaded the bodies of all the participants. 2 days of rescue efforts were still fruitless, and in the end they had no choice but to order everyone to enter the hibernation chamber to stabilize the body's overreaction, hoping that the higher-ups would notice the abnormality and send someone over. Everything was blamed on Sean's radicalism and arrogance. 2 lines of tears rolled down the old man's face. He had made such a big mistake, and he didn't know whether the young man could forgive him. All right, you're just a researcher, not a saint. Just take your time from now on. Joe Fan's sincere smile made Sean feel warm in his heart. He didn't expect that the owner of the entire research institute was such a generous young man. He couldn't help but feel sorry for complaining about him before. Oh, my name is Joe Fan. From now on, you can just call me Mr. Joe. I prefer to be the boss, the hands-off type. Don't worry, Mr. Joe. Everyone in this research institute will work hard for you and create more benefits for you. Sean was also very perceptive. Others who called themselves big bosses were businessmen, and naturally they liked profit. Joe Fan couldn't help but be delighted when he heard Sean's words. What products in the world are the most profitable? Of course, new products. With this research institute, we will have an endless supply of innovative products in the future. This is more profitable than a money printing machine. This research institute is like an inexhaustible gold mine. Then I'll wait for good news. After that, the entire institute fell into intensive examination, awakening, and blood transfusion treatment. It was a long process, so Joe Fan had no choice but to live in the institute. Every day he could only talk to Jiang Tan in the main office about the situation there. Another corner of the world. I heard that your North Ice research was transferred to someone else. Shut the fuck up. It's just a money-losing thing, so what if I give it to someone else? The angry old man tapped a bank card in his hand. It was an international finance black card, but unlike Joe Fan's yellow lines, it had blue lines. That is a symbol of a net worth of at least 3 trillion, and the 6 old men sitting with him at this moment all have international financial black cards with green patterns in their hands. Chapter 68 bought on the black market. Joe Fan has been at the North Ice Research Institute for 4 days. At first, he not only had to treat the members of the research team but also had to intensify the protection work for everyone. As more and more team members were awakened and cured, the Research Institute gradually resumed operations, and members of the entire institute gradually gathered in the office area. After checking that everyone was present and had not been infected by the nanomachines again, Joe Fan pressed the restart button for the entire experimental area in the main office. All your experimental data has been wasted. What are you going to do next? Joe Fan saw a hint of affection in Sean's eyes and said something caringly, saying that a decent boss should always care about his subordinates. Sean pondered for a while. In fact, Sean had been preparing for the nanomechanical biomimetic project for several years. Now everything has returned to the starting point, making this energetic old man a little confused. Honestly, Mr. Zhou, after this incident, my passion for scientific research has been dampened quite a bit. I'm planning on going home to tend to my flowers and plants. It seems that this failure was a huge blow to Dr. Sean, and he even thought about retiring. Want to retire? How is that possible? You are my personal cash cow. How could I let you go so easily? Ahem, Dr. Sean. Actually, I have some nano research data I bought on the black market, as well as a mechanical manufacturing blueprint. I don't understand this either, could you help me take a look? Just make it up, But he is the boss, so as a worker, I have no choice but to lower my head and take a look, even though I don't have much hope in my heart. You should know that the North Ice Research Institute is already considered to be the world's top nanomaterial research institute, but its research progress is still very slow. Even if this research material existed in the world, would anyone sell it? And how could it just happen that my boss bought it? The more Sean thought about it, the more impossible it seemed. He felt that Joe Fan must be trying to produce some information that he had researched 10 years ago. He had already prepared a set of excuses in his mind, but after all, the boss was the boss, and he couldn't just say that the things the boss bought were useless. Wouldn't that embarrass the boss? Okay, let me see then. Joe Fan nodded. Let's go to the data processing room. The computers here may not be enough. As expected. Sean thought, only the older the research, the more data there is. Many theories are based on the complex foundations of the past and find simpler verification methods. It's like the computer. When it was first developed, it couldn't even fit in a room. Now you can carry a laptop with you. This is the result of technological advancement. If a piece of data requires a computer in the data room, it means that the content is lengthy. It is probably the research experience of some second-rate scientific researchers who just went there to do a perfunctory job. Anyway, the boss doesn't understand it very well. The blue-striped experimental card clicked open the door of the data room, and a chill came over. This was a dust-free and controlled room. Such a precious large computer needed to be protected in such a room. Joe Fan found the control panel in the data room. The 5 terabytes external hard drive was connected. Sure enough, after changing the computer, the opening speed was much faster. In less than a minute, the huge screen projected a series of complicated data and argumentation methods. Mr. Zhou, you don't know this, but I'm a researcher on this. The theories on this page are from more than 10 years ago. No, this one is from 8 years ago, and this one is from 3 years ago. Sean chuckled when he saw some conclusions that had already been proven. As expected, this young boss was still young and bought fakes. But the further you read, the longer the time span of the entire article becomes. ISNT the last line of small words on this page the theoretical basis for my nanomechanical biomimetic work 3 months ago? Hurry, Mr. Zhou, turn the page. You're driving me crazy. Sean is so anxious. If what is written above is true, then the experimental steps should be written below. Dr. Sean himself still has no idea which step he went wrong. Technological progress always happens after countless mistakes accumulate. Sean has only failed for the first time, and he still has a long way to go if he wants to succeed. But now the real answer is just a matter of turning the page. How can he not be anxious? Seeing Sean's anxious look, Joe Fan knew that it was worth buying this article on the synthesis method of ultra-micro nanomolecular structures. You can do it yourself. I don't understand these things either. Sean was waiting for Joe Fan to say this, and quickly stepped forward to push Joe Fan down, just like children fighting over toys, which made Joe Fan feel helpless. This doctor is indeed a scientific research maniac. It turns out the behavioral chips code lacks a termination signal. How could I have made such a low-level mistake? There's even a biomimetic liquefied form? This. Sean's mustache was almost sticking up to the sky. He was obviously shocked by the idea that followed. Mr. Zhou, no. Mr. Zhou, I used to think you were short-sighted, but I never thought you could actually buy such groundbreaking information. On behalf of the entire institute, I thank you. Joe Fan actually did nothing, but he received so much respect from others for nothing. But it felt really good. Since there's no problem, let's take another look at this blueprint. Only then did Sean reluctantly turn his gaze away from the information he had read, which was less than 1/10,000th of it. Mechanical blueprints? I don't have any tools in this lab. What do I need blueprints for? Sean was so immersed in the joy he had just felt that he couldn't extricate himself and didn't pay much attention to the mechanical blueprint. Damn! Is this the blueprint for the ultra-micro nano-resonance research device? Mr. Zhou, where did you get this? There's not even a theoretical model of this anywhere in the world, and you actually already have the finished product schematics? Current science and technology can only arrange and combine molecules of a few specific materials at the nanoscale, but if this theoretical model is created, Molecular structure will no longer be a huge obstacle to nano research, but a nutrient. Oh my god, which genius invented this? Why would they sell it? This is simply an insult to their own talent. Sean was very angry. All his life's energy could not even reach 1/10,000th of what this person had, and yet the other party actually took such an important thing to the black market to sell. This is simply an insult to him, no. To all scientific researchers around the world. It's like saying, the garbage I don't want is something you can never complete in your lifetime, or even dozens of lifetimes. How arrogant! How arrogant! I must use my limited lifespan to thoroughly digest these two documents. Looking at the passionate fighting spirit in Sean's eyes, Joe Fan knew that he was not far from making real money. Although the research institute is resuming normal operations, Joe Fan is not very happy because he received news from Jiang Tan this morning that not only the hotel and amusement park under his name, but also the company are starting to cause trouble with more and more people. Even Shinjun's restaurant was ordered to close due to hygiene issues. These two incidents were just coincidences, but now that they have broken out at the same time, there must be someone behind the scenes manipulating them. After bidding farewell to everyone in the laboratory, Joe Fan boarded his private plane again and returned to the Magic City. Chapter 69 Return to the Magic City. The plane had just landed at another private airport when Yi Xiaoyuan drove a Bugatti Veyron to Joe Fan. Mr. Zhou, there have been a lot of rumors lately saying your business is shady. Luckily, Secretary Jiang, whom you recently hired, is really resourceful. He's managed everything so neatly, and even had the higher-ups come to investigate, and they didn't even find a single penny of missed payments. In the past 4 or 5 days, Joe Fan asked Uncle He to pick up and drop off Jiang Tan. It seems that these two have chatted a lot in private. Of course not. After all, he has 2 doctorates and has worked for a Fortune 100 company. By the way, let's not go to the company, let's go to Shinjun's hotel first. Seeing that the direction was towards his own company, Joe Fan immediately ordered Uncle He to rush to Shinjun first. After seeing the Beibing Research Institute, his small industry was nothing. On the other hand, if Shinjun is dragged into this trouble by himself and even his only business is closed, that would be bad. Of course, helping his brother comes first. The Bugatti did a tailspin, turned around, and headed in another direction. Brother Joe Fan is such a busy man. Why did you think of calling me today? Shinjun's voice on the other end of the phone sounded very tired and a little hoarse. Obviously he didn't get enough rest. The only business he relied on for a living was ordered to close, and the hotel was in disarray. It was up to him alone to move between various departments and submit various relevant reports, hoping that the hotel could resume business as soon as possible. What's going on? Tell me. I don't know either. We just opened early in the morning, and the food purchasing team hadn't arrived yet. Then a group of food inspectors came and rushed straight to the kitchen without saying a word. They found a pile of zombie meat and rotten vegetables. But I clear out this kitchen every weekend night, and the dishes from that day haven't even been replenished yet. Someone must be behind this. I'll go to your hotel and talk to you face to face. Yeah, okay. In just over 10 minutes, the two met at the entrance of Shinjun's hotel. As expected, the hotel door had been sealed and the furnishings inside were turned upside down. Is the back door sealed? There's an employee passage that's not sealed. I'll take you in to have a look. Shinjun took out a key, took out a smaller one and put it in his hand, then led Joe Fan to the back of the hotel. As soon as you open the door you can smell a strong smell of disinfectant. Are you sure you cleared out all the ingredients the night before? How could I not remember this? Every weekend night I personally supervised them clearing out the kitchen. Besides, we only have fresh meat and vegetables. If we leave them alone, they will just rot. I'm not stupid enough to ruin the hotel's reputation for a small amount of money. What about the driver who delivered the food that day? Can you contact him? Joe Fan followed Shinjun into the kitchen and asked as he walked. That's what I find most bizarre. The driver, Shelley, is from the same hometown as me and has been with me for 5 or 6 years. He wouldn't have betrayed me, right? But ever since that day, he's been like a nobody. I can't get in touch with him at all. Joe Fan stroked his chin, looked at the kitchen floor which was still covered in some foul-smelling blood, and looked up again. Where's the camera? It didn't even capture my sleep the night before last? It broke. It broke the day before the incident. I didn't take any pictures. Shinjun kept shaking his head. It seemed that he had really offended someone. He did things very cleanly and there was no trace of anything left. Alright, leave it to me now. I'll definitely give you justice, but this restaurant is a bit old, don't you want to open another one? Shinjun was stunned. No, as long as it turns out to be nothing serious, we can still open the store. There's no need to spend money to open another one. I owe you a favor, you don't want me to repay you, do you? Shinjun's eyes were slightly moist. He had asked everyone for help in the past few days, but almost no one helped him. Only Zhou Fan was willing to help him now, and he wanted to help him open another hotel. That's settled. After all, even if this hotel reopens, its reputation will be ruined. We might as well open another one. Zhou Fan's tone was firm, leaving no room for Shinjun to negotiate. Zhou Fan drove directly to the International Finance Black Card service point. This time, because Zhou Fan already has a yellow-striped black card, the person he serves is already a team leader. Hello, Mr. Zhou. What service can I provide for you? The tall girl asked with a smile on her face. Black market intelligence. Okay, this way please. Zhou Fan was taken to a small dark room, which contained only an old-fashioned desktop computer and a card slot. It has intelligent voice recognition to ensure your privacy throughout the process. Insert the card slot to pay and you will get all the information. After saying that, the beautiful woman closed the door and stood guard at the door. Zhou Fan stroked the top of the computer inside, thinking, how old is this thing? Can it still be used? Please take a seat. A mechanical sound came from inside the computer, and Zhou Fan was startled. He then sat down obediently on the chair in front of the computer. Please describe the scope of the information you wish to obtain. The computer screen is always blue and nothing happens. List of frozen zombie pork flowing into the Magic City. Zhou Fan said tentatively that as long as they could find out where this batch of zombie meat came from, it would be easy to find out who was behind it. Authorization satisfied. Information fee required, 2 million renminbi. Depend on. Just one question and you want 2 million from me. Fortunately, the thing Zhou Fan has the most right now is money. Insert the International Finance Black Card. In an instant, a table appeared on the old screen. Sure enough, the flow of a batch of 200 kilograms of frozen meat caught Zhou Fan's attention, because the final buyer was Lu Er, Shinjun's truck driver. Can you check the source of Lu Er's money? Authorization satisfied. Information fee required, 8 million renminbi. Damn it, they really just robbed me without saying anything? Even if this money came from the wind, Zhou Fan would still feel a little pain. Just because I asked a few questions casually, 10 million was gone? However, the following data made Zhou Fan's face turn cold. A bank card in the name of the Wang Group? The signature is Wang Chushi. Wang Chushi? Would a representative of such a large consortium target a small restaurant? Impossible. Even if Wang Chushi was given 10 chances to face, he might not be able to bring himself to do something that would damage his reputation. This is just like a child playing house. All of Wang Chushi's immediate family members. Insufficient authority. Yellow-marked authority can only view Wang Chushi's direct descendants. Zhou Fan scratched his head. Could it be that there was someone in the Wang Group with a higher authority than him? Check. Information fee required, 500,000 renminbi. In fact, Zhou Fan had already guessed a candidate. There were not many people with the surname Wang that he had offended, but even though he had guessed it, he still wanted to verify it with this machine. Son, Wang Bin. Sure enough. I guessed it was this bastard. But there is another line below. Illegitimate child, Wang Yuan. This big consortium is so ridiculous that they even have illegitimate children. However, the names are not complete, and no matter how Zhou Fan asks, it shows that he does not have enough authority. Chapter 70 Looking for witnesses. Since he couldn't get the answer, Zhou Fan's curiosity faded. He didn't want to bother with the messy affairs of those big conglomerates. The main thing now was how to teach Wang Bin, the bastard, a lesson. After asking some recent information about Lu Er and Wang Bin, he left the small dark room. Zhou Fan was suddenly awakened while sitting in the car on the way home. I can find a lot of information about Wang Chushi, so will anyone be able to find information about my parents? Zhou Fan felt a pang of pain at the thought. He remembered how his parents had risked everything to allow him to study in the Magic City, and he still hadn't repaid them. Call. Zhou Fan breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to go see his parents after he had dealt with Wang Bin's matter. Thinking of his parents whom he hadn't seen for a long time, Joe Fan's eyes became slightly moist. Go to North Alley. Catch someone. The Bugatti had already stopped at Nongbei Lane, a relatively remote area in Shanghai, with exhaust fumes lingering all the way. This area was full of low-income households living in dilapidated buildings, and it was a place where all kinds of people mixed together. Excuse me, sir, does Lu Air live in this building? What Liu Zi? Lu Air. There's no one called Lu San here. Joe Fan, who had only imagined the plot of a comedy movie, suddenly realized that it happened to him. He could no longer laugh but was speechless instead. If you can't ask, then you can only look for it yourself. I just saw in the newspaper that Lu Air lives in Building 16, Room 521. This piece of land didn't even have a house number, let alone a building number. However, after a lot of effort, I finally found a dilapidated wooden door. There's a quarrel inside. Lu Air, you're still a human being. Mr. Shin has been very kind to you, and you actually stabbed him in the back. I'm doing this for my child's tuition. What the hell do you know, you bitch? You're talking nonsense. Mr. Joe gives you 6,000 yuan a month, which is more than enough to pay for the children's tuition. Don't think I don't know you're gambling again. I'm calling the police and turning myself in. How dare you? Then there was a sound of scuffling. Before Joe Fan could react, Uncle He, who followed behind him, kicked the door open. Sure enough, I saw a shirtless man grabbing a woman wearing an apron by the hair and punching her. Who the hell are you? I've already paid off my gambling debts, and you're still coming to my house? Lu Air's face was full of anger, and he thought Joe Fan was someone who came to collect gambling debts. Uncle He was a gentleman who was particularly caring towards ladies. When he saw Lu Air beating a woman, he became furious and punched Lu Air in the eye. Lu Air felt pain and let go of the woman's hair. He covered his eyes and stepped back repeatedly, and in his hand he actually held a rusty fruit knife. When Joe Fan saw this, he immediately protected the woman and quickly called the police. Joe Fan's phone number is also linked to the International Financial Black Card, so he has priority in many complicated police matters. Lu Air covered his eyes with one hand and waved the fruit knife around with the other. Probably because he was missing an eye, none of the knife touched Uncle He's clothes. Uncle He used to drive a rally car and participated in many underground competitions. He had some fighting experience. He fought and retreated, and did not confront Lu Air, who was armed with a weapon, head-on. Damn it! Come on, let me show you how powerful I, Lu Air, am. Come on. Lu Air aimed his only eye at Uncle He, but his foot hit the corner of the table and he fell forward, with the tip of the knife pointing upwards, about to pierce his throat. Uncle He took a step forward and hugged the fallen Lu Air with his right hand. But there was another puff sound, and drops of blood flowed from Uncle He's arm, and half of the fruit knife was inserted into Uncle He's arm. As soon as Lu Air saw the red blood, he immediately wilted, kept shouting that it was none of his business, and shrank into the corner. When Joe Fan saw that Uncle He was injured, he quickly took out a pill from his arms and gave it to Uncle He. There was still rust on the fruit knife just now. If it was inserted into Uncle He's arm, he would inevitably get tetanus. The pill was the medicine he had bought from the flash sale app system before. It was said to be able to cure all injuries. 12 pills cost Joe Fan 50 million. But even if it was 50 million, he still gave it to Uncle He without blinking an eye. If Uncle He got infected, it would be his fault. It was his rashness that caused Uncle He to get hurt. After taking it, Uncle He obviously felt that the pain had subsided a lot, and the amount of blood that overflowed also decreased. He gave Joe Fan a kind smile. International Financial Black Card's efficiency in handling emergency calls was very high. The shrill sound of sirens could be heard outside, and the people in this area locked their doors as soon as they saw the police coming. Joe Fan's description was quite accurate, and several police officers and medical staff quickly rushed over. After the woman's statement, they understood what had happened. A group of people took away Lu Air, who was huddled in a corner with his pants smelling of urine, and another group of people supported the injured Uncle He. Joe Fan also drove his car and followed the police to the police station to take a statement. Brother, please, I beg you. My child is at a critical juncture in the college entrance exam. If he knew his father was in jail, he would inevitably be a little emotional. Lu Air deserved it, but for the sake of my child's future, I beg you, let this matter go. No matter how much, I will sell myself to compensate you. I just beg you not to affect my child's future. When they arrived at the police station, the woman knelt down in front of Joe Fan. Now her husband had injured someone with a knife. If the matter was investigated, he would be sent to the police station. If my children knew about this, it would affect their future studies and their future. Auntie, don't be like this, get up quickly, get up quickly. Let's talk slowly. Jo Fan smiled bitterly. This mother was indeed the greatest. No matter how many things happened, the first thing she considered was always her children. I don't need compensation. I just need you and your lover to come forward and testify against Wang Bin for framing Shinjun's restaurant, and this matter will be over. A glimmer of hope flashed in the eyes of Luer, who was being held nearby. As soon as Luer sat on the regret chair, he regretted it to death. It was the first time in his life that he was sent to the police station. Luer was trembling with fear. The thought of going to jail almost frightened him to death. In the end, the two of them made a brief statement, and the police officer worked overtime for a while and accepted Wang Bin's case. Wang Bin, who was in a bar, was giving money to these thugs. You've been doing great these past few days. Keep it up. If another company closes, each person will be fined $500,000. Young Master Wang is so generous. Wang Bin held a heavily made-up girl in one arm, and his other hand was restlessly moving up and down, making the woman in his arms moan and complain. Wang Bin had no idea that he would be sentenced by the law. Although Uncle He's arm healed quickly after the fruit knife was removed, Jo Fan still gave him a few days off. He said that he wanted to drive a luxury car, but in fact, Uncle He was also quite frightened. Jo Fan planned to let him spend some time with his family to recover.